Uchiha Yehuo, in this lifetime, descends upon the illustrious Uchiha Clan. As he awakens the memories of his past life, his body undergoes a profound transformation, endowing him with a divine physique and unparalleled comprehension. Coincidentally, the Uchiha Clan is in the midst of a leadership election, and the position of clan leader is widely believed to belong solely to Uchiha Fugaku. Yet, as a commoner, Uchiha Yehuo reveals his kaleidoscope Sharingan, defeating Uchiha Fugaku and ascending to the role of clan leader. The emergence of Uchiha Yehuo sends ripples of astonishment through the higher echelons of Konoha. Henceforth, Uchiha Yehuo leads his clan towards a path of rejuvenation. The revival of the Uchiha clan begins with the act of taking a wife. Tsunade declares, "From this day forth, I am the wife of Uchiha Yehuo, the esteemed lady of the Uchiha clan." Hinata proclaims, "Uchiha Yehuo is the man I admire." Until one fateful day, Uchiha Yehuo becomes the Hokage of Konoha. Uchiha Madara remarks, "I never imagined that Konoha would ultimately rise to greatness under the leadership of the Uchiha clan." Subsequently, Uchiha Yehuo sets his sights on the ninja world, and an air of tension envelopes the realm of Shinobi. Chapter 1. The Curiosity of Tsunade. In the 36th year of the Hokage, on the eve of the Second Great Ninja War, economic disparities among nations lead to an ascent of martial factions within the various Shinobi villages, causing the previously stable situation to become tumultuous. Within Konoha, numerous conflicts also exist. One day, in the clear morning light, on the central street of Konoha, there stands a small eatery named Yehuo Snacks. The proprietor of the eatery, Uchiha Yehuo, aged 18, opens the doors to commence business. At that moment, a voluptuous young woman approaches from a distance, standing at the entrance. This woman is none other than the 25-year-old Tsunade. "Sigh, I've been waiting here for quite a while. Why have you only just arrived?" As she speaks, Tsunade appears languid, her spirit diminished, and her countenance bears the weight of exhaustion as she gazes at the retreating figure of Uchiha Yehuo. That year, Tsunade's only brother, Shoju, tragically fell into a trap during a mission, perishing from an explosive tag at the tender age of 12. The death of Shoju plunges the 25-year-old Tsunade into profound sorrow, leaving her unable to extricate herself from despair, her spirit utterly crushed. Uchiha Yehuo turns to look at the 25-year-old Tsunade, choosing not to speak. Having just turned 18, he has been reborn into the world of Naruto, retaining the memories of his past life. However, it is not until this year, upon reaching the age of 18, that his past life memories awaken. As these memories resurface, Uchiha Yehuo experiences a remarkable transformation, gaining a divine physique and extraordinary comprehension. This divine physique surpasses the Senju Hashome's sage body, Haiden's immortal body, and Kisame's shark body. His prodigious understanding sharpens Yehuo's thoughts, rendering his past life memories strikingly vivid and granting him astonishing talent in the realm of Shinobi. After opening the shop, Uchiha Yehuo hangs a sign that reads, "Open for business." Upon entering the establishment, Tsunade observes that Uchiha Yehuo has chosen to ignore her, stirring a sense of displeasure within her. The sacrifice of her brother Shoju leaves Tsunade feeling profoundly isolated. Despite her profound yearning to confide in someone about the sorrow weighing on her heart, Tsunade consistently stifled her emotions, presenting herself as a resilient woman on the surface. "Hey, you there, I was just speaking to you. Why are you ignoring me? Hurry up and bring me some white liquor. And also a serving of urine beef balls and soul-stirring rice. I want one of each." In this year, the 18-year-old Uchiha Yehuo awakened memories of his past life and, with his extraordinary intellect, astonishingly managed to brew white liquor and create the soul-stirring rice and urine beef balls from his former existence within the world of Naruto. In the Naruto world, earning a living takes precedence. Without money, one cannot hope to survive across the various nations. Fortuitously, during this year, the 18-year-old Uchiha Yehuo leased a storefront along the central street of Konoha and established the Yehuo Snack Bar. Shortly after opening, the white liquor, soul-stirring rice, and urine beef balls captured the hearts of a substantial following within the village of Konoha. Due to the death of her brother Shoju, the despondent Tsunade found herself irresistibly drawn to Uchiha Yehuo, who had conquered her stomach, becoming his most devoted patron. She visited the Yehuo Snack Bar daily, seeking solace in inebriation. At this moment, Tsunade sat with her head resting on the table. "All right, here is the white liquor and the soul-stirring rice. The urine beef balls will take a little longer to prepare." In no time, Uchiha Yehuo placed the food and drink before Tsunade. Gulp gulp. Tsunade drank heartily and, while savoring the soul-stirring rice, could not help but shed tears at the thought of her brother Shoju's demise. Perhaps Tsunade frequented the Yehuo snack bar precisely for this cathartic release of tears. Observing her sorrowful demeanor, Uchiha Yehuo let out a gentle sigh and murmured to himself, "Phew, it truly is a hardship for Tsunade." Having awakened memories of his past life, Uchiha Yehuo possessed an intimate understanding of the events unfolding in the Naruto world. Having witnessed the death of her brother Shoju, the demise of her beloved Dan Kato, and the decline of the Senju clan, Tsunade could indeed be considered a pitiable woman. After finishing her soul-stirring rice, Tsunade suddenly collapsed onto the table, weeping, her body trembling. Woo, woo, woo. Perhaps it was because Uchiha Yehuo was the sole person in the establishment that Tsunade felt no embarrassment, allowing herself to be fully immersed in her grief. Despite knowing from his past life memories that Tsunade would eventually recover from her brother Shoju's death. At this very moment, witnessing Tsunade's profound suffering and despondency, Uchiha Yehuo genuinely feared that she might not endure and could succumb to despair. After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Yehuo approached Tsunade and placed the prepared urine beef balls before her. Has it been long since Shoju's sacrifice? Is his body still here? Yes, it is still here, but Shoju died from the explosion of a tag, and his body was severely damaged. He is truly dead. Dead. Tsunade gently shook her head, her gaze filled with desolation and hopelessness, indicating that Shoju could not be revived. Huh? Why do you ask about Shoju's body? Tsunade suddenly raised her head, a hint of curiosity flickering across her face as she looked at Uchiha Yehuo standing before her. I am currently developing a forbidden technique to revive the deceased, and I anticipate success in the near future. After awakening memories of his past life, Uchiha Yehuo diligently worked on various ninjutsu to enhance his own combat prowess in addition to running the Yehuo snack bar. After nearly a year of relentless effort, Uchiha Yehuo now made significant progress in the revival technique. Furthermore, Uchiha Yehuo possessed a 3-tomo Sharingan and a divine technique, Malicious Rebound. Malicious Rebound. Any harmful action taken against you will cause the perpetrator to experience the repercussions of their own actions. Upon hearing Uchiha Yehuo's words, Tsunade's gaze sharpened, and her previously listless expression transformed into one of seriousness. A forbidden technique to revive the deceased? Alas, how can this be possible? Is there truly such a ninjutsu in this world? Tsunade, the renowned medical expert of Konoha, held profound expertise in medical ninjutsu and found it difficult to believe the words of Uchiha Yehuo. Nevertheless, in Tsunade's recollection, Uchiha Yehuo did not strike her as the type to jest in such a manner. She regarded him with a countenance of utter bewilderment. As if perceiving Tsunade's skepticism, Uchiha Yehuo addressed her, who was seated at her desk. The second Hokage developed the reanimation jutsu, capable of summoning long-deceased souls back to the realm of the living and reviving them in corporeal form. Why could I not create a jutsu that directly resurrects the dead? However, you must promise to keep this matter confidential. Upon hearing Uchiha Yehuo's words, Tsunade finally connected the dots regarding the reanimation jutsu. In an instant, a shiver coursed through Tsunade's heart, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she fixed her gaze upon Uchiha Yehuo, her initial distrust gradually morphing into a tentative belief. Tsunade mused inwardly. Uchiha Yehuo is merely a common ninja from the Uchiha clan. How could he possibly develop a forbidden technique for resurrection? Yet, could he truly be jesting with me? As she pondered, Tsunade's expression transformed into one of profound astonishment. Just as she was about to inquire about the specifics of Uchiha Yehuo's resurrection jutsu development, a robust voice suddenly interrupted. Yehuo, the clan elder summons all clan members to the South East Shrine for a meeting. The speaker was none other than Uchiha Shana. Uchiha Shana, a jonin of the Uchiha clan, was a cunning and treacherous individual, deeply dissatisfied with Konoha's governance over the Uchiha, and had long yearned to reclaim the clan's sovereignty, aligning himself with the hawkish faction within the Uchiha. The elder has declared this to be a meeting for the election of a new clan leader. It is of utmost importance. Every clan member must attend. Time is of the essence. The meeting is about to commence. With that, Uchiha Shana hurriedly pulled Uchiha Yehuo away. Tsunade, witnessing Uchiha Shana's entrance, refrained from further probing into the resurrection technique. Yet, as she observed Uchiha Yehuo's departing figure, an immense curiosity regarding his forbidden resurrection technique began to stir within her. Chapter 2. The Uchiha Clan Leader Election. Before long, Uchiha Enjo followed Uchiha Shana to the South East Shrine. Upon entering the shrine, They were greeted by a sea of black-clad figures. It seemed that Uchiha Enjo and Uchiha Shana had arrived somewhat late. The elders on the stage had already commenced their proceedings and were delivering speeches. The venerable elder, Uchiha Hano, gazed down at the multitude of clan members before him and spoke. The position of the clan leader of the Uchiha has long remained vacant. In the high-level meetings of Konoha, the authority of our Uchiha clan has been incessantly encroached upon. The higher-ups of Konoha are gradually distancing themselves from us, leading to the decline of our clan. Without a leader, we Uchiha are like scattered sand, vulnerable to the weakening grasp of Konoha. Today's assembly has but one objective: to select a leader from among the Uchiha clan who can truly revitalize our legacy. At this proclamation, a wave of commotion surged through the shrine. The clan members whispered amongst themselves. The position of Uchiha clan leader has remained unfilled for too long. We cannot continue to be without leadership. The last two leaders, Uchiha Taijima and Uchiha Madara, were legendary figures. I wonder what kind of exceptional ninja will emerge as the next leader? Alas, it seems improbable that we shall see another like Uchiha Taijima or Uchiha Madara among us. In our generation, there appears to be no one worthy of such responsibility. This election is akin to selecting the best among the mediocre. Instantly, many ninjas in the hall shook their heads in despair, their faces marred with disappointment. The clan members yearned for a remarkable hero who could lead the Uchiha clan to resurgence. However, it appeared that this generation of Uchihas was bereft of talent. Nevertheless, despite the absence of a ninja as illustrious as Uchiha Madara, many still cast hopeful glances toward Uchiha Fugaku. At the age of 17, Uchiha Fugaku possessed the three-tomo Sharingan and was an elite jonin of Konoha, exhibiting exceptional combat prowess. Though he could not be compared to Uchiha Madara, he stood unrivaled among his youthful peers. Many clan members believed that Uchiha Fugaku harbored the potential to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan. In this contest for leadership, the 17-year-old Uchiha Fugaku emerged as the most favored candidate. The elderly elder, Uchiha Hano, naturally overheard the murmurs of the audience. Casting a glance at the young Uchiha Fugaku, he contemplated the necessity for an outstanding leader to counter the encroachment and neglect faced by the Uchiha clan from Konoha's high-ranking officials. In the eyes of Uchiha Hano, it seemed that this election could only culminate in Uchiha Fugaku's ascendancy. Due to their tardiness, Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Enjo found themselves at the rear of the assembly. With a disdainful gaze, Uchiha Shana observed Uchiha Fugaku, muttering to himself, "That fellow, Uchiha Fugaku, is too close to the higher-ups of Konoha," maintaining an optimistic outlook regarding the future of both the Uchiha clan and Konoha village. How can someone like him lead the Uchiha? As he spoke, Uchiha Shana clenched his fists tightly, unwilling to accept the notion of someone like Uchiha Fugaku presiding over the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shana, a member of the hawkish faction within the Uchiha clan, harbored deep-seated resentment towards Konoha's elite and longed for a hero akin to Uchiha Madara to reclaim sovereignty for the Uchiha clan. Standing beside Uchiha Shana, Uchiha Enjo contemplated the impending night of clan extermination, pondering, Uchiha Fugaku must not become the leader. His leadership will inevitably lead the Uchiha clan to annihilation. Having been reborn as a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Enjo naturally considered the implications from the perspective of his clan. To undermine the interests of the Uchiha clan was tantamount to undermining his own. Elder Uchiha Hano raised his hand to quell the disturbances and clamor within the hall. Instantly, silence enveloped the venue. The elder declared, "The selection process for the Uchiha clan leader is quite straightforward. It hinges upon two primary criteria. First, the highest combat capability. Second, the greatest support from clan members. The election will be conducted in a fair and transparent manner, open to any member of the Uchiha clan. 3 days hence, the election will take place at the training ground behind Konoha." After announcing the time and rules for the leadership election and discussing several other matters, the Uchiha assembly gradually dispersed. The following morning, Enjo's snack bar opened its doors as usual. Just as Uchiha Enjo unlocked the door, Tsunade approached from a distance. "Hey, is that resurrection technique you mentioned yesterday for real?" "Indeed," Uchiha Enjo replied with a slight nod. After hanging a sign reading "Open" on the door, he stepped inside. Upon entering, Tsunade eagerly sought to inquire further about the specifics of the resurrection technique. Suddenly, a figure burst into the shop. The youthful morning should begin with a bowl of urine meatballs. The newcomer was none other than Might Guy's father, the youthful and vigorous Might Guy, who, clad in a green tracksuit and glistening with sweat from a recent workout, made his way directly to Enjo's snack bar. "Oh, Tsunade is here too," Might Guy exclaimed upon entering, spotting Tsunade. With his radiant smile revealing a set of gleaming teeth, he greeted her, prompting Tsunade to shift her focus away from her inquiries about the resurrection technique. Uchiha Enjo remained silent, busily preparing dishes like the soul-stirring rice and urine meatballs. Before long, several notable figures arrived at Enjo's snack bar, including the father of Yuhi Kurenai, Yuhi Akihito, Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo, the father of Moonlight Knight, Moonlight Kazuki, the uncle of Yuhi Renge, Yuhi Shirzwa, Asuma's brother, Sarutobi Shinzo, and the grandson of the second Hokage, Senju Hiruzen. Additionally, numerous other ninjas and civilian patrons filled the establishment. Enjo's snack bar was renowned as one of the most popular eateries in Konoha, yet today, the number of customers was noticeably higher than usual. As the shop was packed with patrons, Tsunade contemplated privately asking Uchiha Enjo about the resurrection technique. However, observing the crowded scene, she felt a twinge of exasperation as her plans were thwarted. In a short span of time, a multitude of customers had arrived, leaving Uchiha Enjo busily attending to their orders. The atmosphere inside the shop was lively, with discussions buzzing about the recent events in Konoha. News of the Uchiha Clan leadership election had spread rapidly, becoming the most talked-about topic in the village. Chapter 3. What is the relationship between Tsunade and Uchiha Enjo? Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo, sighed. What a pity for Uchiha Kagami. He was an exceptional ninja. Had he not fallen during the First Shinobi World War, he might have become the leader of the Uchiha clan. The youthful Might Dai seemed quite intrigued by the Uchiha clan leader election. Who do you think will emerge as the leader among the new generation of Uchihas? Asuma's brother, Sarutobi Shinzo, lit a cigarette and replied, it will undoubtedly be Uchiha Fugaku. Senju Hiruzen chimed in, boring. This is an election devoid of suspense. Yuhi Kurenai remarked, among the new generation of Uchihas, it appears that Uchiha Fugaku possesses the strongest combat abilities and has a multitude of supporters. Seated beside Yuhi Kurenai, Kakashi's father nodded in agreement. Indeed, that seems to be the case. Might Guy chuckled heartily, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. I beg to differ. Youth embodies boundless possibilities. Furthermore, every member of the Uchiha clan is eligible to contend for the position of clan leader. Any Uchiha may potentially ascend to that esteemed role. With fervor, Might Guy took a hearty bite of the succulent urine beef ball. The outer layer, crafted from prime beef, enveloped a filling of shrimp and crab meat, creating a delightful explosion of flavor and juiciness that was simply indescribable. Relishing the exquisite taste of the urine beef ball, Might Guy suddenly thought of Uchiha Flame. Flame, as a fellow Uchiha, you too can participate in the election for clan leader. I am merely a commoner of Konoha, hardly even a genin, Uchiha Flame remarked. Meeting the gazes of the onlookers, Might Guy flashed his radiant smile. Flame, do not fear failure. You possess infinite opportunities. As long as you remain undeterred, I shall forever stand by your side. In the eatery, the patrons exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. To them, Uchiha Flame had always been an ordinary commoner, and even now, he was merely the proprietor of the Flame Eatery. How could he possibly have the capability to vie for the position of Uchiha clan leader? Tsunade observed the beaming Might Guy and interjected, Might Guy, you speak foolishly. It is utterly impossible for Flame to become the clan leader. From a corner of the establishment, Uchiha Shana retorted coldly, any member of the Uchiha clan could potentially become the leader. Nothing is absolutely impossible. Taken aback by Uchiha Shana's rebuttal, Tsunade's expression faltered. Within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shana's views often conflicted with those of Uchiha Fugaku, leading to his marginalization. As a result, Uchiha Shana had always followed his own path, solitary and friendless. However, he held a favorable impression of Uchiha Flame, primarily due to their shared dissatisfaction with the higher-ups of Konoha and their mutual desire to prevent Uchiha Fugaku from assuming the position of clan leader. Moreover, not long ago, Uchiha Shana had stumbled upon the astonishing revelation that Uchiha Flame had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. This revelation left Uchiha Shana utterly astounded. The fact that a commoner like Uchiha Flame had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan compelled Uchiha Shana to regard him with newfound respect. Uchiha Shana even sensed a certain enigmatic depth to Uchiha Flame, making it difficult to gauge his true capabilities. Should Uchiha Flame choose to run for clan leader, Uchiha Shana would offer his unwavering support. Tobarama's grandson, Tsunade's cousin Senju Orangewater, addressed Uchiha Shana. The Uchiha clan is known as the fighting clan of Konoha. Each clan leader has been a prodigy in the world of shinobi. Currently, the elite of the Uchiha clan are concentrated within the Konoha Guard. Therefore, the next Uchiha clan leader will undoubtedly emerge from the ranks of the Guard. Uchiha Fugaku has recently assumed the role of captain of the Uchiha Guard, while Uchiha Flame is merely a commoner. Uchiha Shana shot a cold glance at Senju Orangewater, seemingly disinterested in countering his assertion. That day, the Flame Eatery was bustling with customers. Ninjas from various families in Konoha, alongside numerous commoners, flocked to the eatery. On one hand, they were drawn to the fine sake and delectable cuisine. On the other, many were eager to glean gossip regarding the Uchiha Clan leadership election. As the day swiftly passed, evening approached. Under Uchiha Flame's encouragement, the patrons slowly departed the Flame Eatery. At that moment, only Uchiha Flame and Tsunade remained in the establishment. Uchiha Flame prepared to close up, having tidied nearly everything. Yet, Tsunade seemed disinclined to leave the Flame Eatery. I want to know, is the resurrection technique you mentioned yesterday genuine? Indeed, it is a forbidden technique I am currently developing, Uchiha Flame affirmed with a gentle nod. Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, still harboring a degree of skepticism regarding Uchiha Flame's claims. After a moment's hesitation, she could not resist inquiring, how exactly does the resurrection technique bring the deceased back to life? The forbidden resurrection technique was Uchiha Flame's closely guarded secret. In truth, Tsunade should not have pried so deeply. However, as a renowned medical expert, her curiosity regarding Uchiha Flame's resurrection technique was insatiable. More importantly, she sought to ascertain whether Uchiha Flame's technique could indeed resurrect her brother, Nawaki. Nawaki held an irreplaceable significance in Tsunade's heart. As she gazed closely at Uchiha Flame, a hint of trepidation crossed her mind, fearing he might refuse to divulge the information. Uchiha Flame, observing Tsunade's earnest expression, inquired, "Do you truly wish to know?" "Yes." Tsunade nodded emphatically. Uchiha Flame locked the door of the Flame Eatery and turned to Tsunade, saying, "Follow me. I will share the detailed progress of the resurrection technique with you." Upon hearing Uchiha Flame's words, Tsunade's eyes widened, and she hurried to keep pace with him. Thus, as dusk settled, Tsunade accompanied Uchiha Flame to the area where the Uchiha Clan congregated. However, upon entering the Uchiha district, the clan members observed Tsunade and Uchiha Flame walking together, casting incredulous glances in their direction. Uchiha Shuka, an ordinary shopkeeper, remarked, "Oh, how novel. Flame has brought a woman home." Uchiha Jin, another shopkeeper, added, "Could she be Flame's girlfriend?" The Uchiha Clan members on the street exchanged furtive glances, speculating on the nature of the relationship between Uchiha Flame and Tsunade. "Why has that girl entered our Uchiha district? I bet they're a couple." As the street chatter grew increasingly ridiculous, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, that girl looks awfully familiar." The others, recalling something, gasped, "That's Tsunade. The Tsunade of the Senju clan." The realization that Tsunade of the Senju clan had ventured into the Uchiha territory sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. As night deepened, the implications of Tsunade following Uchiha Flame home became increasingly perplexing. Chapter 4. Can you truly resurrect my brother? As Tsunade walked through the streets of the Uchiha residential area, the whispers behind her caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Sweat. At that moment, Tsunade realized that following Uchiha Flame home at night might easily lead to misunderstandings. After a short while, they arrived at a quaint courtyard. Uchiha Flame opened the door and stepped inside. Tsunade hesitated momentarily. In her life, she had never visited a boy's home so late, leaving her feeling somewhat flustered. However, after a brief moment of uncertainty, she ultimately decided to follow Uchiha Flame into the courtyard. "It's so dark in here." "Of course it's dark. I'm an orphan, living alone," Uchiha Flame replied. Tsunade recalled that Uchiha Flame's parents had perished while on a mission. Now, he was indeed just an orphan. Uchiha Flame switched on the lights, illuminating the courtyard. In the living room, he poured a cup of warm water for Tsunade, and they sat face to face, mere inches apart. Having held her curiosity for so long, Tsunade finally asked, "Can you explain the resurrection technique to me in detail?" Uchiha Flame found himself momentarily at a loss for how to articulate his explanation. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Yehuo elucidated. "Apart from the Edo Tensei technique, have you heard of any other skills capable of resurrecting the deceased?" Tsunade gently shook her head. Drawing upon his memories from a previous life filled with anime, Uchiha Yehuo continued, "There are myriad resurrection techniques. Currently, in our world, there exist 3 ninjutsu methods that can bring the dead back to life: Edo Tensei, the rebirth of the samsara, and the technique of life reversal. Additionally, in universes such as Dragon Ball, various weapons, artifacts, and items like the Yomi fruit and resurrection potions can also resurrect the departed. Furthermore, there are unique abilities such as the 12 Trials, the Light of Awakening, and the Return of the Dead, which can also restore life to the deceased. However, these resurrection items and techniques are currently non-existent in the ninja world. Moreover, the aforementioned resurrection skills are imperfect. For instance, Edo Tensei can only summon the soul of the deceased back to the living world. It does not genuinely revive them. The 6 paths of reincarnation and the technique of life reversal demand the life of the caster in exchange for the life of the deceased. The light of awakening and resurrection potions often turn the revived into mere zombies. Uchiha Yehuo elaborated on the resurrection techniques from his past life to Tsunade, who, as a renowned medical ninja, stared in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. The resurrection methods he described far exceeded her understanding. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Yehuo, a hint of disappointment flickering in her gaze. Aside from Edo Tensei, which can summon the souls of the deceased, the rest remain merely theoretical. If you rely solely on these theories to resurrect Rope Tree, it is impossible. Alas, I foolishly held on to a glimmer of hope for you. Tsunade's complexion appeared somewhat haggard, as the final vestiges of hope for resurrecting Rope Tree seemed to vanish. Uchiha Yehuo discerned the disappointment etched on Tsunade's face. My research into resurrection techniques extends beyond mere theory. I have achieved certain practical results. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately lifted her head, her gaze sharpening. Oh, you have achieved practical results? Come with me. Aware of Tsunade's skepticism, Uchiha Yehuo rose and made his way to the basement, followed closely by Tsunade. Soon, they arrived in the spacious basement. Tsunade surveyed the area with keen interest. Inside, there was a lively orange cat. Tsunade turned to Uchiha Yehuo. What have you brought me here for? Without responding, Uchiha Yehuo approached the playful orange cat, picking it up and handing it to Tsunade. Isn't this a perfectly normal cat? Tsunade regarded the feline with curiosity. This cat is quite lively. There's nothing wrong with it. As a medical expert, she could immediately ascertain that it was a healthy orange cat. Uchiha Yehuo took the cat back from Tsunade with one hand while grasping a sharp knife with the other. Without hesitation, he plunged the knife directly into the cat's heart. Meow. The cat let out a piercing cry, collapsing lifelessly as blood flowed freely. Tsunade's heart tightened, her eyes wide with shock. Why are you so cruel? Why would you kill this adorable orange cat? Her tone bore a hint of reproach. Uchiha Yehuo handed the bloodied cat back to Tsunade. Is this cat dead? Tsunade took the cat, her heart racing in disbelief. Ignoring her silence, Uchiha Yehuo retrieved the cat from her grasp and placed it on the table. Suddenly, a brilliant emerald light emanated from his hands, resembling fresh green buds glistening with vitality. Uchiha Yehuo placed his hands upon the orange cat, and an astonishing scene unfolded before Tsunade's eyes. The cat's massive wound began to heal at a visible rate, and within moments, the orange cat astonishingly regained consciousness. Although its body was still stained with blood, its demeanor remained as lively and adorable as before. Tsunade stared, utterly astonished. Just moments ago, this cat was clearly dead in my hands. How could it suddenly come back to life? And how could its wounds heal in an instant? What on earth is happening? The medical techniques of the ninja world would not be able to revive a deceased cat. The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. Tsunade's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise as she fixed her gaze upon Uchiha Yehuo. Their eyes locked, and after a brief silence, Tsunade, breathless and somewhat excited, inquired, Yehuo, could it be that you truly possess resurrection skills? Can you help me bring my deceased brother Rope Tree back to life? Her eyes brimmed with longing and hope. Rope Tree was Tsunade's only younger brother, and reviving him was of utmost importance to her. Uchiha Yehuo, observing Tsunade's fervent desire, released the orange cat from his grip. The cat swiftly leaped to the ground, moving with agility. A glimmer of hope flickered in Tsunade's eyes as she intently watched the cat dart about. Chapter 5. I can connect to the Pure Land. Tsunade, witnessing the lively cat on the ground, felt a jolt of shock. Soon, as thoughts of her brother surfaced, her astonishment transformed into a glimmer of excitement. She turned to Uchiha Yehuo, her face alight with anticipation. Since you can revive the deceased cat, then surely you can also bring my brother Rope Tree back to life, right? Uchiha Yehuo gently shook his head. Currently, my resurrection techniques are still in their infancy. While I can revive the cat, I am not yet able to directly resurrect a human. Upon hearing Uchiha Yehuo's words, Tsunade's brow furrowed, a shadow of despondency crossing her features. You can only revive small animals, but not people. Many forbidden techniques often utilize small animals as test subjects. Although Uchiha Yehuo's resurrection technique successfully revives small animals, as a medical ninja, Tsunade understood that resurrecting humans would require extensive experimentation, research, exploration, and testing, a process that could be exceedingly long and fraught with the possibility of failure. Contemplating this, her earlier excitement waned, and with a faint sigh, she remarked, Yehuo, Is this truly the latest development in your resurrection techniques? To Tsunade, the ability to revive an orange cat did not constitute a significant breakthrough capable of reviving the deceased. In that moment, her heart, once brimming with hope, felt a sudden chill. Uchiha Yehuo noticed the disappointment etched on Tsunade's face. This is not the pinnacle of my resurrection research. If my advancements were so limited, I would not have brought you to my home. Hearing this, Tsunade instantly lifted her head, curiosity glimmering in her once despondent eyes. Reviving the orange cat is not the latest achievement of your resurrection technique? As Uchiha Yehuo observed Tsunade's astonishment, he explained, I have drawn upon the strengths of various resurrection techniques and innovated upon them. At present, I am capable of linking to the Pure Land. Tsunade gazed at Uchiha Yehuo, her expression filled with confusion. The Pure Land? Are you referring to the realm where the souls of the deceased reside? You can connect to the Pure Land? Tsunade appeared utterly bewildered. Clearly, this concept surpassed the realm of understanding for even the most proficient medical ninja in the ninja world. However, Tsunade had never contemplated the idea of healing those who had already departed from this world, nor of retrieving souls from the Pure Land. In the realm of ordinary perception, such feats were utterly inconceivable. Uchiha Yehuo gazed at the bewildered Tsunade and began to elucidate. Indeed, I possess the ability to connect with the Pure Land. Upon entering, I can engage in face-to-face communication with the deceased. Yet, at present, I am unable to resurrect the souls from the Pure Land back into the realm of the living. Upon hearing Uchiha Yehuo's words, Tsunade furrowed her brows, her expression still one of disbelief. The Pure Land, the abode of souls departed. What manner of world is that? Uchiha Yehuo explained. The Pure Land is a mysterious sanctuary. After death, the soul does not perish, but rather journeys to the Pure Land to exist. Even upon reaching this realm, souls are still capable of interacting with one another. Tsunade's eyes widened with curiosity as she listened intently. The description of the Pure Land sparked immense intrigue within her. Could it be that the souls of the deceased can truly return from the Pure Land to the realm of the living, achieving resurrection? Uchiha Yehuo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is possible for one to return from death, albeit with great difficulty. Tsunade's delicate features tightened in concern. Great difficulty? Uchiha Yehuo continued. Currently, all known resurrection techniques fail to perfectly restore the deceased. For instance, the impure world reincarnation merely summons the souls of the departed into the physical realm, rendering them as mere puppets or zombies devoid of true life. Tsunade's expression faltered. She certainly did not wish for her brother, Shinsuke, to return as a lifeless puppet or a mindless zombie. However, I am aware of an individual in the ninja world who can flawlessly resurrect the deceased from the Pure Land. Who might that be? That person is the Sage of the Six Paths. The Sage of the Six Paths? Uchiha Yehuo provided a brief introduction to the Sage of the Six Paths. Tsunade stared intently at Uchiha Yehuo, her eyes filled with astonishment. After listening to his explanation, she found it hard to fathom that Uchiha Yehuo, an ordinary civilian who had not yet attained even the rank of genin, possessed such profound insights into the resurrection of the dead. The concepts of Dragon Balls, Yomi Fruit, and the 12 trials, which Uchiha Yehuo mentioned, were entirely foreign to her. Tsunade gazed at Uchiha Yehuo with a mixture of awe and admiration, her breath quickening. At that moment, she began to truly recognize the depth of knowledge possessed by this Uchiha, civilian ninja. Uchiha Yehuo remarked, my resurrection technique may very well enable the revived souls to suffer no after-effects, achieving a resurrection akin to that of the Sage of the Six Paths, or perhaps even surpassing it. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy illuminated Tsunade's astonished gaze. She suddenly grasped Uchiha Yehuo's hand tightly. Yehuo, when do you anticipate successfully developing the resurrection technique? That is difficult to determine. There is no specific timeline. It may take a month if all goes well, or perhaps a year if it does not. Tsunade's beautiful eyes sparkled with hope. Even a year's time does not seem excessively long. As long as I can preserve Shinsuke's body to prevent decay during that year. Then a year from now, my brother Shinsuke can be resurrected. Moreover, perhaps the resurrection technique could be perfected even within a month. With such hopeful thoughts, Tsunade's previously somber expression blossomed into a radiant smile. Uchiha Yehuo observed her fair hands clutched around his own. Tsunade, immersed in her joyful reverie, suddenly realized the proximity of their bodies and the intimacy of their clasped hands, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Notably, at this moment, Tsunade was 25 years old and had yet to embark on a romantic relationship with Kato Dan. In other words, She had remained single throughout her life. After a brief silence in the basement, Tsunade looked up at Uchiha Yehuo Fire. If this resurrection technique is successfully developed, it will dismantle the barrier between the ninja world and the Pure Land, allowing the two realms to connect and enabling the resurrection of souls from the Pure Land. This would undoubtedly be a forbidden technique. Why are you willing to share such a powerful forbidden technique with me? With curiosity, Tsunade scrutinized Uchiha Yehuo Fire. In recent days, I have observed your despair and desolation following the death of your brother, Shinsuke. You are a good girl, and since we are friends, I fear that you may harbor thoughts of hopelessness. Thus, I decided to share this rudimentary resurrection technique with you. There is still hope for reviving Shinsuke. With memories of the past life of Naruto, Uchiha Yehuo Fire held a favorable impression of Tsunade. After hearing his words, Tsunade felt a tremor in her heart. Surprised by the kindness displayed by this young man before her, a newfound affection blossomed in her gaze as she looked at Uchiha Yehuo Fire. Hey, you mentioned that you have recently made progress in connecting to the Pure Land. Could you take me there to see Shinsuke? Tsunade's heart ached with longing for her deceased brother, and the thought of Uchiha Yehuo Fire's ability to enter the Pure Land sparked her desire to visit him. Uchiha Yehuo Fire pondered for a moment before responding. I can indeed enter the Pure Land without issue. However, Tsunade's eyes darted with urgency as she pressed. However, what? Uchiha Yehuo Fire continued. Recently, I attempted to enter the Pure Land in a spiritual state. During that attempt, I successfully entered the Pure Land and returned to the realm of the living. However, I discovered that entering the Pure Land consumes a substantial amount of physical and mental energy. Currently, my reserves of both are insufficient to sustain a prolonged presence in the Pure Land. Additionally, my spiritual strength may not be robust enough, resulting in instability while in a spiritual state. Tsunade's eyes widened, her expression filled with earnest longing as she implored. Yehuo Fire, please, take me to the Pure Land. He is my only brother. Since Shinsuke's passing, I have missed him dearly. I long to see my brother Shinsuke once more. Tears glistened in her beautiful eyes as she spoke. Seeing Tsunade's vulnerable state, Uchiha Yehuo Fire relented. Very well. I will take you to the Pure Land to meet Shinsuke. However, my spiritual strength is limited, so our time together will not be prolonged. Tsunade nodded eagerly. Before we venture to the Pure Land, I must assess your physical and mental energy levels. If they are too deficient, you will be unable to enter the Pure Land. Even if I manage to bring you along, your body and mind may suffer significant backlash. Tsunade, with a slight furrow in her brow, pondered inwardly. Could it be that my spiritual strength is inferior to that of the civilian Uchiha Yehuo Fire? Standing closely before Tsunade, Uchiha Yehuo Fire extended his right hand and pressed his fingers against her forehead. Suddenly, Tsunade felt a surge of powerful physical and mental energy coursing into her. This energy flowed through her being. Tsunade's eyes widened. Her lips trembled in astonishment. How can Yehuo Fire possess such formidable power? After awakening his divine physique, Uchiha Yehuo Fire's physical energy had become exceedingly potent. In his pursuit of developing the resurrection technique, his innate talent and extraordinary understanding had also significantly enhanced his mental energy. After a brief examination, Uchiha Yehuo withdrew his fingers from Tsunade's forehead. It is tolerable. I shall now usher you into the Pure Land. Do you possess any items or even a strand of hair that belonged to Shimura during his lifetime? The Pure Land is vast, and it is only by utilizing the belongings of Shimura that we can locate him within this realm. Tsunade furrowed her brow, listening intently to Uchiha Yehuo's words. Her gaze shifting as she pondered, items used by Shimura in his lifetime? Of course, the crystalline necklace around my neck. She removed a necklace adorned with an irregular, rectangular green crystal. This necklace was left to me by my grandfather, the first Hokage, and later gifted to my brother, Hashirama. Uchiha Yehuo took the crystalline necklace from Tsunade's hands. Steady yourself, hold on tightly to me, close your eyes, clear your mind, and concentrate your spiritual energy. He quickly formed hand seals. Soon, Tsunade felt her soul entering an ethereal state, her body becoming weightless, as if she were soaring like a comet towards the distant sky. A yellow light streaking across the heavens. After a moment, Uchiha Yehuo's voice resounded. All right, you may open your eyes now. Tsunade opened her eyes, her face a tableau of astonishment as she discovered herself in an unfamiliar environment. Is this truly the Pure Land? Indeed, this is the realm of the Pure Land. Uchiha Yehuo surveyed their surroundings. Based on the crystalline necklace that belonged to Shimura, he should be nearby. However, my spiritual energy can only sustain us for a limited duration, so we must find him swiftly. Tsunade's eyes revealed a hint of incredulity as she noticed the ethereal quality of both her and Uchiha Yehuo's bodies. Is this the state of the spirit? Uchiha Yehuo did not linger, grasping Tsunade's hand as they searched for Shimura. After some time spent in pursuit, they found no trace of him. Tsunade, holding Uchiha Yehuo's hand, felt a twinge of confusion. Yehuo, could it be that there is no one around? That Shimura is not here. Uchiha Yehuo's brows knitted slightly in contemplation. With the guidance of Shimura's relic, the crystalline necklace, he should be close to us. What could possibly be amiss? Just as they were engulfed in confusion, a deep, resonant voice echoed through the air. Who are these little brats, daring to disturb me in the Pure Land? Despite being merely a voice, it bore an aura of menace and authority. Upon hearing this voice, Tsunade tightly gripped Uchiha Yehuo's hand, her brow furrowing. Uchiha Yehuo's demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance. They scanned their surroundings, yet found no one. As they remained perplexed, a figure clad in ancient red armor approached them slowly from a distance. Tsunade's delicate brows knitted in caution as she regarded the approaching man, sensing an inexplicable and formidable presence. Who is he? Why is Shimura not here? In the face of this overwhelming pressure, Tsunade was prepared for battle. Uchiha Yehuo, recalling his past life memories coupled with the imposing aura of the approaching figure, seemed to deduce. Could he be Uchiha Madara? Tsunade's heart raced in shock upon hearing Yehuo's words. Chapter 7. The Threat from Uchiha. Tsunade frowned, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at the figure advancing toward them. Yehuo, why have we not encountered Shimura, yet instead encountered Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Yehuo's face bore a hint of confusion. Using the crystalline necklace for guidance, we should have been near Shimura. Yet, here stands Uchiha Madara before us. Where has the issue arisen? Suddenly, Tsunade recalled, the crystalline necklace was left by my grandfather, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. I have heard him mention that the necklace contains chakra seals preserved from his lifetime, possessing the power to suppress the Nine Tails. Could it be that some of the Nine Tails' power resides within the crystalline necklace? Perhaps this chakra is connected to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Yehuo pondered. That seems plausible. Although the crystalline necklace is a relic of Shimura, the Nine Tails' power may have overshadowed the lingering essence of Shimura within it. The chakra of the Nine Tails has led us to the location of Uchiha Madara in the Pure Land. Upon hearing Uchiha Yehuo's analysis, Tsunade clenched her delicate fist in realization. How infuriating. It was my oversight. She understood that Uchiha Madara was a legendary genius of the ninja world. To this day, aside from her grandfather, the god of shinobi Senju Hashirama, no one could rival Uchiha Madara. Tsunade felt a surge of anxiety as her heart raced uncontrollably. She never imagined that one day she would confront the formidable Uchiha Madara in person. Yehuo, what should we do now? Is it possible that we might perish in the Pure Land? In the face of danger, a woman's heart often reveals its vulnerability, yearning for a man to rely upon, even if that woman is Tsunade herself. At this moment, Uchiha Yehuo was Tsunade's sole support. He could summon the necessary seals to return her to the realm of the living at any moment. However, would he have time to form the seals before Uchiha Madara truly stood before them? If they feared perishing in the Pure Land, the optimal choice would be to hastily form the seals and escape back to reality before Madara reached them. Yet, in this critical moment, Uchiha Yehuo did not form the seals, but instead fixed his gaze intently upon the increasingly distinct figure of Uchiha Madara. Having come to the Pure Land at great effort, let us first observe the situation before acting. Tsunade nodded gently in agreement. Before long, Uchiha Madara stood before Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade, observing the two standing shoulder to shoulder. Uchiha Madara expressed his curiosity. Huh? Where did these two little brats come from? How did they arrive in my domain? Uchiha Madara scrutinized Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade. Spotting the clan symbols on their garments, he recognized their identities. Ah, you two hail from the Uchiha and Senju clans? Faced with the powerful aura of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Yehuo did not falter but rather replied with composure. Indeed, I am from the Uchiha clan, and she is from the Senju clan. Today, we lost our sense of direction and inadvertently trespassed into your territory, esteemed elder. Uchiha Madara regarded them with curiosity. Oh, you lost your way, even in your spiritual forms. You seem somewhat different from the souls of the deceased, inhabiting the Pure Land. The seasoned Uchiha Madara discerned instantly that Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade's spiritual forms appeared more solid and weighty compared to those of the souls in the Pure Land, though they still bore an air of ethereality, as if they might vanish at any moment. Uchiha Yehuo, opting for honesty without unnecessary circumlocution, stated plainly, we are beings from the living ninja world, not deceased. We entered the Pure Land through a technique capable of reviving the dead. We intended to search for Shimura, but we lost our way and encountered you, esteemed elder. Upon hearing Uchiha Yehuo's words, Uchiha Madara's previously calm demeanor suddenly stiffened. Even with his vast experience and composed nature, he felt a jolt of surprise. Little brat, what did you say? You come from the living ninja world? You entered the Pure Land using a technique to revive the dead? In that moment, Uchiha Yehuo's brief remarks left Uchiha Madara dumbfounded, inundated with a torrent of confusion. Uchiha Yehuo continued, esteemed elder, entering the Pure Land from the living realm expends a significant amount of spiritual energy. I cannot maintain this state for much longer. Uchiha Madara perceived the spiritual forms of Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade, noting their instability and fluctuations, which confirmed to him that Uchiha Yehuo was not lying. In this situation, Uchiha Madara was not one to linger. Child, enlighten me about the resurrection ninjutsu you mentioned. Madara harbored a profound desire to resurrect himself and return to the tangible world of Shinobi, which piqued his immense interest in the resurrection technique referred to by Uchiha Yehuo. However, it was inconceivable that Uchiha Yehuo would divulge the fruits of his arduous research to Madara. There exists an ancient adage: a physician does not share secrets lightly, nor does a master sell their knowledge cheaply. Without the slightest hesitation, Uchiha Yehuo firmly declined. I will not disclose the resurrection technique to you without cause. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. You will not reveal the resurrection technique without reason? Then, child, let us strike a bargain. I shall spare your lives. I will not kill you if you reveal to me the method behind the resurrection technique. Otherwise, I will ensure that your souls remain forever in this Pure Land. At the sound of Madara's commanding voice, Tsunade trembled, her heart racing with alarm. This is dire. If I do not disclose the sealing process of the resurrection technique to Madara, both Ihwa and I may perish in the real world of Shinobi. Yet, revealing the sealing process could lead to Madara's resurrection. Regardless of whether I share the technique with him, the consequences could be catastrophic. Just as Tsunade was mired in her turmoil, Uchiha Yehuo's gaze sharpened as he addressed Madara, his tone composed yet assertive. I do not take kindly to threats. This is an unfair exchange, a mere act of bullying. Under these circumstances, I cannot comply. Before Yehuo could elaborate further, Uchiha Madara moved with blinding speed. Sensing the impending threat, Uchiha Yehuo activated his three-tomo Sharingan and hastily began forming hand seals, intending to return to the reality of the Shinobi world with Tsunade. In the brief moment that Yehuo was sealing, Madara appeared before him, a smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, Remarkable. At such a young age, you have awakened your three-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha child, your talent for cultivation is commendable. However, he then coldly asserted, unfortunately, your sealing speed is too slow. With a swift motion of his arm, Madara interrupted Yehuo's actions, shattering the hope of returning to the real world. Tsunade's eyes widened in horror as she observed the two Uchiha, her heart trembling with dread. The failure to complete the sealing meant that Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade could not escape Madara's clutches. To Madara, Yehuo was merely a junior of the Uchiha clan. Daring to defy his will, Madara sought to impart a small lesson to this descendant of the Uchiha. With a powerful hand, he struck towards Yehuo's chest, a twisted smile curling his lips. The force of this strike was meticulously controlled, ensuring that it would not kill Yehuo, but would certainly deliver a painful lesson. Yet, as Madara's hand met Yehuo, a resounding clap echoed through the air. To both Tsunade's astonishment and Madara's shock, he found himself struck by his own hand, sent flying backwards, while Yehuo remained unharmed in his position. Chapter 8. A fair exchange with Uchiha Madara. Madara had aimed for Yehuo, but in a bizarre twist, his hand had inexplicably struck his own chest. With a muffled grunt, he was propelled several meters away. What just transpired? I distinctly aimed for the child's chest, yet my strike landed upon myself. This resembles my own rebound technique, the Uchiha rebound. Regaining his balance, Madara furrowed his brow, deeply perplexed. The reason he had struck himself was due to Yehuo's mastery of a divine technique called malicious rebound, learned through his past life's memories and his exceptional talent. This technique ensured that any harmful action directed towards Yehuo would be redirected back to the aggressor. The moment Yehuo made contact, Madara inadvertently bore the brunt of his own attack. Tsunade was astonished to witness Yehuo activating his three-tomo Sharingan in the face of danger. This Uchiha child has concealed his abilities remarkably well. When did he unlock the three-tomo Sharingan? Tsunade mused, her thoughts racing as she turned to Madara. How is it possible that Yehuo could repel Uchiha Madara? He is merely a civilian from Konoha, not even a low-ranking shinobi. Madara bellowed with his gruff, domineering voice. Child, what technique did you just employ? Uchiha Yehuo, naturally reluctant to reveal his divine technique of malicious rebound, refrained from directly answering Madara's inquiry. Instead, He maintained a composed demeanor and stated, "Elder, if Tsunade and I perish in this realm, you will gain no valuable information from us, which would serve you no benefit. I propose a fair exchange." Madara, regarding him with a disdainful gaze, replied arrogantly, "Humph. What qualifications do you two children possess to negotiate with me?" As he spoke, a hint of condescension laced his words. Uchiha Yehuo's gaze sharpened as he addressed Madara. "Do you wish to uncover the true secrets of the stone tablet at the Uchiha Nana Shrine? Are you curious about the progress of the Moon Si plan in the real Shinobi world? Do you seek to know the true identity of Kagaya? Or the current developments of the Uchiha and Senju clans in Konoha? Beyond my resurrection technique, there exist 3 other resurrection ninjutsu in the Shinobi world. Would you like to know all the resurrection techniques available?" Despite his prior knowledge, Yehuo spoke conservatively, omitting future events, aware that his rebirth in this world might alter the course of history. Upon hearing Yehuo's barrage of questions, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed on him in disbelief. "What? Many of these topics that Yehuo just mentioned are unfamiliar to me. The secret of the Nana Shrine? The Moon Si plan? Kagaya?" However, Madara, fully aware of these matters, furrowed his brow, his expression stern. "Uchiha child, how much do you truly know?" Yehuo responded with unwavering confidence. "I am well acquainted with all that pertains to you." Madara's attention sharpened, clearly intrigued by Yehuo's assertion of a fair exchange. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Very well, child. How shall we proceed with this exchange? It is simple. You pose a question to me, and I shall pose one to you in return. We will each answer the other's inquiries," Yehuo proposed, observing that Madara's earlier disdain had waned, replaced with a semblance of respect. Nonetheless, traces of derision still lingered on Madara's countenance. "Little brat, you recently mentioned a matter that piqued my interest solely regarding the resurrection technique and the Moon Si plan. As for the other concerns, even without your mention, I am already well aware." Uchiha Yehuo allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "Senior, with your Rinnegan, you have discerned that the fusion of the powers of Senju and Uchiha can indeed yield an even mightier force. Yet, the content inscribed on the stone tablet you have seen has been tampered with. The information is erroneous." Upon hearing Uchiha Yehuo's words, Uchiha Madara felt a jolt of unease. This little brat possesses knowledge of the stone's secrets. Could it be that what I know about the stone is false? How could that be possible? Doubts began to creep into Uchiha Madara's mind. Uchiha Yehuo continued, "Kagaya deceived you. Kagaya is not merely an independent wolf formed from your Rinnegan. She harbors another clandestine identity." Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed with suspicion. Kagaya is not my will. How can that be?" At that moment, Uchiha Madara's expression turned grave, the air of disdain vanishing entirely from his countenance. The revelations from Uchiha Yehuo struck him with profound psychological impact. Even Tsunade, who stood beside Uchiha Yehuo, realized that she was only now truly comprehending the depth of Uchiha Yehuo's knowledge. Uchiha Yehuo, his demeanor serious, cautioned, "Senior, my spiritual energy is depleting rapidly in this pure land. I cannot remain here much longer. If you have any inquiries, please pose them swiftly." Uchiha Madara, noticing the souls of the 2 children before him flickering and growing increasingly unstable, understood that time was of the essence. He inquired directly, "Little brat, enlighten me about the resurrection techniques in the ninja world. I can answer one of your questions in return." Uchiha Yehuo did not hesitate, promptly responding, "Including my resurrection technique. There are 4 resurrection techniques in the ninja world. The first is the impure world reincarnation, devised by the second Hokage. The second is the rebirth into life technique, a secret reincarnation ninjutsu developed in the land of wind, utilizing all of one's chakra as a medium to transfer life force to the deceased. The third is the 6 paths rebirth technique, which requires the Rinnegan, as you should already be aware. The fourth is the resurrection technique I am currently developing." Uchiha Yehuo expounded upon all the resurrection techniques in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed intently at this young Uchiha. "Little brat, how do you know so much?" Uchiha Madara could scarcely fathom how a mere child from the Uchiha clan of the future possessed knowledge that even surpassed his own. That makes it the second question. Now it is my turn to inquire. After listening to Uchiha Yehuo, Uchiha Madara's gaze sharpened, and after a brief hesitation, he spoke in a rough voice. I will answer one of your questions. Time is limited in this pure land." Uchiha Yehuo, not wanting to waste a moment, replied resolutely, "I wish to know your insights on the evolution from the 3-tomo Sharingan to the Mangekyō Sharingan, and then to the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan." Chapter 9. Did Tsunade and I spend the night together? Uchiha Madara's gaze narrowed as he regarded Uchiha Yehuo's 3-tomo Sharingan. "Do you wish to unlock the Mangekyō Sharingan?" "Indeed. I have attempted to evolve my 3-tomo Sharingan into the Mangekyō Sharingan, yet I possess no experience. Uchiha Madara smirked, a devilish grin adorning his lips. How old are you? 18. Uchiha Madara nodded gently. The Uchiha clan of the future has produced such a prodigious child. I would not mind guiding you on the cultivation methods of the Sharingan. To possess a 3-tomo Sharingan is already remarkable within the clan. After all, further evolution requires not only diligent training, but also a certain innate talent. Uchiha Madara candidly recounted the ultimate form of the Sharingan, detailing the unique abilities of each Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Yehuo listened intently, fully absorbed in the teachings. After a while, Uchiha Madara concluded his exposition. Uchiha Yehuo let out a quiet sigh of relief, for he had been on the brink of exhausting his physical and spiritual energy in that moment. In pursuit of Uchiha Madara's insights on the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Yehuo strained himself to the limit. Suddenly, Uchiha Yehuo's spiritual form began to tremble violently. This is untenable. Tsunade, hold on tight. We must depart swiftly. I cannot endure any longer. As the words left his mouth, Uchiha Yehuo swiftly formed hand seals. Uchiha Madara, with a cold glint in his eyes, observed Uchiha Yehuo's actions, seemingly without intent to obstruct him. Tsunade looked on with concern etched across her face. Soon enough, Tsunade felt the world around her plunge into darkness, her body lifting from the ground as if propelled by a shooting star across the sky. In an instant, when Tsunade opened her eyes again, she found herself in the basement of Uchiha Yehuo's home. Her face lit up with joy. Yehuo, we are back. However, Tsunade suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her. Her body weary. What is happening to me? She turned to Uchiha Yehuo, only to discover him collapsed on the ground. Yehuo, what has happened to you? Tsunade's face filled with worry as her beautiful eyes sparkled with concern for Uchiha Yehuo. Lying on the ground, Uchiha Yehuo, with half-opened eyes, weakly gazed at Tsunade. We exceeded our time limit in the Pure Land. The resurrection technique drained a significant amount of my physical and spiritual energy. As of now, I lack even the strength to speak. Tsunade's eyes widened in understanding. So that's how it is. To care for Uchiha Yehuo and restore his strength. She decided to remain at his home that night. Tsunade, dragging her fatigued body, emerged from the basement and made her way to the kitchen, gathering various food and drink to bring back down to Uchiha Yehuo. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara watched as Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade transformed into two beams of golden light, streaking across the sky before vanishing at the horizon's edge. What an astonishing little brat. How could such an anomaly arise in the Uchiha clan after my death? How does this child know so many secrets of the ninja world? I wonder how the Moon's Eye plan is progressing now. Was the content on the stone tablet at the Nanha shrine tampered with? Is Kagaya not the independent will generated by my Rinnegan? How are the Uchiha and Senju clans faring in Konoha now? The 4 resurrection techniques in the ninja world? How intriguing. In the Pure Land, the encounter with the young brat had left Uchiha Madara with an abundance of questions. The reason Uchiha Madara did not intervene when Uchiha Yehuo hastily departed was twofold. First, because the boy belonged to the Uchiha clan, a member of his own kin. And second, because the vast knowledge the boy possessed had sparked immense curiosity and interest within Uchiha Madara. Oh, how foolish of me. I forgot to ask that little brat's name. I wonder when I shall have the chance to meet him again. Uchiha Madara's heart brimmed with anticipation for a future reunion with the young child. The following day, in Uchiha Yehuo's home, both Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade, having exhausted their physical and spiritual energies, lay fast asleep in the basement. They awoke naturally, the sun already high in the sky. Tsunade's cheeks flushed, despite the absence of any untoward incidents between them. However, after all, sleeping in the same basement, Tsunade unexpectedly felt a wave of shyness wash over her. With a delicate furrow of her brows and her enchanting eyes glimmering, she gazed intently at Uchiha Yehuo. Uchiha Yehuo, rising from the ground, scratched his head and sighed, I'm utterly exhausted. Despite not having fully recovered, thanks to Tsunade's nurturing and a night of restful slumber, his spirits had revived significantly. The two supported each other as they emerged from the basement and made their way into the living room. By the way, my Aiha snack shop has yet to open today, Tsunade exclaimed. You exerted too much energy last night. Perhaps we should take a day off. What a vexing situation. My Aiha snack shop has never closed since its inception. It's unavoidable, I suppose. Let us focus on recuperating first. Living alone and unrestrained. Tsunade spent the entire day at Uchiha Yehuo's residence. Unbeknownst to them, rumors about the two were rife throughout the entirety of Konoha village. In the heart of Konoha, outside the Aiha snack shop, the Azure Beast, Might Guy, after his morning exercise, made it his first priority to visit the shop for breakfast. The youthful morning began with a bowl of delicious meatballs. Upon arriving at the snack shop, he was astonished to find a throng of people gathered outside. What on earth? Why is there such a crowd at the Aiha snack shop? Surely, there can't be this many people vying for my meatballs today. As he approached, he overheard snippets of conversation. Jiraiya remarked, "Where has Aiha gone?" Uchiha Shana questioned, "What is going on today?" Kakashi added, "This is rather unusual." Ino chimed in, "The Aiha snack shop has never taken a day off since opening." Choji expressed his discontent. If they were to close, they could at least have given us a heads up. Now we're left waiting in vain. Just as the crowd speculated about Uchiha Aiha's absence from the shop, a figure slowly approached. It was Orochimaru. So many people gathered here. It appears that the Aiha snack shop is quite popular in the village. However, you might be waiting in vain, as Uchiha Aiha will not be coming today. Jiraiya, perplexed, inquired, "How do you know Aiha won't be here?" Orochimaru, with a sly grin, replied, "Tsunade spent the entire night at Uchiha Aiha's home, and I've heard she hasn't left his residence yet today." Jiraiya, who harbored feelings for Tsunade, felt a pang of annoyance at Orochimaru's words. "You're speaking nonsense, Orochimaru." Kakashi interjected, "Tsunade spent the night with Uchiha Aiha?" Ino speculated, could they be in a romantic relationship? Orochimaru hissed with amusement, "A romantic relationship? I fear their connection may transcend that of mere lovers." Mike exclaimed, "Orochimaru, your analysis is quite astute." Asuma's brother, Sarutobi Shinji, remarked, "No wonder Aiha isn't operating today. He must have far more important matters to attend to with Tsunade." Uchiha Shana scoffed him. "Aiha is truly neglecting his duties. The Uchiha clan leader election is imminent. How can he be preoccupied with romantic affairs?" In Uchiha Shana's eyes, Uchiha Aiha was a comrade, as both shared a desire to prevent Uchiha Fugaku from ascending to the position of clan leader. As they absorbed the gossip and speculations, Tsunade's cousin, Senju Orangewater, furrowed his brow. "Orochimaru, how did you learn that Tsunade spent the night with Aiha?" Orochimaru chuckled, "Does it require investigation?" Tsunade went to the Uchiha district and spent the night with Aiha. Many Uchiha clan members witnessed it firsthand, and the news has already spread throughout the Uchiha clan. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Senju Orangewater, who had remained relatively calm until now, felt a surge of anxiety. Tsunade was his only cousin. She must not be carelessly entangled in such matters. Moreover, in his eyes, Uchiha Aiha was merely a commoner, wholly unworthy of his cousin Tsunade. Chapter 10. The Awakening of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Outside the Aiha meatball shop, the more the crowd speculated about Uchiha Aiha and Tsunade's relationship, the more their curiosity grew. Despite not having seen Tsunade at Uchiha Aiha's home, the incessant discussions led them to conclude that Uchiha Aiha must undoubtedly be Tsunade's fiancé. A fiancé? This was intolerable. Jiraiya could hardly contain himself. "Orochimaru, you cannot truly believe what you are saying." Orochimaru grinned, "If you doubt my words, you may visit Uchiha Aiha's home yourself." Enraged, Jiraiya stormed away from the crowd, heading toward Uchiha Aiha's residence. Senju Orangewater, equally curious about the nature of Uchiha Aiha and Tsunade's relationship, called out, "Jiraiya, wait for me. I also wish to know." As the crowd dispersed upon learning of Uchiha Aiha and Tsunade's supposed date, the news spread rapidly. The whispers of Tsunade spending the night at Uchiha Aiha's home soon echoed throughout Konoha village. On the streets of Konoha, discussions regarding Uchiha Aiha and Tsunade were rampant. The Senju and Uchiha clans had always been at odds. How could Tsunade possibly associate with Uchiha Aiha? What was the true nature of their relationship? With Tsunade having spent the night at Uchiha Aiha's home, it was evident they were likely in a romantic relationship. A romantic relationship? It seemed far from simple. Perhaps Tsunade was already Uchiha Aiha's fiancé. The rumors within the village intensified. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, a pipe clenched between his teeth, taking a deep drag and exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Before him knelt an Umbu ninja, who had just reported Tsunade's overnight stay at Uchiha Aiha's home and the ensuing gossip. Hiruzen's expression turned contemplative as he pondered how to address the situation. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and a man with a head wrapped in white bandages and his right arm similarly bound barged in. "Hiruzen, look at what Tsunade has done. The entire village is buzzing about Uchiha Aiha and Tsunade's relationship. Engaging with the Uchiha clan in such a manner, what nonsense is this? How do you plan to handle this?" Shimura Danzo harbored a deep-seated prejudice against the Uchiha clan, and upon hearing of Tsunade's association with Uchiha Aiha, he was incensed. As Danzo unleashed his tirade, Hiruzen exhaled a deep plume of smoke. "Danzo, the Umbu has already reported this to me. You need not worry, I will take care of it." Unsatisfied with Hiruzen's response, Danzo pressed on, What will you do about the romance between Uchiha Haya and Tsunade? Unable to withstand Danzo's relentless inquiries, Hiruzen replied, Romance is the freedom of youth. We can only guide them and should not interfere too much. Danzo's expression darkened as he retorted, This is absurd. Even if it is romance, Tsunade cannot be involved with the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Danzo, stated firmly, All right, Danzo. Tsunade is my student. This has nothing to do with you. I will speak with Tsunade and clarify this matter. You possess no authority to meddle in Tsunade's private affairs. Danzo's objective is to separate Uchiha Haya and Tsunade. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone is resolute, seemingly impervious to dissent. With his aims thwarted, Danzo stormed out of the Hokage's office in a fit of rage. In the Uchiha clan's gathering area, at the residence of Uchiha Haya, Tsunade busied herself concocting potions to restore physical and mental vitality. After consumption, both Uchiha Haya and Tsunade felt their energies revitalized to a significant extent. With closed eyes and held breath, Uchiha Haya contemplated Uchiha Madara's insights regarding the Mangekyō Sharingan. Empowered by his extraordinary talent, he began to cultivate a deeper understanding within his heart. It seemed as though his three-tomo Sharingan was on the verge of a breakthrough. Suddenly, Uchiha Haya opened his eyes. Tsunade, I have conceived some new thoughts regarding the Sharingan. I wish to venture to the back mountains of Konoha for a trial. Upon hearing Haya's words, Tsunade surmised that he had gleaned insights from Madara's teachings. Very well. I shall accompany you. The two departed from the entrance of Uchiha Haya's home. At this hour of the afternoon, the streets lay desolate, devoid of passers-by. Uchiha Haya grasped Tsunade's hand, making their way towards the back mountains of Konoha. Soon, they arrived at a seldom visited, abandoned training ground. The choice of this secluded venue was deliberate, as Uchiha Haya wished to practice the Sharingan discreetly, away from prying eyes. At the training ground, Tsunade stood a short distance away, quietly observing Uchiha Haya, drawing from Madara's experiences and blending them with his unique insights. Uchiha Haya explored the intricacies of the Sharingan, seeking a moment of breakthrough. For the Uchiha clan to transcend from the three-tomo Sharingan to the Mangekyō Sharingan, immense mental fortitude was required. Yet, Uchiha Haya aspired to leap directly to the Mangekyo, relying on Madara's wisdom, his own distinctive revelations, and his prodigious talent. The arduous endeavor persisted throughout the afternoon, with Tsunade steadfastly by Uchiha Haya's side. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha gathering area, a crowd including Jiraiya, Tsunade's cousin Senju Orangewater, and several curious ninjas and villagers convened at Uchiha Haya's doorstep, eager to ascertain Tsunade's whereabouts. However, they discovered the entrance securely locked. Jiraiya and Senju Orangewater even infiltrated the house, yet found no trace of Uchiha Haya or Tsunade. At that moment, Jiraiya felt a sense of relief. That damned Orochimaru dares to spread such rumors. Just wait until I encounter him. Senju Orangewater also sighed in relief. It seems Tsunade isn't at Uchiha Haya's home after all. Perhaps their association is merely gossip. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd echoed. If Uchiha Haya is not at home and has no food stall operating, where could he possibly be? And what of Tsunade? This left Jiraiya and Senju Orangewater in a state of perplexity. To uncover the truth behind Tsunade's alleged companionship with Uchiha Haya, they, along with a few other inquisitive ninjas and villagers, proceeded to Tsunade's residence. By now, evening had fallen, and darkness began to envelop the sky. Abruptly, Uchiha Haya, in a meditative state, opened his eyes. Beneath the dimming twilight, his crimson gaze radiated an eerie brilliance, with a swirling black vortex at the center of his pupils. Encircled by 9 tomo, the black vortex spun rapidly, the 9 tomo swirling around it in a synchronized dance, their speed increasing exponentially. Chapter 11. Trial of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Tsunade stood quietly at the edge of the training ground, sensing the anomaly in Uchiha Haya's eyes. Could this be the Mangekyō Sharingan? Has Haya truly broken through? Her expression revealed a mix of shock and an inability to contain her emotions. Just yesterday, Uchiha Haya had seemed an ordinary civilian, lacking even the qualifications of a genin. Today, she was astonished to discover that he had transcended the 3 tomo and unlocked the Mangekyō Sharingan. Reflecting on the enigmatic questions he had posed to Uchiha Madara, Tsunade pondered, this guy Haya harbors so many hidden secrets. However, upon closer examination, Tsunade noticed that Uchiha Haya's eyes fluctuated between the 9 tomo vortex and the 3 tomo. Was his Sharingan's evolution still unstable? Concern and apprehension crept over Tsunade's countenance, fearing that Haya might encounter complications in awakening the 9 tomo Mangekyō Sharingan. His eyes oscillated erratically between the two forms, indicating a precarious state. Uchiha Yehuo slowly closed his eyes once more, quietly reflecting on the transformations brought about by the awakening of the Mangekyō Sharingan. As half an hour passed, the evening sky grew dimmer. Suddenly, Uchiha Yehuo opened his eyes again, revealing not the blood-red 9 tomo, but rather the ordinary 3 tomo. His gaze stabilized in the form of the 3 tomo Sharingan. Rising from his seated position, Uchiha Yehuo approached Tsunade, who anxiously met him halfway. "Aiha, it seemed as if you were on the brink of a breakthrough." Uchiha Yehuo gently shook his head. "I've identified the opportunity for a breakthrough. However, after expending too much physical and mental energy last night, coupled with my initial insights, while I have grazed the threshold of a breakthrough, I am yet unable to stabilize the state of the Mangekyō Sharingan." Tsunade furrowed her brows, her expression tinged with regret. "Ah, what a pity." A faint smile graced Uchiha Yehuo's lips. "Every journey has its process. Pursuing speed too fervently isn't always beneficial." Tsunade nodded in agreement. Sensing the fatigue in his body, Uchiha Yehuo suggested, "Let us return home." Under the evening twilight, Tsunade followed Uchiha Yehuo through the forest of the back mountains, her face radiant with youthful bliss. It seemed she relished this moment of strolling together with Uchiha Yehuo, feeling an inexplicable fondness towards him. As they walked, they soon emerged from the forest. Tsunade felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, lamenting the brevity of their time together. As they approached a fork in the village road, Tsunade unconsciously followed Uchiha Yehuo toward his home, as if it were a natural course of events. However, after walking a short distance, she furrowed her brow, suddenly realizing that her own home lay in the opposite direction. A sense of unease washed over her. Why was she heading to Yehuo's house tonight? She struggled to conjure a suitable justification in her mind. Uchiha Yehuo seemed to perceive Tsunade's hesitation. They came to a halt. Tsunade, a touch bashful, asked, "How does your body feel now?" Uchiha Yehuo met her gaze closely. "It's recovering adequately." In a fleeting moment, Tsunade wrestled with her thoughts. "If you're all right, then should I return home tonight?" Deep down, she recognized that following Aiha home the previous evening had drawn the attention of several Uchiha clan members, resulting in many curious glances. If tonight, I were to return home with Amaterasu, it could potentially lead to a greater misunderstanding. As the two turned to part ways, a sudden emptiness enveloped Tsunade's heart. At that moment, she realized that the relationship between herself and Uchiha Amaterasu had undergone a subtle transformation. Their bond seemed to have grown more intimate than ever, advancing to a new level. With their backs turned to each other, they slowly distanced themselves. Tsunade returned to her abode. Shortly after arriving home, she was startled by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she found Jiraiya, Senju Orange Water, and a few meddlesome onlookers. When Jiraiya and Senju Orange Water inquired whether she had spent the night with Amaterasu, Tsunade, disinterested, promptly shut the door, dismissing them. Meanwhile, Uchiha Amaterasu returned home and, after a brief respite, closed his eyes in meditation. Drawing upon the insights of Uchiha Madara and his own understanding, he began to decipher the intricacies of the Sharingan. After several hours of intense focus, Amaterasu suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a swirling black vortex and 9 tomos spinning rapidly within his gaze. Moments later, the Sharingan stabilized, achieving the state of the 9 tomo Mangekyō Sharingan. "I have achieved a breakthrough." In that instant, Amaterasu felt a surge of powerful energy erupting within him. The 9 tomo of the Mangekyō Sharingan housed unique and formidable ocular techniques. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming urge to test this newfound power. Casting his gaze out the window, he noticed the rain falling in a gentle drizzle. The night had deepened. It must be the latter half of the night now. The effort expended in unraveling the Mangekyō Sharingan had left Amaterasu fatigued, yet the awakening of its ocular techniques ignited a spark of excitement within him. Donning a raincoat and preparing himself, Amaterasu ventured out, making his way towards the back mountains of Konoha. In the inky darkness and pouring rain, after some time traversing the terrain, Amaterasu arrived at the abandoned training ground in the back mountains of Konoha. After a brief period of contemplation, he discovered that he possessed the unique abilities of Itachi, Shursui, and others with the Mangekyō Sharingan. This may be somewhat related to his reincarnation from a past life into this world. Facing a tree, Amaterasu unleashed the Kodo Amatsukami. Kodo Amatsukami allows the user to infiltrate the opponent's mind undetected and permanently alter their will, effectively turning them into a puppet of the caster. Amaterasu's Kodo Amatsukami illusion lacked any cooldown time, eliminating the drawbacks of Shursui's version. Subsequently, he activated the Mangekyō Sharingan. Amaterasu. Instantly, a torrent of black flames erupted before him, roaring fiercely in the downpour, incinerating a vast expanse of forest. Amaterasu summoned the Susanoo, drawing upon its power embedded within the Mangekyō Sharingan. Suddenly, a colossal, semi-transparent figure enveloped Amaterasu at its core, wielding a green sword in each hand and a shield. Susanoo is the ultimate ninjutsu that combines both offense and defense, possessing unparalleled defensive capabilities alongside extraordinary offensive power. My Susanoo, like Shusui's, is also green. Amaterasu observed the form of his Susanoo with curiosity. Then, the sword in Susanoo's hand sliced through the air, cleaving a vast area of forest in an instant. Another strike struck the ground, causing it to tremble violently and crack open. What formidable power! Amaterasu marveled internally. The black vortex and 9 tomo in his eyes spun rapidly. Suddenly, the green giant hurled 9 orbs of green flame into the distance. These 9 orbs, resembling the tomo of the Sharingan, were akin to throwing shuriken. The 9 orbs, akin to the tomo design of the Sharingan, are launched like shuriken. This is a long-range ultimate technique. The 9 massive green tomo soared towards the horizon. Boom, boom, boom. The distant sound of 9 explosive detonations echoed. Several small hills in the distance were obliterated in an instant. Chapter 12. The Hidden Mysterious Figure. Above the forest of Konoha's back mountains, the rain poured incessantly. The 9 orbs of green flame shot forth from Amaterasu like the 9 tomo of the Sharingan, striking far into the distance. Due to the immense power of the 9 tomo, the forest echoed with 9 explosive sounds. Vast sections of the woods were annihilated, trees incinerated, and the ground shook violently. The might of Amaterasu's Amaterasu, Susanoo, and the 9 tomo created considerable commotion. The entire village of Konoha felt the tremors of the earth and heard the violent explosions. Suddenly, Amaterasu realized, the power of the 9 tomo Mangekyō Sharingan is far greater than I had anticipated. The destructive capability of this ocular technique has exceeded my expectations. This is bad. It will surely attract the attention of the Umbu. Recalling memories from his past life, Amaterasu understood that the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, often utilized the telescope technique to monitor the village. However, the telescope technique requires knowledge of a specific individual's chakra signature to monitor them through a crystal ball remotely. Fortunately, Amaterasu was merely a civilian. The 3rd Hokage did not even know him, let alone comprehend his chakra attributes. Thus, Amaterasu was not concerned about being monitored by the 3rd Hokage's telescope technique. As long as the Umbu did not discover him, no one would know that the destruction in the back mountains was his doing. After testing the 9 tomo Mangekyō Sharingan and unleashing the ocular technique of the 9 tomo, Amaterasu wasted no time and swiftly fled along an uninhabited path out of the forest. With the activation of the 9 tomo Mangekyō Sharingan, Amaterasu's strength had significantly increased. He traversed the woods with much greater speed than before. Just as Amaterasu departed, 9 figures clad in black cloaks and wearing white animal masks appeared near the abandoned Uchiha training ground. Upon witnessing the vast expanse of forest laid to waste, the 9 Umbu ninjas wore expressions of shock. What kind of power could cause such widespread destruction? What on earth is going on? What is this black flame? It burns fiercely in the downpour and cannot be extinguished. Look over there at those small hills. They've been flattened. Could it be an intruder? We must report this matter to Lord Hokage immediately. After surveying the abandoned training ground for a while and finding no suspicious individuals, the 9 Umbu ninjas produced a scroll and sealed a small portion of the burning black flame within it. Then, they departed. At dawn, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, puffed on his pipe while listening to the Umbu ninjas' report. How could such extensive destruction occur in the back mountains of Konoha? Based on the evidence at the scene, it appeared that these damages were caused by ninjutsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi, renowned as the professor of ninja, found himself at a loss to identify the specific ninjutsu responsible for such widespread devastation. Just as he was deep in thought, an Umbu ninja suddenly recalled, Lord Hokage, we observed a peculiar black flame at the scene. This flame is unquenchable. We have sealed it within this scroll. The Umbu ninja's words piqued Hiruzen Sarutobi's curiosity. The dark-clad Umbu ninja unfurled the scroll before them, and upon lifting the seal, a small orb of inky black flames materialized before the onlookers. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, narrowed his gaze, fixated on the enigmatic flames. Just then, Shimura Danzo, his forehead and right arm wrapped in bandages, burst through the door, exclaiming, Hiruzen, what have you done? I was peacefully resting at home, and how could such a commotion arise in the back mountains of Konoha? By now, many residents of Konoha had been roused from their slumber, and news of an unknown incident in the back mountains had spread throughout the village. As Hokage, How could you allow this to happen? In fact, Danzo had dispatched root ninjas to investigate the matter promptly, yet they had returned with no findings. Enraged, he stormed into the office of Hiruzen Sarutobi to express his fury. Hiruzen, observing Danzo's fierce demeanor, replied gravely, "We are currently investigating this matter." Danzo's attention was drawn to the black flames on the ground. "What is this?" he inquired. "These flames were retrieved from the back mountains of Konoha," Hiruzen replied. "What do these flames signify? I have never encountered anything like this before, but it should be a form of ninjutsu." Both Hiruzen and Danzo were perplexed, unable to comprehend the nature of the black flames before them. Danzo pondered darkly. Could it be that Konoha has been infiltrated? Or perhaps this is the doing of the Uchiha clan. Regardless, the emergence of such a formidable presence within Konoha, unbeknownst to its Hokage, was unacceptable. "Hiruzen, as Hokage, you bear the responsibility." The third Hokage's expression darkened. "I will uncover the truth behind this incident." Little did they know, Konoha harbored a mysterious individual of immense power. Who could this enigmatic figure be? A member of Konoha, or someone from beyond its borders? Danzo contemplated. "I suspect it is unlikely to be someone from Konoha. If such a terrifying individual existed within our village, we would have detected them long ago." With his extensive root intelligence network, Danzo was well acquainted with the movements of every shinobi in Konoha. Hiruzen's gaze sharpened, and he nodded in agreement with Danzo's assessment. Indeed, the destruction in the back mountains is unlikely to have been caused by anyone from within Konoha. We must ascertain the identity of this hidden figure. We cannot allow an unknown danger to threaten the peace and tranquility of our village. Immediately, Hiruzen commanded the Umbu, from today onward, increase the number of Umbu personnel and intensify patrols. Any suspicious individuals must be reported without delay. At that moment, Danzo suddenly recalled that the following day marked the Uchiha clan's election for their clan leader. The Uchiha had always been a source of instability within Konoha. With tonight's devastation in the back mountains, the election could not afford any further mishaps. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe. "I will send personnel to maintain order at the scene." Chapter 13. The Uchiha clan leader election commences. The explosions caused by Uchiha Hayakuri in the back mountains of Konoha not only reverberated through the higher echelons of the village, but also prompted investigations by both the Umbu and the Root. Furthermore, the incident spread among the civilian populace of Konoha. Countless Jonin and Chunin flocked to the back mountains to assess the extent of the devastation. Upon arrival, they beheld the widespread destruction, trees uprooted and strewn across the ground, while several distant hills lay flattened. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Orochimaru exclaimed in astonishment, "What incredible power!" Kato Dan remarked, "Who could have caused such destruction in the back mountains?" Kakashi Hatake mused, "I cannot fathom which shinobi in the village possesses the capability to execute such jutsu." Asuma Sarutobi's father, Yamato, questioned, "Could it be that Konoha has been invaded?" "It is certainly a possibility," replied Asuma's brother, Shinosuke Sarutobi. An uncle of Mitarashi Anko, Mitarashi Shirzwa, added, "Today, I noticed an influx of shinobi on the streets. It seems the Hokage is conducting a thorough investigation." The grandson of the second Hokage, Senju Orangewater, concluded, "Only a prodigy of the ninja world could wield such jutsu." The crowd was immensely curious about the identity of the individual responsible for the devastation in the back mountains. Upon hearing the explosions and the villagers' discussions, Tsunade hurried to the back mountains. However, when she arrived and surveyed the scene, she noticed a dilapidated training ground near the destroyed forest. Tsunade's mind immediately turned to Uchiha Hayakari. This must be the abandoned training ground where Hayakari awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan. Was the chaos in the back mountains truly his doing? Without lingering further, Tsunade turned and flew towards Hayakari's residence. In no time, Tsunade arrived at Uchiha Hayakari's doorstep. She knocked, only to find no one answered. Could it be that Hayakari is not home? Tsunade decided to enter his abode to investigate. With a graceful leap, she entered the meticulously kept courtyard. Upon stepping inside, she was taken aback to find Hayakari sprawled on his bed, fast asleep. Seeing him so exposed and unguarded, Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson. Embarrassed, she gently covered him with a blanket. At that moment, feeling the warmth of the blanket, Hayakari stirred from his slumber, opening his eyes to find Tsunade before him. What brings you here so early in the morning? It's nearly noon. Why haven't you gotten up yet?" "Wait, did I really sleep until noon?" Tsunade inquired. "Tell me, was the ruckus in the back mountains last night your doing?" Upon hearing her question, Hayakari's expression shifted, a flicker of alarm crossing his features. How did Tsunade learn about the incident in the back mountains so quickly? He thought. He nodded gently. "Last night, my eyes stabilized into the form of the Mangekyō Sharingan. I tested my newfound ocular powers in the back mountains, but I did not anticipate that it would cause such a stir. Tsunade looked at him, bewildered. Such a stir? You obliterated a vast expanse of forest, and several hills were leveled. The Hokage rock is on the verge of shattering from your jutsu. Hikari, puzzled, asked, how did you come to know about the devastation in the back mountains so swiftly? Tsunade sighed in exasperation. With such a commotion, it isn't just me. The entire village is aware of it. Now, all the villagers are discussing it, and the higher-ups have dispatched Umbu and Root to investigate thoroughly. Hikari felt a slight relief at the fact that they were still unaware of his involvement. As their conversation continued, a sudden knock echoed through the air. Hikari, slightly taken aback, wondered, who could that be? Tsunade, noticing Hikari's lack of clothing and feeling a sense of obligation, said, let me go answer the door. As she opened the courtyard door, she was met with the sight of Uchiha Shizuka. The two exchanged surprised glances. Oh, what are you doing here? Tsunade exclaimed. I find it even stranger that a woman is here at Hikari's home. Shizuka retorted, her tone slightly irritable. Tsunade felt her cheeks heat up at Shizuka's remark. Meanwhile, Hikari ignored their interaction and excitedly entered the room. Upon seeing Hikari still lounging in bed, Shizuka's expression soured. Hikari, what time do you think it is? Why are you still here, sleeping so soundly? Uchiha Enjo exclaimed, somewhat bewildered. Today is the day of the clan leader election. The voting has already commenced. If you don't hurry, Uchiha Fugaku will become the clan leader. Upon hearing Uchiha Shana's words, Uchiha Rosui felt a jolt of anxiety and, filled with self-reproach, remarked, oh no, I overslept. Let's go. We must rush to the election venue. Uchiha Shana hurried to the election site and, noticing Uchiha Enjo's tardiness, personally went to fetch him. The reason Uchiha Enjo held such significance in Uchiha Shana's heart was that Uchiha Shana was no match for Uchiha Fugaku. Furthermore, through their daily interactions, Uchiha Shana had inadvertently discovered that Uchiha Enjo was not merely an ordinary citizen, but rather a deeply concealed individual. More importantly, both Uchiha Enjo and Uchiha Shana shared a common goal, ensuring Uchiha Fugaku's election as clan leader was thwarted. Thus, as a member of the hawkish faction marginalized by Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shana placed his hopes of preventing Fugaku's ascension upon Uchiha Enjo. Although placing his hopes on Uchiha Enjo might ultimately be futile in stopping Fugaku, Uchiha Shana, desperate, had no other recourse. Soon, with Uchiha Shana's urging, Uchiha Enjo donned his attire. Along with Tsunade, the three hastily made their way to the Uchiha clan leader election site. At the training ground on the back mountain of Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku stood at the center, impeccably dressed. Surrounding him was a dense crowd of Uchiha clan members, as well as members from the Uenfei, Nara, Hyuga, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans among others. In a prominent position beside the training ground sat four elders, including the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the administrative elders Shimura Danzo, Torian Koharu, and Mido Gaiden. Additionally, numerous Jonin, Chunin, and even civilians from the village came to witness the event. Chapter 14. Uchiha's Inner Voice. Reclaiming the leadership of Konoha. The Uchiha clan leader election was conducted through duels among clan members. The venue was not located within the Uchiha residential area due to concerns that the battles might cause damage to the homes. Hence, the election was held at a training ground on the back mountain of Konoha. The strongest and most supported candidate among the clan members would be crowned as the Uchiha clan leader. At this moment, after several fierce confrontations, only one robust young man remained on the arena, Uchiha Fugaku. He stood tall, his short black hair and tight black combat attire complemented by a green Jonin armor adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan insignia on his back. Uchiha Fugaku had vanquished all his competitors and stood alone on the stage. After a moment of waiting, no Uchiha clan member stepped forward to challenge him. A commotion arose among the onlookers. Shimura Danzo observed Uchiha Fugaku on the stage. This outcome was entirely predictable. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, nodding in agreement without uttering a word. Torian Koharu remarked, among this generation of the Uchiha clan, only Uchiha Fugaku stands out. Mido Gaiden added, there is also Uchiha Shana, but he pales in comparison to Fugaku. The spectators around the training ground engaged in lively discussions. Yuhi Kurenai commented, in truth, the result of this leadership contest has been anticipated by everyone. Kato Dan stated, Uchiha Fugaku is the captain of the Konoha Guard. It is only natural for him to be elected as clan leader. Hataki Kakashi observed, indeed, Uchiha Fugaku is an exceptional ninja. Meanwhile, might I scan the surroundings? Where is Uchiha Enjo? I haven't eaten in 2 days. Among the crowd of Uchiha, a beautiful girl with flowing black hair stood out. She was the 12-year-old Uchiha Mikoto. With earnest eyes, she gazed at Uchiha Fugaku in the arena, pondering, is Fugaku the strongest among our generation? Will he lead the Uchiha clan in the future? Women are often drawn to strength. Uchiha Makoto felt a spark of curiosity towards Uchiha Fugaku, who stood triumphantly in the arena. Despite Fugaku's triumph over all challengers, the sentiments of the Uchiha clan members seemed subdued. Many among them yearned for a leader who could truly revitalize the Uchiha clan, akin to Uchiha Madara or Izuna. In their eyes, Uchiha Fugaku was merely an accomplished jonin. Time passed, and still, no one stepped forth to challenge Uchiha Fugaku. As the clock approached noon, the elderly Uchiha Hokaku raised his gaze to the sky, noting the sun's position at its zenith. He then surveyed the audience, reflecting. The selection process has been ongoing for the entire morning. It is nearly time to conclude. The aged elder approached the center of the training ground, standing beside Uchiha Fugaku, and announced, "Are there any other clan members wishing to challenge?" He asked 3 times, waiting for a response. The training ground remained eerily quiet. Elder Uchiha Hokaku continued. Since no one dares to challenge Uchiha Fugaku, it is clear he has garnered the support of the majority of clan members. Therefore, I declare. Before he could finish, a figure leapt onto the arena. It was Uchiha Shana. The prevailing impression of Uchiha Shana among the Uchiha clan was that of a cunning and sly individual, a typical hawkish figure. Elder Uchiha Hokaku looked at Shana with mild confusion. About an hour ago, you challenged Fugaku and were defeated. Why do you now return to the stage? Uchiha Shana's gaze was cold as he surveyed the assembly, including the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Torian Koharu, and Mido Gaiden. He then turned to Elder Hokaku, scoffing him. In my opinion, the Uchiha clan's leadership election should not be hastily concluded. Elder Hokaku felt that Uchiha Shana was merely seeking trouble, his expression darkening. What do you mean? You have already lost to Uchiha Fugaku. By clan regulations, you are disqualified from being the Uchiha clan leader. Uchiha Shana smirked, his expression grim. Is Uchiha Fugaku truly qualified to lead the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Shana was singularly focused on strengthening the Uchiha clan, caring little for anything else. With Uchiha Fugaku on the verge of becoming the new leader, Uchiha Shana returned from Uchiha Enjo's residence, filled with frustration. Unable to contain himself, he resolutely ascended the arena once more, intent on derailing the proceedings. TCH. Uchiha Fugaku may have defeated me, but he lacks the qualifications to lead the Uchiha clan. His approach towards Konoha's higher-ups is one of appeasement and compromise. By showing weakness to the higher-ups, he seeks to secure peace for the Uchiha clan. But his election as clan leader will only further squeeze our clan's space for survival. The Uchiha clan may even face extinction. The Senju clan is already dwindling in Konoha. In our Uchiha clan, we must never succumb to the fate of the Senju clan. Before the 3rd Hokage, Shimura Danzo, Tsurugi Kamaru, Mido Gaiden, and other esteemed members of Konoha, such audacious words were uttered. The elder, Uchiha Onoka, was momentarily taken aback, genuinely astonished. Shinai, what are you saying? Cease your words. Our Uchiha clan bears the crucial responsibility of the Konoha Guard. How could we ever be ostracized by the village? Uchiha Shinai, his visage cold and resolute, spoke with unflinching candor. During the era of the 1st Hokage, our Uchiha clan coexisted peacefully with the other clans of Konoha. However, following the demise of the 1st Hokage, the series of oppressive policies enacted by Konoha have incited profound discontent among the Uchiha people. Endless weakness leads to perpetual subjugation. The adversary will only take advantage of our forbearance, growing ever more brazen. To confront oppression, one must respond with unwavering strength. What our Uchiha clan requires is not Uchiha Fugaku as our leader, but a heroic figure akin to Uchiha Madara. Had we aligned with Uchiha Madara in those days, we would not be facing the current high-pressure exclusion from the Konoha elite. Shinai's impassioned declaration resonated throughout the gathering, igniting a considerable uproar. Almost all members of the Uchiha clan were present, and Shinai's heartfelt revelation struck a chord within the majority. In truth, most Uchiha clansmen harbored deep-seated resentment towards the oppressive tactics of the Konoha leadership, though they maintained a facade of silence. Nearly all Uchiha yearned for a hero like Uchiha Madara to rise and reclaim the clan's honor, restoring their esteemed name. Chapter 15. Who is that person? Uchiha Shinai's intrusion onto the arena stirred a tempest of agitation. The reason for this leadership election within the Uchiha clan was precisely due to the relentless oppression from the Konoha elite, which has been steadily encroaching upon the existence of the Uchiha clan. The clan desperately needed a leader to end its leaderless predicament and to stand against the bullying from Konoha's higher-ups. It was evident that the sentiments expressed by Uchiha Shinai found approval among the gathered Uchiha members. The feeble, conciliatory, and even compromising demeanor of Uchiha Fugaku was ill-suited for leading the Uchiha against the Konoha elite. Regrettably, the Uchiha clan currently possessed no prodigious talents that could surpass Uchiha Fugaku, leaving the clan with no choice but to reluctantly accept Fugaku's ascension as the new clan leader. In the hearts of the Uchiha, this so-called election for clan leader was merely a case of selecting the least unworthy among them. Uchiha Fugaku was not truly the people's choice. Beside the training ground, Shimura Danzo's eyes glinted with a fierce resolve. This Uchiha Shinai will inevitably become a menace. He must be eradicated. I have long desired to take action against him. Sarutobi, you are to blame for continuously obstructing me. Had I been allowed to eliminate Uchiha Shinai earlier, we would not be facing this predicament today. Listening to Danzo's grievances, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, his expression darkened, unable to maintain his composure. Tsurugi Kamaru's countenance turned stern. Danzo speaks truth. Uchiha Shinai represents the hawkish faction of the Uchiha. Such individuals will only bring calamity to Konoha. Mito Gaiden added, I fear that under Uchiha Shinai's instigation, the Uchiha clan might ignite a rebellion. On the outskirts of the training ground, Uchiha Shinai's words not only resonated within the Uchiha clan, but also struck a chord within Senju Orangewater. With a grave expression, Senju Orangewater reflected, Shinai is right. The Senju clan has dwindled to nearly just myself and Tsunade. I have long pondered why the once mighty Senju clan has fallen to such depths since the founding of the village. Initially, I attributed it to the ravages of war. But could it be that the Konoha elite played a role in our decline? Her gaze shifted towards the Hokage, Shimura Danzo, and the others, lost in thought. Orochimaru, flicking his tongue in amusement, remarked, this is going to be quite the spectacle. I had anticipated that today's Uchiha clan leadership election would not conclude without a stir. Kakashi Tsukumo sighed. What a troubling situation. This could lead to complications. Yuhi Kurenai observed. It appears that the rift between the Uchiha and the Konoha elite runs deep. Jiraiya added. I never imagined there were so many hidden grievances between the Uchiha and the Konoha leadership. Hyuga Hayashi surveyed the crowd. Noting the multitude present, there are so many here today. Exposing the oppressive policies of the Konoha elite in front of such a crowd is bound to have significant repercussions. Kato Dan remarked, Shinai, you have laid bare the conflict between the Uchiha and the Konoha elite. This is a declaration of war. Among the gathered crowd stood a red-haired girl named Kushina. Upon hearing Uchiha Shinai's words, she felt an unexpected resonance within her. As the next Jinchuriki of Konoha, I came here only to face betrayal and siege from other nations 1 year later. Why did Konoha not come to our aid? It seems the current Konoha elite are not as virtuous as they claim. Uchiha Makoto also felt a flicker of understanding in response to Shinai's words. If only a hero like Uchiha Madara could emerge from our clan once more, then no one would dare to marginalize or bully the Uchiha ever again. The young girl's admiration for strength had long made her idolize the legendary Uchiha Madara. The venerable elder Uchiha Onoka, though aware of the truth in Uchiha Shinai's assertions, could not allow such sentiments to be displayed before the Konoha elite. Alas, what could be done? In that moment, the elder found himself at a loss for how to proceed. On the arena stage stood Elder Uchiha Onoka, Uchiha Shinai, and Uchiha Fugaku, creating an atmosphere thick with tension and awkward silence. Elder Uchiha Onoka steadied his tumultuous emotions. Shinai, today is the day of the leadership election. Let us set aside other matters for now and discuss them later. Since you have lost to Uchiha Fugaku, you are no longer qualified to be the leader. If you are dissatisfied, you may challenge Uchiha Fugaku through another clan member. Uchiha Shinai's countenance darkened, a sardonic smile curling upon his lips. Humph. There remains another formidable expert within the Uchiha clan who has yet to take the stage, and his strength surpasses mine. The crowd erupted in whispers at Shinai's declaration, particularly within the Uchiha ranks, where discussions flourished. Uchiha Inaho remarked, Shinai has awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. There are but a handful within our clan stronger than him. Uchiha Yakumi added, among the younger generation of ninjas, those stronger than Shinai have already challenged and fallen to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Teiho stated, Shinai's prowess is second only to Uchiha Fugaku. Who else in our clan, besides the older generation of ninjas, remains unchallenged against Fugaku? Uchiha Hakudai inquired. Who is the individual you speak of, Shinai? Elder Uchiha Onoka, hearing Shinai's words, displayed a fleeting expression of intrigue. Oh, there is still someone who has not taken the stage to challenge? With a grim visage, Uchiha Shinai scanned the audience, his heart sinking as he failed to spot Uchiha Yehuo. Damn, what time is it? Where's that guy? Standing on the platform. Uchiha Shinai's gaze flitted across the multitude of spectators. As he remained silent, It seemed he had no intention of responding to Elder Uchiha Onoka's inquiry. Uchiha Fugaku pressed further. Shinai, who is that person you refer to? Uchiha Shana, still unresponsive to Uchiha Onoka and Uchiha Fugaku, stood in silence. The atmosphere on the arena once again turning cold and quiet. The elder, Uchiha Onoka, inquired with a hint of confusion, Shana, why are you not speaking? At this moment, the spectators around them directed their gaze towards Uchiha Shana, eagerly awaiting her response. Uchiha Shana thought to herself, damn. If I reveal that the individual in question is Uchiha Yehuo, yet Uchiha Yehuo has yet to make an appearance, will the elder presume that Uchiha Yehuo has forfeited the right to challenge Uchiha Fugaku? Might he directly conclude that Uchiha Fugaku is the new clan leader? No, I cannot allow Uchiha Fugaku to ascend to the position of clan leader. I must stall for time. Uchiha Shana remained quietly rooted in place. A sinister expression on her face, her heart filled with a tinge of anxiety and trepidation. The elder urged her, Shana, what are you contemplating? Who is this person you speak of? Realizing that she could not prolong the matter any further, Uchiha Shana reluctantly replied, he is someone who conceals himself quite adeptly. Chapter 16. Why hasn't that person appeared yet? Elder Uchiha Onoka, still bewildered, queried, A person who hides well? Uchiha Shana, observing the elder's curious demeanor, affirmed, indeed. He never reveals his true strength. The clan members are utterly unaware of how formidable he truly is. Elder Uchiha Onoka, increasingly perplexed by Shana's words, pondered. Is there truly such a person within our Uchiha clan? Uchiha Shana nodded. Uchiha Fugaku also felt a sense of confusion. It seems there is no one like that in the Konoha Guard, he remarked. Shana, who is this clan member you are referring to? Elder Uchiha Yehuo and Uchiha Fugaku found it difficult to fathom who within the clan could be concealing their strength. Uchiha Shana, with a sinister smile flickering at the corner of her mouth, retorted, Must every talented individual of the Uchiha clan join the Konoha Guard? She is merely a civilian of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Elder Uchiha Yehuo and Uchiha Fugaku were left even more perplexed. Meanwhile, the crowd outside began to stir restlessly. Uchiha Hakadai exclaimed, a civilian of the Uchiha clan, surpassing Uchiha Shana? How can that be possible? Uchiha Inaho added, Uchiha Shana possesses the 3-tomo Sharingan. Could it be that this civilian has also awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan? Uchiha Tetsuka remarked, to awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan is a rare talent within the clan. How could we have overlooked a civilian achieving such a feat? Uchiha Yaoi questioned, could it be that our Uchiha clan truly harbors another hidden genius? Nearby, Shimura Danzo interjected. A civilian from the Uchiha clan, hidden so deeply? Mito Gaiden stated, one must consider that Uchiha Shana's combat prowess is that of a jonin. How could a civilian possibly exceed her strength? Tsunade, with a hint of skepticism, queried, if such a person exists, and even the Konoha Intelligence Department is unaware, then indeed, they are exceptionally well concealed. Asuma Sarutobi, the brother of Sarutobi Hiruzen, remarked, we visit the Yehuo snack shop daily. If Uchiha Yehuo possesses such strength, how could we possibly be unaware? In the Hyuga clan's vicinity, Hyuga Hizashi asked his elder brother, what do you think? Could this civilian mentioned by Uchiha Shana be? Hyuga Hayashi responded, it's difficult to say. A civilian with immense strength, yet remains unrecognized, is indeed a terrifying prospect. Back on the arena, Elder Uchiha Onoka, observing Uchiha Shana's reluctance to reveal the name of the individual, grew impatient. Shana, stop playing coy. I genuinely cannot conceive of any civilian genius surpassing you within the Uchiha clan. Who is this person? With a sullen expression, Uchiha Shana slowly surveyed her surroundings, feeling a surge of frustration within her. Damn it! Uchiha Yehuo, where are you? Have you lost your way? How much longer must I stall? Uchiha Fugaku, noticing the anger brewing on Uchiha Shana's face, inquired curiously, Shana, you appear somewhat irate. Just how powerful is this civilian you speak of? Since you claim they are a genius, why have they not shown themselves yet? Under pressure from Elder Uchiha Onoka and Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shana felt her temper rising, her teeth grinding in irritation. Faced with their inquiries, her countenance darkened, and she steeled herself to respond. Currently, the compromised faction within our clan is gaining the upper hand. With such prevailing sentiments, our Uchiha clan is gradually declining. We have long since lost the formidable fighting spirit and vitality of our former clan leader, Uchiha Madara. If this continues, our Uchiha clan shall inevitably face extinction. Why does he conceal his strength? I speculate it may be due to the current deplorable atmosphere within our clan. As for his true power, I am not entirely certain. I merely stumbled upon the fact that he can also awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan, and that his combat prowess is at least superior to mine. As of now, I cannot fully comprehend him. but I sense he is even stronger than I initially imagined. At this moment, Elder Uchiha Onoka, Uchiha Fugaku, the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo, and the numerous onlookers were all captivated by Uchiha Shana's words, each harboring the same question. Who is this civilian that Uchiha Shana speaks of? Uchiha Shana, with a grim expression, clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, feeling a rising tide of frustration as she silently cursed, "Damn you, Uchiha Yehuo. Are you a turtle? Why are you not here yet? I truly can't stall any longer." Despite Uchiha Shana's cunning and treacherous nature, her impression and attitude towards Uchiha Yehuo were surprisingly amicable. Otherwise, she would not exert such effort today to buy time for him. Finally, Elder Uchiha Onoka, unable to contain his impatience any longer, exclaimed, "Shana, does this civilian you speak of truly exist? I suspect you are merely causing a ruckus. If you do not allow this civilian to challenge Uchiha Fugaku, then you are deliberately sabotaging the election for the clan leader of the Uchiha. I have the authority to remove you from the arena." Elder Uchiha Onoka's words were laced with a hint of anger. Uchiha Shana, known for her cunning ways, found her face flushed with embarrassment. For a moment, she was at a loss for how to respond to Elder Uchiha Onoka's demand. The aged and venerable Elder, Uchiha Hokaku, observed Uchiha Shana's flushed face and, without uttering a word, issued a command. "Bring forth Uchiha Shana and remove him from the arena. I hereby declare the results of the Uchiha Clan leader election." At that moment, Uchiha Shana scanned the surrounding crowd with a serious gaze, his attention fixating on a figure he recognized all too well, a person who filled him with anticipation. Chapter 17. How could it be him? Suddenly, Uchiha Shana's eyes lit up. Through the gaps in the crowd, a vigorous and agile figure approached from the distance. This familiar silhouette was none other than Uchiha Yehuo. Accompanying Uchiha Yehuo was a voluptuous and regal woman, Tsunade. Upon sighting Uchiha Yehuo, the tense and sinister expression on Uchiha Shana's face began to soften considerably. It was known that just moments ago, Uchiha Shana had been alone, engaging in a fierce verbal battle with the elder Uchiha Fugaku, exchanging sharp words amidst the scrutiny of countless skeptical eyes that were fixated upon him. Under such immense pressure, the usually cunning and treacherous Uchiha Shana found himself flustered, with a flushed face and a racing heart. At this very moment, the elder Uchiha Hokaku, with his aged visage, appeared exceedingly distressed. The grand Uchiha clan leader election had garnered considerable attention in Konoha village, attracting even individuals from other villages to observe. Scattered among the crowd were merchants and ninjas clad in the garb of various other villages. Initially, under the elder Uchiha Hokaku's guidance, everything proceeded smoothly. However, unexpectedly, Uchiha Shana had emerged like a disruptive force, muddling the proceedings of the Uchiha clan election. The elder Uchiha Hokaku, incensed, glared at the scheming Uchiha Shana, perplexed. "Shana, this fellow is typically adept at scheming, cunning, and astute. Today has he lost his wits? Unable to become clan leader, he has caused a ruckus at the Uchiha clan leader election. What an outrageous display. It infuriates me to no end." In a blink, 2 guards ascended the arena to carry out the elder Uchiha Hokaku's command, intending to escort Uchiha Shana from the stage. The guards approached Uchiha Shana but did not immediately seize him. Instead, they exchanged glances with the elder. In their silent communication, it appeared they were seeking the elder's confirmation on whether they should truly escort Uchiha Shana away. Despite Uchiha Shana's differences with Uchiha Fugaku and being marginalized by the clan, he was still regarded as an extraordinary talent among the current generation of Uchiha, possessing formidable combat prowess and a ruthless disposition. Generally speaking, the guards would hesitate to apprehend Uchiha Shana lightly. The elder Uchiha Hokaku, brimming with frustration, fixed his gaze upon Shana, his eyes wide with fury, and waved his hand. "Quickly take Shana away from the arena. I shall announce the results of this election right now." The tone in which the elder spoke bore an unmistakable hint of anger. It seemed that Uchiha Shana had thoroughly spoiled the elder's good spirits with his disruptive antics. Receiving the elder's order once more, the guards no longer hesitated and stepped forward to escort Uchiha Shana away. As the guards moved to apprehend him, the cunning Uchiha Shana could not simply await his capture. He suddenly extended his hand toward the guards and shouted, "Wait." The elder Uchiha Hokaku, exhaling heavily in irritation, retorted, "Shana, what do you intend to do?" Uchiha Shana's previously troubled expression vanished, replaced by a confident demeanor as he smirked, revealing a sly and charming smile. "The person I mentioned has arrived." Who is he? Where?" The elder's aged face drooped as he scanned the surroundings. Instantly, a wave of commotion rippled through the crowd below. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze sharpened, his fists tightening as impatience overtook him. "Shana, Who exactly is that person? Uchiha Shana turned to face Uchiha Fugaku, his eyes exuding a chilling cunning alongside an inexplicable confidence. The Uchiha clan leader election is far from over. His tone carried a trace of mockery. With a powerful declaration, Uchiha Shana pointed emphatically toward the crowd below. The Uchiha commoner I speak of is none other than Uchiha Yehuo. His voice resonated throughout the arena. Perhaps having endured the pressure alone for too long, Uchiha Shana unleashed the pent-up frustration in that proclamation. Upon hearing his words, the densely packed audience was taken aback. Countless pairs of eyes directed their attention toward the point Uchiha Shana indicated. Under the collective gaze, Uchiha Yehuo, hand in hand with Tsunade, made his way through the throng toward the arena. A gasp swept through the crowd. Nearby the training ground, Shimura Danzo grimaced, muttering, "Humph. I thought it was someone significant. After all this, it's just this kid? Uchiha Yehuo, the chef of the Yehuo snack shop? I've sampled his sake, his meatballs, and his soul-stirring rice on several occasions. This chef is purported to be a hidden master of the Uchiha clan?" Danzo furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend. Nara Shikaku interjected. "Absurd, utterly absurd." Mito Kazumi exclaimed. "How could a mere chef be a hidden master of the Uchiha clan?" Danzo snapped, "Fool. According to my intelligence, this Uchiha Shana is notoriously cunning. Today he wouldn't dare play us all for fools, would he?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, took a puff and exhaled. "Uchiha Yehuo. Does he possess some extraordinary talent?" The perimeter of the training ground buzzed with chaotic chatter. "What nonsense. Yehuo, how could he possibly wield ninjutsu?" exclaimed Uchiha Hakadai. Uchiha clan members, including Iron Fire, Rice Fire, and Medicine Flavor, dismissed Uchiha Shana's claims as sheer folly. Uchiha Makoto's eyes sparkled. "Oh, Uchiha Yehuo is quite the handsome gentleman. Could his strength truly be remarkable?" Kakashi Hitaki pondered aloud. Could Uchiha Yehuo be a concealed expert? How could that be? Hinata Hayashi remarked, "Uchiha Yehuo? He seems merely a chef at a snack shop. Why would Uchiha Shana boast about a chef?" "Wait and see, and the answer will reveal itself," Hinata Hizashi replied. Kushina queried, "Is this man Uchiha Yehuo really as formidable as Uchiha Shana claims?" In the midst of the gathering, apart from the members of the Uchiha clan, the senior officials of Konoha, and other clans of Konoha, there were also merchants and ninjas from various other villages who had come to trade, travel, and explore. Among these outsiders, it was inevitable that some spies or agents were mingling, specifically tasked with probing Konoha's intelligence. At this very moment, these merchants and ninjas from foreign villages were greatly intrigued by Uchiha Yehuo, eager to witness firsthand the prowess of the individual that Uchiha Shana had so fervently boasted about. Chapter 18. Defeating Uchiha Fugaku in one move. Uchiha Yehuo, hand in hand with Tsunade, swiftly made their way to the center of the crowd, arriving at the training ground, which served as the election arena. The surrounding crowd continued to buzz with excitement upon seeing the pair, their hands intertwined. The onlookers were convinced that Tsunade had become Uchiha Yehuo's woman. Accompanying him to the side of the training ground, Tsunade released Yehuo's hand, now aware that he was about to challenge Uchiha Fugaku. With resolve, Uchiha Yehuo stepped onto the stage, addressing Uchiha Fugaku. "Fugaku, I hereby declare my candidacy for the position of clan leader of the Uchiha. I challenge you now." Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. Perplexed, could it be that Uchiha Yehuo was indeed a hidden master? The elder, Uchiha Honka, standing on the platform, wore a look of bewilderment. This fellow, Uchiha Yehuo, truly dares to challenge Uchiha Fugaku. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shana, with a sly grin, remarked, "Elder, he is challenging Uchiha Fugaku. Why are you still standing there in a daze?" Upon hearing Shana's words, the elder's face twitched slightly as he regained his composure. The election for the clan leader of the Uchiha continues. Uchiha Yehuo challenges Uchiha Fugaku. Under the elder's directive, Uchiha Shana promptly exited the arena. With a cold expression, Shana watched the two fighters with a gleam of malice in his eyes. At that moment, the entire audience's gaze converged on Uchiha Yehuo and Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku regarded Yehuo with newfound seriousness and caution, especially after Shana's earlier boast suggesting that Yehuo might be a formidable opponent. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Uchiha Fugaku charged at Uchiha Yehuo, aiming a powerful punch at his face, intending to test his skills with taijutsu. Upon awakening his nine-tails Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Yehuo experienced a profound elevation in his abilities. As Fugaku's fierce fist approached his visage, Fugaku's eyes gleamed with delight. He cannot evade it. Yet, Uchiha Yehuo remained calm and composed, effortlessly dodging the punch at the last possible moment. Following this, he executed a fierce strike, a black tiger pounce, landing a heavy blow to Fugaku's abdomen. The impact was substantial. Fugaku doubled over, clutching his stomach, kneeling on the ground. The skirmish between the two was resolved in an instant, prompting a cacophony of murmurs from the onlookers. Standing nearby, Uchiha Shana, who had previously worn a smug expression, now bore a look of grave concern. How could Yehuo defeat Uchiha Fugaku with a single move? How could he be so powerful? Even Uchiha Shana was taken aback. In his eyes, Yehuo's combat prowess was supposed to be comparable to Fugaku's, yet he had underestimated the sheer strength of Uchiha Yehuo. In a conspicuous spot beside the training ground, Shimura Danzo was left dumbfounded, nearly popping his eyes out. How is this possible? According to my intelligence, Uchiha Yehuo was merely a chef running a small eatery. Tsukikage Komatsu remarked. Uchiha Yehuo has successfully deceived Konoha's intelligence department. Truly a formidable Uchiha youth. Mito Minkin questioned, was that punch merely a stroke of luck? Did Uchiha Yehuo accidentally strike Uchiha Fugaku? The third Hokage observed the arena with a serious expression. No, that punch was anything but simple. Just from this blow alone, one cannot ascertain Uchiha Yehuo's true strength, but it is certainly at least above that of Uchiha Fugaku. Outside the training grounds, the clamor grew louder. Uchiha Makoto covered her mouth in astonishment. He defeated Fugaku with just one punch. Yehuo is truly remarkable. Uchiha Hakadai exclaimed. This Yehuo is utterly outrageous. Uchiha Inaho asserted. Uchiha Fugaku is the captain of the Konoha Guard. His strength is unquestionable, an elite jonin. How could this Yehuo possibly incapacitate him with a single blow? Uchiha Tenkai mused. It seems that, aside from Shana, our entire Uchiha clan has underestimated Yehuo, regarding him merely as an ordinary chef. Uchiha Yaoji commented. Having witnessed Shana's boasts, it seems Uchiha Yehuo is indeed a hidden genius within the Uchiha clan. On the other side of the training ground, Haruno Sakura frowned in contemplation. We frequently visit Yehuo's eatery. How did we not realize his immense combat prowess? Hataki Sakomo inhaled deeply. We have greatly underestimated Uchiha Yehuo. I suspect his strength has surpassed ours for some time, allowing him to remain concealed from everyone. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with seriousness. This individual is truly formidable. That last move was utterly inscrutable. Jiraiya, with tears in his eyes, exclaimed, What? Uchiha Yehuo is Tsunade's fiancé? This is indeed true. Orochimaru, standing beside Jiraiya, added with a smirk, with Uchiha Yehuo's prowess, I see no chance for you at all. Senju Chojui fixed a serious gaze on Uchiha Yehuo. So, he is not an ordinary commoner. No wonder Tsunade has taken a liking to him. However, it seems the Senju clan has never had a marriage alliance with the Uchiha clan. Hyuga Hizashi remarked, It appears the outcome of this contest is already determined. Yet, I did not anticipate that even Uchiha Fugaku could not gauge Uchiha Yehuo's true capabilities. To what extent does his true strength reach? Hyuga Hayashi added, Uchiha Yehuo is indeed an intimidating figure. Outside the arena, Elder Uchiha Honka's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a common ninja from the Uchiha clan could defeat Uchiha Fugaku in a single move. Observing Elder Uchiha Honka, who stood there in a daze, Uchiha Shana, with a smug expression, approached him and quipped, Hey, why are you still standing here in a stupor? The outcome is clear. It's time for you to announce the results of the match. Finally snapping back to reality, Elder Uchiha Honka accepted the truth of Fugaku's defeat. He then stepped onto the stage and proclaimed loudly to the sea of dark figures before him. Uchiha Yehuo has defeated Uchiha Fugaku. Is there anyone who wishes to challenge Uchiha Yehuo? He repeated the question 3 times. Is there anyone who wishes to challenge Uchiha Yehuo? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Elder Uchiha Honka. I refuse to accept this. Chapter 19. The Nine-Tails Mangekyō Sharingan. The voice came from behind Elder Uchiha Honka. It was none other than Uchiha Fugaku himself. Just moments ago, Uchiha Fugaku was struck by Uchiha Yehuo's fist, causing him to double over in agony and rendering him unable to rise. At this moment, having regained his composure, Uchiha Fugaku stood up, his gaze heavy as he regarded Uchiha Yehuo, pondering, I am a member of the Uchiha clan, one of the most elite jonin. Uchiha Yehuo is merely a commoner, a chef at a humble eatery. How could I have been incapacitated by a single blow? This is inconceivable. Uchiha Fugaku could hardly fathom the idea of being bested by an unknown individual. The elder Uchiha Haken turned to face the solemn Fugaku and said, Fugaku, do you wish to continue? The elder remarked that the previous encounter had not definitively determined a victor. Very well, let us have another match. Elder Uchiha Haken himself was incredulous that Uchiha Yehuo could have defeated Uchiha Fugaku with such ease. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck on Fugaku's part. He was eager to witness the true extent of Uchiha Yehuo's prowess. Upon hearing the announcement of a rematch, The audience erupted in cheers. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remarked, It appears Fugaku is not ready to concede. Shimura Danzo chuckled. Huh? This is even better. I wish to see what this young Uchiha Yehuo is truly capable of. Tsunade commented. Perhaps Fugaku was simply careless earlier. Now that he is focused and determined, I believe Uchiha Yehuo will find it far more challenging to secure victory. Mito Minion added. Indeed, it was merely a stroke of good fortune for Uchiha Yehuo. Outside the training grounds, Uchiha Makoto's eyes sparkled with intensity as she intently observed the arena. Uchiha Hakadai stated, I cannot determine who will prevail. Kakashi Hitaki remarked, this promises to be an exciting spectacle. Yuhi Kurenai mused, now that Uchiha Fugaku is serious, we can anticipate a fierce battle ahead. Orochimaru noted, what a fascinating contest this is. Might Guy wondered, who will emerge victorious? Hyuga Hizashi remarked, this confrontation is rife with suspense. Senju Orangewater observed, Uchiha Fugaku commands the Konoha Guard. It is unlikely that Uchiha Yehuo can defeat him again so easily. Tsunade silently observed the arena, her thoughts betraying her certainty that Uchiha Fugaku would not stand a chance against Uchiha Yehuo. For she alone in the entirety of Konoha was aware that the destruction in the forest behind the village was wrought by Uchiha Yehuo himself. On the arena, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Yehuo faced each other, their gazes locked in a tense standoff. The elder had retreated to the periphery of the training ground. Uchiha Fugaku scrutinized Uchiha Yehuo, yet he felt an inexplicable depth in his opponent, one that eluded his understanding. Having learned from his previous defeat, Fugaku dared not to underestimate or hold back this time. He launched an all-out assault immediately. Fire style, great fireball technique. Chakra coalesced in his throat and was expelled from his mouth in the form of a colossal fireball soaring towards Uchiha Yehuo. The onlookers collectively held their breath, eager to see how Uchiha Yehuo would respond. Should he fail to withstand it, he could be sent hurtling through the air. Uchiha Yehuo regarded the rapidly approaching fireball, contemplating. If this election for clan leader is to be convincing, it must be a resounding victory. With that in mind, I shall. In the instant the fireball hurtled towards Uchiha Yehuo, Fugaku swiftly formed hand signs, shadow clone technique. In an instant, he created 4 identical clones, their chakra evenly distributed among them. These shadow clones were tangible and capable of attacking. The 4 Uchiha Fugakus surged forward in tandem with the fireball, charging toward Uchiha Yehuo. Just as the fireball was about to collide with him, Uchiha Yehuo vanished in a flash, evading the fireball's onslaught. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before one of the 4 Uchiha Fugaku clones. With his Mangekyō Sharingan activated, Uchiha Yehuo instantly discerned which of the 4 Fugakus was the true body. Outside the ring, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, marveled. What astonishing agility. In that brief moment, Uchiha Yehuo's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. Within those scarlet orbs, 9-Tomo world, Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi is a Jinjutsu activated by the Mangekyō Sharingan, drawing the victim's mind into an illusionary realm where the caster exerts control over all factors, including time, space, and quality, subjecting the opponent to immense mental and physical anguish that mirrors real suffering. Upon witnessing the transformation of Uchiha Yehuo's eyes, Uchiha Fugaku fell prey to Tsukuyomi. His consciousness was ensnared within the illusionary realm, where Yehuo bound Fugaku upon a cross, wielding a kunai to repeatedly pierce Fugaku's body for an excruciating 3 days. The torment inflicted upon Uchiha Fugaku was profound, enduring a harrowing experience that, while lasting 3 days in the illusion, transpired as but a fleeting moment in the real world. This Jinjutsu was the epitome of psychological assault. In the arena, under the watchful eyes of the assembled crowd, Uchiha Fugaku's great fireball technique failed to reach Uchiha Yehuo. Instead, Uchiha Yehuo appeared before one of the 4 Uchiha Fugaku clones. Upon meeting Yehuo's gaze, Uchiha Fugaku collapsed to his knees before him, while the other 3 clones dissipated into a plume of white smoke. The audience gasped in disbelief at this turn of events. Elder Uchiha Haken, standing at the edge of the training ground, swallowed hard upon witnessing the eyes of Uchiha Yehuo. Stammering, that is the Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Shana's expression darkened as his eyes widened in shock. Fixated on Uchiha Yehuo's crimson gaze, this brat has unlocked the Mangekyō Sharingan. I have underestimated him gravely. How infuriating. He has concealed his true capabilities so well. Nearby, Shimura Danzo's pupils constricted, his mouth agape. This young Uchiha, how could he possibly have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan? Tsunade remarked. He truly is a prodigious talent hidden within the Uchiha clan. Mito Minion added. A genius capable of awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan has emerged from the Uchiha clan. Yet our Konoha intelligence department failed to notice. The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe. This youth is indeed extraordinary. To discern the true body among 4 Uchiha Fugakus with a mere glance. On the outskirts of the training grounds, Uchiha Makoto was astounded. Is this truly the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan of our clan? Uchiha Hakadai, Uchiha Inoho, Uchiha Tetsuhiko, and Uchiha Yakomi were left awestruck, unable to process the revelation of a true genius within their ranks. Even more astonishingly, apart from Uchiha Shana, all clan members had regarded this prodigy as nothing more than an ordinary commoner. On the opposite side of the training ground, Kakashi Hitaki was equally taken aback. Uchiha Yehuo has awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed. I never would have imagined that the captain of the Konoha Guard could not withstand even a single round against Uchiha Yehuo. Orochimaru remarked. Is this the ocular technique of the Uchiha clan? It is truly formidable. Jiraiya added. I never anticipated that Tsunade's partner would possess such remarkable combat abilities. Senju Orange Water mused. Who would have thought that Uchiha Yehuo is this powerful? Such a talent indeed deserves to be with Tsunade. Chapter 20. The announcement of the new clan leader. Upon the arena, Uchiha Aiha, with his pair of crimson Mangekyō Sharingan, captivated the attention of all spectators below. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the crowd. On the stage, Uchiha Fugaku knelt before Uchiha Aiha, beads of sweat adorning his brow, breathing heavily, as if his stamina had been severely depleted. Uchiha Aiha gazed down at Uchiha Fugaku, who lay incapacitated on the ground, struggling to speak. Was that an illusion just now? In the realm of Genjutsu, I felt as if 3 days had passed. Yet, in the real world, it was merely a fleeting moment. How terrifying. Uchiha Aiha regarded Uchiha Fugaku and replied, Indeed. That was the Genjutsu Tsukuyami, a technique of the Mangekyō Sharingan. In that moment, Uchiha Fugaku profoundly comprehended that Uchiha Aiha's power was beyond his reach. Was this the immense disparity between the 3-tomo Sharingan and the Mangekyo? As Uchiha Fugaku knelt weakly before Uchiha Aiha, he unconsciously clenched his fists. Outside the arena, the audience, having overheard their exchange, erupted into a flurry of murmurs. Uchiha Shana, resting his chin on his hand, wore a sinister expression. The Genjutsu Tsukuyami of the Mangekyō Sharingan? Such a fearsome ocular technique. Uchiha Aiha is indeed more terrifying than I had anticipated. Haha, just now, I exerted all my strength to assist you in the clan leader election, enduring so much grievance, and now it seems it was all worth it. Witnessing Uchiha Aiha's formidable ocular technique, Elder Uchiha Honka's eyes glimmered with delight. Shana is quite right. Aiha is the true genius of the Uchiha clan. Nearby the training ground, in a prominent position, Shimura Danzo cast a watchful eye upon Uchiha Aiha's eyes, his face darkening with a fierce countenance, inwardly pondering. The Genjutsu Tsukuyami? If only I possessed such eyes. Tsunade, his eyes are truly terrifying. Mito, to think there exists such a fearsome genius in the Uchiha clan, yet our intelligence department remained oblivious. This boy named Uchiha Aiha has concealed himself too well. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, this Uchiha Aiha possesses remarkable talent. I frequently visit the Aiha snack shop, and yet I failed to realize that the proprietor Aiha is a genius. Alas, my vision has truly faltered. In the outer area of the training ground, where the Uchiha clan gathered, Uchiha Makoto found herself filled with curiosity regarding Uchiha Aiha's eyes. The Genjutsu Tsukuyami of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Fugaku is the strongest man in our clan, yet he has fallen before Aiha so easily. Aiha is indeed exceptionally powerful. Uchiha Hakadai. In the second bout, Uchiha Aiha has once again obliterated Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Inohika, Taika, and others marveled, acknowledging that Uchiha Aiha's strength had far surpassed that of his fellow Uchiha clansmen. In another region outside the training ground, Kakashi Hitaki observed Uchiha Aiha on the stage with utmost seriousness. Captain of the Konoha Guard, Uchiha Fugaku, launched a full frontal assault. Yet he could not discern Uchiha Aiha's true depth. Uchiha Aiha is indeed a formidable force. Yuhi Kurenai, with her profound understanding of Genjutsu, remarked, the Genjutsu Tsukuyami that Uchiha Aiha just executed, I believe even I would find it difficult to withstand. My guy, not only is Aiha's beefball delicious, but he is also incredibly powerful. Truly a rare talent for our Konoha village. I must find a time for a youthful duel with him. Orochimaru, gazing at Uchiha Aiha's Sharingan, was filled with admiration. Is this the Uchiha clan's ocular technique, Tsukuyami? How enviable. Hinata Hizashi, the Uchiha's ocular techniques should not be underestimated. Hinata Hayashi, Today, the Uchiha clan should be grateful for the emergence of a true genius among them. It seems the position of clan leader has already been determined. Kushina, Uchiha Aiha is such a formidable individual. Had our Uzumaki clan possessed a genius of his caliber, we might not have faced our demise. On the stage, Uchiha Fugaku remained kneeling before Uchiha Aiha, utterly exhausted from the assault of Tsukuyami, devoid of any strength to rise. The audience, witnessing Fugaku's prolonged inability to stand, understood that the outcome of this match was now clear. The elderly and frail elder Uchiha Honka ascended the stage again. Fugaku, you now. Elder, I admit my defeat. Though a sense of reluctance lingered within him, Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth and uttered these words with great effort. Elder Uchiha Honka sighed softly. Initially, many Uchiha clan members, as well as numerous spectators from Konoha, believed there was no uncertainty in this election for clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku, being the most popular, was destined to become the new leader. However, the sudden emergence of a genius like Uchiha Aiha had taken not only Elder Uchiha Honka by surprise, but also all others. Elder Uchiha Honka stood upon the stage, surveying the assembled Uchiha clan members. In this contest, Uchiha Aiha prevails. Are there any others who wish to challenge Uchiha Aiha? He inquired 3 times in his aged, resonant voice. Below, all Uchiha clan members directed their gazes toward Uchiha Aiha. Not a single member dared to step onto the stage to challenge this extraordinary genius. The atmosphere at the clan leader election site fell silent. Uchiha Shana surveyed his surroundings. His face darkened, a sardonic smile curling at his lips. Uchiha Aiha, this fellow, is indeed a delightful surprise. He effortlessly defeated the captain of the Konoha Guard, Fugaku. Aiha, you are truly more formidable than I had imagined. In truth, prior to their duel, Uchiha Shana had felt a twinge of anxiety, worrying whether Uchiha Aiha could truly best Uchiha Fugaku. Yet, in order to prevent Uchiha Fugaku from being elected as clan leader, Uchiha Shana had no alternative but to place his hopes upon Uchiha Aiha. In Uchiha Shana's eyes, Uchiha Aiha was the last card to thwart Uchiha Fugaku's ascension. Now it appeared that Uchiha Aiha had indeed lived up to Uchiha Shana's expectations. Uchiha Shana had successfully thwarted Uchiha Fugaku's ambition to become clan leader. At this moment, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Uchiha Shana's sinister visage. Elder Uchiha Honka, standing on the stage, surveyed the many members of the Uchiha clan below. After a brief pause, noting that no clan member dared to ascend the stage, he declared with a commanding voice. Thus, the election for the Uchiha clan leader concludes. The new clan leader is Uchiha Aiha. Chapter 21. The Unstable 9-Tomo Mangekyō Sharingan. As the elder announced Uchiha Aiha as the new clan leader of the Uchiha clan, all eyes in the vicinity were drawn to him. The result of this clan leader election had taken everyone by surprise. Elder Uchiha Honka turned to face Uchiha Aiha. Aiha, although you are poised to become the new clan leader, truly becoming the leader of the Uchiha clan requires the support of its members. Whether the Uchiha clan genuinely backs you will depend on your future actions. Uchiha Aiha nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. At this moment, all eyes in the venue were fixed upon Uchiha Aiha. Kakashi Tsukumo remarked, although Uchiha Aiha has ascended to the position of the new clan leader, the real challenges are just beginning. Tsunade Senju agreed, indeed. As it stands, Uchiha Fugaku continues to hold the position of captain of the Konoha police force, wielding significant power. Should Uchiha Aiha fail to gain authority and the acknowledgement of his kin, his tenure as clan leader will be precarious. Uchiha Makoto expressed her curiosity about Uchiha Aiha, pondering, what manner of person is my elder brother Aiha? Mike-ai exclaimed, remarkable. The proprietor of Aiha's snack shop has truly become the leader of the Uchiha clan. Will Aiha's snack shop continue its operations? Will I still be able to savor those delightful meatballs? Orochimaru commented with intrigue. It is indeed fascinating that the election for the Uchiha clan leader resulted in a humble snack shop owner assuming such an esteemed role. Jiraiya, with a serious gaze fixed upon his rival Uchiha Aiha on stage, thought to himself, this fellow possesses formidable strength. Senju Chojui furrowed his brow. Is Tsunade's boyfriend truly the leader of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Aiha did not linger on the arena. After defeating Uchiha Fugaku, he descended the platform amidst the gazes of the audience, taking Tsunade's hand as they departed from the competition venue. Leaving the site of the Uchiha clan leader election, Uchiha Aiha walked hand in hand with Tsunade towards the Aiha household. Tsunade felt a rush of emotions. Her cheeks flushed. When did I start holding hands with Aiha? Unbeknownst to her, the nature of her relationship with Aiha seemed to have grown more intimate. What exactly is the nature of our relationship now? Are we lovers? Tsunade sensed that her feelings for Aiha had become rather nuanced. As for why she chose to accompany Aiha home, deep down, She had already developed a profound affection for him. Tsunade earnestly desired to remain in his company, to follow him home without feeling any embarrassment, and even considered it a natural, justified decision. Creak. Uchiha Haya opened the door, though Tsunade had ample reasons to accompany him at that moment. Her heart raced uncontrollably as the door swung open, her breath quickening, her cheeks aglow. Haya has yet to assist me in resurrecting my brother Shoju, she thought. And without any hesitation, she followed Haya across the threshold. Upon entering the living room, Uchiha Haya sank onto the floor, fatigue etched upon his features. Observing his weary state, Tsunade's concern bloomed, her face a mask of worry. Haya, what is wrong? You just awakened your Mangekyō Sharingan. Is it not stable yet? Have you overexerted your eyes? Yes. Last night, I used my ocular techniques continuously, and today, activating the Mangekyō Sharingan again drained a significant amount of my energy, Haya replied. Tsunade, concerned for him, admonished, Haya. Forcing the activation of the Mangekyō Sharingan in such a short span, based on Uchiha Madara's insights, places an excessive strain on your body. Indeed, the evolution of the Sharingan must be approached gradually. It cannot be rushed, Haya acknowledged, realizing that abruptly unlocking the 9-tomo Mangekyō Sharingan could result in backlash. Currently, his 9-tomo Mangekyō Sharingan form was quite unstable, and he could not maintain it for extended periods while utilizing ocular techniques. Even a single use exacted a tremendous toll on his physical and spiritual energy. Moving forward, Uchiha Haya needed to continuously refine his understanding of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Only by attaining mastery over the 9-tomo Mangekyō Sharingan could he wield it effortlessly. Watching Uchiha Haya's exhaustion, Tsunade felt a surge of urgency. At that moment, she was unaware that her concern for him had transcended the bounds of mere friendship. Hastily, she set about concocting restorative potions to aid Uchiha Haya in regaining his strength. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had just returned. An Umbu ninja entered, reporting the investigative results of the destruction in the Konoha back mountains. Hokage-sama, despite our thorough search for traces and clues amidst the heavy rain that day, we have found nothing. Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, exhaled a cloud of smoke. The Umbu investigation yields no results. Who could be responsible for the devastation in the Konoha back mountains? Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted as the office door swung open. Shimura Danzo entered with Tsunade's friend, Shizune, and Mito came in, his forehead and right arm wrapped in bandages, his expression darkening. Hiruzen, have you clarified the investigation into the destruction of the Konoha back mountains? Hiruzen evasively replied, well, we are still in the midst of the investigation. Danzo's eyes narrowed. I have strong suspicions regarding one individual. It is highly likely that this person is behind the calamity in the Konoha back mountains. Hiruzen, intrigued, inquired, oh, who is it? The newly appointed leader of the Uchiha Clan, Uchiha Haya. How could it possibly be him? Uchiha Haya demonstrated his Mangekyō Sharingan today, and we cannot fully gauge his true strength, Hiruzen countered. It is very likely he is the culprit. Danzo insisted. Danzo, I am aware of your discord with the Uchiha Clan, but we must not cast unfounded suspicions without ample evidence, Hiruzen cautioned. Danzo's frustration bubbled beneath the surface. He yearned to be in the Hokage's position, issuing commands. Shizune interjected, Hiruzen, I believe Danzo's suspicions hold merit. That young Uchiha harbors deep secrets. We are unaware of his true combat capabilities. Mito came and added, Hiruzen, we demand a thorough investigation of Uchiha Haya. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, nodded thoughtfully. I shall dispatch the Umbu to investigate. Until we ascertain Uchiha Haya's true strength, refrain from acting rashly. At this moment, Hiruzen's gaze also fell upon Uchiha Haya with suspicion. As evening descended upon the Uchiha gathering district, Tsunade remained at Uchiha Haya's residence, diligently caring for him as he recuperated from his exhaustion. Uchiha Haya had initially depleted both his physical and spiritual energy, entering a state of tranquility, only to further exhaust himself with his 9-tomo Mangekyō Sharingan, thereby depleting his energy reserves once more. Tsunade understood that she must not pressure Haya into taking her to the Pure Land to see her brother Shoju just yet. For now, it was imperative that Uchiha Haya fully restored his energy. Only then could he potentially assist her in seeing her brother again, or even resurrecting him. Unbeknownst to Tsunade, she was embodying the role of a devoted spouse in Haya's household. After a flurry of activity in the evening, Tsunade prepared a sumptuous dinner. Ready to serve. Haya, how are you feeling now? She inquired. I am on the mend. With some more rest, I shall be fine, he replied. As they conversed, a sudden knock echoed through the air. Tsunade peered through the window toward the door. Who could be knocking at this hour? She wondered. I'll go take a look. Tsunade stepped into the courtyard and opened the door. Entering Tsunade's line of sight were the esteemed elder Uchiha Hokaku, along with Uchiha Hakadai, Inoho, Tetsuho, and others. As the door swung open, the unexpected encounter left both Tsunade and the elder somewhat taken aback. Each party pondered in silence. Why is Tsunade still at the Uchiha residence at such a late hour? What is her relationship with Inoho? And why do the elder and his companions come to disturb him at this hour? After a brief moment, Tsunade took the initiative to speak. Elder, are you here to see Inoho? Indeed, Inoho has been appointed as the new clan leader, and we have come to officially welcome him, replied the elder. Tsunade gestured for the elder and his companions to enter. In the living room, Uchiha Inoho, Tsunade, and the elder, along with the others, sat facing one another. With a grave tone, Elder Uchiha Hokaku stated, Inoho, the tensions between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of Konoha are increasingly acute. The village leadership is persistently marginalizing and encroaching upon our clan's interests. Our presence in the village is waning, and we face the peril of isolation. In the past, the Uchiha clan lacked a true leadership core, resembling a scattered collection of individuals, struggling to contend with the oppressive policies directed at us by the Konoha elite. Now that you have ascended to the role of clan leader, it is your duty to lead us in revitalizing the Uchiha clan. Nodding in response to the elder's words, Uchiha Inoho replied, Elder, I will assume the responsibilities of the Uchiha clan leader starting tomorrow morning. Inoho, feeling somewhat fatigued, wished for an evening of rest alongside Tsunade. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, darkness enveloped the night. Elder Uchiha Hokaku, along with Uchiha Hakadai and others, departed from Inoho's home. As they walked back, the elder and his companions engaged in a private discussion. Elder, do you believe the new clan leader can truly lead us in revitalizing the Uchiha clan? Inquired Uchiha Hakadai. With a weary expression, the elder sighed. Inoho, I do not know him well. However, the real power of the clan leader is firmly held by the captain of the police force, Fugaku, and most of the police force supports him. It is uncertain whether Inoho can lead us to rejuvenate the Uchiha clan, let alone whether he can seize full control of the clan leader's authority. Upon hearing the elder's words, the others displayed solemn expressions. Uchiha Inoho declared with conviction, since Fugaku has lost the election for clan leader, he should relinquish the powers of the position. Uchiha Tetsuho sighed, it's not that simple. Uchiha Yakumi frowned. Not only are there internal conflicts within the clan, but the struggles between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha leadership have also reached a critical point. Inoho, how will you address these challenges? The elders' concerns for the future of the new clan leader were palpable. The following day, at the Uchiha clan's office building adjacent to the South He Shrine, Uchiha Inoho, hand in hand with Tsunade, arrived at the clan leader's office. In her quest to resurrect her brother, Shoju, Tsunade had unconsciously grown closer to Uchiha Inoho, developing a mutual affection between them. Holding Inoho's hand felt entirely natural to Tsunade. Standing at the base of the office building, she gazed upward and remarked, Inoho, this will be your office from now on. What about the Inoho snack shop? He queried. For now, it shall be temporarily closed. Balancing the responsibilities of clan leader and running a snack shop is beyond my capabilities, she replied. Let us ascend and explore the office. I have yet to visit the clan leader's office. Very well, let us go together, Inoho responded, leading Tsunade into the office. As they approached the stairs, Elder Hokaku, Hakadai, Fugaku, and several police force members came into view, seemingly waiting at the entrance of the office. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Uchiha Inoho pushed open the door to the office. Inside, the office was clean, tidy, and elegantly simple, which pleased Uchiha Inoho. Fugaku stepped forward to facilitate the handover of duties, as he had previously managed some of the clan leader's affairs under the elder's supervision. Observing Fugaku's transfer of responsibilities, Uchiha Inoho frowned. These appear to be mundane village matters. Are there no other significant items to hand over? Does the Uchiha clan not possess scrolls of ninjutsu, medical scrolls, equipment, family registries, finances, properties, or farmland? Uchiha Fugaku's expression faltered at Inoho's inquiries. Moreover, should we not also discuss the responsibilities of the police chief's position? Uchiha Fugaku's countenance became slightly strained upon hearing this. Suddenly, a police member named Uchiha Baru stepped forward from behind Fugaku, stating, Inoho, we in the Konoha police will handle these matters comprehensively, so you need not concern yourself. You are only responsible for the daily affairs of the Uchiha clan. Besides, matters concerning hospitals, medical scrolls, finances, and properties may not be your forte. Baru's tone was laced with an unmistakable edge. The elder Uchiha Hokaku and the other elders, including Hakadai, Inoho, Tetsuho, and Yakumi, felt a chill in their hearts and a grave expression settled upon their faces. It was clear that Uchiha Baru was issuing a challenge to Uchiha Yehuo. The atmosphere in the office grew tense. In the Uchiha clan leader's office, what was once a peaceful ambience became stifled following Baru's words. Elder Uchiha Hokaku and the other elders were momentarily at a loss for how to defuse the situation. Before Uchiha Yehuo could respond, the robust Tsunade, unable to remain silent, furrowed her brows and retorted sharply, regarding the hospital, medical scrolls, finances, and properties. I can assist the clan leader with those matters. In the realm of medicine, you police have nothing on my expertise. Tsunade's intervention surprised everyone, even Uchiha Yehuo. Upon hearing Tsunade's declaration, Uchiha Baru stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was renowned throughout the ninja world, earning her the title of the legendary Sannin. The Konoha police force could hardly compete in the realm of medical expertise. At that moment, another police member, Uchiha Naka, stepped forward from behind Fugaku, his gaze sharp as he confronted Tsunade. What is your standing? As an outsider, what right do you have to manage the affairs of the Uchiha clan or to meddle in the police's operations? Tsunade's expression hardened, her eyes reflecting a flicker of anger. Yet she remained silent. After a brief silence in the office, the venerable elder Uchiha Hokaku rose to his feet in an attempt to ease the tension. Ahem. This is the wife of the head of the Flame clan. As these words fell, a moment of astonishment enveloped the room. Uchiha Flame, his expression momentarily reflecting a hint of disbelief, exclaimed, Katsumi, my wife? Katsumi's beautiful eyes widened in confusion, staring at the elder as if to question, what are you saying? Upon hearing the elder's declaration, the reactions of Uchiha Hakadai, Yehuo, Tetsuho, and other elders were not as pronounced. After all, the elder and others had witnessed Katsumi residing in Uchiha Flame's household the previous night. Given the late hour, their cohabitation could hardly signify anything other than matrimony. Upon the elder's proclamation that Katsumi was Flame's wife, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Baru, and Uchiha Naka all felt a tremor in their hearts, their expressions awash with astonishment. The atmosphere in the office grew palpably tense, a silence that felt almost stifling. Sensing the lack of response, the elder elaborated, as the wife of the clan leader, it is entirely reasonable for Katsumi to assist in managing the hospital, medical scrolls, finances, and properties. Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Naka found himself at a loss for words, staring blankly at Katsumi, unsure of how to respond. Katsumi, incensed by the remarks of Uchiha Naka and Baru, unleashed her fury, declaring, who granted you the authority to dictate terms to the leader of the Uchiha clan? Spare me your futile chatter. Hand over all resources of the Uchiha clan, including the hospital, ninja scrolls, medical scrolls, equipment repository, clan registry, finances, properties, businesses, and farmland. Faced with Katsumi's fierce demeanor, Uchiha Baru and Naka retorted defiantly, such significant resources of the Uchiha clan have always been managed by the Uchiha Guard. Suddenly transferring them to Flame raises concerns about his ability to manage them effectively. Flame should simply handle the clan's daily affairs. Katsumi, her eyes ablaze with fury, slammed her palm upon the clan leader's desk. With a resounding crash, the desk splintered under her force, the sheer intensity of her presence causing all present to shudder. Her gaze was laced with anger and authority as she admonished, who gave you the right to address the clan leader so casually? Hear me well. From now on, you will refer to him as clan leader. Furthermore, in addition to the resources I previously mentioned, the position of captain of the Konoha Guard must also be handed over. In response to Katsumi's demands, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened slightly. Uchiha Baru and Uchiha Naka countered, Humph. The captain of the Konoha Guard is not only chosen within the clan, but also requires the appointment of the higher-ups in Konoha. Flame, without the endorsement from the higher echelons, lacks the qualification to assume the position of captain. Katsumi, her voice ringing with indignation, retorted, are you plotting a rebellion? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, Baru, Naka, and the members of the guard, along with Flame and Katsumi, engaged in a fierce clash, unwilling to concede. It was a power struggle, the air thick with tension, almost leading to an outbreak of violence between Katsumi and Baru, Naka. The elder, Uchiha Hano, along with Uchiha Hakadai, Yehuo, and others, were at a loss as to how to mediate. Katsumi and the Konoha Guard stood in a cold standoff, failing to reach any resolution. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, as if to say, even if Uchiha Flame rises to the position of clan leader, he holds no real power. The true authority of the Uchiha clan lies firmly within the Konoha Guard. Uchiha Baru and Uchiha Naka displayed unmistakable disdain on their faces, confident that neither Flame nor Katsumi could effectively challenge the Konoha Guard today. The prospect of relinquishing the Uchiha clan's real power to them? Out of the question. In the eyes of Elder Uchiha Hano and the others, it appeared the Konoha Guard had the upper hand. As the impasse persisted, it became evident that unless the Konoha Guard willingly relinquished their power, Uchiha Flame and Katsumi would be left powerless, compelled to endure their humiliation. Elder Uchiha Hano wore a look of sorrow and helplessness, contemplating. Currently, the Uchiha clan faces exclusion from the upper echelons of Konoha, gradually being pushed out of the core power structure. We must unite swiftly to confront the oppressive policies of Konoha's leadership. How can we afford infighting at such a critical juncture? Uchiha Hakadai, too, wore a frown, softly sighing, alas. How shall we navigate this predicament? What resolution can we find in this situation? Uchiha Ienokibi shook his head slightly. The elder truly possesses foresight. Previously, he anticipated that not only would Flame struggle to revitalize the Uchiha clan, but even whether he could fully grasp the authority of the clan leader remains a significant question mark. It seems Uchiha Flame faces considerable difficulty in genuinely assuming the clan leader's power from Uchiha Fugaku. Just as the tension escalated and the situation became increasingly untenable, suddenly, a figure darted into the room. Chapter 24. Will they strike in the clan leader's office? Within the office, Katsumi and Uchiha Baru Naka engaged in a fierce exchange of glances, seemingly on the brink of conflict. At that moment, a figure abruptly emerged from the doorway. Today's clan leader's office is truly lively. How refreshingly amusing. The figure at the entrance was none other than Uchiha Shana. With a sardonic expression, Uchiha Shana entered. Having observed the escalating argument between Katsumi and Uchiha Baru Naka from the doorway before stepping inside to intercede on Katsumi's behalf. All eyes turned towards Uchiha Shana as Uchiha Fugaku, Baru, and Naka regarded her with hostility. Uchiha Baru, brow furrowed, snapped, "Shana, what brings you here? This is none of your concern. Leave at once." Uchiha Shana, her face darkened, coldly retorted, "If you can come, why can't I? Besides, the clan leader is my friend." I recall that the previous clan leader was Uchiha Madara from long ago. During Madara's tenure, was he merely to oversee the mundane affairs of the clan? How absurd. When did the power of the Konoha Guard supersede that of the clan leader? Uchiha Baru and Naka exchanged disdainful glances, sneering, How could Uchiha Flame possibly be compared to the former clan leader, Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Shana, her expression fierce, narrowed her gaze at Baru, her voice laced with menace. "Baru, does this mean you look down upon our current clan leader, Flame? You are committing an act of insubordination." With that, she turned her attention back to Elder Uchiha Hano, Uchiha Hakadai, Ienokibi, and the others, asking, "Elders, if Flame has been elected as clan leader, why is there a failure to transfer authority? According to clan regulations, the clan leader possesses the right to command and allocate all personnel and resources within the clan." At Uchiha Shana's pointed inquiry, Elder Uchiha Hano's face flushed with embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words. Well. In truth, the elder, Hakadai, Ienokibi, and others were acutely aware that the Konoha Guard ought to willingly relinquish their hold on power. However, the Konoha Guard, led by Fugaku Uchiha, has long since firmly grasped the reins of power within the Uchiha clan. Presently, as the Konoha Guard refuses to relinquish authority, the elder council members and others have little say in the matter, leaving them helpless. Consequently, the elder, Uchiha Onoka, reprimanded Uchiha Baru and Naka, exclaiming, "Baru, Naka, do you truly wish to rebel? What gives you the audacity to scorn the newly appointed clan leader?" After receiving a stern admonishment from Elder Uchiha Onoka, Baru and Naka became somewhat subdued. The elder then turned his gaze towards Fugaku Uchiha, his tone softening considerably. "Fugaku, you see." Fugaku Uchiha regarded the elder and spoke slowly. "Elder, it is not that I am unwilling to relinquish my position as captain of the Konoha Guard. However, you are well aware that the Konoha Guard operates under Konoha's jurisdiction, and the captaincy is directly authorized by the Hokage. The matter of transferring the Konoha Guard's leadership is beyond my authority. This must be addressed by the higher-ups in Konoha. Only the Hokage's word holds weight in this matter. Even if Uchiha Madara were present, he would have no right to impose demands upon the Konoha Guard. I cannot shoulder this responsibility alone." Fugaku deftly shifted the blame onto Konoha's upper echelons, leaving the elder momentarily speechless, unsure how to counsel him. Uchiha Shursui, an idol of Uchiha Shina, felt a surge of anger upon hearing Fugaku's assertion that even Madara lacked the authority to make demands of the Konoha Guard. With a scowling visage and furrowed brow, Shina clenched his fists, glaring at Fugaku with disdain. Umph. What audacity! To suggest that even Uchiha Madara, as clan leader, cannot command the Konoha Guard? You incessantly speak of the Hokage and the higher-ups of Konoha. I fail to comprehend the nature of your relationship with them. Must we, within the Uchiha clan, seek permission from Konoha's upper echelons for our own affairs? Fugaku Uchiha remained stoic, seemingly disinterested in Shina's outburst. Meanwhile, Shina's face twisted with frustration, his heart brimming with indignation. Yet he felt powerless against Fugaku. At that moment, Tsunade silently vowed, "How infuriating. The members of the Konoha Guard are clearly taking advantage of Yehuo's inexperience, attempting to intimidate him. The authority of the clan leader must be seized today." Despite her thoughts, Tsunade found herself at a loss against Fugaku, Baru, Naka, and the others. Inside the room, a tense silence enveloped the atmosphere, laden with an undercurrent of hostility. Tsunade, Uchiha Shina, and the members of the Konoha Guard exchanged fierce glances. Locked in a standoff, Fugaku's stronghold over the Konoha Guard's power was palpable. Baru and Naka, standing beside Fugaku, turned their heads disdainfully, seemingly too apathetic to engage with Tsunade and Shina. As Tsunade and Shina found themselves gradually losing ground, the elder Uchiha Onoka shook his head in resignation, letting out a soft sigh. Alas. He then lifted his gaze to Uchiha Yehuo. "Clan leader, what do you think of this situation?" All that transpired was keenly observed by Uchiha Yehuo, who rose from his seat and addressed Fugaku and the others with measured resolve. "As of this morning, I formally assumed the role of clan leader of the Uchiha clan. All affairs and resources of the Uchiha clan shall be governed solely by me. The authority of the Konoha Guard shall be wholly transferred to me, and I shall also assume the position of captain." As these words fell, Fugaku's expression hardened, a flicker of hostility flashing in his eyes. Baru and Naka exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of contempt, as if Yehuo's declaration was of little consequence to them. Elder Onoka and the others felt a sense of foreboding. Is the new clan leader truly prepared to confront the Konoha Guard? Will hostilities erupt between the two parties? If the new clan leader's first act is to wage war against the Konoha Guard, the implications of such a scandal would certainly invite ridicule upon the Uchiha clan from Konoha's upper echelons and other clans. Worry etched across their faces. Elder Onoka, the 8th generation, and others were filled with trepidation. Uchiha Yehuo stepped closer to Fugaku, Baru, and Naka. The three men tightened their gazes, their alertness escalating, instinctively adopting a combative stance. Could it be that Uchiha Yehuo truly dares to strike against us within the clan leader's office? Chapter 25. Uchiha Yehuo takes action. Fugaku, Baru, and Naka remained vigilant, their expressions grave as they focused intently on the slowly advancing Uchiha Yehuo. Yehuo appeared to stroll leisurely towards them, casting a cursory glance at the three, who seemed resolute in their defiance. With measured words, Uchiha Yehuo declared, "I shall reiterate. At yesterday's election assembly, I emerged victorious. From this day forth, I am the new clan leader. I will lead you in restoring the Uchiha clan's prestige within the ninja world. The entire Uchiha clan must yield to my will. I now demand that the three of you transfer all affairs and resources of the Uchiha clan to Tsunade." This moment served as both a warning and an opportunity for the three. In truth, Uchiha Yehuo had no desire to resort to violence against them. Should they comply and transfer their authority, he would choose to overlook past grievances. Yet Baru and Naka seemed dismissive of Yehuo's warning, their expressions tinged with contempt. However, Fugaku's demeanor grew increasingly solemn upon hearing Yehuo's ultimatum. Baru and Naka may not fully grasp the terror of Yehuo's Mangekyō Sharingan, but Fugaku had personally experienced the devastating effects of Tsukuyami. Moments passed in silence as Fugaku, Baru, and Naka remained mute, with Baru even turning his head away, seemingly uninterested in engaging with Uchiha Yehuo. Observing their hostility and disdain, Yehuo appeared to have made up his mind. He took a few steps towards Baru. With a sidelong glance, Baru noticed Yehuo approaching and turned to face him. What met his gaze were the fierce, crimson eyes of the Mangekyō Sharingan. The 9 spinning tomo within the Mangekyō Sharingan ensnared Baru in an instant, rendering him susceptible to Kodo Amatsukami. Kodo Amatsukami can infiltrate the opponent's mind undetected, permanently altering their will. This technique allows the user to control those they perceive as mere puppets. Uchiha Yehuo, possessing a divine physique and extraordinary talent, not only mastered Kodo Amatsukami, but also overcame its lengthy cooldown period. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Yehuo invaded Baru's mind, permanently and thoroughly reshaping his will. Simultaneously, as the Mangekyō Sharingan activated, an inexplicable and terrifying aura swiftly enveloped the entirety of the clan leader's office. Those present felt the oppressive atmosphere, their hairs standing on end, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Upon witnessing the crimson Mangekyō Sharingan, a profound sense of dread overtook them, their expressions growing increasingly grave. At this moment, Uchiha Baru had turned his head, staring intently at Uchiha Yehuo. After a brief pause, Uchiha Baru suddenly knelt halfway to the ground, gazing at Uchiha Yehuo with utmost reverence, declaring, "Uchiha Baru fully obeys the commands of the esteemed clan leader." "Rise," Uchiha Yehuo responded. Upon hearing the command, Uchiha Baru gradually stood up, positioning himself behind Uchiha Yehuo with an air of compliance. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, everyone in the clan leader's office was left dumbfounded. Uchiha Shana furrowed his brows, his expression dark and brooding as he pondered, what on earth has transpired? Baru's character is as stubborn as a mule. No one can tame him. Why would this obstinate mule suddenly kneel before Yehuo and comply with his orders? Uchiha Hakadai and Inawo exchanged incredulous glances, their brows knitted in confusion. Why does Uchiha Baru seem to have transformed into an entirely different person, showing such deference to the clan leader? The elderly clan elder, with a heavy gaze, fixated on Uchiha Yehuo's crimson eyes, contemplating, could the issue lie within the clan leader's eyes? How could these eternal Mangekyō Sharingan possibly exert control over Baru? Such terrifying eyes. The most astonished were Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Naka, both aghast. Uchiha Baru had been fiercely loyal to Uchiha Fugaku, akin to a steadfast confidant. Why then, in the blink of an eye, had he turned against him and sided with Uchiha Yehuo? Uchiha Naka stared intently at Uchiha Baru, seemingly questioning. "Baru, you traitor, how could you switch sides so swiftly? It's as if you transformed like a chameleon in an instant. What on earth just happened?" Despite racking his brain, Naka could not fathom why Baru would suddenly submit to Uchiha Yehuo's commands. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, his gaze intent and cautious as he scrutinized Uchiha Yehuo. Exhaling deeply, why did Baru suddenly betray me? Given Baru's nature, such a betrayal is utterly inconceivable. The issue must lie within those crimson Mangekyō Sharingan. Recalling the last clan leader election where he had fallen victim to the Jinjutsu Tsukuyomi, and now Baru's sudden treachery, Uchiha Fugaku shivered involuntarily. At this moment, his heart was heavy. Baru has completely turned against me. What will Uchiha Yehuo do next? How will the situation unfold? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Uchiha Fugaku felt an inexplicable twinge of fear. Before anyone could react, Uchiha Yehuo lightly shifted his steps and slowly approached Uchiha Naka. Naka, gazing into those crimson eyes, felt a wave of terror wash over him, his body trembling involuntarily. What does this man intend to do? A horrifying thought flashed through Uchiha Naka's mind. He became increasingly anxious. Could I possibly end up like Baru? In that fleeting moment, the 9 tomo of the Mangekyō Sharingan began to spin, an irresistible force invading Uchiha Naka's mind. Koto Amitsukami. Uchiha Naka's pupils dilated as his brain was besieged. Uchiha Yehuo directly intruded upon Uchiha Naka's consciousness, permanently and utterly altering his will. In an instant, the expression of hostility and anxiety vanished from Uchiha Naka's face, replaced by an expression of complete submission. Before the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Uchiha Naka, too, knelt before Uchiha Yehuo with utmost respect, declaring, "Uchiha Naka fully obeys the commands of the esteemed clan leader." "Rise," Uchiha Yehuo commanded. Upon hearing the directive, Uchiha Naka gradually stood and positioned himself behind Uchiha Yehuo, just as Uchiha Baru had done. Within the clan leader's office, the onlookers were left in utter shock, their minds reeling. In the 26th chapter, Uchiha Yehuo's thunderous methods became evident. Observing Baru and Naka dutifully standing behind Uchiha Yehuo, the onlookers furrowed their brows, their expressions filled with disbelief and confusion. Baru's character was as obstinate as a wild donkey, disregarding anyone in the Uchiha clan except Uchiha Fugaku. Naka, self-righteous and sharp-tongued, often bullied his clansmen, relying on Uchiha Fugaku's backing. How could such two individuals so readily heed Uchiha Yehuo's words? However, as they gazed upon Uchiha Yehuo's crimson eyes, realization dawned upon them. Uchiha Hakadai suddenly awakened to the truth. So, Baru and Naka's sudden defection is indeed linked to the clan leader's eyes. Uchiha Shana furrowed his brow further. "Yehuo is even more frightening than I had imagined." Tsunade remarked, "What a terrifying pair of eyes." The aged clan elder, Uchiha Honka, furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he contemplated. "Clan leader Yehuo, how will you deal with Fugaku next?" At that moment, everyone seemed to sense Uchiha Fugaku's unease, their gazes converging upon him. Uchiha Fugaku, witnessing his trusted allies Baru and Naka utterly subdued, felt a surge of dread. Am I to be next? With this thought, Uchiha Fugaku swallowed hard, his heart racing, his body tense. He was acutely aware that Baru and Naka's betrayal was undeniably connected to those crimson Mangekyō Sharingan. Yet, he was also perplexed. What manner of ability was this? Uchiha Fugaku kept his head turned, afraid to meet Uchiha Yehuo's crimson gaze. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps approaching. Uchiha Fugaku realized that Yehuo was slowly making his way towards him. Damn it! What should I do now? Uchiha Fugaku cursed himself for not activating his own Mangekyō Sharingan sooner. In the brief moment of contemplation, Uchiha Yehuo had arrived before Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku! Upon hearing Yehuo call his name, Uchiha Fugaku's heart jolted, his body bristling with dread as he repeatedly questioned himself. Will I too be controlled like Baru and Naka? This new clan leader was indeed a terrifying figure. Uchiha Fugaku did not wish to resist, having witnessed how swiftly Baru and Naka had succumbed to control. He felt as though he had lost the will to fight in the presence of those fearsome eyes. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Uchiha Fugaku swallowed again, his hands trembling slightly. Breathing heavily, Uchiha Yehuo halted before him, standing resolutely. Now, do you consent to transfer all affairs and resources of the Uchiha clan to Tsunade? Are you willing to relinquish the position of captain of the Konoha police force? Uchiha Fugaku, filled with trepidation, widened his eyes and hesitated momentarily. I agree. The traditionally unyielding and arrogant Uchiha Fugaku, having witnessed the terror of the Crimson Eyes and the transformation of Baru and Naka into puppets, found his defensive walls of pride and stubbornness crumbling entirely. In this dire scenario, Uchiha Fugaku understood all too well that he was no match for Yehuo. If he did not acquiesce, his fate would mirror that of Baru and Naka, reduced to mere puppets. Should I acquiesce, perhaps the flames of retribution would spare me. Uchiha Itachi, upon hearing Fugaku's agreement, turned to face the elder and Tsunade, among others. Fugaku has consented to relinquish all powers of the clan leader, as well as the position of captain of the Konoha Guard. Tsunade, you shall oversee the transition with Fugaku, Baruto, and Naka, he instructed. Elder, and esteemed elders present, I trust you will ensure proper supervision. Under the intense gaze of Uchiha Itachi's crimson eyes, the elder Hokage, along with the other elders such as Hakadai and Inahoshi, felt a shiver run down their spines, their hairs standing on end. They hastily complied. Very well. We shall assist Lady Tsunade in the transition of clan leadership. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the elder and others, Uchiha Fugaku, Baruto, and Naka sincerely handed over all matters in their charge to Tsunade, without the slightest reservation. Uchiha Fugaku also transferred his authority and duties as captain of the Konoha Guard. Once all clan leadership responsibilities were transferred, the curvaceous Tsunade stood behind Uchiha Itachi. The elder, along with the other elders, and Uchiha Shana, watched Uchiha Itachi intently, awaiting his command. Baruto and Naka stood silently to the side, reverently. Uchiha Fugaku, head bowed, dared not meet Uchiha Itachi's gaze, his heart a tempest of anxiety, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. The atmosphere in the clan leader's office became suffocatingly silent. Uchiha Itachi slowly lifted his gaze to Uchiha Fugaku, standing across from him. Fugaku, today marks my first day as the new clan leader, and I am unfamiliar with many matters. Why must you make it difficult for me? As his words faded, Uchiha Fugaku's heart trembled. Master clan leader, In truth, Uchiha Fugaku had intended to wield the authority of the Konoha Guard captain to intimidate Uchiha Itachi, to deliver a harsh warning. Yet, he had underestimated the strength of this new leader. Now, confronted with Uchiha Itachi's inquiry, he found himself flustered, at a loss for words. Uchiha Itachi, feeling somewhat helpless, reflected, in places where people gather, there will be rivalry, discord, and conflict. However, the current situation clearly illustrates that the Konoha Guard is bullying me. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Uchiha Fugaku was struck with horror. Master clan leader, I was wrong. At this moment, regret washed over Uchiha Fugaku. Had he heeded the clan leader's orders from the outset, he would not have offended him. Uchiha Itachi gazed at the visibly anxious Uchiha Fugaku. The responsibility for this situation lies entirely with you, Baruto, and Naka. How do you propose to resolve it? At this, the elder and the other elders, including Shana, furrowed their brows, realizing that the clan leader was poised to make a decisive judgment. Uchiha Fugaku knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. Master clan leader, I was wrong. I implore your forgiveness. Henceforth, I shall obey your will. The reason Uchiha Fugaku chose to kneel was twofold. First, he succumbed to Uchiha Itachi's formidable strength. Second, he genuinely admired the new leader's thunderous methods. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi had completely subdued Uchiha Fugaku. However, Uchiha Itachi shook his head and sighed softly. Chapter 27. The Flame Restaurant Must Not Close. Uchiha Fugaku expressed his intent to obey the clan leader's commands. A flicker of hope flashing in his heart, believing that the clan leader might spare him and overlook past transgressions. Uchiha Itachi felt a twinge of disappointment. Uchiha Fugaku, half kneeling, suddenly sensed a flicker of doubt. Why hasn't he, the clan leader, spoken? Uchiha Fugaku's heart raced. Slowly lifting his head, he met Uchiha Itachi's ordinary gaze. And a wave of relief washed over him. Since Uchiha Itachi had reverted to normal eyes, he should refrain from employing that mysterious ninjutsu to turn him into a puppet. Uchiha Itachi, with a hint of regret, remarked, "Fugaku, I previously granted you 2 opportunities to surrender all clan leadership powers and the captaincy of the guard. Yet, you disregarded them, dismissively refusing my requests. Now, as you comply with my will, I ask for the 3rd time." Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's heart raced with panic. He swallowed hard, a sense of dread creeping in, his eyes widening with fear. Uchiha Itachi's eyes suddenly transformed into the scarlet, 9-tomo Sharingan. Kodo Amatsukami. Their gazes locked. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were filled with terror, his pupils dilating. An overwhelming force invaded Uchiha Fugaku's mind, and Uchiha Itachi directly infiltrated his consciousness, permanently altering Naka's will. In an instant, the fear in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes vanished, replaced by a look of reverence. Uchiha Fugaku, half kneeling before Uchiha Itachi, respectfully declared, "I, Uchiha Fugaku, shall fully comply with the clan leader's commands." "Rise," Uchiha Itachi commanded. Upon hearing his directive, Fugaku stood and joined Boruto and Naka. Tsunade, Shana, the elder, and the others bore expressions of shock. Upon closer inspection, they discerned that Uchiha Fugaku, Boruto, and Naka seemed to possess independent consciousness, indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. Uchiha Itachi's mysterious ninjutsu left them all in awe. In that moment, the gazes directed at Uchiha Itachi were laced with newfound respect. Uchiha Itachi addressed the elder, instructing, "Notify all clan members that a clan meeting will be convened tomorrow morning at the South He Shrine. Immediately gather opinions and inquiries regarding the development of the Uchiha clan from all members. Compile these inquiries and report them to me at the earliest convenience." Elder Uchiha Hohak nodded in agreement. Uchiha Itachi stretched lazily. "What a bother. Merely transitioning clan affairs has consumed my entire morning. I feel utterly exhausted. Tsunade, let us return home." With that, Tsunade took Uchiha Itachi's hand and exited the clan leader's office. As they watched the clan leader and Tsunade depart, the other elders, and Uchiha Shana were lost in thought. A flicker of excitement and anticipation crossed Uchiha Shana's mind. Itachi truly possesses an iron-fisted approach, decisive and swift. It's possible that under his leadership, the Uchiha clan could regain its prominence in Konoha, just as Uchiha Madara once did. Elder Uchiha Hohak sighed. "Have I grown old? I truly misjudged this. I was once concerned that Itachi would struggle to assume the mantle of clan leadership, yet it seems my worries were unfounded." Uchiha Hakadai noted, "This new clan leader's strength is unfathomable, exceeding all our expectations." Uchiha Inahoshi remarked, "I sincerely hope he can withstand Konoha's oppressive policies." Uchiha Tetsu Fire's face glowed with excitement. "From now on, our Uchiha clan will have a new core leadership." On the streets of Konoha, Uchiha Itachi walked hand in hand with Tsunade. Tsunade suddenly noticed that Uchiha Yefeng's expression was somewhat troubled and, with concern, inquired, "Yefeng, what seems to be the matter?" Uchiha Yefeng displayed signs of fatigue on his face, replying, "My physical and mental energies have yet to recover. I just executed the Kodo Amatsukami technique 3 times in quick succession, which has greatly depleted my energy. While working in the clan leader's office, I have been forcing myself to maintain a semblance of composure, concealing my exhaustion. I now require rest and a good night's sleep." Before long, the two returned to Uchiha Yefeng's residence. Upon seeing his weary demeanor, Tsunade's brows furrowed, and she hurriedly prepared a potion to restore his physical and mental energies. After consuming Tsunade's medicine, Uchiha Yefeng felt significantly rejuvenated. Throughout that day, Tsunade fully embraced the role of a devoted wife, tending to Yefeng with great care. In this intimate marital dynamic, neither Tsunade nor Yefeng felt any sense of dissonance. At the entrance of Yefeng's snack shop on the bustling streets of Konoha, a crowd gathered. Mangekyou stood at the door, his face clouded with despair, lamenting, "Alas, my beloved urine beef balls are gone. I used to indulge in a bowl every morning, but now I cannot find them. Yefeng has not opened shop for 3 consecutive days. Oh dear." I have endured a torturous 3 days without my urine beef balls. Kakashi, observing Guy's disheartened expression, awkwardly wiped the sweat from his brow, remarking, Guy, how pitiful you are, reduced to tears over urine beef balls. But to be fair, Yeffing's soul-stirring rice is indeed exquisite. I demand my soul-stirring rice back. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of complaints, their frustrations mounting over the prolonged closure of Yeffing's snack shop. Jiraiya, gazing at the closed door of the establishment, scoffed, Humph. Yeffing has been neglecting his snack shop. What has he been busy with lately? He is truly unprofessional. How long will this closure last? Just then, Orochimaru approached, chuckling. Indeed, Yeffing has been rather distracted of late. He has abandoned Yeffing's snack shop to assume the role of clan leader, and more importantly, he now resides with Tsunade. In such circumstances, do you really think he can continue running the snack shop? I fear it may soon close for good. Upon hearing that Tsunade was living with Yeffing, Jiraiya felt an overwhelming surge of discontent. Guy, incensed by Orochimaru's words, declared, We cannot allow Yeffing's snack shop, the most popular establishment in the village, to close. I must find Yeffing. Thus, under the influence of Guy, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and others, a group set forth towards the Uchiha district, heading for Uchiha Yeffing's residence. Among them were Kakashi, Hinata, Kato Dan, and others connected to prominent figures in the village. As evening approached at Uchiha Yeffing's home, under Tsunade's meticulous care, Yeffing's spirits had revived, and the fatigue on his face had dissipated. While Tsunade conducted a physical examination, she was startled to discover that Yeffing's physical and mental energies were severely depleted, nearing a state of exhaustion. This revelation caused her considerable anxiety. Prior to visiting the clan leader's office, while Yeffing's energies had been thin, they had not reached such a critical level. With an air of perplexity, Tsunade asked, Yeffing, after only activating the Mangekyō Sharingan 3 times upon leaving the clan leader's office, how could your energies be so severely drained? Grateful for the timely restoration through medication upon returning home, she pondered the dire consequences had he not. Uchiha Yeffing, reflecting deeply, responded, The technique I employed against Uchiha Fugaku is known as Kodo Tsukumi. Although I had mastered this technique without a cooldown period, allowing for consecutive use, it was only today, during my first genuine application, that I realized the severe toll it takes on my physical and mental energies. Using it thrice has left me feeling utterly drained. Tsunade furrowed her brow and cautioned, Your Mangekyō Sharingan is still in its infancy and remains quite unstable. Kodo Tsukumi extracts a significant toll on your body. It would be prudent to use it sparingly in the future. Yeffing nodded in agreement. Observing Yeffing's critical state, Tsunade suddenly recalled Yeffing's resurrection technique and thought of her brother, Nawaki. She hoped that once Yeffing fully recovered, he would use that technique to take her to the Pure Land, allowing her to reunite with her brother. She even harbored a yearning for Yeffing to resurrect Nawaki. Tsunade's heartfelt longing for Nawaki was entirely vested in Yeffing, and this intense desire drew her and Yeffing closer, creating a delicate bond between them. During this period of close proximity, Tsunade's affection for Yeffing deepened. This burgeoning attraction stirred feelings within her that she had never experienced before. Over the past few days, she had come to unexpectedly discover that the seemingly mediocre owner of Yeffing's snack shop was, in fact, a remarkably profound individual, one who stood out among his peers. In Tsunade's eyes, Uchiha Yeffing had become the epitome of perfection. Perhaps unbeknownst to herself, Tsunade relished the joyful moments spent with Yeffing, a sweetness she had never known before. In the living room, as Uchiha Yeffing and Tsunade engaged in conversation, a sudden knock echoed through the air. Knock, knock, knock. Tsunade, puzzled, remarked, Who could that be? I shall see. Soon, she approached the door and opened it to reveal the esteemed elder, Hakadai, and Inoho, among others. Oh, it is the elder, Tsunade exclaimed. Honored elder, we seek the clan leader for an important report. Please, come in, Tsunade replied. The elder and the others discreetly surveyed Tsunade, noting her voluptuous figure and graceful demeanor. In their minds, they mused, the clan leader and Tsunade have certainly progressed swiftly. They now reside together daily. As they settled into the living room, the elder's primary purpose for this visit was to report on clan matters. Clan leader, today we swiftly organized our forces to gather input from all clan members regarding the challenges facing the Uchiha clan. Based on our collective discussions and feedback from the clansmen, we identified several pressing issues. Firstly, our gathering area is situated in a remote part of Konoha. Secondly, the Uchiha clan is experiencing a severe shortage of funds, leading to financial struggles among our members. Thirdly, under the oppressive policies of Konoha, our clan faces the risk of isolation from the other clans. Uchiha Yeffing, Feeling overwhelmed by the multitude of issues, interjected, "Elder, you raise too many concerns at once. It is impossible to resolve them all simultaneously, as one person's energy is limited. We must first address the most pressing conflicts. What is the most urgent issue that requires our immediate attention?" Upon being questioned by Uchiha Yehuo, the esteemed elder Uchiha Yehuo was momentarily taken aback. The aging elder, with a visage marked by the passage of time, rolled his eyes in contemplation. Uchiha Shana, with a sinister expression and a crooked smile, interjected, "Humph. Elder, have you lost your wits? Is there truly any need for such prolonged deliberation? It is, of course, a matter concerning the territory of our Uchiha clan." Upon hearing Uchiha Shana's astute reminder, the elder experienced a sudden epiphany. "Ah? Indeed. Currently, our Uchiha clan resides in the secluded outskirts of Konoha, near the prison, which has provoked significant discontent among our people." Subsequently, the elder and Uchiha Shana elaborated on the territorial concerns of the Uchiha clan to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Yehuo observed the elder and Shana and spoke. "The topic of tomorrow morning's clan leader meeting will revolve around the residential territory of the Uchiha clan." After a brief discussion, the elder felt satisfied with their progress and took his leave alongside the others from Uchiha Yehuo's residence. Just as the elder and his entourage departed, a procession led by Mangekyou, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and others confidently entered the outskirts of the Uchiha residential area. The Uchiha clansmen, witnessing the arrival of numerous prominent figures from Konoha, were utterly astonished. The shopkeeper, Uncle Uchiha Sho, exclaimed, "Oh dear, why have so many people suddenly come to our Uchiha district?" Meanwhile, Aunt Uchiha Jing remarked, "It's Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, the Red Sunset, Akatsuki, and my heavens, so many of Konoha's elite shinobi." Uchiha Meichin pondered aloud, "How peculiar. It's rare for outsiders to visit our Uchiha gathering area. What on earth could have transpired?" Other Uchiha clansmen on the streets wore expressions of bewilderment, questioning the purpose of the unexpected assembly. However, a few among them were aware of the situation. "I heard that the Yehuo snack shop has closed down, and they have come to seek clan leader Yehuo, requesting the shop to reopen. How can they allow the Yehuo snack shop to shut its doors? It is the finest eatery in Konoha, and the villagers would never stand for its closure. If it were to close, where would the villagers go for leisure and to savor their beloved urinal beef balls? The Yehuo snack shop is renowned in Konoha, and if it ceases operations, the villagers would surely protest. Almost every villager in Konoha is a devoted patron of the Yehuo snack shop. I, too, am a loyal supporter of it. Ah, the white wine, the soul-stirring rice, and the urinal beef balls are truly unparalleled. During my recent mission outside the village, I discovered that other villages also highly regard the snacks from the Yehuo snack shop. Indeed, when merchants and shinobi from other villages visit Konoha, their first stop during leisure is the Yehuo snack shop. I never imagined that in less than a year, it would reach such remarkable heights. Oh, the Yehuo snack shop is run by our clan leader. Could it be that these individuals have come for him?" Mangekyou, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and their entourage confidently made their way into the Uchiha residential area, prompting many Uchiha clansmen to step outside their homes to gaze in wonder. In Chapter 29, garnering the support of Hatake Tsukumo and others, within Uchiha Yehuo's home, Tsunade wore a sweet smile as she engaged in a delightful conversation with Uchiha Yehuo. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed. Knock, knock, knock. Tsunade, perplexed, wondered, why is there knocking again? Who could it be? Could it be the elder and his companions returning? But they just left not long ago. Tsunade exited the living room and approached the entrance, opening the door to reveal a throng of individuals, causing her countenance to shift in astonishment. "What brings all of you here?" Confusion enveloped Tsunade as she pondered the sudden influx of visitors to Uchiha Yehuo's residence. In addition to Mangekyou, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and other outsiders, there were many Uchiha clansmen trailing behind. Naturally, most of these Uchiha members were simply there to join the commotion. Suddenly, Jiraiya, his expression sour, shouted, "Rumor has it that you are cohabitating with Uchiha Yehuo. At first, I found it hard to believe. But now it appears that you have indeed become part of Uchiha Yehuo's household. How could I have had feelings for you, treating you so well?" Tsunade's face flushed crimson at Jiraiya's words, spoken before such a crowd. Orochimaru chuckled and added, "Jiraiya, you might as well give up. Tsunade is already betrothed. Besides, her fiancé is the clan leader of the Uchiha, far superior to you." Jiraiya, upon hearing Orochimaru's remark, felt a wave of frustration. Senju Chojui watched Tsunade and Uchiha Yehuo living together, seemingly unperturbed. After all, Uchiha Yehuo was a prodigious individual and the leader of the Uchiha clan, a status that certainly befits Tsunade. In the midst of the crowd, a murmur arose, with many discussing Tsunade's engagement to Uchiha Yehuo, causing her to blush fiercely. She quickly diverted the topic, asking, "What brings you all here at this late hour?" Mike Guy, standing at the forefront, proclaimed, "We demand the reopening of the Yehuo snack shop. It has been closed for 3 days, and we have been deprived of white wine, urinal beef balls, and soul-stirring rice." Hatake Tsukumo added, "Our sole purpose in coming here is to request Uchiha Yehuo to reopen the Yehuo snack shop." Akatsuki Shinju echoed, "Indeed, we do not wish for such a fine establishment in Konoha to remain closed. Tsunade, could you allow us to enter and meet with Yehuo?" "Oh, there are too many of you." Tsunade gazed at the sea of faces outside, contemplating how it would be possible to accommodate them all within Yehuo's home. If everyone were to enter, there would be no space left. Suddenly, it dawned on everyone that they needed to select a few representatives. Mike Guy, Hatake Tsukumo, Akatsuki Shinju, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru stepped forward, ready to follow Tsunade into the courtyard while the others awaited outside. Inside the living room, Uchiha Yehuo sat across from Tsunade, Mike Guy, and Hatake Tsukumo. Guy and Tsukumo articulated their intentions clearly. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Yehuo responded, "Sigh. I too wish to continue operating the Yehuo snack shop. However, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, I am currently facing a pressing issue. Our clan resides near the prison on the outskirts of the village. Yet the clansmen are adamantly requesting a relocation to the city center. I find myself troubled by this matter, leaving me little energy to manage the Yehuo snack shop." Upon hearing Uchiha Yehuo's words, Mike Guy and the others were taken aback. If Yehuo was to assume the role of the Uchiha clan leader, he would have no time to run the snack shop. "Oh dear, what shall we do now?" They were at a loss. At that moment, Orochimaru chuckled, "Clan leader Yehuo, every problem has a solution. Do you not have a plan to keep the Yehuo snack shop operational?" After a moment of thought, Uchiha Yehuo replied, "As long as you assist me in resolving the issue regarding the relocation of the Uchiha clan's residents, I shall continue to operate the Yehuo snack shop." Kikuki Tsukumo, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Are we able to assist clan leader Yagami in addressing the relocation of the Uchiha clan's residential area?" Mike Guy responded, "Speak up. How can we be of service?" Uchiha Yagami revealed a faint smile, stating, "The day after tomorrow marks the regular meeting of Konoha. At that time, as long as you support my proposal to relocate the Uchiha clan to the heart of the village, I shall promptly resume operations at Yagami Snack Shop." Upon hearing Uchiha Yagami's words, Orochimaru, Kikuki Tsukumo, and Sunset Maki exchanged contemplative glances. Orochimaru mused inwardly, "The current location of the Uchiha clan is indeed too remote. This request does not seem unreasonable." Kikuki Tsukumo, furrowing his brow in thought, recalled, during the era of the first Hokage, the Uchiha clan resided in a core area. Subsequently, under the second Hokage Tobarama's rule, they were moved from the village center to a secluded area near the prison. Perhaps it was Tobarama's intention for the Uchiha clan to maintain order in the prison, thereby contributing to the village. Now, with the stability of the village's prison, relocating the Uchiha clan back to their original place does not seem inappropriate. Sunset Maki added, "The Senju and Uchiha clans have always been prominent families in Konoha, residing in the village's core. Returning to their former location does not appear to pose any problems." Jiraiya, however, glared enviously at the voluptuous Tsunade, lamenting inwardly, "Why am I not the one living with Tsunade?" Mike Guy, without further contemplation, flashed a youthful grin, displaying his pearly whites, and declared without hesitation, "Yagami, this is not an issue. As long as you allow me to indulge once more in those delectable beef balls, I shall wholeheartedly support you at the Konoha meeting." Encouraged by Mike Guy's enthusiasm, Orochimaru, Sunset Maki, and Kikuki Tsukumo all agreed. Jiraiya, too preoccupied with gazing at Tsunade, readily concurred. Subsequently, the group reached an agreement. At the Konoha meeting the day after tomorrow, they would support Uchiha Yagami's proposal regarding the relocation of the Uchiha clan to the village center, pledging to disclose this only to the Jonin and a few key individuals while keeping it confidential from others. Uchiha Yagami assured them that upon resolving the issue of the Uchiha clan's residential relocation, he would promptly reopen Yagami Snack Shop. After engaging in casual conversation for a while longer, the five exited Uchiha Yagami's home. For the sake of confidentiality, they only communicated the consensus reached with Uchiha Yagami to a few Jonin and other important figures. As for the crowd gathered outside, they merely announced that Yagami Snack Shop would soon resume normal operations. At the Uchiha residence, Tsunade was in the kitchen preparing dinner while Uchiha Yagami comfortably reclined on the sofa in the living room. Following the earlier discussion with the five, Uchiha Yagami felt a newfound confidence regarding the resolution of the Uchiha clan's relocation issue. The participants of the Konoha meeting primarily consisted of the village's high-ranking officials, jonin, and other esteemed figures. Occasionally, even the daimyo of the Land of Fire would grace the event with his presence. With the support of Might Guy, Kikuki Sakumo, and Sunset Maki, it was highly probable that the issue of the Uchiha's residential territory could be addressed. However, Uchiha Yagami was genuinely taken aback by the sudden influx of individuals seeking him out. He had never anticipated that the temporary closure of Yagami Snack Shop would compel these individuals to eagerly request his reopening. Uchiha Yagami couldn't help but marvel at the allure of the urine beef balls from his past life, as well as the allure of fine liquor, which seemed to wield such power in the world of Hokage. It was no wonder that in the God of Food, Stephen Chow managed to make a splendid comeback through his urine beef balls. As night fell, Uchiha Yagami and Tsunade finished dinner and retired for the night. Chapter 30. A decision awaits tomorrow. On the following morning, at the Nanga shrine of the Uchiha clan, nearly all members of the Uchiha clan gathered. Uchiha Yagami ascended the podium with a measured pace, flanked by Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shun. Also present were the esteemed elder Uchiha Hinakura and other elders, such as the 8th and Ienokibi. Upon reaching the podium, Uchiha Fugaku exhibited a demeanor of submission toward Uchiha Yagami. The audience of Uchiha clansmen below erupted in murmurs of astonishment. Why is Fugaku showing such deference to clan leader Yagami? It is said that he voluntarily relinquished his position as the captain of the Konoha Guard to hand over the reins to clan leader Yagami. Fugaku is a formidable individual. How did clan leader Yagami manage to subdue him? The crowd wondered what matters would be discussed at this clan assembly. All eyes were fixed on the podium. Under Uchiha Yagami's direction, the elder stood at the center of the podium and announced, "The topic of this meeting is the relocation of the Uchiha clan's residential area to the center of Konoha." Instantly, the audience erupted in a cacophony of whispers, exchanging hushed conversations. The exclusion of the Uchiha clan was a manifestation of the will of Konoha's higher-ups. Fugaku had always acquiesced to their authority and never dared to propose such a matter. How could they possibly relocate the Uchiha clan to the center of Konoha under the oppressive policies directed at them? Many members of the Uchiha clan believed that the higher-ups of Konoha would never consent to relocating them to the village's core. This topic seemed utterly implausible. Observing the tumultuous reactions from the crowd, Uchiha Shun stepped forward with a grim countenance and declared, "We, the Uchiha clan, are one of the founding families of Konoha, having originally resided in the most central and prosperous area of the village. However, we were later ostracized by the second Hokage Tobarama and forced to relocate here. How ironic it is that this was done in the name of allowing the Uchiha clan to maintain order in the village and contribute to its welfare. Have you all been so thoroughly bullied that you have lost your wits?" Uchiha Shun, a quintessential hawkish figure of the Uchiha clan, often fantasized about one day overturning Konoha's leadership, hoping to find a leader akin to Uchiha Madara. The emergence of Uchiha Yagami seemed to ignite a glimmer of hope within Uchiha Shun. Following Uchiha Shun's scolding, the audience fell silent. The elder Uchiha Hinakura then stepped forward, affirming, "Shun is correct. The Uchiha clan has done no wrong. The fault lies with the second Hokage and the third Hokage, along with the true instigator, Danzo Shimura. The first Hokage genuinely regarded Madara as a friend and sincerely sought to resolve the enmity between our clans, ensuring the peace and prosperity of Konoha. However, from the second Hokage onward, it has been the complete opposite. The third Hokage, Danzo, and others harbor a deep-seated distrust and hostility toward the Uchiha clan, isolating us completely from Konoha. This has resulted in the Uchiha clan having no friends in the village, interacting only with one another. The elderly elder, though aged and frail, yearned for the Uchiha clan to rise once more in the Shinobi world, restoring the clan's former glory. The 8th Uchiha also stood up, stating, "We, the Uchiha, detest war and long for peace. Yet, we are constantly oppressed by Konoha's higher-ups. The root of this animosity stems from their fear of the Sharingan." Uchiha Shun, with a grim expression, interjected, "Our clan has seen numerous disappearances each year. Where have these individuals gone? Clan leader Yagami has already conducted an investigation. Danzo has perpetrated extensive atrocities against the Uchiha clan, seizing their Sharingan, while the higher-ups of Konoha turn a blind eye, which is a significant reason behind the disappearances." Uchiha Ienokibi also spoke up, stating, "Our current residence is in a remote area of the village, still under the watchful eye of the Umbu. Even more terrifying is the notion among the higher echelons of Konoha to further marginalize the Uchiha clan, pushing them to the outskirts of the village." Upon hearing the words of several individuals, the Uchiha clansmen erupted in a fervor. All members longed to escape this remote locale and return to the heart of the village. However, after this brief surge of enthusiasm, sentiments of compromise, despondency, and despair once again permeated the Uchiha populace. The Uchiha clansmen were acutely aware that under the oppressive policies of Konoha's upper echelons, the prospect of relocating the entirety of their clan to the village center was a formidable challenge. We all yearn to inhabit the central region of the village. Yet this aspiration seems insurmountable. Since the era of the second Hokage, Tobirama, so much time has elapsed without our return to the village's core. We have become the least recognized inhabitants of Konoha, eternally isolated at the village's periphery. The biases harbored by Konoha's leadership against the Uchiha clan are far too profound. Even engaging in discussions with the higher-ups of Konoha regarding this matter would undoubtedly be a protracted endeavor. Alas, even if negotiations were to take place, the ultimate outcome would likely be failure. A pervasive atmosphere of pessimism and gloom enveloped the entire assembly. The elder statesmen and other elders gazed upon the disheartened expressions of their clansmen, feeling utterly powerless in that moment. Uchiha Yehuo, with a grim countenance, clenched his fists, his heart swelling with frustration and a sense of disappointment akin to that of a mentor witnessing a protege falter. At that juncture, Uchiha Yehuo ascended to the podium. As the young new clan leader stood forth, the assembly fell into a hushed silence. Uchiha Yehuo surveyed the crowd with a piercing gaze. Tomorrow marks Konoha's monthly assembly. At this gathering, the Hokage, Danzo, and other prominent figures from Konoha, including high-ranking Shinobi, will be present. Moreover, I have received word that the feudal lord of the Land of Fire will also attend. Tomorrow, I shall advocate for the relocation of the Uchiha clan back to the central area of the village. A resolution shall be reached. Upon hearing Hayashi's proclamation, the Uchiha clansmen displayed expressions of astonishment and concern. The hall was steeped in silence as everyone pondered. This leader exhibits remarkable decisiveness and vigor. Yet, it is almost certain that Konoha's upper echelons will reject Hayashi's request. What then shall we do if they refuse? Can Hayashi alone contend against the entirety of Konoha's leadership? In a corner, a girl with raven black hair and bright, clear black eyes, Uchiha Makoto, fixed her gaze intently upon Hayashi. I have heard the elders speak of our previous residence in the core of the village. Can this dashing leader truly restore us to our rightful place? With a burgeoning curiosity towards Uchiha Hayashi, Makoto found herself captivated. Hayashi continued, relocating the Uchiha clan from this isolated vicinity to the heart of the village is the first step towards our revitalization. This is merely the beginning. In the future, I will lead the Uchiha clan to prominence within the Shinobi world. Subsequently, many clan members voiced their opinions, deliberating on the myriad challenges faced by the Uchiha clan and exchanging insights. The Uchiha clan assembly convened for an entire day. After the meeting concluded, Uchiha Hayashi returned home, recuperating under the attentive care of Tsunade. The following day, in the morning, the atmosphere at the Hokage building in Konoha was abuzz with excitement. It was time for Konoha's monthly assembly, attended by all high-ranking shinobi and pivotal figures within the village. Significantly, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire had also journeyed from afar to partake in this meeting. In a short span, all attendees gathered in the meeting hall, arranged in a rectangular formation. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the feudal lord occupied central positions. To the left sat the feudal lord's advisors and think tank, while to the right were Danzo Shimura, Kohor Udatain, and clan leaders from the Hyuga, Nara, Uchiha, and others. Prominent figures such as Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, Temari, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were also present. In addition, Uchiha Hayashi had brought along elder Uchiha Yehuo, who sat nearby. The third Hokage's gaze settled upon Uchiha Hayashi, a flicker of contemplation crossing his face. Oh, it was always Fugaku attending these meetings before. Now, we have this prodigious young man, Uchiha Hayashi. Danzo cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Hayashi. Humph. Has that Uchiha brat truly supplanted Fugaku? In truth, both the Umbu and Root had been monitoring the Uchiha clan's every move. The news of Uchiha Hayashi replacing Fugaku was already known to the third Hokage and Danzo. Thus, upon seeing Uchiha Hayashi at the meeting, they felt a mere tremor of surprise, but no overwhelming astonishment. In their eyes, Uchiha Hayashi posed no significant threat. The third Hokage scanned the assembly and slowly turned to the feudal lord, stating, "All participants are present, so I believe we may commence the meeting." "Yes, let us begin." The feudal lord of the Land of Fire replied, adorned with a fan-shaped hat and holding a folding fan, a smile gracing his face. Following tradition, The third Hokage began with a report on Konoha's recent developments. As he broached the subject of issues within the village, he surveyed the attendees. Does anyone have concerns they wish to raise? Silence enveloped the room. Just as the third Hokage was about to speak again, a clear, resonant voice broke through the stillness. Wait, I have a question, Uchiha Hayashi declared, standing tall and unwavering before the assembly. I demand that the Uchiha clan be relocated from the remote outskirts near the prison back to the heart of the village. The moment his words resonated, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. All eyes turned towards Uchiha Hayashi, who had become the focal point of the gathering. Mangekyou wore a youthful grin, thinking, Hayashi, you have indeed raised this issue. Kakashi nodded slightly. As long as we support Hayashi, the Hayashi snack shop can resume its operations. Temari pondered silently. Indeed. We reached a consensus during our secret discussions at Hayashi's residence. Orochimaru smirked, his expression enigmatic. Hayashi, I shall lend you my support. However, within the assembly, some individuals wore expressions of grave concern, their brows furrowing as they regarded Uchiha Hayashi. Danzo, with a scowl, remarked, What is this Uchiha brat attempting? Why would he suddenly propose such an absurd request? How could the Uchiha clan possibly relocate to the village's central region? Koharu interjected, This is preposterous. The Uchiha clan is a latent threat to the village. They must never inhabit the central area. Upon hearing Uchiha Hayashi's assertion, the third Hokage's expression instantly froze. He understood that this matter involved deeply entrenched historical grievances, making swift resolution exceedingly unlikely. After a brief moment of contemplation, the third Hokage resolved to initially placate Uchiha Haya, intending to address the matter more thoroughly at a later time. Just as he was about to speak, the daimyo of the Land of Fire unexpectedly interjected with great enthusiasm, saying, I recall that the Uchiha clan was one of the founding families of the ninja village. Why, then, must they relocate to the heart of the village? Uchiha Haya responded slowly, his voice clear and resonant. Our Uchiha clan originally resided in the core of the village. However, during the era of the second Hokage, due to concerns over potential unrest in Konoha prison, we were dispatched to dwell in the remote outskirts near the prison to maintain the tranquility of the village. A contribution of considerable significance. Now that the threats surrounding Konoha prison have dissipated, it is no longer necessary for our clan to remain in such a secluded area. I demand that the entire Uchiha clan be relocated to the central district of the village. Upon hearing Uchiha Haya's response, the third Hokage felt a shiver run through him, momentarily at a loss for an appropriate reason to decline. Shimura Danzo, seething with anger, glared fiercely, unable to fathom allowing the Uchiha to return to the bustling heart of the village. Tsunade's expression was equally grim. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, fanning himself gently, appeared to ponder the matter. Suddenly, a council member seated to the left spoke up. I believe the Uchiha clan leader makes a valid point. The Uchiha clan has rendered service to Konoha, and having fulfilled their duty, it is only fitting that they be allowed to return to the vibrant center of the village. The daimyo of the Land of Fire nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips. Very well. It is decided. Let the Uchiha clan be relocated back to the bustling heart of Konoha. The assembly erupted in astonishment. Mangekyou remarked, Oh, it seems this is going rather smoothly. Shikaku Nara added, It appears that clan leader Haya no longer requires our support. In contrast, Tsunade observed the atmosphere in the hall, sensing that it was somewhat amiss. Within the upper echelons of Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore a grave expression, his countenance burdened. He was resolute in adhering to the policies of the second Hokage, unwilling to permit the Uchiha clan's return to the lively core of the village. However, with the daimyo's approval, he found himself at a loss for how to refuse. This. Tsunade furrowed her brow, her gaze fierce as she fixed her stare upon Uchiha Haya. Shimura Danzo, his teeth clenched in frustration, suddenly rose to his feet. Daimyo. Relocating the Uchiha clan to the center of the village requires careful consideration of Konoha's actual circumstances. The area once inhabited by the Uchiha has long since transformed into a commercial district, rendering relocation impossible. The daimyo of the Land of Fire appeared perplexed. There is no space in the central district? What should we do? Uchiha Haya spoke slowly. The area where the Uchiha once gathered has indeed become a commercial zone. However, the Senju clan's numbers have dwindled, leaving their former residence vacant. We can relocate to the area that the Senju clan once occupied. The daimyo's face brightened at this suggestion. Very well. Let it be so. The third Hokage, his expression grave, interjected. Daimyo, I believe this matter requires further deliberation. Sarutobi Hiruzen sought to delay the issue, hoping it would fester unresolved. Uchiha Haya promptly countered. there is no need for delay. Our Uchiha clan has contributed to the village, and we demand immediate relocation to the area previously inhabited by the Senju clan. Danzo's face momentarily flickered with malice, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Daimyo, I propose that we conduct a vote right here and now. If everyone agrees to the request made by clan leader Aiha, then we shall decide to allow the Uchiha clan to move back to the center of Konoha, to the area once occupied by the Senju clan. Otherwise, the daimyo clapped his fan. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Thus, the 32nd chapter of the assembly concluded with a vote on Uchiha Aiha's proposal. With the daimyo present, Danzo refrained from displaying overt anger. The cunning Shimura Danzo devised the idea of a vote, believing that the upper echelons of Konoha firmly controlled the village's leadership. During the voting process, as long as the upper echelons opposed Uchiha Aiha's proposal, the other clan leaders and jonin would likely follow suit. Upon hearing Danzo's suggestion, the daimyo smiled slightly, acquiescing. This is quite intriguing. The assembly would vote on whether the Uchiha clan should return to the central area of Konoha. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage's stern expression softened considerably. This seems reasonable. After all, the relocation of the Uchiha clan to the bustling heart of the village would greatly impact Konoha, necessitating the opinions of all attending members. Both the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo were in agreement. The vote would ensure that the clan leaders and jonin of Konoha would support the upper echelons well, providing Sarutobi Hiruzen with ample justification to decline Uchiha Aiha's request. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, concealing his mouth with his fan, smiled enigmatically. Then, let the voting commence. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, nodded lightly. Now, all present in Konoha will cast their votes on Uchiha Aiha's proposal. Those in favor of clan leader Aiha's proposal, please raise your hands. The assembly fell into a hushed silence. Some individuals appeared indecisive, casting glances toward the upper echelons of Konoha, where the stance of the higher-ups seemed pivotal. Uchiha Aiha, without the slightest hesitation, raised his hand. As the Uchiha clan had gradually distanced themselves from the core of Konoha, the elder Uchiha Shana in the corner held no voting rights. Previously, he lacked even the qualification to attend. This time, thanks to Uchiha Aiha, he was fortunate enough to participate in witnessing the voting on the proposal of the clan leader. The elder Uchiha Haken's expression was solemn, fully aware of Danzo's machinations. Cursed Danzo, if the upper echelons of Konoha do not raise their hands, it will be exceedingly difficult for the other clan leaders and jonin to support the clan leader's proposal. At this moment, the elder's emotions were dominated by disappointment and helplessness. Uchiha Shana, with a grim countenance, felt a surge of anger. Damn Danzo. The upper echelons of Konoha are truly a bunch of duplicitous individuals. The clan leader stands alone against the hypocrisy of the Konoha elite. Uchiha Shana held little hope for the outcome of this vote, believing that the upper echelons would manipulate the voting process to their advantage. In her eyes, such a vote would be doomed to fail. The atmosphere in the hall was thick with tension. Only Uchiha Aiha raised his hand. After a moment, unexpectedly, a pair of delicate hands shot up. It was Tsunade. I too agree that the Uchiha clan should relocate to the area once inhabited by the Senju clan. The sight of Tsunade raising her hand startled everyone in the hall. The third Hokage and Shimura Danzo exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, though they understood the implications. After all, Tsunade was Uchiha Aiha's partner, and her support for him was not entirely unexpected. Shimura Danzo, his face set in a scowl and his eyes narrowed, surveyed the room with a disdainful grunt. A woman from the Senju clan marrying an Uchiha. What a disgrace to the Senju lineage. I suppose only Tsunade supports Uchiha Ibito. After a brief moment of hesitation, Senju Orange Water raised her hand as well. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Tsunade looked on, their brows furrowing slightly. Before the higher-ups of Konoha could fully comprehend the situation, Mato Gai, Kakashi Hitaki, Hinata Hyuga, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Kato Dan, and the father of Moonlight Gale, Moonlight Knight, as well as the uncle of Mitarashi Yanko, Mitarashi Zishiao, all raised their hands in unison. Encouraged by Mato Gai, Kakashi Hitaki, and Hinata Hyuga, families such as the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi also joined in. Such an outcome was entirely unexpected for the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, and Tsunade. Sarutobi, frowning at the multitude of raised hands, pondered, how could so many support Uchiha Ibito's proposal? Do they all wish for the Uchiha clan to relocate to the heart of the village? Sigh. This is all Danzo's ill-conceived idea. Danzo, equally taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief. How could this be? The Uchiha have been isolated. How could they suddenly garner such support? Tsunade, equally astonished, wrinkled her aged face, her expression darkening. The daimyo of the Land of Fire glanced around, nodding slightly. It seems a majority supports the proposal from the Uchiha clan leader. Hokage-sama, let us finalize this matter. The third Hokage, feeling a wave of embarrassment, replied, well. The daimyo decisively stated, then it is settled. The Uchiha clan will be relocated to the area once inhabited by the Senju clan at the village center. The hand-raising vote was proposed by Danzo. Despite his reluctance, both the third Hokage and Danzo found themselves at a loss in this matter. Even the elder, Uchiha Shana, was taken aback. Gazing at the sea of hands raised in support, he remarked, we, the Uchiha clan, have been isolated. How could so many suddenly support us? Uchiha Shana himself was deeply surprised, smirking slightly. Obito, what method did you employ to convince so many to support you? I must admit, as the new clan leader, you have exceeded my expectations. After the meeting decided to approve Uchiha Obito's proposal, other matters were briefly discussed. However, these issues paled in comparison to the relocation of the Uchiha clan to the village center. The meeting lasted the entire morning. Once adjourned, the news of the Uchiha clan's relocation to the bustling center of the village spread rapidly throughout Konoha. The villagers were left in disbelief. Since the era of the second Hokage, Tobirama, the Uchiha had resided in a remote area, existing in isolation at the village's fringes. How could the higher-ups of Konoha suddenly allow the Uchiha to return to the center? The Uchiha's relocation became the hottest topic in Konoha. Most astonished were the Uchiha themselves. At this moment, many clan members gathered at the Uchiha South Shrine, eagerly awaiting the return of their clan leader. They exchanged excited whispers about the good news. As Uchiha Obito entered the South Shrine, accompanied by the elderly elder and the grim-faced Uchiha Shana, the gathered clan members erupted in cheers and applause. Prior to this, the clan members had never believed that the Konoha higher-ups would permit the Uchiha to move back to the heart of the village. They had universally regarded it as an impossible and implausible affair. Yet, this new clan leader had achieved it. Chapter 33. The Uchiha clan begins their relocation to the village center. This matter was just discussed in the clan meeting yesterday, and today it was realized. Until now, many clan members could hardly imagine that one day the Uchiha clan could return to reside in the village center. Within the South Shrine, Uchiha Obito entered the main hall, followed by the aged elder and Uchiha Shana. The appearance of the clan leader drew the attention of all Uchiha clan members present. The clan members gazed at Obito with admiration. Uchiha Mikoto, with her long, jet-black hair cascading over her shoulders and her lively eyes, stood amidst the crowd, observing the clan leader with a sense of curiosity, reflecting, for so many years, the Uchiha clan has been marginalized by the Konoha higher-ups. The thought of returning to the village center was something we never dared to imagine, as it seemed nearly impossible. Unexpectedly, this new clan leader had accomplished it in just a day's time. Mikoto's curiosity about the new clan leader grew stronger. As Uchiha Obito entered the hall, prominent figures such as Uchiha Hakadai, Inazuma, and Tetsuhan approached to welcome him. Hakadai respectfully inquired, "Welcome back, esteemed clan leader." Inazuma, feeling a surge of excitement, added, "The Konoha higher-ups actually agreed to your proposal." Tetsuhan remarked, "It's truly unbelievable that the Uchiha clan can return to the center of Konoha." Surrounded by the crowd, Uchiha Obito stood at the center of the podium, amidst a lively atmosphere. He announced, "Today, the Konoha Council has approved the Uchiha clan's relocation to the area formerly occupied by the Senju clan." He then turned to the elder, Uchiha Shana. "We must arrange for the entire clan's swift relocation to the village center. We shall commence at once." The elder, Uchiha Shana, nodded respectfully. Following this event, Shana held Uchiha Obito in high esteem. Uchiha Obito did not linger at the South Shrine, but instead departed with the elder, Shana, and Hakadai. As Mikoto watched Obito's departing figure, her curiosity unknowingly blossomed into admiration. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wore a grave expression, taking a deep puff from his pipe and exhaling a billow of smoke. Sigh. Uchiha Obito, how did he manage to gain the support of numerous Konoha shinobi and clan leaders at today's council meeting? Lost in thought, the third Hokage pondered how Uchiha Obito had achieved this. Danzo Shimura, Tsunade, and Mito Gadian stood before the third Hokage, their expressions grim. Tsunade, visibly frustrated, remarked, "Danzo, today's council meeting was your ill-conceived idea. Had you not proposed a vote, that Uchiha Obito might not have succeeded." Danzo, angered, retorted, "Humph. Do you have a better plan to refute that brat? Who knows what method he used to garner such support?" The memory of the unanimous vote at the council meeting ignited a fire within Danzo. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Perhaps the young Uchiha named Yehuo harbors suspicions of clandestine collusion with the elite jonin of Konoha and various clan leaders. This constitutes a private faction, a rebellion. Should this be the case, the Uchiha Yehuo must not be spared. Mito Gate on, with a fierce glint in his eye, spoke in a calm tone. Indeed, Danzo is correct. If it is confirmed that this young Yehuo has engaged in improper dealings with the jonin and clan leaders, we shall have just cause to apprehend him. Upon hearing the prospect of capturing Uchiha Yehuo, the previously morose Shimura Danzo showed a slight relaxation of his countenance. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, grew somewhat flustered by the commotion caused by Danzo and the others. Enough. I have dispatched the Umbu to investigate this matter. I believe it won't be long before we have clarity. At that moment, a cloaked Umbu ninja, donning a cat-faced mask, entered the Hokage's office. The Umbu ninja knelt on one knee. Hokage-sama, we have completed our investigation. The third Hokage and the others turned their gazes towards the Umbu ninja. Last night, Mike Guy, Hatake Sakumo, Yuhi Kurenai, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and many others proactively visited the home of Uchiha Yehuo. Danzo's brows furrowed, a look of confusion crossing his face. What business did they have at Yehuo's residence? The Umbu ninja continued. The Yehuo snack shop has ceased operations for 3 days, and may even close permanently. In an effort to ensure its continued operation, patrons have gathered to demand the reopening of the establishment. During this time, Hatake Sakumo, Mike Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru represented the crowd and reached a consensus with Uchiha Yehuo, agreeing that the Yehuo snack shop could remain open only if the Uchiha clan would relocate back to the heart of Konoha. The findings of the Umbu's investigation completely took the Konoha higher-ups by surprise. The third Hokage, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat dazed. Oh? So Yehuo has garnered the support of numerous jonin and clan leaders through this means. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief, a sense of frustration washing over him. Damn, that Uchiha Yehuo. The issue lies with the Yehuo snack shop. Who would have thought that sake, urinating beef balls, and soul-stirring rice would have such an impact in Konoha? Reflecting on his previous defeat to Yehuo at the Konoha council meeting, Danzo clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Sarutobi, we must shut down this Yehuo snack shop. The third Hokage, looking somewhat helpless, retorted, the Yehuo snack shop operates as a legitimate business. What grounds do we have to shut it down? Who among us hasn't enjoyed its sake, urinating beef balls, or soul-stirring rice? Danzo found himself at a loss for words. At this point, Tsunade and Mito Gate stepped forward. Sarutobi, while we cannot shut down the Yehuo snack shop, we must increase the presence of Umbu to closely monitor the shop and the Uchiha Clan's activities. The third Hokage nodded gently. Indeed. Suddenly, another Umbu ninja entered the Hokage's office. The Umbu ninja approached the third Hokage, kneeling before him. Report, Hokage-sama. We have just discovered that members of the Uchiha clan have begun relocating towards the center of the village. Upon hearing the report, the hearts of the third Hokage, Danzo, and the others quaked. How could the Uchiha clan act so swiftly? Chapter 34. Free from the burdens of leadership. Uchiha clan leader's office. Upon hearing that Uchiha Yehuo intends to reopen the Yehuo snack shop, the elders, including the Grand Elder and Uchiha Shana, wore expressions of shock and confusion. Uchiha Shana, with a sullen expression, found it difficult to comprehend. Yehuo, as the clan leader, we are on the verge of relocating to the bustling heart of the village. How can you suddenly abandon your position to become a mere snack shop owner? In Shana's mind, Uchiha Yehuo was a prodigious talent, a hero capable of leading the Uchiha clan toward revitalization. To have such an exceptional leader emerge, how could they allow Yehuo to depart so easily? The Grand Elder interjected. At this pivotal moment of our clan's great migration, we require the leader to guide us. You cannot leave us now. Uchiha Hakadai, unable to contain himself, stood up. Leader, the Uchiha clan needs you now and in the future. Elders such as Uchiha Inaho, Teko, and Yahweh also stepped forward. Leader, you cannot abandon us. In the eyes of the gathered, despite the fame of the Yehuo snack shop, none could compare to the significance of the Uchiha clan leader's position. Observing the clamor of the elders pleading for his retention, Uchiha Yehuo raised his hand, instantly silencing them. Uchiha Yehuo declared, I will manage the Yehuo snack shop while still serving as the Uchiha clan leader. There is no need for your anxiety. After my departure, the affairs of the Uchiha clan will be entrusted to the Grand Elder and Shana. Upon hearing Yehuo entrust the clan's matters to the Grand Elder and himself, Uchiha Shana felt a surge of gratitude. Leader, I worry I may not handle the clan's affairs well. There will be no issues. Shana, I have faith in you. Uchiha Yehuo cast a reassuring glance at Uchiha Shana. Shana was deeply moved and inspired by Yehuo's words. Previously, due to ideological differences with Uchiha Fugaku, Shana had been marginalized within the clan, leading to a long-standing distrust of others. However, since befriending Uchiha Yehuo, and with Yehuo assuming the role of clan leader, Shana had received unprecedented recognition within the clan and glimpsed the hope of revitalizing the Uchiha clan. It can be said that Uchiha Shana's life had undergone a complete transformation thanks to Uchiha Yehuo. Shana felt immense gratitude towards Yehuo. Similarly, in the eyes of the Grand Elder, Yehuo was a rare talent for the Uchiha clan. The aged and venerable Grand Elder had pinned the hopes of revitalizing the Uchiha clan on this young man. The Grand Elder, unwilling to relent, implored fervently, "Leader, your energy is devoted to the Yehuo snack shop. I fear you may neglect the clan's affairs. I suggest you extend the closure of the shop for a few more days." Unable to withstand the persistent entreaties of the Grand Elder and Uchiha Shana, Uchiha Yehuo replied, "If there are unresolved issues, come to find me. I will make time to periodically check in on the progress of our clan's affairs." And do you know why so many Jonin and clan leaders supported my proposal at the Konoha Council today? The gathered elders looked at Yehuo with puzzled expressions. Uchiha Yehuo recounted the agreement reached with Might Guy, Hatake Tsukumo, and others. To be a person of one's word is to uphold integrity. Having promised Might Guy, Kakashi Hatake, and others, it is imperative to follow through. The onlookers regarded the leader of the Uchiha clan, their minds resolute, making further persuasion futile. Uchiha Yehuo understood that the foremost challenge facing the Uchiha clan was the relocation of the entire clan. Such a monumental move would undoubtedly require substantial financial resources. Uchiha Yehuo sought to ascertain the clan's financial status. "Elder, what is the current balance of the Uchiha clan's treasury?" The funds available are barely sufficient to support the clan's relocation and the construction of residences on the former site of the Senju clan. "Very well. We shall utilize our clan's resources to ensure a smooth transition for our people to settle at the heart of the village." "Understood, leader." The elder, Uchiha Honka, nodded gently in compliance with the leader's directives. Subsequently, Uchiha Yehuo delegated various clan affairs to the elder, Uchiha Shana. The clan's matters consumed an entire day. As evening descended, Uchiha Yehuo took Tsunade's hand and exited the leader's office. Night had fallen by the time they reached the Uchiha residence. Tsunade sat by the window, gazing at the stars in the night sky, lost in contemplation and reminiscing about her brother, Shoju. Uchiha Yehuo seemed to perceive Tsunade's thoughts. "In recent days, my research on the resurrection technique has not waned. I have gleaned new insights. Now that I have set aside the clan's intricate affairs, I will have ample time to delve into the resurrection technique." Upon hearing Uchiha Yehuo's words, Tsunade felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. "Oh, how I long to see my brother Shoju again. Yes, once my physical and mental energies are restored, I will take you to the Pure Land to meet Shoju." Tsunade smiled knowingly, her gaze towards Uchiha Yehuo softening with feminine tenderness. Perhaps neither of them realized that, despite not having consummated their union, their current relationship mirrored that of a married couple in every essence. As night enveloped them, both retired to their respective quarters. The following morning, Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade set out for the Yehuo snack shop. During their journey, Uchiha Yehuo sensed the presence of someone shadowing them. However, after scanning their surroundings, he found no trace of anyone. After a moment of reflection, he deduced it was an Umbu ninja. "Tsunade, I sense we are being followed by Umbu." "What? That old man Sarutobi Hiruzen dares to send Umbu to tail us." Tsunade's heart ignited with indignation. It was critical for Uchiha Yehuo to conduct his research on the resurrection technique in secret. Being followed daily by Umbu could jeopardize her plans to meet her brother in the Pure Land or even disrupt her desire to resurrect him. Thus, her frustration was palpable. As they walked closer to the snack shop, they were taken aback to find a throng gathered at the entrance of Yehuo's snack shop. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the familiar faces of Might Guy, Kakashi Hatake, Yuhi Kurenai, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and others, those who had visited Uchiha's home to demand the snack shop's reopening. Chapter 35, The Highly Anticipated Snack Shop. In the heart of Konoha, the Yehuo snack shop was bustling with patrons eagerly awaiting its reopening. Tsunade was astonished by the crowd. The popularity of the Yehuo snack shop in Konoha is astounding. Uchiha Yehuo, hand in hand with Tsunade, approached the shop. Kakashi greeted them with a smile. "Leader Yehuo, you truly are a man of your word." Observing the assembly at the entrance, Uchiha Yehuo proclaimed, "As of today, the Yehuo snack shop shall resume operations." Might Guy's face lit up with joy. "Yes, I can once again indulge in a bowl of urinal beef balls every morning." Yuhi Kurenai chimed in. and I can savor the exquisite high-grade sake once more. Kato-dan added, I can't wait to have another bite of the soul-stirring rice. Following a brief hiatus, the shop's reopening resulted in an overwhelming influx of customers. Uchiha Yehuo, with Tsunade's assistance, busied themselves brewing sake and preparing urinal beef balls and soul-stirring rice. Despite their relentless efforts, they were unable to meet the soaring demand, leaving numerous patrons disappointed after waiting for hours without obtaining their desired dishes. The dining area was packed with eager customers, and the entrance overflowed with those queuing patiently. On the central street of Konoha, other eateries such as Ichiraku Ramen, Three-Colored Dango, Grilled Pork Belly, and Mackerel witnessed the envy and admiration of their proprietors towards the remarkable popularity of the Yehuo snack shop. News of the shop's reopening quickly spread throughout Konoha, making it the talk of the village. The esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan had taken on the role of a snack shop owner, leaving the villagers astonished. The Uchiha clan, having recently seen a prodigy emerge who defeated the village's upper echelons in a council meeting, now harbored a glimmer of hope in this new leader who had orchestrated the clan's relocation to the village's center in a single day. Yet, the abrupt decision to abandon his leadership role to focus on running a snack shop perplexed the clan members, who found themselves grappling with this unexpected turn of events. In the Hokage's office, an Umbu ninja knelt before the third Hokage, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Yehuo, accompanied by Tsunade, has resumed operations at the Yehuo snack shop on the central street of the village. Before the third Hokage could respond, Shimura Danzo interjected with fervor, Yamato. It appears that the consensus reached that night at Yehuo's residence among Uchiha Yehuo and the village's elite shinobi is indeed genuine. Numerous jonin at the Konoha Council supported Uchiha Yehuo's proposal. His reopening of the Yehuo snack shop is a testament to that. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a puff from his pipe, releasing a cloud of smoke. Who would have thought that a humble snack shop could wield such influence, attracting so many in support of Uchiha Yehuo? However, he continued, even though the Uchiha clan is in the midst of relocating back to the village center, if Uchiha Yehuo remains focused solely on the operation of this snack shop, it may not adversely affect the security and stability of Konoha. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Danzo pondered for a moment before allowing a slight smile to grace his lips. Indeed, having this new Uchiha leader abandon his position to devote himself to running a snack shop may ultimately benefit our village. In Danzo's eyes, Uchiha Yehuo's actions represented a dereliction of duty. With such a seemingly unserious leader at the helm, it was unlikely the Uchiha clan would flourish. Danzo continued to expound upon his thoughts. However, we shall reinforce the personnel from the Umbu, closely monitoring every move of Uchiha Hokage. We cannot afford to let Uchiha Hokage slip from our sight to prevent any further harm to Konoha from the Uchiha clan. Incidents akin to the prior Konoha assembly must never reoccur. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, nodded gently. Indeed, as dusk descended, the Hokage snack shop had already passed its closing time. Nevertheless, a throng of customers still gathered at the entrance. Mike Guy flashed a toothy grin. Hokage clan leader. It appears the snack shop won't be closing anytime soon. Shikaka Nara cast a glance at the multitude of patrons. Alas, it is unavoidable. Such is the power of delectable cuisine. The snack shop's popularity was overwhelming, with an excessive number of customers. Jiraiya observed that among those queuing were many clad in the garb of other villages. The clientele isn't solely from Konoha. There are quite a few visitors from outside villages as well. Orochimaru hissed with amusement. The sake, the urinal beef balls, and the soul-stirring rice from Hokage snack shop enjoy immense popularity, not just in Konoha but throughout the ninja world. Kurenai Yuhi interjected. Indeed, just the other day, while on a mission in another village, I discovered that many are familiar with Konoha's Hokage snack shop. Amidst their conversations, Uchiha Hokage's voice resonated. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now closing time. Please return tomorrow. The crowd erupted into discontent. Why so soon? The sun hasn't even set. I traveled from afar. I'm from another village and leaving Konoha tomorrow. Must I forego the urinal beef balls? The patrons, both inside and outside, objected to the shop's closure. Uchiha Hokage, appearing somewhat helpless, thought to himself, in this world of Naruto, the culinary delights of the past life's god of food, Stephen Chow, have garnered an overwhelming following. Ignoring the complaints, Uchiha Hokage promptly hung a sign at the entrance that read closed. Dear customers, we are closing for the day. Please return tomorrow. Tsunade and I have been busy all day. Subsequently, with the reluctant gaze of the crowd upon them, he closed the shop's doors. Hand in hand with Tsunade, he made his way towards the Uchiha residence. As evening fell and darkness enveloped the surroundings, Uchiha Hokage's expression sharpened. and he scanned the vicinity with a sense of alertness. I suspect we are now under close surveillance by the Umbu. I can faintly sense several Umbu members watching us. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression turned serious, her brow furrowing. That wretched Sarutobi. With his incessant dispatch of Umbu ninjas to monitor us, it is intolerable. What on earth does that old man intend to achieve? When I have the chance, I shall confront you in the Hokage office. Despite the unsettling presence of the Umbu, Tsunade appeared to relish this moment with Uchiha Yehuo, hand in hand, strolling through the night. Such beautiful moments are always fleeting. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Uchiha residence. However, to their surprise, even upon returning home, several Umbu ninjas remained concealed around the Uchiha household, keeping watch from a distance. Inside the Uchiha family living room, Tsunade busied herself in the kitchen, preparing dinner. After they had dined and indulged in playful banter, the night deepened. Tsunade, weary from a day's labor, remarked, "Yehuo, it is time for us to rest." Uchiha Yehuo gazed at her, his eyes bright, aware that Tsunade had been living with the longing for Shoryu for some time now. Her yearning for her brother had even evolved into a form of melancholic obsession. Yet, Tsunade, with her strong-willed nature, had suppressed her emotions, never revealing them outwardly. Uchiha Yehuo smiled thoughtfully. "Tsunade, do you have anything that belonged to Shoryu?" Tsunade gazed dreamily at Uchiha Yehuo. Last time, his crystal necklace was no good. Since then, I have kept a strand of Shoryu's hair with me. Uchiha Yehuo, observing the hair she produced, spoke. "With the aid of your healing medicine and a few days of recuperation, my physical and spiritual energies can barely sustain the activation of a resurrection technique once more. It is now late at night, undisturbed by others. Allow me to take you back to the Pure Land, for you to reunite with Shoryu." Upon hearing Uchiha Yehuo's words, a peculiar glimmer appeared in Tsunade's eyes, her heart racing. Oh my, I can see my brother Shoryu. The longing for her brother had never waned, and the prospect of meeting him was Tsunade's cherished dream. The thought of soon reuniting with her beloved brother filled her heart with excitement. However, a wave of concern washed over her as she recalled Uchiha Yehuo's physical state. "Yehuo, you have expended so much energy recently. Is it wise to activate the resurrection technique before you fully recover?" Uchiha Yehuo smiled reassuringly. "Though my body isn't completely restored, initiating the resurrection technique should not pose a significant issue. However, my physical and spiritual energies have not entirely recuperated. This time, our stay in the Pure Land may be even more fleeting than before." Tsunade, gazing at Uchiha Yehuo, felt a deep sense of gratitude and nodded earnestly. "Very well. Let us proceed to the basement. During the activation of the resurrection technique, we must not be disturbed, lest it harm both our bodies." Uchiha Yehuo, holding Tsunade's hand, led her from the living room to the courtyard, entering the basement through a discreet entrance. Little did they know, this scene was being closely observed by the lurking Umbu ninjas. Inside the basement, tranquility reigned. Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade sat upon the bed, a secluded world for just the two of them. Their eyes met, and Uchiha Yehuo cautioned, "In recent days, I have gleaned new insights into the resurrection technique. I can retain a small portion of spiritual energy within my body, allowing our souls to enter the Pure Land. This residual energy will connect to my spiritual form in the Pure Land, enabling me to perceive occurrences in the real world." Tsunade listened intently, nodding gently. "Thus, if our physical forms encounter any danger, you in the Pure Land will also be aware. Indeed, let us commence." Uchiha Yehuo took the strand of Shoryu's hair from Tsunade's hand. "Steady yourself, hold on tightly, close your eyes, clear your mind, and concentrate your spirit." He swiftly formed hand seals. Resurrection technique. In no time, Tsunade felt her soul enter an ethereal state. Her body felt light, as though she were soaring like a meteor across the distant heavens. Two beams of yellow light streaked across the sky. Moments later, Uchiha Yehuo's voice echoed, "All right, you may open your eyes now." Tsunade opened her eyes, her face a mask of astonishment as she found herself in an unfamiliar environment. "Yehuo, have we returned to the Pure Land?" Indeed, it was the realm of the Pure Land. Uchiha Yehuo surveyed the surroundings. "Based on the relics left by Shoju, this time, it should not be amiss. Shoju should be nearby. My spiritual energy has yet to fully recover. Forcefully activating the resurrection technique is rather taxing and won't be sustained for long. We must hasten to find Shoju." Despite it being her second entrance into the Pure Land, Tsunade's eyes still reflected a hint of disbelief as she noticed the ethereal lightness of her and Uchiha Yehuo's bodies, a sign of their spiritual form. Without lingering, Uchiha Yehuo grasped Tsunade's hand, searching for Shoju. Moments later, as they rounded a small hill, They beheld a youth whose demeanor and appearance bore a striking resemblance to Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade's eyes widened, tears welling up as her heart surged with emotion. "It's Shoju," she exclaimed, racing towards the boy. Shoju, upon hearing a familiar, magnetic voice calling him, felt a moment of confusion. Turning toward the sound, he was stunned to see his beloved sister, Tsunade, come into view. Overwhelmed with disbelief, Shoju could hardly fathom that he had encountered his sister in the Pure Land. In an instant, his heart swelled with excitement, and after a brief hesitation, he sprinted towards her. They embraced tightly. A year prior, Shoju had unwittingly fallen into a trap during a mission and met his demise from an explosive tag. Tsunade had been consumed by thoughts of him, mired in an unrelenting longing that she could not escape. Now, seeing Shoju, she unleashed the pent-up yearning that had weighed heavily on her heart through her tears. In that moment, their wish to reunite was wholly fulfilled. Tsunade held her brother tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Shoju, I missed you so much." The warmth of reuniting with his cherished sister enveloped Shoju, yet suddenly, a troubling thought struck him. Could it be? Has my sister also perished in the real world? As this realization dawned on him, a profound sadness flickered in his eyes. Soon, crystalline tears began to cascade down his youthful cheeks, leaving streaks of sorrow. If he found his sister in the Pure Land, it could only mean that she had indeed died in the real world. Contemplating this, Shoju's expression grew grave, and a fierce glint emerged in his tear-filled gaze. "Sister, tell me, how did you die in the real world? Who dared to harm you?" Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth. Despite his tender age, the boy's countenance was one of fierce determination. Observing Shoju's somber expression and fierce demeanor, Tsunade quickly realized that he mistakenly believed she had also succumbed in the real world. Before she could clarify, a strong and handsome youth approached them. This striking young man was none other than Uchiha Yehuo. At that moment, Shoju noticed Yehuo. Who is this person? He recognized the unfamiliar young man clad in the attire of the Uchiha Clan, adorned with their crest. He belongs to the Uchiha Clan. He came to the Pure Land with my sister. Could he be the one responsible for her death? Consumed by rage over his sister's demise, Shoju's mind raced with unfounded assumptions, convinced that the Uchiha youth had slain Tsunade. Chapter 37. Umbu ninjas intrude into the basement. In the real ninja world, near the Uchiha residence, for Umbu ninjas, clad in black cloaks and wearing cat-faced masks, observed the Uchiha household. It's already late at night, and they just entered a secret door. Why haven't they emerged yet? This hidden door seemed to lead to an underground passage. Could there be some unspeakable secrets? After waiting for a while, without seeing Uchiha Yehuo or Tsunade come out, the concealed Umbu ninjas could no longer contain themselves. Lord Hokage has instructed us to closely monitor Uchiha Yehuo. We must remain aware of his every move. Exactly. We cannot allow Uchiha Yehuo to slip from our watchful gaze. Last time, Might Guy, Kakashi Hitaki, and 3 others reached a secret agreement at Uchiha Yehuo's home, causing complications at the Konoha higher-ups meeting. We cannot let a similar incident occur again. Let us go. We need to investigate. Then, for shadows stealthily infiltrated the Uchiha estate, heading towards the hidden passage in the basement. In the Pure Land, Shoju, in his misguided assumptions, believed that the robust and handsome youth standing before him had killed his sister Tsunade. He extended his arms protectively around her. Shoju, with furrowed brows and fierce eyes, glared at Uchiha Yehuo, his gaze sharp as a blade. "You are of the Uchiha clan? What are you doing here? Did you cause my sister's death?" Hearing Shoju's words, both Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade were taken aback. Tsunade stepped forward. "Hey, Shoju, your sister is not dead." Confused, Shoju replied. "But those who die in the real ninja world come to the Pure Land. If my sister is here, how can she not be dead?" Tsunade then briefly explained the resurrection technique to Shoju, informing him that it was Uchiha Yehuo who had exhausted his physical and spiritual energy to facilitate their reunion. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Shoju gazed at Uchiha Yehuo in astonishment. This fellow actually developed such a powerful, forbidden resurrection technique. This technique directly shatters the barrier between the real ninja world and the Pure Land. What a fearsome individual. Observing Tsunade and Uchiha Yehuo's spiritual forms, which appeared ethereal and somewhat unstable, Shoju glanced at his own solid spiritual state and began to believe his sister's words. Then, looking up at Uchiha Yehuo, gratitude welled in his eyes. "Thank you for allowing me to see my sister again." Shoju noticed the attire worn by Uchiha Yehuo and the clan emblem on it, piquing his curiosity about Yehuo's identity. You are of the Uchiha clan? How did my sister come to be associated with the Uchiha?" Before his death, Shoju was aware that the Senju and Uchiha clans had a rather strained relationship, often remaining distant from one another. Tsunade quickly clarified. He is the new clan leader of the Uchiha. As her words settled in, Shoju was jolted. The leader of the Uchiha clan? He remembered that the previous clan leader was Uchiha Madara, and after Madara's death, the Uchiha clan had seen a decline in talent. For many years, they had not selected a successor. Shoju scrutinized Uchiha Yehuo carefully, pondering, this striking young man, only slightly younger than my sister, has succeeded Uchiha Madara as the new clan leader. He is certainly not an ordinary individual. As he examined Uchiha Yehuo's face, Shoju furrowed his brows in confusion, feeling that the visage was somewhat unfamiliar. Sister, I recall that the Uchiha clan did not have anyone more exceptional than Uchiha Fugaku. I don't believe I've seen him in the village before. Oh, by the way, sister, what is your relationship with him? This question left Tsunade momentarily speechless. Tsunade, her brow slightly furrowed, hesitated as she pondered how to respond to Shinshu. Were they merely friends? Yet, the bond between Tsunade and Uchiha Itachi had long transcended the confines of mere friendship. Were they lovers? However, neither had dared to unveil their true feelings to the other. Observing her elder sister, Shinshu felt a twinge of embarrassment, falling silent. In that moment, Shinshu's heart enlightened. Ah, I understand now, my sister is in love. He is her boyfriend. Tsunade, astonishingly, has a boyfriend. The 13-year-old Shinshu's youthful visage radiated with joy. Tsunade's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson. Yet, she quickly realized that Uchiha Itachi's body had not fully recovered, and they could only manage to reach the Pure Land with great difficulty. Their time in the Pure Land was pressing and limited, and they could not afford to delay. Thus, Tsunade spoke up. Listen to me, Shinshu. The clan leader, Itachi, has severely depleted both his physical and spiritual energies. Our stay in the Pure Land will be brief. Moreover, he is currently developing a perfect resurrection technique. I believe it will not be long before you can be revived. Upon hearing her sister's words, Shinshu's heart trembled with excitement. Can I really be resurrected? She then turned her gaze back to Uchiha Itachi, her eyes widening in astonishment, contemplating. My sister's boyfriend is truly remarkable. He is developing a resurrection technique that can even bring me back to life. As Tsunade and Shinshu conversed, suddenly, Uchiha Itachi sensed a disturbance in the real ninja world. This is not good. The residual spiritual energy left in the physical realm alerts me that someone has intruded into the basement. Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically. What? Who would dare trespass into the basement? If Uchiha Itachi and I are harmed while in the physical world, the consequences would be dire. Should it come to that, we would remain in the Pure Land forever. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Itachi swiftly formed hand seals, resurrection technique. Return. In the Pure Land. Their spiritual forms instantly transformed into two streaks of golden meteors, soaring towards the distant sky. In the real ninja world, two yellow shooting stars streaked across the sky towards the Uchiha residence. Moments later, Uchiha Itachi and Tsunade's spiritual forms returned to their physical bodies. As their souls re-entered, a rustling sound echoed throughout the room. In the basement, shadowy figures stealthily crept in, discovering Uchiha Itachi and Tsunade seated on the bed, showing no signs of reaction. Having hidden in the shadows, they observed for a while. Uchiha Itachi and Tsunade remained as still as wooden figures, causing great confusion and bewilderment among the four Umbu ninjas. They were eager to uncover what the two were engaged in. Driven by curiosity, the four Umbu ninjas bravely approached the pair. They gazed closely at Uchiha Itachi and Tsunade seated on the bed, their eyes closed, as if they were asleep. What could they possibly be doing? The four Umbu ninjas marveled at Uchiha Itachi and Tsunade, who remained motionless, deeply focused. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi and Tsunade jolted awake, their eyes snapping open. The four Umbu ninjas in the basement were taken aback. Upon opening their eyes, Uchiha Itachi appeared pale and weakened, while Tsunade's complexion was hardly better. This was due to the external disturbance during the activation of the resurrection technique, which had inflicted backlash upon both their physical and spiritual energies. However, as the initiator of the technique, Uchiha Itachi bore the brunt of the backlash far more severely. Upon regaining awareness, they beheld the four Umbu ninjas within the basement. Uchiha Itachi, mustering his strength, coldly declared, "How dare you trespass into my home?" Recognizing the four figures clad in black cloaks and cat-faced masks, Tsunade's heart surged with anger. Damn, that Sarutobi old man. Chapter 38. The terrifying eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi and Tsunade, having returned from the Pure Land, were astonished to find four Umbu ninjas, their cat-faced masks firmly in place, had infiltrated the basement. During the activation of the resurrection technique, their spiritual forms had detached from their physical bodies and entered the Pure Land. Should their physical forms remain in the real ninja world and face any disturbance or attack, the ramifications would be unimaginable. At this moment, having been disrupted during the resurrection technique, Uchiha Itachi was severely weakened, his face pale, straining against his exhausted body. He activated the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. His crimson eyes glinted with cold intensity as they fixed upon the four Anbu ninjas. The aura of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan enveloped the basement, a palpable wave of killing intent instantly permeating the air. The four Anbu ninjas, upon catching sight of Uchiha Itachi's blood-red eyes, were engulfed by a chilling sensation. Their faces turned ashen, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. An instinctual dread gripped them, warning that remaining in the basement for even a moment longer could spell their doom. In an instant, the foremost thought that flashed through the minds of the four Anbu ninjas was, "Run. Otherwise, we will die here." One of the Anbu ninjas suddenly shouted, "Quickly, retreat." Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Uchiha Itachi's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, the four cat-masked Anbu ninjas wasted no time, hastily rushing towards the exit of the basement. Tsunade, observing their desperate flight, felt a surge of fury. "Humph. Since you've intruded into my home, you shall not leave." Summoning her strength, Tsunade leaped off the bed and charged at the fleeing Anbu ninjas. Boom! Tsunade caught up with the last Anbu ninja, delivering a powerful punch. The Anbu ninja raised his arms in a futile attempt to block, but Tsunade's strength was formidable. This punch, fueled by the monstrous strength of the Senju clan, precisely controlled chakra, allowing her to unleash a tremendous force capable of shattering walls. With that single blow, she sent the Anbu ninja flying, crashing heavily against the wall, which caved in, leaving cracks in its surface. Hearing the violent impact, the other three Anbu ninjas turned to see one of their comrades severely injured, slumped against the basement wall. A wave of dread washed over them. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere of the basement, they were reluctant to linger a moment longer. Yet, abandoning their fallen comrade was not an option. Gritting their teeth, the remaining three Anbu ninjas engaged Tsunade in combat. With the basement's limited space, the conflict devolved into a physical struggle between Tsunade and the three Anbu ninjas, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, in the dimly lit basement, the three entangled Anbu ninjas caught sight of a pair of enormous, terrifying crimson eyes. An icy chill swept over them, causing them to shudder involuntarily. The source of those fearsome red eyes was Uchiha Itachi, unleashing a mundane genjutsu. Seizing the fleeting moment when three Anbu ninjas were distracted, Tsunade unleashed her formidable strength, sending two of them hurtling away with successive blows. The two Anbu ninjas, struck by Tsunade's tremendous power, suffered grievous injuries, coughing up blood and rendered incapable of further resistance. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yaki, having severely depleted both his physical and mental energy, found himself unable to maintain the ordinary genjutsu. The terrifying, enormous crimson eyes of the genjutsu suddenly vanished. The remaining Anbu ninja, jolted into realization, was horrified to see his three companions so gravely wounded. Driven by the instinct for survival, he recalled the mist concealment technique. Swiftly forming hand seals, he invoked mist concealment technique. Instantly, a dense fog enveloped the small underground room, obscuring Tsunade's vision and leaving her disoriented. Damn it! The Anbu ninja, summoning all his strength, clumsily fled the underground exit with his three incapacitated comrades in tow. When the fog dissipated, Tsunade discovered that all four Anbu ninjas had vanished from the basement. With her brows furrowed and fists clenched, she felt a surge of frustration. Gazing at the exit, a hint of fatigue was evident on her face. The disruption of her resurrection technique had taken a significant toll on both her physical and mental energies. Instead of pursuing the fleeing Anbu ninjas, she hurried to the bedside, her expression filled with concern as she looked at Uchiha Yaki. "How are you feeling now?" Perhaps unbeknownst to her, Uchiha Yaki had become of paramount importance in Tsunade's heart. His complexion was pale and weary. "The disruption to the resurrection technique has left me severely drained. Although the Anbu ninjas managed to escape, I have marked all four of them. They cannot flee far." Tsunade's brow furrowed in confusion. "Marked?" "Yes. It is a technique I have comprehended, akin to the Flying Thunder God technique." Tsunade's expression shifted in surprise. She had not anticipated that amidst the brief skirmish, Uchiha Yaki had stealthily placed tracking marks on those four Anbu ninjas. He continued, looking at Tsunade. "Now, I simply wish to get a good night's sleep. Please assist me to the living room. The basement is not suitable for habitation." Tsunade supported Uchiha Yaki as they returned to the living room. There, watching him sleep soundly, A flicker of emotion crossed Tsunade's eyes. She understood that his exhaustion was entirely due to her. This ordeal had been to allow her and her brother, Shinsuke, a chance to meet, only to be interrupted by the Umbu, resulting in such a significant drain on his energies. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a deep sense of guilt and self-reproach washed over her. The fleeing Umbu ninja, burdened with 3 severely injured companions, dared not delay, hastily retreating towards the Hokage building. Last night, the underground of Uchiha Yaki's home had left a terrifying shadow upon the 4 Umbu ninjas, rendering them fearful. Upon their return to the Hokage building, their anxious trepidation finally began to ease. At this moment, it was already late into the night, and the 3rd Hokage had long since retired. The 3 injured Umbu ninjas had been taken to the ninja hospital for care. Meanwhile, the lone Umbu ninja who had narrowly escaped remained obediently in the Hokage's office, awaiting the opportunity to report to the 3rd Hokage the following morning. The next day, in the early morning at the Hokage building, Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru arrived at the Hokage's office. The previous night, deep in the Roots underground testing facility, they had been collaborating on human experimentation when they suddenly learned that 4 Umbu ninjas had been severely injured within the village. With a network of informants in Konoha, news traveled swiftly to Danzo. Consequently, early that morning, he and Orochimaru departed the Root facility to investigate the situation at the Hokage office. Upon entering, they found the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Tsunade and Mito Minju, bandaged on his forehead and right arm. Danzo pushed the door open and demanded, "Hiruzen, what transpired last night? Why were 4 Umbu ninjas attacked within the village, nearly losing their lives? How are you managing Konoha?" The 3rd Hokage took a puff from his pipe, slowly exhaling a smoke ring. Those 4 injured Umbu ninjas were dispatched to monitor Uchiha Yaki. At this, Danzo, Orochimaru, and Tsunade's expressions shifted. Among them, 3 Umbu had been gravely wounded and nearly perished, while another had suffered severe psychological trauma and was currently undergoing examination by medical ninjas. Soon, this injured Umbu would report on the events of the previous night. At this moment, not only Danzo, Orochimaru, and Tsunade were perplexed, but even the 3rd Hokage found himself bewildered. What had transpired with those 4 Umbu tasked to surveil Uchiha Yaki that had led to such dire consequences? Why had their mission escalated to the brink of fatality? Suddenly, an Umbu ninja wearing a cat-faced mask entered the Hokage office, kneeling before them. "Report, Hokage-sama." This Umbu was the very one who had narrowly escaped from Uchiha Yaki's underground residence. All eyes turned toward him. "You may rise. How do you feel now?" The Umbu stood. "I am mostly recovered now. Although I still feel some lingering fear when recalling last night's events, my mental state has stabilized." Danzo, frowning with impatience, interjected, "What exactly did you encounter while monitoring Uchiha Yaki? How did 3 of your comrades end up severely injured and nearly lose their lives?" The Umbu recounted everything he had experienced the previous night in meticulous detail. Upon hearing the Umbu's report, the 3rd Hokage, Danzo, and Orochimaru wore expressions of utter astonishment. The 3rd Hokage raised an eyebrow. The underground? On the bed? Yaki and Tsunade, facing each other? In that instant, a series of unwholesome images flashed through the 3rd Hokage's mind. Could it be that Tsunade and Uchiha Yaki had progressed so quickly? After all, they had been cohabiting for several days now. Such a development was not entirely unexpected. Danzo's countenance displayed a hint of annoyance. "Hiruzen, what are you rambling about?" He then turned to the Umbu. "I ask you, did Uchiha Yaki activate his Sharingan last night, and did he not attack you at any point?" "No, he did not. Had Uchiha Yaki intended to use his Sharingan against us 4, we would certainly have perished in his underground residence. Our injuries were solely inflicted by Tsunade." Upon hearing the Umbu's account, Danzo's brow furrowed in confusion. Why would that boy, Uchiha Yaki, spare you?" After a moment of contemplation, the 3rd Hokage spoke. The Umbu's intrusion disrupted Uchiha Yaki and Tsunade during their private matters. This was indeed a misstep on the part of the Umbu. It seems Uchiha Yaki showed restraint, sparing them and granting us some measure of leniency. The 3rd Hokage's deduction left Danzo, Tsunade, and others without any grounds for rebuttal. Last night, Uchiha Yehuo spared the lives of 4 Umbu ninjas, which can only be interpreted as an act of mercy. At that moment, Orochimaru spoke in a low and deliberate tone, inquiring, "Does the Uchiha Yehuo family indeed possess a basement? What is the nature of this basement?" The Umbu ninjas did not linger long in the basement, thus could only provide a rudimentary description of its appearance. During this period, Shimura Danzo collaborated with Orochimaru at the underground experimental base of Root, conducting human experiments. Based on the account of this Umbu ninja, Danzo and Orochimaru began to harbor suspicions that Uchiha Yehuo might be developing some clandestine project. After listening to the report from the Umbu ninja, the group engaged in further discussion. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffed on his pipe and remarked, "The Umbu's unauthorized intrusion into Uchiha Yehuo's residence was indeed inappropriate. This matter ends here. Henceforth, the Umbu responsible for monitoring Uchiha Yehuo shall no longer infiltrate his home." In the early morning at the Uchiha Yehuo residence, due to the exhaustion of the previous night, the two slept until they awoke naturally. Uchiha Yehuo had taken the medicine prepared by Tsunade overnight, and at this moment, his complexion had improved significantly. Upon awakening, Uchiha Yehuo opened his eyes and glanced at the time. "Oh no, this is terrible. The Yehuo snack shop has yet to open this morning." Yehuo sighed. "You were too tired last night. Perhaps you should rest today." What a troublesome situation. It is likely that the customers of Konoha are already anxiously waiting outside the Yehuo snack shop. As Uchiha and Tsunade conversed, a sudden knock echoed through the air. Knock, knock, knock. Tsunade, perplexed, wondered, Who could that be? Uchiha Yehuo, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Oh dear, could it be that the customers, impatiently awaiting at the snack shop, have come directly to my home?" Tsunade exited the living room and ventured into the yard. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of the elder, Uchiha Shana. Behind him stood Uchiha Hakadai, Ienokibi, Tetsuhibi, and several other elders. A flicker of surprise crossed Tsunade's brow. "Oh? Why have the leaders of the Uchiha clan gathered here?" Without hesitation, Tsunade welcomed them into Uchiha Yehuo's home. In the living room, the elder, Uchiha Shana, and others sat across from Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade. The atmosphere was somewhat subdued. The elder wore a furrowed brow, while Uchiha Shana's expression was grim, reflecting a sense of helplessness. The other elders, including Hakadai and Ienokibi, wore faces that mirrored discomfort. It was indeed peculiar. Just days prior, the Uchiha clan had been bustling with activity, relocating to the heart of the village, their spirits high. Now, they appeared dejected, as though hope had waned. Curiously, Uchiha Yehuo surveyed the assembly. "Elder, have you encountered some trouble?" The elder, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Lord Clan Leader, during our assistance in relocating the Uchiha clan to the center of the village, we have indeed encountered a significant dilemma. This challenge has left us all at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. In desperation, we have come to seek your counsel." Tsunade, her face etched with confusion, asked, "Elder, what issue have you encountered?" In the eyes of the Uchiha clan members, Tsunade was perceived as the wife or fiancée of the clan leader, thus they did not hesitate to share. After a moment of hesitation, the elder spoke. "It is a financial matter. The Uchiha clan's relocation to the village center has resulted in a severe funding shortfall. The elderly Uchiha Hakan reported to the clan leader, prior to the relocation, we estimated that the Uchiha clan's savings would barely suffice for the move. Now, as the relocation work nears completion, with nearly all clan members settled in the area previously inhabited by the Senju clan, we are faced with a dire financial gap." Tsunade, puzzled, inquired, "Elder, did you not just say that the funds were barely sufficient? How can there be such a significant deficit now?" The elder, his brow furrowed, sighed heavily. Alas, while the Uchiha clan's savings were indeed adequate for relocation, the process encountered considerable obstacles. Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade exchanged glances, a flicker of perplexity crossing their features. Obstacles? Uchiha Shana, seated beside the elder, wore a dark expression, clearly frustrated with the elder's slow delivery. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Shana interjected. "The substantial funding shortfall during this relocation is entirely due to the higher-ups in Konoha. Specifically, it is Shimura Danzo and his ilk who have meddled and created difficulties, rendering our relocation efforts exceedingly cumbersome." Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade exchanged astonished looks. "Danzo?" Uchiha Shana nodded slightly and continued. "Danzo stated that if we wish to move to the area previously occupied by the Senju clan, we must first pay a land fee. The location contains remnants of dilapidated structures and ruins. Danzo has also insisted that the Uchiha clan purchase these long-abandoned buildings." At this, Tsunade furrowed her brow, a surge of indignation sweeping across her face. "This is utterly intolerable. The Senju clan has dwindled in Konoha, nearly facing extinction. The land and the old houses rightfully belong to me and my cousin, Senju Chojui. Even if we were to relinquish our claim, it stands as public property of Konoha. On what grounds does Danzo have to impose such an obstacle upon you?" Perhaps due to her prolonged association with Uchiha Yehuo, Suni unconsciously aligned herself with his perspective. naturally advocating for the Uchiha clan's interests. In that moment, Tsunade recalled the Umbu's intrusion into the basement the previous night, her delicate fists clenched with rage, her gaze fierce. That despicable old man Danzo. How outrageous. Uchiha Shana, his expression dark, grunted in agreement. It does not end there. Danzo has incited the Konoha Finance Department to suspend the salaries of our Konoha Guard and the funding for prison management. The elder and I confronted Danzo, only to be told that Konoha's finances are strained, and there is nothing to be done. He dismissed us without a second thought. At this revelation, Tsunade gasped, her eyes blazing with fury. Uchiha Shana continued. In desperation, some of our elite shinobi sought to earn money through missions. However, under Danzo's machinations, the Uchiha clan has been systematically denied lucrative assignments. Our elite shinobi are left with only low-paying, low-ranking tasks. In an attempt to weather this crisis, we have sought loans from other clans, but it appears Danzo has sabotaged us from behind the scenes, leaving us with no assistance. With a deep sigh, Uchiha Shana added, "It is indeed a lamentable situation." The elder slowly interjected, "Clan leader, the Uchiha clan's economic state is already precarious, even dire. Now, Shimura Danzo has repeatedly troubled and marginalized us, resulting in a significant financial shortfall for our clan. This predicament has truly caught us off guard. At this juncture, even if we were to pawn our Uchiha clan's invaluable possessions, it would scarcely alleviate our pressing monetary woes." Uchiha Shana, with a grim expression, found himself at a loss, shaking his head in resignation. Presently, our clansmen are living in dire straits. The daily expenses of the Uchiha clan are exceedingly frugal. We can scarcely make do with a single coin. The survival of our clan members has become a considerable issue. We have genuinely exhausted all options and have come to trouble the clan leader. The elder and Uchiha Shana laid bare the entirety of their financial plight. Uchiha Yehuo slowly inquired, "It appears that Shimura Danzo is deliberately making things difficult for the Uchiha clan. Aside from Shimura Danzo, are there others involved in obstructing our clan's relocation?" The elder responded thoughtfully, "Indeed. Tsurugi Koharu, Mito Gate-un, and other higher-ups in Konoha have assisted Shimura Danzo." Uchiha Yehuo's gaze turned icy, revealing a fierce determination. "Is the third Hokage aware of these matters?" After a moment of contemplation, the elder replied, "Well, Shana and I attempted to report these issues to the third Hokage, but were intercepted by guards and could not meet with him. Nevertheless, I believe that even if the third Hokage is not directly involved, he should at least be informed." Uchiha Shana, with a scornful expression, retorted, "Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, is aware of the vile deeds perpetrated by Danzo and his associates, yet he chooses to remain indifferent. This is tantamount to his tacit approval of their actions." Upon hearing this, the voluptuous Tsunade furrowed her brow, her temper flaring as anger flickered in her eyes. "That old man Sarutobi. Last night, he dispatched Umbu ninjas to infiltrate my home. Now he allows Shimura Danzo to secretly employ underhanded tactics to hinder the Uchiha clan's relocation. This is unacceptable." Tsunade suddenly rose, placing her hands on her hips. Unable to contain her raised voice, "Elder, Shana, and you, the 8 generations, Inazuka and Tetsahira, all of you come with me." Observing Tsunade's furious and domineering demeanor, akin to a fierce tigress, the elder and Shana were momentarily stunned, their expressions showing confusion. "Lady Tsunade, what are you planning to do?" As the others remained in a state of shock, Tsunade had already risen and was striding towards the hall exit. "What are you all still doing standing there? Follow me to the Hokage's office to demand an explanation." The elder and Uchiha Shana were instantly taken aback. To the Hokage's office to demand an explanation? To the elder and Shana, it seemed that Tsunade was not merely seeking clarification but was rather intent on creating a scene. Hesitant, they cast their gazes toward Yehuo. Noting Tsunade's flushed face and barely contained fury, Yehuo did not intervene, merely nodding silently in acquiescence. With the tacit approval of Yehuo, the elder and Shana finally rose to follow Tsunade out of the hall. Chapter 41. I am Uchiha Yehuo's wife. In the early morning, within the office of the third Hokage, after a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, "All right, the incident involving the 4 injured Umbu ninjas ends here. As for whether to continue dispatching Umbu to monitor Uchiha Yehuo," Shimura Danzo interrupted, his voice gruff. "Uchiha Yehuo is a dangerous individual. We cannot allow him to slip from our watch." Hiruzen, recalling the previous Konoha council meeting where Yehuo had put them in a precarious position, was left pondering. However, after hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen acquiesced. "Very well. We shall continue to dispatch Umbu to monitor Uchiha Yehuo, but they must maintain a safe distance." After a brief discussion, Danzo, Orochimaru, Tsurugi Koharu, and the others prepared to depart. As Danzo, with bandages wrapped around his forehead and right arm, approached the door, he was suddenly met with a loud crash. The office door flew open violently, heading straight for him. With no time to evade, the door collided with Danzo, sending him crashing against the Hokage's desk with a resounding thud. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, for Danzo, known for his extreme paranoia and ruthless tactics, had never before been so humiliated. They turned to see Tsunade standing at the door, her brows furrowed in anger, flanked by elder Uchiha Haka, Uchiha Shana, and others. It was evident that Tsunade had delivered a powerful kick that sent the door flying. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized the gravity of the situation, knowing Tsunade had come to confront him. Approaching Hiruzen, Tsunade demanded, "Last night, did you send Umbu to spy on me and Yehuo?" Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Should he admit to it? Tsunade would justifiably assume that the Umbu's intrusion into Yehuo's home was under Hiruzen's orders, and she would not let him off easily. At that moment, the third Hokage stammered, "Well, last night, due to those 4 Umbu ninjas, Uchiha Yehuo's resurrection technique backfired." Tsunade, simmering with pent-up frustration, had yet to vent her anger. Hiruzen finally managed to say, "This will not happen again. I apologize on behalf of the Umbu to you and the clan leader." Tsunade raised her hand and slammed it down on the Hokage's desk with a resounding crack. The desk shattered under the force, leaving Hiruzen's face pale with embarrassment. He knew he was in the wrong and refrained from chastising her. The surrounding crowd stared in shock at Tsunade. The elder's face trembled with disbelief. The fiancée of the clan leader dares to lose her temper directly in the Hokage's office. Uchiha Shana's grim expression was replaced with astonishment. "I wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the Hokage building. Tsunade is truly bold and fearless." Even Orochimaru, Tsurugi Koharu, and Midogate were left speechless. Unable to hold back any longer, Tsurugi Koharu stepped forward to admonish, "Tsunade, the Hokage's office is not a place for your reckless behavior." Tsunade retorted with a scoff, "Humph. Old woman, as a senior advisor of Konoha, explain to me what justification the Umbu have for invading my and Yehuo's home." Stumped by Tsunade's inquiry, Tsurugi Koharu fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Danzo, who had been knocked down, wiped the blood streaming from his nose and, after a brief moment of cleaning himself, stood up, a fierce resolve brewing within him. "Curse Tsunade. She actually sent me flying." Shimura Danzo furrowed his brows, his gaze fierce and menacing as he pressed on. "Tsh. Tsunade, the Umbu ninjas are monitoring Uchiha Yehuo, not you. It was the dead of night when they infiltrated Yehuo's household, not yours. What business is it of yours? By what authority do you come here to cause trouble?" Under the oppressive questioning from Shimura Danzo, Tsunade's eyebrows twitched in surprise, momentarily rendered speechless. Midogate stepped forward at the opportune moment, interrogating Tsunade. "This is a matter for the Umbu and the Uchiha clan. You have no right to interfere." Upon hearing the words of Shimura Danzo and Midogate, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared considerably more agreeable, as if he had found a reason to excuse himself. "Tsunade, I do not blame you this time. You may return." Suddenly, Tsunade, seemingly cornered, hardened her demeanor, placing her hands on her hips and raising her voice. "I am the wife of Uchiha Yehuo. You dare say I have no right to be involved in this matter?" At Tsunade's declaration, the room fell silent, and the expressions of those present shifted. Tsunade then fixed her cold gaze on Shimura Danzo, pressing him further. "As Yehuo's wife, do I not have the right to concern myself with his affairs?" The door that had just been kicked open by Tsunade was sent crashing out once more. Now, with her finger pointed accusingly at him. Shimura Danzo was at a loss for words, his face flushed with indignation. Tsunade was far from finished. "Danzo, I ask you, are you not coercing the Uchiha clan into purchasing the land previously inhabited by the Senju clan, as well as the abandoned houses of the Senju?" The color drained from Shimura Danzo's face, lines of tension appearing on his forehead. "The assets left by the Senju clan rightfully belong to me and my cousin. Senju Orange Water. What right does Shimura Danzo have to sell them?" Seeing Shimura Danzo's face turn crimson and his silence, Tsunade turned to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Old man, I ask you, what right does Danzo have to sell the assets of the Senju clan?" The third Hokage, aware of his own culpability, remained silent. Noticing Hiruzen's reticence to respond, Tsunade, hands on her hips, surveyed the room, locking eyes with Hiruzen, Danzo, and Nara Shikaku, raising her voice. "Hurry up and return the profits from the sale of the Senju clan's land and property to me. Otherwise, I will dismantle the Hokage's office today." In Chapter 42, funds remained tight. Faced with the imposing presence of Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and others found themselves at a loss, their brows furrowed as they swallowed hard. Their expressions grim. It was the first time the upper echelons of Konoha had been pressured to repay debts. The atmosphere in the room fell into a tense silence. At this moment, Tsunade realized, with a start, the weight of her own words. Oh, did I just inadvertently declare that I am Uchiha Yefeng's wife? A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Deep down, Tsunade had not fully acknowledged how her relationship with Uchiha Yefeng had subtly transformed over time. In her subconscious, she had already begun to consider herself as belonging to Uchiha Yefeng, with only a thin veil separating them from acknowledging their bond. Seeing the awkward expressions on the faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, who were rendered speechless by her inquiries, Nara Shikaku and Mido Gate-in stepped forward to diffuse the tension, attempting to mediate. Tsunade, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is, after all, your teacher. Spare me your prattle, Tsunade retorted, her face flushed with anger as she pointed at Nara Shikaku and Mido Gate-in, causing them to retreat under her fierce aura. The third Hokage, with a grave expression, turned to Danzo and admonished, Danzo, you have no authority to dispose of the Senju clan's land and property. Hand over all the profits to Tsunade immediately. Shimura Danzo, his face dark and eyes narrowed like a dead fish, seethed in silence, his eyes trembling with suppressed rage. Tsunade remained relentless, directing her questioning at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Have the salaries of the administrative department, medical department, educational department, and interrogation department been halted? The third Hokage was taken aback. These are crucial departments in Konoha. How could their salaries possibly be suspended? Tsunade's beautiful eyes flared with indignation. Then why has the salary for the Konoha police force been stopped, and even the funds for prison management been cut? The third Hokage, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and the others stood frozen, unable to counter Tsunade's furious accusations. And why is the Uchiha clan unable to take on lucrative missions? We are all citizens of Konoha. Why the disparity in treatment? The elder, standing behind Tsunade, along with Uchiha Shana, were equally taken aback. The aged elder thought to himself, this is the first time I have seen Sarutobi and Danzo silenced, unable to respond. The elder, momentarily dumbfounded, gaped for a while. This formidable woman is truly relentless. Uchiha Hakadai and others were equally astonished. Lady Tsunade is indeed here to shake things up. The third Hokage's expression stiffened, and after a moment of silence, he spoke solemnly. Everything you have mentioned is indeed a result of Danzo's actions. I will address it immediately. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo's expression became wooden, his face twisted, filled with a mix of emotions. Bah? Sarutobi, are you truly unaware of these matters? At this moment, the elder and Uchiha Shana exchanged glances, their thoughts racing. What a cunning old fox, Sarutobi, deftly shifting the blame. The third Hokage continued to address Tsunade. I will promptly inform the Konoha Finance Department. Tsunade, you may now proceed to the Finance Department to collect the funds from the sale of the Senju clan's land and properties. Tsunade, hands on her hips, raised her voice. Danzo, I warn you, do not provoke me again. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Danzo, looking innocent, felt a surge of frustration. Why am I entangled with Tsunade when my target is the Uchiha clan? Cursed Uchiha Yefeng. By what means did you manage to win Tsunade's affection? Having vented her anger, Tsunade turned and departed the Hokage's office, accompanied by the elder and Uchiha Shana. Back at Uchiha Yefeng's residence, he was deep in thought, contemplating how to resolve the issue of financial shortfalls. Memories from his past life as the god of food Stephen Chow flashed through his mind, pondering if he could replicate the success of his famous explosive urine meatballs in the world of Naruto. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the courtyard. Oh, could it be Tsunade and the others returning? Uchiha Yefeng quickly dressed and moved to the door, only to find Might Guy, Kakashi Hitaki, and Jiraiya standing there, followed by a throng of loyal customers from Yefeng's snack shop. Kakashi, with a serious expression, inquired, Yefeng, why is the snack shop closed today? Might Guy added solemnly, the Yefeng snack shop cannot remain closed. You promised us. Observing the discontent on their faces, Uchiha Yefeng paused for a moment before responding. There were simply too many customers at Yefeng's snack shop yesterday. You have seen it, haven't you? Both Tsunade and I are utterly overwhelmed, unable to cater to all our patrons. I am contemplating the expansion of the Flame Snack Shop. Upon hearing Uchiha Flame's words, the crowd momentarily furrowed their brows. Oh, expanding the Flame Snack Shop? Might Guy inquired with curiosity. When will the Flame Snack Shop resume normal operations? After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Flame resolutely declared, tomorrow morning, the Flame Snack Shop will resume its normal operations. Moreover, the production of liquor and urinating beef balls will see a significant increase daily. Upon hearing Uchiha Flame's response, the crowd finally relented and began to disperse slowly. In the morning, at Uchiha Flame's residence, Tsunade, accompanied by the elder and Shana, visited the Konoha finance department to collect the funds obtained from Danzo's sale of the Senju clan's land and properties. They then returned to Uchiha Flame's home. The elder, Uchiha Shana, with an expression of excitement, vividly recounted Tsunade's disruptive antics in the Hokage's office. Uchiha Flame inquired, "Have we retrieved the funds for the land and properties? Have the Konoha guards' wages been dispersed? Is the Uchiha clan still facing a shortage of funds?" After listening to the elder and Shana's animated recounting of Tsunade's upheaval in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere shifted to one of gravity upon hearing Flame's words. The elder, Uchiha Hano, sighed softly. "These funds may alleviate the Uchiha clan's immediate concerns. However, after a rough calculation, our clan's finances remain exceedingly strained. The lives of our Uchiha people are still fraught with hardship." Upon hearing the elder's lament, Uchiha Shana, Uchiha Hakadai, and Ienokibi exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a shadow of worry. Indeed, money holds immense significance in the world of shinobi. Without it, one can scarcely make any progress, and even basic survival becomes a challenge. Chapter 43, Transforming the Uchiha Clan into the most affluent clan in the shinobi world. Having reclaimed the funds from Danzo's sale of the Senju clan's land and properties, the Uchiha clan's financial woes have been somewhat alleviated. Tsunade, her eyes wide and sharp, scanned the group and asked, "Elder, why do you all still wear such forlorn expressions? Is the living situation of the Uchiha clan still so dire?" The elderly elder nodded solemnly. The clan members lead a frugal existence. Due to the financial constraints, many have yet to construct their homes. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan has just relocated, and there are numerous pressing needs to address. Tsunade frowned. "If we lack funds, we must find ways to earn." Uchiha Shana interjected. "Lady Tsunade, while we've considered ways to earn, it is far easier said than done." "Hihi, do you have a brilliant method for making money, Lady Tsunade?" At Shana's inquiry, Tsunade's expression faltered, her eyes widening in surprise. "I can take you to the Hokage's office to seek justice, but as for leading you to earn money..." A hint of embarrassment crept onto her face. Finding a solution to the Uchiha clan's financial difficulties? How to earn money? Tsunade found herself at a loss. After a moment's hesitation, she turned her gaze toward Uchiha Flame. "Flame, the clan is in financial distress. What do you suggest we do about this?" Tsunade's strong-willed character masked her inner vulnerability. When faced with a challenge she could not resolve, her first thought was to rely on Uchiha Flame. In matters of earning money and resurrecting Rope Tree, she had come to see Uchiha Flame as her anchor. As Tsunade spoke, the elder, Shana, Hakadai, and others turned their attention to Flame. After pondering for a moment, the clan leader spoke slowly. "I will address the issue of our clan's financial strain. I will ensure that the Uchiha clan becomes the wealthiest clan in Konoha." The crowd was momentarily taken aback by Flame's proclamation. Tsunade's cheeks flushed with astonishment. The wealthiest clan in Konoha? The elder, his aged face wrinkled in confusion, questioned. Since the era of the second Hokage, the Uchiha clan has faced continual exclusion. Our clan members have lived in hardship. How could we possibly become the wealthiest clan in Konoha? Shana, Hakadai, and the others were equally stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could the clan leader possibly elevate the Uchiha clan to such heights? Uchiha Shana, with a grim expression, could not suppress his skepticism. "Leader, can you truly make the Uchiha clan the wealthiest clan in Konoha? Is such a feat truly achievable?" The expressions of the crowd reflected incredulity as they gazed at Uchiha Flame. Seeing their astonished faces, Uchiha Flame solemnly replied, "In fact, what I just said is rather conservative. My goal is not merely for the Uchiha clan to become the wealthiest in Konoha. I intend to make the Uchiha clan the most affluent clan in the entire shinobi world." Upon hearing Uchiha Flame's declaration, the crowd's eyes widened in shock. The elder, his voice trembling with disbelief, asked, "Leader, is this truly feasible? Can our Uchiha clan really become the richest clan in the shinobi world? This is something our clan members have never dared to dream of." Tsunade, her brow furrowed in thought, pondered, "Flame, how long will it take for the Uchiha clan to become the wealthiest in Konoha?" Uchiha Flame took a moment to reflect before responding. "It should not take too long. At most, no longer than 6 months. In 6 months, I will elevate the Uchiha clan to the most affluent in the shinobi world." The crowd fell into a state of stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. How could that possibly be accomplished? The elder, bewildered, remarked, "If the Uchiha clan could become wealthy so swiftly, I wouldn't have to worry day and night about our clan members' livelihoods. Alas, I've been fretting so much these past few days that I'm nearly bald. Oh, I wonder what method the leader intends to employ to bring prosperity to the Uchiha clan? With that, all eyes turned to Uchiha Flame in anticipation. The crowd was filled with astonishment and curiosity. Uchiha Flame, his expression calm, began to explain, "It is quite simple. We will promote liquor and urinating beef balls throughout Konoha and even the entire Shinobi world." Upon hearing the clan leader's words, the crowd's mouths fell agape, their eyes wide with astonishment. The elder, furrowing his brow, questioned, "Urinating beef balls. Will that truly work?" Despite Uchiha Yehuo articulating a strategy that could lead to the prosperity of the Uchiha clan, the elder remained visibly hesitant, struggling to comprehend its feasibility. Tsunade, who consistently assisted Uchiha Yehuo in managing the Yehuo snack shop, was acutely aware of the popularity of the white liquor, urinating beef balls, and the soul-stirring rice. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade's furrowed brow relaxed. "Ah, I see." Tsunade was not particularly astute in matters of profit. However, she held unwavering faith in Uchiha Yehuo. He would never voice an uncertain proposition lightly. Uchiha Shana, with a sinister expression, suddenly smirked mischievously. "Haha, the white liquor, urinating beef balls, and soul-stirring rice are indeed novel and intriguing. I believe our new clan leader will undoubtedly guide the Uchiha to rise within the ninja world and reclaim our clan's former glory. Whatever commands you have, I, Uchiha Shana, shall dutifully execute." Subsequently, the eyes of the others, Hokage, Inawo, and Taihuo, also began to shine with determination as they echoed, "We trust our clan leader. The Uchiha clan will surely become the wealthiest in Konoha. In that moment, the frowns caused by financial difficulties dissipated, replaced by resolute expressions. Uchiha Yehuo gazed at the elder and commanded, "Now, summon all Uchiha clansmen for a meeting." The aged elder nodded solemnly, "Yes, clan leader." Chapter 44. Can the Uchiha clan truly achieve prosperity? Following Uchiha Yehuo's directive, the elder, Shana, Hokage, and others departed from the Uchiha residence to disseminate a notice throughout the clan, gathering all clan members at the Nana Shrine for a meeting. Even though the Uchiha had relocated to the former residence of the Senju clan, the original gathering area of the Uchiha still belonged to them. The Nanha Shrine remained the designated venue for Uchiha clan assemblies. Tsunade felt somewhat unsettled. Yehuo, the wealthiest clan in Konoha, is currently the Nara clan, which provides medicinal supplies for the village. Other clans like the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Hyuga also command significant resources and are quite prosperous. In contrast, the Uchiha clan's economic situation is rather dire. Can we truly leverage the Yehuo snack shop to surpass the other clans? Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Yehuo nodded affirmatively. It shouldn't be a problem. In due time, the answer will reveal itself. From the recent response of the villagers towards the Yehuo snack shop, the white liquor, urinating beef balls, and soul-stirring rice have become immensely popular in the ninja world, so it should not pose a challenge. Moreover, with my memories from my past life, I am aware of the case of Stephen Zhou in the food god world, who made a comeback through urinating beef balls. In this life, reborn in the ninja world, I possess the extraordinary talent and insight to replicate that success. At noon, the elder Uchiha Yehuo arrived to report that all Uchiha clansmen had gathered at the Nana Shrine. Inside the shrine, a cacophony of voices buzzed as clan members speculated on the agenda of the meeting. Standing at the podium were Uchiha Shana, Hokage, and Fugaku. At that moment, accompanied by the elder, Uchiha Yehuo entered the Nana Shrine with Tsunade. The bustling crowd fell into a hushed silence, all eyes converging on the new clan leader, Uchiha Yehuo. The clan members regarded him with curiosity, and despite Tsunade being from the Senju clan, the Uchiha appeared neither resistant nor aloof towards her presence, for she was the fiancée of Uchiha Yehuo. Additionally, they had heard that it was Tsunade who had personally led the elder and Uchiha Shana to the Hokage's office to demand justice for the Uchiha clan, alleviating their financial woes. The aged elder Uchiha Yehuo stood beside Yehuo, raising his voice. The theme of today's meeting is to address the financial shortfall of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, the Uchiha clansmen all perked up, attentively listening. Currently, our clan faces a dire financial predicament. I understand that life has been challenging for everyone, and times are tough. Does anyone have any viable solutions to remedy the Uchiha clan's lack of funds? The elder posed this question to the assembly, inviting suggestions from all members. A wave of murmurs swept through the hall as clan members whispered, debated, complained, and sighed. Yet, after a considerable amount of time, not a single person stepped forward to offer a suggestion. The issue at hand was daunting within the ninja world, and most could only conceive of opening a general store, ninja tool shop, barbecue joint, or gambling den, or perhaps undertaking missions for meager rewards. However, these methods would only yield trifling sums, wholly inadequate to resolve the Uchiha clan's financial crisis. Gradually, the murmurs subsided, replaced by expressions of despair and helplessness among the clan members. The elder surveyed the crowd and continued, "Does no one have a good idea? This meeting is meant to thoroughly address the Uchiha clan's financial struggles. We must ensure that the Uchiha clan becomes the wealthiest in Konoha within 6 months." At this proclamation, the audience's eyes widened in disbelief. To make the Uchiha clan the richest within Konoha within merely 6 months? What? Did I hear that correctly? How is that even possible? In the era of the first Hokage, the Uchiha clan had fared reasonably well. However, post the second Hokage's reign, their circumstances had grown precarious. How could they possibly surpass the Nara, Sarutobi, and Shimura clans? As the murmurs of skepticism washed over the crowd, Uchiha Shana, with a scowling visage, expressed his discontent. "Have you all become foolish from enduring poverty for so long? In the days prior to Uchiha Madara, we were a wealthy clan. What we are striving for now is merely to restore the Uchiha clan's former glory. Why is there such astonishment?" Following Shana's admonishment, the audience quieted considerably. With an expression of frustration, Uchiha Shana declared, "Let me be frank with you." The elder's words were rather conservative. "Our goal in this meeting is not only to make the Uchiha clan the wealthiest in Konoha. We aim to establish the Uchiha clan as the most affluent clan in the entire ninja world." As these words left his lips, the atmosphere shifted drastically, erupting into a cacophony of astonished chatter. Clearly, what Uchiha Shana had proposed was a notion that none of the Uchiha clan members had ever dared to entertain, far exceeding their collective understanding. The audience was rife with expressions of disbelief, utterly confounded. Soon, the clan members began to inquire, "How can the Uchiha clan become the most affluent lineage in Konoha?" The elder spoke in a grave tone. "Cough, cough, cough. Rice wine, urine beef balls, soul-stirring rice. Through these 3 culinary delights, we can thoroughly resolve the current financial crisis plaguing the Uchiha clan." Below the stage, the clan members wore expressions of bewilderment. "Oh, these are the delicacies from the Inferno snack shop. The rice wine is fiercely potent, yet I find myself quite fond of it. The urine beef balls burst with flavor, so delectable. The soul-stirring rice brings tears to one's eyes with a single bite. These dishes are immensely popular in Konoha and even in other villages. However, can we truly attain prosperity for the Uchiha clan solely through these 3 delicacies?" The clan members remained in a state of confusion, devoid of confidence. Chapter 45. The unprecedented popularity of snacks. Uchiha Enjo stood at the podium, surveying the clan members below with a piercing gaze. Perhaps having endured long-standing oppression and discrimination within Konoha's elite, the Uchiha clan had lost their confidence and fighting spirit, even feeling somewhat defeated. The thought of reclaiming the Uchiha clan's former glory seemed a distant dream. Uchiha Enjo, standing on the stage, could not perceive the vibrant spirit of his clan. Even the elder, Uchiha Shana, and the 8th, along with others, wore somber expressions. At that moment, Uchiha Enjo stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "We shall promote rice wine, urine beef balls, and soul-stirring rice throughout the entire Shinobi world. The first step is to introduce these 3 delicacies within Konoha itself. From this moment forth, let us organize our clan members to commence this endeavor." Uchiha Enjo paid no heed to the waves of skepticism from the audience. Instructing elder Uchiha Shana to assemble the clan's capable forces, they began to consolidate all the resources of the Uchiha clan within the village, including storefronts and personnel. That very afternoon, Uchiha Enjo led elder Uchiha Shana, the 8th, Inazuma, and several robust clan members. They swiftly established 4 storefronts along Konoha South Central Street, each transformed into Uchiha snack shops. While refurbishing the stores, they dispatched clan members to procure vast quantities of fresh beef, shrimp, eggs, onions, and grains for brewing. The Uchiha clan's skilled shinobi, adept in the art of knife techniques, meticulously followed the divine recipe for urine beef balls, dividing the process into numerous tasks, each responsible for their segment. Each portion of beef required relentless pounding, 81,000 strikes. Fresh shrimp was chopped into 999 pieces, then simmered on low heat for 49 hours. After cooling in a dish, the shrimp meat would congeal, then be diced into small morsels. Finally, these morsels would be combined with the prepared beef. Thus, the urine beef balls were complete. Prior to consumption, the cooked urine beef balls must be plated with 82 strikes, then stuffed whole into one's mouth. Delicious, novel, and entertaining. Additionally, Uchiha Enjo led the clan members of all ages in brewing rice wine. After a busy afternoon, as evening fell, 4 more Uchiha snack shops had emerged on Konoha South Central Street, bringing the total to 5, including the previously established Inferno snack shop. Despite Uchiha Enjo guiding the clan in brewing rice wine and producing urine beef balls, the divine recipes for these delicacies were known only to him. The Uchiha clan members merely executed the various steps under his direction. As for the soul-stirring rice, it demanded exceptional insight and could not be mass-produced. Hence, it was exclusively available at the Inferno snack shop. That evening, in the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo, Tsunade, and Mido Kazumi gathered. Shimura Danzo, with a twisted countenance, glared with lifeless eyes. Sarutobi, I hear the Uchiha clan is convening at the Nanga Shrine again. What are those Uchiha rascals up to? Danzo had been dispatching root ninjas to monitor the Uchiha clan's every move. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, inhaled deeply and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. According to reports from the Umbu, the Uchiha clan is merely engaged in culinary pursuits. Tsunade, with a puzzled expression, inquired, is it necessary to hold a clan-wide assembly for mere cooking? Such a grand affair. Mido Kazumi added, I heard this Uchiha gathering was orchestrated by a boy named Uchiha Enjo. Shimura Danzo, furrowing his brow, gritted his teeth. That little brat is no good. He humiliated us at the last Konoha meeting and later severely injured 4 Umbu ninjas. I wonder what schemes that boy will concoct next. Sarutobi, his gaze sharpening, stated solemnly, I have recalled the Umbu monitoring Uchiha Enjo. Previously, Tsunade came to my office seeking trouble, and you were all present. Continuing to surveil Uchiha Enjo could lead to unforeseen complications. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Shimura Danzo momentarily froze, involuntarily recalling the day Tsunade had kicked open the office door, sending him flying along with it. As thoughts swirled, a glint of ruthlessness crossed Danzo's eyes. Sarutobi, we cannot lose sight of that Uchiha Enjo. I have a nagging feeling that boy is exceptional. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly. All right, there is no need for excessive speculation. According to the intelligence from the Umbu, Uchiha Enjo merely wishes to promote culinary delights, without any ulterior motives. Tsunade and Mido Kazumi exchanged bewildered glances. Is the sole purpose of convening the Uchiha clan to promote food? Is it truly that simple? Danzo, equally perplexed, felt that something was amiss, but could not pinpoint what. The following morning, many villagers were astonished to discover 4 new Uchiha snack shops on Konoha South Central Street. The culinary offerings at these shops, aside from the soul-stirring rice, mirrored exactly those from the Inferno snack shop. For the villagers of Konoha, the rice wine and urine beef balls produced by the Inferno snack shop had been insufficient to satisfy their immense demand. With the sudden emergence of the Uchiha snack shops, a multitude of customers flocked to them, surrounding the 4 shops until they were completely filled. This greatly alleviated the burden of overflowing customers at the Inferno snack shop. In the morning, at the Inferno snack shop, members including Yuhi Kurenai, Might Guy, Hatake Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru gathered. Might Guy relished the beef balls. Having urine beef balls in the morning is delightful. Hatake Kakashi sipped the rice wine. Indeed, Uchiha Enjo has kept his promise. Today, the influx of 4 new Uchiha snack shops has significantly increased the production of rice wine and urine beef balls. Yuhi Kurenai remarked, I strolled around the streets today and noticed that each Uchiha snack shop was brimming with customers inside and out. The popularity of these delicacies in Konoha village is utterly astonishing. Orochimaru, holding a bottle of white liquor, spoke in a deep, resonant voice, patriarch of the Flame Clan. This liquor is truly remarkable. As it flows down my throat, it ignites a fiery sensation. The higher the alcohol content, the more enticing it becomes. 28 degrees, 33 degrees, 35 degrees, 38 degrees, 39 degrees, 40 degrees, 43 degrees, 45 degrees, 48 degrees, 50 degrees, 52 degrees, 53 degrees, 56 degrees, 60 degrees, 68 degrees. I can hardly fathom how the patriarch of the Flame Clan managed to develop such a concoction. Could it be that these are the very creations he has been formulating in his basement? Slightly inebriated, Orochimaru found himself captivated by the liquor. Chapter 46. The booming business provokes Danzo's discontent. Previously, the Flame Snack Shop was solely run by the Flame Clan and Tsunade, tirelessly working day and night, managing to produce only a meager supply of white liquor, urinating meatballs, and soul-stirring rice. The minuscule snacks they offered were scarcely enough to satisfy Konoha village's appetite, leaving the villagers feeling quite helpless. However, today, with the full support of the Uchiha clan, 4 new Uchiha snack shops have opened. As the production of snacks surged, white liquor and urinating meatballs became all the rage, captivating the entire village. The popularity of these delicacies skyrocketed overnight, with conversations about white liquor, urinating meatballs, and soul-stirring rice echoing through the streets of Konoha. More alarmingly, with the rising acclaim of these dishes, the previously marginalized Uchiha clan began to regain its reputation within the village, and the villagers' goodwill towards the Uchiha members subtly increased. In the office of the third Hokage, a bottle of 38-degree aged liquor and a bowl of urinating meatballs adorned the desk. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, savored a few sips of the liquor, marveling at its flavor. He then placed an entire urinating meatball into his mouth. At that moment, Shimura Danzo, with his lifeless eyes, glared at him with mounting resentment, exclaiming, "Hiruzen, we cannot allow the Uchiha clan to continue this." Before he could finish his sentence, the urinating meatball in Hiruzen's mouth erupted, spraying a deluge of liquid directly onto Danzo's face. Drenched in juices, Danzo stood frozen in shock, staring at Hiruzen with disbelief. "Hiruzen, I am speaking to you. How could you?" Anger flickered across Danzo's face. Hiruzen, a bit embarrassed, replied, "My apologies, Danzo. I merely wished to sample this urinating meatball. I had no idea it would be so expressive." Hiruzen picked up another urinating meatball, examining it closely. "Is this truly the dish that has set Konoha abuzz? Goodness, I have never experienced such a refreshing sensation before. The richness of the beef, combined with the sweetness of the urinating shrimp, creates a poetic blend that surpasses even my first love. What a marvelous meatball! What a marvelous meatball!" Hiruzen could not help but exclaim in wonder. Turning to the bewildered Tsunade, he asked, "Tsunade, are you all right? One meatball has left you in such a state." Influenced by Hiruzen's reaction, Danzo, Tsunade, and Midogate each took a meatball and popped it into their mouths. As the flavors enveloped them, their eyes widened in astonishment, captivated by the exquisite taste of the urinating meatballs. They marveled inwardly. This young Uchiha Yagami has truly created something extraordinary. No wonder it has stirred such waves in Konoha. Hiruzen, noticing their astonishment, added, "It is not merely the urinating meatballs. This bottle of 38-degree liquor on my desk is also quite suitable for the elderly. While it may intoxicate, it is undeniably alluring. Furthermore, I have heard that the Flame Snack Shop boasts a dish called soul-stirring rice, which only Uchiha Yagami can prepare. One bite will leave you inexplicably filled with longing and tears. Oh, although we have tasted it, it sounds intriguing." Suddenly, Danzo, with his lifeless eyes and a grim expression, interjected, "Enough. Hiruzen, we cannot allow the Uchiha clan to continue promoting white liquor and urinating meatballs." Hiruzen furrowed his brow. "Oh? Why should we prevent the Uchiha clan from selling white liquor and urinating meatballs?" Danzo, with a sullen visage, replied darkly, "According to the information I have received, as white liquor and urinating meatballs gain popularity in Konoha, the Uchiha clan's standing in the village is also on the rise. More alarmingly, their reputation appears to be improving as well. Such an outcome contradicts the policies set forth by the second Hokage." Upon hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen, who had been immersed in the delights of the food, suddenly grew solemn and let out a faint sigh. I see. However, Danzo, the Uchiha clan is legitimately running a snack shop. What grounds do we have to intervene?" Danzo, with his lifeless eyes, struggled to find a satisfactory response. At that moment, Tsunade stepped forward. "Danzo, are you being overly sensitive? Today marks merely the first day of the Uchiha snack shop's opening. I believe we should wait and observe for a while." Midogate nodded in agreement. Hiruzen, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, That is reasonable. The Uchiha snack shop provides wonderful food for Konoha village. We have no justification to obstruct them. As for your concerns regarding the Uchiha clan's rising popularity and reputation, let us observe for a while longer." Danzo's face twisted in frustration, his eyes darkened, and he remained silent, brooding in discontent. That evening, all 4 Uchiha snack shops had already closed for the day. At the South He Shrine, the Uchiha clan convened a meeting for all its members. Uchiha Yagami, Tsunade, the elder, and the 8th generation stood at the center of the stage. In one corner of the platform, Uchiha Shana was leading a group of young clan members in calculating the day's profits. Throughout the day, the 4 Uchiha snack shops had sold white liquor and urinating meatballs in Konoha, with many clan members participating. Consequently, everyone was eager to learn the results of the day's earnings. After a brief moment, a sly smile flashed across Uchiha Shana's otherwise stern face as he hurried to Yagami's side and whispered, "Patriarch, the revenue figures for today have been calculated." Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Yagami declared, "Announce it immediately." All the Uchiha members in attendance perked up, eager to listen. Today, the 4 Uchiha snack shops experienced a booming business, with customers flocking in droves. The clan members were keen to discover just how much they had earned. Standing at the podium, Uchiha Shana smirked and announced, "Today, our 4 Uchiha snack shops have achieved a net profit of 5,000 ryo. A profit of 5,000 ryo equates to the total earnings of our entire clan over the course of 6 months." As the words left his mouth, the crowd of Uchiha members erupted in astonishment. Chapter 47. The Uchiha Clan breaks free from poverty. Upon hearing Uchiha Shana announce the day's net profit, the Uchiha members below buzzed with excitement. Wow! Today's revenue reached 5,000 ryo, and that's pure profit. On this day, the income astonishingly fell below the collective earnings of our entire clan over the span of 6 months. The profits are indeed remarkable. It is truly unbelievable. Baijio and urine beef balls have become exceedingly popular in the village. Oh, but that is not all. With the meteoric rise of these snacks, the popularity of the Uchiha clan within the village has soared significantly. The esteemed clan leader was indeed correct. Our Uchiha clan can truly prosper. Could we become the wealthiest clan in Konoha within half a year? Hey, I believe it is quite possible. The murmurs from the audience grew increasingly lively, eventually reaching a fervent crescendo. At the podium, Tsunade, the elder, and the 8th Hokage, among others, were taken aback by the reported profits. Even Tsunade had not anticipated such substantial earnings from the 4 Uchiha snack shops in just one day. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Uchiha Aiha raised his hand, and an immediate hush fell over the assembly. Unbeknownst to many, this newly appointed clan leader had already established his authority within the clan. Once order was restored, the venerable elder, Uchiha Hyakai, stepped forward at Aiha's behest. Ahem. Today, our Uchiha clan has achieved a remarkable profit. However, we have conducted a review of our operations and sought the opinions of all clan members. Currently, 3 distinct issues have emerged. First, the matter of service attitude. When selling Baijio and urine beef balls, it is imperative that we deliver exceptional service. At the venue, the elder and Uchiha Shana, following Aiha's directives, provided comprehensive training on service etiquette to all clan members. These training materials stemmed from Aiha's previous life, where the Uchiha in the world of Hokage found them quite novel. Second, the production is evidently insufficient. At present, the output of Baijio and urine beef balls cannot meet the tremendous demand from the villagers of Konoha. Under the guidance of the elder and Uchiha Shana, we must intensify our manpower investment to increase production. Third, there are still many Uchiha clan members idling at home without any source of income. This issue is significant, for relying solely on the 4 Uchiha snack shops in Konoha can only resolve a fraction of the employment and livelihood challenges faced by our clan. What then shall be done for those who do not participate in the operation of the 4 shops, and thus lack an income? At the podium, the elder, Uchiha Shana, and the 8th Hokage found themselves at a loss for effective strategies. The audience erupted into disarray. There are so many clan members. It is impossible for all of them to run the Uchiha snack shops. The 4 shops in Konoha cannot possibly provide for all clan members. Many are still without work. Achieving balance seems exceedingly difficult. The clan members engaged in a heated debate, yielding no resolution, with some even expressing grievances. Observing the uproar among the Uchiha, the elder, Uchiha Shana, and the 8th Hokage turned their gazes toward Aiha, who had become the core leader of the Uchiha clan. Tsunade, with a slight frown, glanced at Aiha. Aiha, this issue is quite challenging. What shall we do? It seems that the 4 Uchiha snack shops cannot entirely resolve the clan's predicament. Uchiha Aiha surveyed the murmuring crowd, a smile gracing his lips. The 4 Uchiha snack shops are merely the beginning. Next, we must explore markets in other countries. We shall establish branches of the Uchiha snack shops in foreign lands. At that point, we may find ourselves in need of more Uchiha clan members. Upon hearing this, the audience fell into stunned silence. The clan leader intends to sell Baijio and urine beef balls in other countries. This is something I never even dared to dream of. Tsunade, the elder, Uchiha Shana, and others shared looks of astonishment, fixated on Aiha. The notion of opening Uchiha snack shops in foreign nations surpassed the expectations of Tsunade and the elder. Uchiha Aiha continued, I propose that once the operations of the 4 snack shops in Konoha stabilize for a period, we can bring the idea of expanding into foreign markets to the forefront. Given the strong opinions expressed today, let us commence our venture into these markets immediately. The clan members listened intently to Aiha, their ears perked. In the ninja world, there are approximately 20 nations. We shall begin with the 4 great nations, lightning, wind, earth, and water. In these nations, we will establish branches of the Uchiha snack shops. Furthermore, we will implement a rotational system for shop management across different countries. From the crowd, A wave of excitement surged. With this plan, all Uchiha clan members will no longer fear unemployment. Indeed, we may soon find ourselves in need of more personnel. The clan leader is remarkable, bold and decisive. On the podium, Tsunade, the elder, Uchiha Shana, and the 8th Hokage exchanged glances, their eyes wide with astonishment at Haiya's words. Tsunade's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. Haiya's capabilities truly exceed my expectations. The elder, with wide eyes, stared at Uchiha Aiha, awestruck. Oh, this new clan leader possesses remarkable resolve. Uchiha Shana, with a sly smile creeping across his face, remarked, Oh? Opening Uchiha snack shops in foreign countries is indeed a novel and intriguing idea. The elder, due to his advanced age, was not suited for long-distance travel. Thus, Uchiha Aiha entrusted this endeavor to Uchiha Shana. The primary target nations for expansion are the 4 great nations: lightning, earth, wind, and water. Once these markets are established, we can then consider smaller nations such as rain, snow, and mist. Under Haiya's guidance, Uchiha Shana, accompanied by a team of capable clan members, embarked on the journey to the 4 great nations. Within Konoha, the Uchiha clan members dedicated themselves to producing urine beef balls. Daily, substantial amounts of currency flowed into their coffers. The financial predicament of the Uchiha clan gradually began to resolve, leading to an improved standard of living for the clan members, who were no longer struggling but rather beginning to thrive. In the secret underground research base of the Umbu, Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru were clandestinely conducting human experiments. Suddenly, a root ninja appeared before Danzo, kneeling, reporting to you, Lord Danzo. According to our investigations and statistics, the Uchiha clan has amassed a significant fortune through their snack shops. They have completely escaped the plight of poverty. Upon hearing this report, Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief, his blood pressure surging. What? The Uchiha clan has actually overcome their impoverished circumstances? Baijio and urine beef balls have enabled the Uchiha clan to prosper? Since aligning himself with the 2nd Hokage Tobirama, the Uchiha clan had long faced ostracization in Konoha. For the majority of Uchiha members, life had been a struggle marked by financial hardship. Orochimaru, with a slow and chilling tone, remarked, This newly appointed leader of the Uchiha clan truly possesses remarkable abilities. Haha, my curiosity about him continues to grow. Danzo, his twisted visage reflecting his inner resentment towards the sake and the infamous urine meatballs, seethed, cursed Uchiha snack bar, damned sake and urine meatballs. This not only enriches the Uchiha clan, but, more alarmingly, elevates their popularity and prestige within Konoha. If this continues, the long marginalized Uchiha clan will surely rise in status. The thought alone causes me to clench my fists in anger, my gaze turning menacing. Orochimaru coldly chuckled, Lord Danzo, your adversary is Uchiha Itachi, not the sake or the urine meatballs. Haha, the sake and urine meatballs are, in fact, quite popular in Konoha. Especially that sake, its aroma is utterly enchanting. Shimura Danzo, with his dead fish-like eyes glaring fiercely, hissed through gritted teeth, humph. The Uchiha clan must not be allowed to continue their antics. I must devise a way to teach them a lesson. Should I permit the Uchiha clan to amass popularity and prestige, Konoha would undoubtedly be upended. No, I must seek out Sarutobi. With that, Shimura Danzo left the secret underground research facility and hurried towards the office of the 3rd Hokage. Meanwhile, in a bid to expand into other villages, Uchiha Shursui led a formidable contingent of Uchiha clan members across the 4 great nations, the land of lightning, the land of earth, the land of wind, and the land of water. Uchiha Shursui, a cunning and shrewd individual who inherited Madara's will, belonged to the hawkish faction of the Uchiha clan. He had long yearned to reclaim sovereignty from the Senju clan, yet for years, the Uchiha had become accustomed to, even numb from, the oppressive exclusion policies in Konoha. This had once left Shursui disheartened and on the brink of despair. However, the sudden emergence of a genius named Uchiha Itachi reignited a flicker of hope for the Uchiha clan's resurgence in glory. The flames of ambition within Shursui's heart were rekindled. Therefore, the cunning Uchiha Shursui held a deep respect for the clan leader, Itachi. He dutifully adhered to Itachi's commands, exerting all his efforts without the slightest hint of negligence. This time, leading the elite forces of the Uchiha clan to other villages to establish the Uchiha snack bar, Shursui acted decisively and with alacrity. Not long after, in a prime location on the central street of the 4 great nations, a new establishment, the Uchiha snack bar, was unveiled. Uchiha Shursui dispatched several clan members to various villages to oversee the newly opened Uchiha snack bar. The Uchiha snack bar rapidly began operations, and soon, The sake and urine meatballs swept across the 4 great nations, garnering enthusiastic acclaim from the villagers in a remarkably short time. The Uchiha snack bar quickly became a hot topic of discussion throughout the streets and alleys of the 4 great nations. As the sake and urine meatballs gained popularity, so too did the Uchiha clan's reputation and standing within these nations. Simultaneously, the Uchiha snack bar began to draw the attention of the Raikage, Tsuchikage, Kazekage, and Mizukage. In the office of the 3rd Raikage in the Cloud Village, several bottles of sake and a bowl of urine meatballs lay on his desk. The 3rd Raikage, lifted a bottle of sake and gulped it down, exclaiming, "Oh, this is quite delightful, and rather spicy too. These sakes, varying in degrees and flavors, rich, soy, refreshing, and rice, seem to have captured my interest." A subordinate reported, "Lord Raikage, the Uchiha clan from Konoha has opened an Uchiha snack bar in the Cloud Village, promoting the very sake and urine meatballs that have caused quite a stir among our villagers." The Raikage, with a sharp gaze, pondered for a moment. The Uchiha clan? That clan has been marginalized in Konoha. Why have they suddenly begun running a snack bar? The subordinate pressed on. "Should we allow the Uchiha clan to operate a snack bar here in the Cloud Village?" Without hesitation, the Raikage replied, "The Uchiha clan provides us with fine wine and those urine meatballs. They are conducting legitimate business. We have no grounds to impede them." In the Tsuchikage's office in the Stone Village, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, scrutinized the sake and urine meatballs on his desk. "You mean to say the Uchiha clan has suddenly started selling these items in our village?" His son, Kuratsuchi, nodded gently. "Yes, father. Moreover, I have tested these items, and they are non-toxic." Inoki raised an eyebrow. "What is the Uchiha clan up to? Do they also sell this sake and urine meatballs in Konoha?" His apprentice, Akatsuki, reported, "According to our spies embedded in Konoha, the Uchiha clan indeed sells sake and urine meatballs there, and they are quite popular." The 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, sampled the sake, and as it slid down his throat, his eyes widened slightly in surprise at the potent and unique flavor. He savored the sake thoughtfully and, after a moment, swallowed a whole urine meatball. At that moment, Kuratsuchi remarked, "Father, our spies have also reported that Konoha has another establishment, the Itachi snack bar." As he spoke, the urine meatball in Inoki's mouth burst, and a torrent of liquid splattered across Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi's faces. Inoki's expression froze in shock and embarrassment as he covered his mouth. Kuratsuchi, seemingly unfazed, wiped his face clean and continued, "In the Itachi snack bar, there exists a dish called soul-stirring rice. Anyone who tastes it cannot help but shed tears. Furthermore, it appears that only the Uchiha clan leader, Itachi, can prepare this dish." Inoki raised an intrigued eyebrow. "Oh, a dish that causes tears upon tasting? And only the Uchiha clan leader can make it?" Chapter 49. Danzo's attempt to suppress the Uchiha clan. The sake, urine meatballs, and soul-stirring rice are all creations of the new Uchiha clan leader. Moreover, the soul-stirring rice can only be made by the Uchiha clan leader alone. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, furrowed his brow, cultivating a growing curiosity about the new leader of the Uchiha clan. What manner of person could he be? I recall that since Uchiha Madara's demise, the position of Uchiha clan leader has remained vacant. The affairs of the Uchiha clan have been overseen by Uchiha Fugaku, the captain of the Konoha Guard. Who is this new Uchiha clan leader, Itachi, that I have never heard of before? Kuratsuchi added. According to intelligence relayed by spies stationed in Konoha from Awakens, the newly appointed leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Aiha, is an extraordinary prodigy. For a long time, the Uchiha clan regarded Uchiha Aiha as an ordinary individual. It was only on the day of the clan leader election that the Uchiha realized his true potential. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, listened intently to the introduction of Uchiha Aiha. His expression grave. It appears that this new Uchiha leader is far from ordinary. Uchiha Aiha, a young hero has emerged. Following Uchiha Madara, another genius has arisen within the Uchiha clan. In the office of the 3rd Kazekage in Mangekyo, Scorpion's father remarked, "Sake and urine beef balls are quite popular and highly sought after in our village. The Uchiha clan has also garnered considerable fame and prestige here." The Kazekage pondered, should we intervene in the operations of the Uchiha snack shop? On his desk lay a bottle of sake and a bowl of urine beef balls. The 3rd Kazekage furrowed his brows, stating, "If the Uchiha clan is merely engaging in trade for profit, that is a normal commercial activity. We cannot impede their business." He then displayed a look of puzzlement. "How peculiar. I recall that the Uchiha clan seldom left Konoha. Why have they ventured to our village to establish a business?" Chiyo, the elder, explained, "According to reports from our spies, the Uchiha clan has opened snack shops across the 5 great Shinobi countries. This is all connected to the new clan leader. The third Kazakage's eyes widened. Oh, a new clan leader? Chiyo nodded gently. Recently, a new leader emerged within the Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Yehuo. The establishment of Uchiha snack shops across the 5 great nations was a decision made by this new leader. Under his leadership, the Uchiha clan seems to be on the rise. In the office of the 3rd Mizukage in Kirigakure, the Mizukage remarked, "The Uchiha clan has opened a snack shop in our village. Currently, sake and urine beef balls are exceptionally popular, and the villagers adore them. Should we intervene?" Without hesitation, the 3rd Mizukage glanced at the sake and urine beef balls before declaring, "It is entirely normal for merchants to engage in trade across various villages. We should not obstruct the Uchiha clan's legitimate business. By the way, I heard there is a new leader in the Uchiha clan?" A subordinate replied, "According to reports from our spies, the new Uchiha leader is called Aiha. Previously, he was relatively unknown within the clan. But during the recent clan leader election, he revealed his formidable Mangekyō Sharingan and easily defeated his rival, Uchiha Fugaku. This hidden talent has shocked both the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups in Konoha." In the office of the 3rd Hokage in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was utilizing a telescope technique through a crystal ball to observe the operations of the Uchiha snack shop. Oh, what a bustling scene. Having lived in Konoha for so many years, I have never witnessed such thriving business at a snack shop. The entrances of all 4 Uchiha snack shops are teeming with customers. Even at the entrance of the highest snack shop, there is a considerable crowd. It seems that Might Guy, Kakashi Hatake, Jiraiya, and Hinata are particularly fond of the highest snack shop, visiting daily. Uchiha Yehuo is not only powerful, but also adept at brewing sake and crafting urine beef balls. Moreover, he has even won over my apprentice, Tsunade. What else is beyond his capabilities? The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was keenly observing the crystal ball when suddenly, the door to the office burst open. Danzo, his forehead and right arm wrapped in bandages, entered with a gloomy expression, followed closely by Orochimaru, concerned that he would be unable to persuade Hiruzen. Danzo had brought along Tsunade and Midogate. "Hiruzen, if you do not keep a tight rein on the Uchiha clan, Konoha will descend into chaos." As Hiruzen lifted his head, he was met with Danzo's sullen face. "Oh, Konoha is on the brink of chaos?" Danzo glared at Hiruzen with his lifeless eyes. Currently, sake and urine beef balls are selling like hotcakes in Konoha. The Uchiha clan has escaped their financial woes, and the booming sales have brought them considerable fame and prestige. Hiruzen, as Hokage, you cannot allow the Uchiha clan to act with impunity. We must devise a way to control them. Hiruzen appeared somewhat perplexed. "Danzo, the Uchiha clan is conducting business legally. If you wish to restrict the sales of sake and urine beef balls, you must provide a reasonable justification." Danzo had already concocted an excuse. Just claim that the Uchiha clan is disrupting the order of the village. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, countered, "That reasoning is far too tenuous. It would be difficult to convince others, and is an unfounded accusation." Danzo, growing increasingly anxious, gritted his teeth, regardless of the excuse. "We must not allow the Uchiha clan to continue operating the Uchiha snack shop. Without a proper and convincing reason, how could Hiruzen, as Hokage, directly order the closure of the Uchiha snack shop without losing face?" Danzo and Hiruzen found themselves at an impasse when suddenly, Tsunade stepped forward. "Hiruzen, the policies left by the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama, were to suppress the Uchiha clan to prevent the emergence of another enemy like Uchiha Madara. If we allow the Uchiha snack shop to continue its operations, the Uchiha clan's popularity, prestige, and status in Konoha will significantly increase, which contradicts the 2nd Hokage's policies." Tsunade presented the 2nd Hokage's edict as leverage against the 3rd Hokage. Midogate also stood up, his expression grave as he addressed Hiruzen. "We cannot violate the policies of the 2nd Hokage. I support Danzo. Regardless of the reason, we must suppress the Uchiha snack shop." As senior advisors of Konoha, Tsunade and Midogate's words held considerable weight. With their support, Danzo's twisted face appeared considerably more favorable, and a flicker of relief passed through his lifeless eyes. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, narrowed his eyes, his expression grave as he regarded Danzo, Tsunade, and Midogate. It seemed that his resolve was beginning to waver. At that moment, a member of the Umbu entered the Hokage's office, kneeling on one knee. "Report, Hokage. Our spies in other villages have returned with some intelligence. The Uchiha clan has dispatched individuals to the 4 great countries to expand their market, promoting sake and urine beef balls. Currently, there are Uchiha snack shops in Kirigakure, Kumogakure, Sunagakure, and Awagakure. Chapter 50. Danzo's Relentless Pursuit. Upon hearing the Umbu's report, Danzo's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he squeezed out a response through gritted teeth. How could the Uchiha clan possibly venture to other shinobi villages to expand their market? Tsunade, Mito Gate, and Orochimaru all exchanged glances, their faces etched with astonishment. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and fell into deep contemplation. In the Hidden Cloud Village, Hidden Rock Village, Hidden Sand Village, and Hidden Mist Village, the renowned Uchiha snack shop has made its unexpected debut. This development has certainly taken many by surprise, as the Uchiha clan has expanded its culinary venture into other villages, far exceeding the expectations of the Konoha elite. The third Hokage, with a piercing gaze, inquired, "Has the Uchiha clan faced any obstacles in promoting their sake and narutomaki in the other ninja villages?" A kneeling Umbu ninja responded, "According to the intelligence provided by our spies embedded in the other ninja villages, the 4 major villages have adopted a welcoming stance towards the Uchiha snack shop. No signs of resistance have been detected." As these words hung in the air, a palpable silence enveloped the third Hokage's office. Shimura Danzo, furrowing his brow, stood frozen in place, his expression grave. Tsunade and Mito Gate, their faces taut, remained silent. Orochimaru, with an enigmatic smile gracing his features, expressed subtle surprise. The Konoha leadership had not anticipated that while they were busy concocting excuses to hinder the Uchiha snack shop, the other 4 major villages would embrace it with open arms. After a fleeting moment of quiet, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, broke the stillness, clearing his throat. Cough. Cough. Since the other 4 major villages support the Uchiha clan in marketing their sake and narutomaki, we in Konoha have no justifiable reason to obstruct the Uchiha clan's pursuit of profit. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan is indeed a part of our Konoha village. Danzo, his face contorted with rage and his teeth grinding audibly, protested, but Hiruzen, the third Hokage, interrupted him decisively. "Danzo, that is enough. From this point forward, no one is permitted to unjustly impede the normal operations of the Uchiha snack shop." Hiruzen's tone was resolute, leaving no room for rebuttal. The words that Danzo had yet to utter were swallowed back, and his fists clenched tightly in frustration, his internal monologue seething. "Damn it. If only I had not been cowardly and missed the opportunity before the second Hokage, I would be the one sitting at the Hokage's desk. If I were Hokage, I would surely do a better job than you, Hiruzen." Danzo's aspirations of becoming Hokage had been dashed, and he had lived for years in regret and resentment. Subsequently, Hiruzen turned his gaze towards Tsunade and Mito Gate, his voice stern. "The Uchiha clan's efforts in promoting their sake and narutomaki are legitimate business activities. We have no valid reason to restrict them. This matter should not be raised again." Tsunade and Mito Gate, their expressions somber, found themselves unable to counter his arguments. The third Hokage, known for his gentle and inclusive nature, had always safeguarded Konoha with love. Now, with the other 4 major ninja villages welcoming the Uchiha clan's offerings, it would be utterly disgraceful for Konoha to impose restrictions or even bans. The moment Hiruzen made his ruling, demanding the Konoha leadership refrain from interfering with the Uchiha clan's business, Danzo's face darkened, and he was on the brink of explosion. However, being a seasoned strategist, Danzo managed to regain his composure, concealing his turmoil behind a mask of indifference. Yet within, a tempest brewed. As he thought, the Uchiha clan is acquiring wealth, popularity, prestige, and even status. I will not let this go unchallenged. The expansion into the markets of the other 4 major villages proceeded smoothly, unimpeded by the higher-ups. In a mere span of 10 days, the Uchiha snack shop became a sensation in the Hidden Cloud Village, Hidden Rock Village, Hidden Sand Village, and Hidden Mist Village, winning the hearts of countless villagers. Their sake and narutomaki gained immense popularity within the ninja world. As the Uchiha snack shop gained notoriety throughout the 5 great nations, the Land of Fire, Land of Lightning, Land of Earth, Land of Wind, and Land of Water, the Uchiha clan, through their exceptional service, garnered the recognition of villagers across the ninja world. Consequently, the reputation of the Uchiha clan steadily rose, unbeknownst to them. A month later, at the South He Shrine, the entire Uchiha clan convened for a meeting. This gathering marked the first assembly of all clan members since their foray into the 4 major ninja villages. The assembled Uchiha clan members buzzed with excitement as they reminisced about the struggles they faced over a month ago. "Oh, how we worried about money back then. Life was quite frugal for us," one member recalled. "I remember the elder nearly losing his hair over financial woes." Another chimed in with a chuckle. "Who would have thought that today we would completely escape the shackles of poverty? We no longer have to split a single coin in half." Indeed, it's not just about accumulating wealth. Our Uchiha Sake and Naruto have captivated the villagers across the 5 great ninja villages, exclaimed another. Our popularity and prestige have soared, thanks to our leader. As the clan members engaged in lively discussions, Uchiha Itachi, accompanied by Tsunade and the elder, entered the hall. Upon their arrival, a hush fell over the crowd, all eyes fixated on the clan leader. Under the spotlight, Uchiha Itachi, alongside Tsunade and the elder, ascended the podium. With their financial troubles behind them and a significant amount of wealth amassed, the elder, Tsunade, and others stood with smiles illuminating their faces. The aged elder stepped forward and addressed the assembly. This meeting has 2 primary objectives: to summarize our recent achievements and to outline the tasks for the next phase. Now, allow me to announce the remarkable progress our Uchiha clan has made in just 1 month. At the South He Shrine, standing before the assembly, the elder, with a smile and a twinkle in his eye, proclaimed, "Our snack shop's daily income has been exceedingly impressive, and wealth is flowing into the Uchiha clan. We have not only transcended our financial struggles, but have also accumulated considerable riches. The Uchiha clan is now among the affluent families in Konoha, and we are on the verge of surpassing other prominent clans in assets." At his declaration, the hall erupted in cheers and applause. For so long, the Uchiha clan had endured the oppressive policies of the Konoha elite, living in dire straits, with some members having grown numb to their impoverished existence, accepting it as their fate. However, the ascension of Uchiha Itachi as the clan leader heralded a new era. Gradually, the Uchiha clan's self-deprecating and listless demeanor was transformed. A complete turnaround unfolded within a mere month, catapulting the impoverished Uchiha clan into the ranks of the affluent families of Konoha. More significantly, within the 5 great Shinobi villages, the Uchiha clan's wealth, popularity, prestige, and status were on a continuous ascent. This invigorated all members of the Uchiha clan, instilling in them a renewed sense of vitality and confidence. Concurrently, the perspectives of the clansmen underwent a fundamental metamorphosis, leading to an increase in their self-assuredness, with some hawkish members seemingly catching a glimmer of hope for the resurgence of the Uchiha. The venerable elder ascended the stage and cleared his throat twice. Ahem, ahem. The previously raucous crowd fell silent. The aged elder, with a hint of pride etched upon his countenance, continued, "In this past month, we have achieved a modest success. Yet it is far from sufficient." Upon hearing the elder's words, the eyes of the clansmen widened in astonishment. They were aware that their current accomplishments were already remarkable in their eyes, yet the elder deemed it merely a trivial achievement. The gathered clansmen exchanged incredulous glances at the elder and the clan leader, whispering amongst themselves. The elder persisted, moving forward. "We shall expand our ventures into a dozen smaller Shinobi villages. This means establishing Uchiha snack shops in places such as the Grass Village, Rain Village, and the Waterfall Village. We shall promote our white liquor and beef balls throughout the ninja world. Ahem. This is merely our initial phase of objectives." After another throat clearing, the elder proclaimed with vigor, "Our ultimate goal is to elevate the Uchiha clan step by step within the ninja realm." The elder's resolute declarations left the Uchiha clansmen in a state of bewilderment. To them, the notion of opening a Uchiha snack shop in Konoha was already commendable, and the prospect of establishing branches in the other 4 great Shinobi villages seemed almost unattainable. The subsequent gains in popularity, prestige, and status were matters they scarcely dared to contemplate. Now, the newly appointed clan leader, Akihira, was poised to lead the Uchiha clan to prominence within the ninja world. The Uchiha clansmen were utterly astonished, grappling with disbelief. Some timid members found the idea utterly preposterous and unrealistic. The crowd began to stir, as deep down, every Uchiha member yearned to witness the revival of their clan's former glory, though they could only entertain such fantasies in their minds. For within their understanding, the revival of the Uchiha clan's past splendor was an impossible dream, a mere figment of imagination. At that moment, Uchiha Shana stepped forward, her expression dark and sardonic. She shrugged and mockingly addressed the clansmen. "TSK, have you all forgotten that during the era of Uchiha Madara, our clan's ambition was to rise to power within the ninja world?" Shana's provocative question silenced the crowd. The newly appointed clan leader is merely striving to fulfill the aspirations that our predecessor Madara could not realize. What is there to be so astonished about? In the near future, we will see Uchiha snack shops proliferate throughout the ninja world, allowing our clan's wealth to surpass even that of the Nara clan, the richest in Konoha. This is merely a small milestone for our esteemed leader. The true objective is to guide the Uchiha clan step by step toward resurgence. Upon concluding her remarks, Uchiha Shana cast a teasing glance at the bewildered clansmen. They stood frozen, staring blankly at Uchiha Akihira, whose ambition, courage, and vision seemed to surpass the comprehension of the ordinary clansman. Among the crowd was a girl with long black hair and sparkling black eyes, Uchiha Makoto. She gazed intently at Akihira, her eyes reflecting a measure of admiration. Oh? The clan leader intends to lead the Uchiha clan to rise in the ninja world? To restore our clan's former glory? I have heard from my grandfather that the Uchiha clan was at its zenith during Madara's era. Could it be that Akihira will become a figure of such magnitude as Madara? Or even surpass him? Outside the venue, several Anbu and root ninjas concealed themselves in the shadows, covertly eavesdropping on the Uchiha clan's discussions. As the Uchiha clan's wealth, popularity, prestige, and status burgeoned, the higher-ups in Konoha grew increasingly vigilant. They dispatched numerous Anbu and root ninjas to monitor the Uchiha clan's activities at all times. In the office of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo scowled, his gaze sharp as he declared, "Humph. Sarutobi, according to intelligence from the Anbu and root operatives, the Uchiha clan is up to something again. They plan to expand their snack shop business, establishing Uchiha snack shops across a dozen smaller shinobi villages. If this continues, the Uchiha clan's wealth, prestige, and status in the ninja world will escalate further. Even more alarming is that this brat, Uchiha Akihira, intends to lead the Uchiha clan to prominence. I fear that the future of Konoha may fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan." Danzo's incessant lamentations filled the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression grave, focused on puffing his pipe, occasionally exhaling rings of smoke. In truth, Hiruzen was equally reluctant to witness the Uchiha clan's rise in Konoha. Should the Uchiha clan grow powerful, it would pose a significant threat to the village. As Danzo had pointed out, it could jeopardize Konoha's dominance. However, with Uchiha Akihira steering the Uchiha clan in the legitimate operation of Uchiha snack shops, such a reasonable commercial endeavor left Hiruzen at a loss for a compelling rationale to obstruct it. Feeling powerless, Hiruzen, with his pipe clenched between his teeth, wore a bitter expression, grappling with a sense of helplessness. Danzo, ever the scapegoat, seemed to sense Hiruzen's thoughts and said in a low voice, "Sarutobi, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Leave it to me to handle." The two shared an unspoken understanding. Chapter 52, Tsunade's desire to become a wife. After the Uchiha clan's general meeting concluded at the Nain's shrine, Uchiha Akihira remained in discussion with the elder and Shana for a while longer in the clan leader's office. It was not until evening that Uchiha Akihira, hand in hand with Tsunade, returned home. The two lay down together, and Akihira yawned. "Ah, after all these days of turmoil, I have finally resolved the financial issues plaguing the Uchiha clan." "Hey, you didn't just resolve the financial shortfall. You also elevated the Uchiha clan to one of the wealthiest families in Konoha. More astonishingly, you have enhanced our clan's reputation in the ninja world. Oh, let us not dwell on that. I just want to set aside the clan's mundane affairs and enjoy a moment of rest." Tsunade reclined on the ground, her beautiful eyes shimmering, as she suddenly recalled her brother, Nawaki. During these past days, Tsunade had assisted Uchiha Akihira in addressing various clan issues, depleting her energy. The relentless busyness had left her little time to immerse herself in the sorrow of her brother's death. However, now that she had relaxed, in Tsunade's heart, an unbidden longing for her younger brother, Nawaki, surged forth, a shadow of sorrow gracing her cheeks. Uchiha Aiha seemed to perceive Tsunade's troubled thoughts. "Huh? Are you missing your brother Nawaki?" Tsunade, her gaze heavy with emotion, nodded gently. Despite her recent preoccupations with the financial issues plaguing the Uchiha clan, her research into resurrection techniques had not faltered. She had tirelessly refined her understanding of the art of revival and now felt ready to attempt to resurrect her brother Nawaki. Upon hearing Aiha's words, a tremor of hope coursed through Tsunade. "Aiha, can you truly help me bring Nawaki back? Currently, the resurrection technique is not fully developed, and I cannot guarantee success. However, it is worth a try." Tsunade's heart fluttered at the prospect of reviving her brother. "We will need Nawaki's body to perform the resurrection. Now, take me to your home." "Yes." Tsunade nodded emphatically. The two departed from Uchiha Aiha's residence, making their way towards Tsunade's home. Unbeknownst to them, 5 root organization ninjas lay in wait some distance away. Ever since 4 Anbu ninjas had been severely injured, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, ceased deploying Anbu to surveil Uchiha Aiha. However, Shimura Danzo could not allow such a perilous figure as Aiha to slip from his watchful gaze. Thus, he dispatched 5 exceptional root ninjas to monitor Aiha's every move. Among them were 2 ninjas skilled in the exceedingly rare technique of intangibility, which rendered them completely invisible. facilitating their reconnaissance with unparalleled ease. Yet, having learned from the recent misfortunes of the Umbu, these 5 root ninjas exercised utmost caution, hiding in a more remote location to observe from afar, ensuring they remained undetected by Tsunade and Aiha. Under the scrutiny of the root ninjas, Uchiha Aiha took Tsunade's hand and entered her home. In the living room of the Senju residence lay the lifeless form of Nawaki. He had met a tragic end, caught in an explosive tag trap, leaving his body mangled and unrecognizable. Tsunade gazed upon her brother's remains, her heart heavy with grief. Aiha, can he truly be revived in such a state? There's a strong likelihood, Aiha replied. However, we must not be disturbed while casting the resurrection technique. It would be best to wait until the dead of night. Tsunade nodded gently. The two reclined together, and Aiha, feeling drowsy, soon drifted into slumber. Tsunade, casting her gaze upon the sleeping Aiha, found her thoughts wandering. Not long ago, she had drowned her sorrows in alcohol at the Aiha snack bar, unable to escape the despair of Nawaki's death. It was Aiha who had pulled her from the depths of her hopelessness, reigniting her hope for her brother's revival. She marveled at Aiha's willingness to exhaust his own physical and mental strength to assist her. As this gratitude blossomed within her, it deepened in intensity. Over time, her feelings for Aiha had evolved from a mere infatuation to a genuine fondness. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a flush crept across her cheeks, and she felt a twinge of bashfulness. Indeed, she had developed feelings for Aiha. Had she truly fallen for him? As Tsunade indulged in her reverie, she suddenly realized that she had long harbored affection for Uchiha Aiha. No wonder, during her earlier outburst in the Hokage's office, she had inadvertently declared before Sarutobi and Danzo that she was Aiha's wife. As these thoughts consumed her, Tsunade turned to look at Aiha, who lay peacefully asleep beside her. She gazed tenderly at his handsome visage, reminiscing about their shared experiences. With her typically forthright and headstrong nature, Tsunade reached a decision. Since the Uchiha Clan and even the village of Konoha regarded her as Aiha's fiancée, and since she had boldly proclaimed her status before Sarutobi and Danzo, then so be it. She would embrace her role as his wife. In the dead of night, Konoha village lay enveloped in a profound stillness, shrouded in darkness. Yet, the lights in Tsunade's living room flickered to life. Let us begin. Yes. Tsunade grasped Aiha's hand tightly, closing her eyes, casting aside distractions, and centering her mental focus. Aiha swiftly formed the necessary hand seals. Soon, Tsunade felt her soul entering an ethereal state, her body growing weightless as if she were soaring like a shooting star towards the distant heavens. In the sky, 2 beams of yellow light streaked across the night. The root ninjas, hidden nearby, observed the astonishing spectacle of the 2 yellow lights emanating from Tsunade's home, their faces painted with shock. Moments later, within the Pure Land, Aiha's voice resonated. All right, you may open your eyes. Tsunade opened her eyes to find herself in an unfamiliar environment. Aiha, we have returned to the Pure Land. Aiha, still holding Tsunade's hand, scanned their surroundings with urgency. Nawaki is nearby. We must find him quickly. My resurrection technique is still in its infancy. When I perform it in the real world, Nawaki must concentrate his thoughts in the Pure Land to respond to the summons from the living realm, thus allowing us to resonate. Before long, they located Nawaki. Upon seeing his sister, he exclaimed with delight, "Sister, you've come to visit me again. Nawaki, this time I am here to bring you back to life." Oh, is that truly possible? Yes, my boyfriend is performing the resurrection technique to return you to the realm of the living. At Tsunade's casual mention of Aiha as her boyfriend, his expression momentarily froze. As he thought to himself, have we truly reached this point in our relationship? However, it was undeniable that their bond had grown increasingly intricate. Nawaki, now curious, regarded Aiha with wide eyes. Oh, your boyfriend is amazing. Tsunade, her demeanor serious, instructed, Nawaki, you must focus your thoughts and sense the call from the living world. If you do not cooperate while in the Pure Land, your brother-in-law will be unable to revive you. Nawaki nodded earnestly. Aiha's heart raced at the term brother-in-law, pondering, what does this mean? Am I now Nawaki's brother-in-law? Was that truly what Tsunade just said? Turning to the still stunned Aiha, Tsunade continued, Aiha, I've explained everything to Nawaki. Hearing his name, Aiha snapped back to attention. Yes, let us return to the ninja world and commence the resurrection. Aiha quickly formed the necessary seals. The 2 soul forms, illuminated by their radiant light, vanished into the skies of the Pure Land. In the real world, the hidden root ninjas, perplexed by the 2 beams of light that had just shot forth from Tsunade's home, exchanged curious glances. At that moment, 2 more yellow lights appeared on the distant horizon, swiftly racing towards Tsunade's residence. Within the living room of Tsunade's home, Uchiha Aiha and and Tsunade's soul forms returned to their rightful places without delay. Without wasting a moment, Aiha initiated the resurrection technique in the physical realm, striving to resonate with the essence of Nawaki's spirit from the Pure Land. "I found it," Aiha exclaimed, genuinely sensing Nawaki's spirit. Resurrection technique. Engage. Instantly, the living room was awash with brilliant light. Golden rays surged forth from the heart of the room, shooting skyward with breathtaking intensity. Hidden in the shadows, the root organization ninjas were utterly astonished. What was this soaring golden radiance? What were Uchiha Obito and Tsunade up to? Lord Danzo had instructed that Uchiha Obito must not escape our grasp. No, we must approach closer to investigate. Meanwhile, in the office of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen received news from Shimura Danzo that Tsunade had taken Uchiha Obito home for the night. Driven by curiosity, the third Hokage employed the crystal ball technique to observe Uchiha Obito and Tsunade. At this moment, in the dead of night, everything occurring in Tsunade's living room was laid bare before Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Within the crystal ball, the mangled corpse of Shinjuro lay in tatters. Suddenly, it began to regenerate at a visibly rapid pace. This horrifying spectacle truly shocked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 53. Shimura Danzo as an obstacle to the Uchiha's rise. In the third Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his weary eyes. Could it be that I am seeing things? During a previous mission, Shinjuro had inadvertently triggered an explosive tag trap and had been killed. Upon returning to Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen had personally witnessed Shinjuro's shattered body. Rubbing his eyes, he looked back at the crystal ball. Indeed, that was unmistakably Shinjuro's body. The body was severely damaged, even partially incomplete. Yet, at this moment, the third Hokage's expression turned grave. Shinjuro's body was autonomously mending at a speed visible to the naked eye. Uchiha Obito was forming hand seals with both hands. What was that golden light enveloping Shinjuro's body? The third Hokage's gaze intensified, fixated on the crystal ball. In the stillness of the night, as darkness enveloped the sky, many could not find sleep. The tranquil village of Konoha was suddenly pierced by a golden beam ascending to the heavens, capturing the attention of numerous onlookers. Might Guy, Kakashi Hatake, Dan Kato, Chojuro Senju, Jiraiya, and others all turned towards the source of the golden light. Chojuro Senju remarked, "Oh, that seems to be in Tsunade's direction." Might Guy inquired, "Oh, what could be happening?" Kakashi Hatake mused, "A golden light? I must go and see." In addition, the elder, Uchiha Shizune, along with several other ninjas and even civilians, hurried towards the direction of the golden glow, eager to uncover the truth. Near Tsunade's residence, 5 root organization ninjas were present. One of them hurried back to the underground secret laboratory of the root organization to report to Shimura Danzo, while the remaining 4 kept a close watch on Uchiha Obito and Tsunade's movements, observing the golden light erupting from Tsunade's home from a distance. The 4 root ninjas wore solemn expressions. At this distance, we cannot ascertain what is happening at Tsunade's home. We need to investigate up close and discover the nature of this golden light. However, not long ago, 4 Umbu ninjas who had recklessly infiltrated Uchiha Obito's residence had suffered severe injuries, nearly losing their lives. Would approaching Uchiha Obito recklessly put us in danger? The 4 root ninjas exchanged glances, their faces pale, wrestling with their thoughts. In a moment, they found themselves in a state of indecision. Having undergone harsh training under Danzo's strict regime throughout their lives, they were acutely aware that Shimura Danzo was a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, extremely suspicious, cautious, treacherous, and ruthless. He could not tolerate even the slightest possibility of oversight, often preaching the necessity of self-sacrifice to his ninjas. Ultimately, the 4 root ninjas yielded to Danzo's will. If we fail to clarify what this golden light is, we will have nothing to report back to Lord Danzo. Among us, 2 are skilled in the art of concealment, capable of completely hiding themselves for reconnaissance. After a brief discussion, the 2 root ninjas remained hidden at a distance from Tsunade's house, while the other 2, adept at concealment, cautiously made their way towards Tsunade's residence. Inside Tsunade's living room, Uchiha Obito was forming hand seals. Due to his inexperience with the resurrection technique, beads of glistening sweat trickled down his handsome face. Tsunade held her breath, fully focused, afraid to make a sound lest she disrupt Uchiha Obito. At this moment, in the third Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned grave, his pupils narrowing. Could Uchiha Obito be activating some sort of ninjutsu? The renowned professor of ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen, quickly discerned the situation. Is he attempting to resurrect Shinjuro? How is that possible? Is this akin to the second Hokage Tobirama Senju's Edo Tensei? The third Hokage's gaze sharpened, and he swallowed hard, his eyes filled with astonishment. Within Tsunade's living room, Shinjuro's corpse lay quietly on the ground, riddled with wounds and gaping flesh wounds, continuously regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tsunade's fervent gaze remained fixed on Shinjuro's body. The scene before her instilled Tsunade with a tangible hope of resurrecting Shinjuro. Her clear eyes trembled, and an uncontrollable surge of excitement welled up within her. After a brief moment, Shinjuro's mangled body was restored to wholeness, appearing no different from that of a living person. Uchiha Obito lowered his hands from the hand seals and slowly opened his eyes, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Breathing heavily, Uchiha Obito softly declared, "I have reconstituted Shinjuro's complete body. Now, I need to concentrate my spiritual energy to summon Shinjuro's soul back from the Pure Land into the ninja world." Tsunade listened intently, her heart swelling with joy, her expression a blend of tension and exhilaration. Uchiha Obito closed his eyes, focusing intently, his hands rapidly forming seals as he shouted with fervor, "Now." As his words fell, the golden light enveloping Shinjuro's body intensified remarkably. At that very moment, two root organization ninjas, having just soared to the outskirts of Tsunade's courtyard, could not perceive any sound from within. "We should move closer," they decided, stealthily advancing into Tsunade's home. Hiding just outside the living room door, pressed against the wall, they listened intently. Suddenly, they heard Uchiha Obito's commanding voice echo from the room. Following that, they witnessed the golden beam erupting from Tsunade's home becoming even more brilliant. The two root ninjas exchanged worried glances, their faces pale. Wait, was that Uchiha Obito's voice just now? Why has the golden beam suddenly intensified? What on earth is happening inside? Meanwhile, outside the living room door, Tsunade sensed a faint rustling sound. Her expression shifted sharply, her heart racing. Is there movement outside the living room? This is bad. Who dares to intrude into my home at such a late hour? Tsunade's demeanor turned anxious. If she were to step out of the living room and confront the intruders, it would undoubtedly disrupt Uchiha Obito's resurrection technique. Yet, if she ignored the root organization ninjas outside, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Just as Tsunade wrestled with her indecision, a weight of seriousness flashed across Uchiha Obito's calm features. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes and lowered his hands, which had been engaged in the resurrection technique. A faint sigh escaped his lips. Just now, I had resonated with the spirit of the rope tree in the Pure Land. However, there were intruders outside the living room. At the very instant I attempted to summon the rope tree, my focus wavered. The resurrection spell failed. In truth, Uchiha Yehuo had sensed the presence of two intruders long before Tsunade. The interference from these two intruders made it exceedingly difficult for Uchiha Yehuo to concentrate. Moreover, being distracted while summoning the spirit of the rope tree was perilous. Consequently, Uchiha Yehuo decided to abandon the attempt altogether. Tsunade's anger surged rapidly within her. How infuriating! At that moment, the two root organization ninjas outside the living room overheard the conversation between Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade. Realizing they had been exposed, they exchanged glances. Communicating silently, retreat. Just as the two root organization ninjas prepared to flee, Tsunade, filled with rage, would not let them escape so easily. The door to the living room swung open violently, and Tsunade positioned herself in front of the two ninjas. Despite their efforts to conceal themselves, Tsunade could still vaguely perceive their presence. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed a flurry of punches, forcing them to reveal their true forms. Upon seeing their attire, Tsunade immediately recognized them. "You are from the root organization." Faced with the enraged Tsunade and the presence of Uchiha Yehuo in the living room, the two root ninjas' eyes darted rapidly. "We must withdraw." They had heard of Uchiha Yehuo, a formidable and enigmatic figure, and dared not linger for even a second. Once again employing their concealment technique, they split up and fled in opposite directions, leaving Tsunade unable to intercept both. Tsunade felt a sense of helplessness within her. She could only throw a powerful punch at one of them, but it struck nothing but air. In that fleeting moment as her fist missed, the two root ninjas had already soared out of Tsunade's courtyard, desperately escaping into the distance. Failing to apprehend them filled Tsunade with immense frustration. Barely having distanced themselves from Tsunade's residence, the two root ninjas suddenly spotted a pair of enormous crimson eyes, resembling the moon, looming in the sky. Instantly, they halted their escape, standing frozen in place. A lithe figure materialized before them. It was Uchiha Yehuo, under the faint night sky. His eyes emitted a red glow, with a black whirlpool at the center of his pupils, surrounded by 9 tomo, identical to the colossal Sharingan above. The legendary 9 tomo kaleidoscope Sharingan. The two root ninjas appeared dazed. their gazes vacant, clearly ensnared in an illusion. Under Uchiha Yehuo's control, they slowly extended their tongues. Uchiha Yehuo discerned that these two ninjas had indeed been afflicted with the curse mark of tongue misery. The black whirlpool at the center of the nine-tomo Sharingan spun ominously. Uchiha Yehuo uttered, "Release." The curse mark of tongue misery was instantly lifted, and the two root ninjas divulged every detail. Upon hearing their accounts, Tsunade's eyes widened in fury. Damn Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Yehuo's gaze turned icy, a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. Danzo is an obstacle to the rise of the Uchiha clan. He must be eliminated, this meddlesome fool. Chapter 54, Freeing Hands to Deal with Danzo. The two ninjas, skilled in concealment, were significant members of the root organization, privy to certain secrets of Shimura Danzo. Just moments ago, under Uchiha Yehuo's illusionary control, they had revealed everything they knew. From their words, it became apparent that the dwindling population of the Senju clan seemed to be connected to Danzo, perhaps even orchestrated by him. Therefore, a storm of rage surged within Tsunade, a secret underground human experimentation base of the root organization. No wonder our Senju clan is dwindling in numbers. This matter demands thorough investigation. Shimura Danzo shall not be forgiven. Additionally, the two root ninjas spoke of Danzo's enduring animosity towards the Uchiha clan. In Danzo's eyes, the Uchiha were the most perilous clan in Konoha, threatening the village's development. His true objective was to eradicate the Uchiha clan by any means necessary. The two ninjas had also gleaned whispers suggesting that the missing Uchiha were likely tied to Danzo as well. Furthermore, since the death of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the oppressive policies against the Uchiha clan had largely been proposed and enacted by Danzo. Many of the hardships and suppressions faced by the Uchiha bore his fingerprints. Recently, the Uchiha had relocated from the outskirts of the village to its center. Danzo had employed various underhanded tactics to hinder the Uchiha at every turn. Later, when the Uchiha's establishment of the Uchiha snack shop became a sensation in Konoha, Danzo had vehemently advocated for its closure, claiming it disrupted the village's order. After hearing the testimonies of the two root organization members, both Uchiha and Tsunade were astonished. Despite possessing memories from a past life, Uchiha Yehuo could only lament. So, this old man Danzo has been engaging in so much sordid, despicable conduct behind the scenes. Truly beyond my imagination. Tsunade, panting with anger, her brows furrowed and cheeks flushed with indignation, exclaimed, "Last time, it was the old man Sarutobi who interrupted our meeting with the rope tree. This time, it's the old man Danzo who disrupted the resurrection of the rope tree. I will not let this old ghost go unpunished." A cold smile crept onto Uchiha Yehuo's lips. The Uchiha clan has now moved to the village center, and the clan members have finally escaped the shackles of poverty. Now, I can turn my attention to you, Shimura Danzo. Tsunade, gazing at Uchiha Yehuo, felt a jolt within her. In that instant, she sensed an eerie chill emanating from him. Just as Danzo had been so ruthless towards the Uchiha, attempting to oppress and persecute them by any means necessary. My aim is to revitalize the Uchiha clan. Thus, my next target shall be you, Shimura Danzo. Tsunade stared in astonishment at Uchiha Yehuo, who had always been of gentle disposition but, in this moment, radiated an unsettling aura of malice. At that moment, Might Guy and Kakashi Hatake were the first to arrive at the location where the golden beam of light had appeared. Might Guy, looking somewhat puzzled, remarked, "Huh? What happened to that golden beam of light?" Kakashi Hatake also bore a look of surprise. Oh, the direction from which the golden beam emerged was Tsunade's home. Might Guy's gaze sharpened. Indeed, that golden beam originated from Tsunade's abode. We must investigate. Uchiha Yehuo was engulfed by a wave of hatred towards Shimura Danzo. Yet, he soon shook off his reverie, addressing Tsunade while glancing at the two root organization ninjas before them. There were a total of 5 of them. Besides these two, there was one who had already returned to the root organization base to report. The other 2 root ninjas were concealed nearby, observing us. Now, they have intruded into your home without permission. What do you propose we do with these 2 individuals? Tsunade found herself momentarily perplexed. How should she handle them? Should she bring them to meet the old man Sarutobi, or take them to Danzo to seek justice? Tsunade's expression was one of hesitation. Uchiha Haya's gaze was icy. Just now, I was on the verge of resurrecting your brother, Shinsuke. At a critical moment, they thwarted my efforts. Do you truly wish to let them off so easily? Tsunade's brow furrowed, unsure how to respond. Well, Uchiha Haya slowly approached the 2 root ninjas, raising his right hand toward their necks. With a sharp crack, he swiftly broke their necks. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock. her expression frozen in disbelief. At that very moment, Might Guy, Kakashi Hatake, Hinata Hyuga, and Jiraiya arrived almost simultaneously. The four stood atop the eaves, walls, and trees, witnessing Uchiha Haya's brutal act of snapping the necks of the two root ninjas. Their faces were filled with horror. Might Guy's mouth hung open in astonishment. The usually gentle Haya has actually taken it upon himself to kill two ninjas? Kakashi Hatake's expression was grave. Haya is not a reckless man. Something must have transpired here. Jiraiya exclaimed, sweat. Uchiha Haya truly is ruthless. Thank goodness I did not compete with him for Tsunade. Tsunade remained frozen in place, shocked by the brutality of Uchiha Haya. At that moment, he sensed the arrival of Kakashi and the others, as well as the presence of many others approaching. Uchiha Haya paid no heed to them, swiftly departing into the distance. Hinata furrowed her brow. Haya has just killed two root ninjas. Where is he headed now? Let us follow him and find out. With that, the four figures disappeared from sight, racing after Uchiha Haya. Tsunade stood in place for a moment before regaining her composure. Realizing that Uchiha Haya was likely going to eliminate the other two root ninjas, she quickly followed the figures of Kakashi and the others. Before long, Senju Orange Water, the elder, Uchiha Shana, and others, including Asuma's brother Sarutobi Shino, along with several Umbu ninjas and even some civilians, arrived one after another. However, upon reaching Tsunade's home, they found it empty. The golden pillar of light had already vanished. Soon, they unexpectedly discovered two corpses not far from Tsunade's residence, clad in the attire of root ninjas. The two root ninjas lay dead on the streets of Konoha, and the earlier golden pillar of light now left everyone present in utter confusion, curious about what had transpired. Senju Orange Water felt a wave of anxiety. The golden pillar appeared at Tsunade's house, and now these warm corpses are found nearby. Could Tsunade be in danger? It was well known that the Senju clan was dwindling in numbers, with many of its members either perishing in battle or mysteriously vanishing. Senju Orange Water was deeply concerned for Tsunade's safety, his heart racing with anxiety. Chapter 55. Where will you lead the Uchiha clan? In the office of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a grave expression. Uchiha Haya, the proprietor of Haya's snack shop, had once been a kind young man. How had he transformed into such a decisive figure after becoming the Uchiha clan leader? He had just killed two root ninjas without a moment's hesitation. Truly, he was unflinching. Oh no, is Uchiha Haya planning to eliminate the two root ninjas lurking nearby? That scoundrel Danzo. I warned him not to send anyone to surveil Uchiha Haya, but he would not listen. At this moment, even if the third Hokage wished to rush to Tsunade's home to save the two root ninjas, it would be too late. He could only watch helplessly through the crystal ball as Uchiha Haya sped away into the distance. At a distant location from Tsunade's home, the two root ninjas remarked, I think I just saw them fly out from Tsunade's house. Oh, did they leave her home? However, they suddenly landed and were obscured by trees and buildings, making it impossible to see them. I'm feeling rather anxious. I wonder how their reconnaissance is going. Do you think they might be in danger? Just as they whispered to each other, a robust shadow suddenly appeared before them in the pitch-black night. The two root ninjas were taken aback. When did you appear here? Who are you? Uchiha Haya revealed a cold smile. You have been monitoring me all along. Yet you failed to recognize me. With the moonlight illuminating the scene, the two root ninjas quickly recognized the imposing figure before them as Uchiha Haya. Their faces paled in shock. Uchiha Haya, how did you end up here? Uchiha Haya smiled brightly, though to the two root ninjas, the radiance was laced with a chilling malice. He slowly spoke. They intruded into Tsunade's home and interrupted me and Tsunade. I have dealt with them. The two root ninjas gasped, their hearts filled with terror. At that moment, facing Uchiha Haya, they truly realized how fearsome the young Uchiha clan leader was. Especially those scarlet Sharingan eyes, which seemed to emit a blood-red glow in the shadowy night. The two root ninjas instinctively took 2 steps back in fear. Just then, Kakashi, Guy, Hinata, Jiraiya, and Tsunade hurriedly arrived. The 5 figures landed on the rooftops, walls, and trees. Upon seeing them, the two root ninjas felt a flicker of safety and released a sigh of relief, believing they had evaded the death threat posed by Uchiha Haya. After all, they did not believe he would dare to kill in front of the 5. In the office of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a measure of relief upon seeing the 5 arrive in time. He thought to himself that if Uchiha Haya were to act violently, Kakashi, Guy, Hinata, and Jiraiya, all elite jonin of Konoha, would surely intervene. The third Hokage exhaled a breath of mixed emotions. The lives of these 2 root organization ninjas have been preserved at last. I will seek out Danzo afterwards. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish his words, The scene within the crystal ball abruptly shifted. In a location distanced from the Tsunade household, two ninjas from the root organization lay in hiding. Upon noticing the arrival of Kakashi Hatake and four others, they felt a surge of hope for escape. The two exchanged glances and silently communicated, "Retreat." In an instant, without a hint of hesitation, the two root ninjas split up and fled desperately into the distance. Uchiha Yehuo's eyes were icy, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. "You dared to surveil me and Tsunade, and even brazenly intrude upon her home. Did you truly think you could depart so effortlessly?" Under the watchful gazes of the third Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, Mangekyou, Hinata, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, the 9 tomo of the Mangekyō Sharingan began to whirl. The black vortex at the center spun into motion, accompanied by the 9 tomo that encircled it. Uchiha Yehuo's expression turned fierce as he shouted, "Amaterasu!" The gaze of the Mangekyō Sharingan fixed upon the two fleeing figures, who had darted several dozen meters away. In an instant, their bodies erupted in a blaze of pitch-black flames. Ack, ack, ack. The searing black flames consumed them. The two collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony and howling in torment. Their piercing cries echoed through the night sky, even reaching the ears of Senju Chojui, Elder Tsukio, and others in the distance. Within moments, the two root ninjas had met their demise, their bodies reduced to nothing but ashes by the ravenous flames. The onlookers were left in sheer shock at the sight of the obsidian flames. Kakashi Hatake regarded Uchiha Yehuo with a grave expression. "Amaterasu? Is this a ninjutsu that produces such black flames? Is it a unique ability of Uchiha Yehuo's Sharingan? Wait a moment. These black flames are identical to those that raged in the back mountains of Konoha prior to the Uchiha Clan leader election." Hinata exclaimed. "Could it be that the destruction in the back mountains of Konoha was caused by Uchiha Yehuo?" Mangekyou remarked, "This young man, who can create such formidable techniques, is hiding such terrifying power. Youth indeed holds boundless potential." Jiraiya, wide-eyed, stared at Uchiha Yehuo. "No wonder Tsunade has fallen for you. It turns out your strength is so formidable." In the office of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed in astonishment at the crystal ball. "Those black flames are identical to those in the back mountains of Konoha. It appears that Uchiha Yehuo was indeed the one responsible for the extensive destruction there. This fellow is truly adept at concealing his true capabilities. Alas, the more low-key one is, the more frightening they tend to be." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observed Uchiha Yehuo within the crystal ball, his gaze slightly trembling. "Given the terrifying extent of the destruction in the back mountains of Konoha not long ago, Yehuo, you likely possess more than just those black flames as your terrifying means." The ninjutsu demonstrated by Uchiha Yehuo left Sarutobi Hiruzen, a seasoned ninja instructor, utterly astonished. The third Hokage's expression deepened with a somber weight, as if he had come to a realization. The Uchiha clan has unexpectedly elected a young, formidable clan leader. "Uchiha Yehuo, will you become the next Uchiha Madara?" With unwavering focus on Uchiha Yehuo in the crystal ball, the third Hokage was suddenly reminded of how, not long ago, Yehuo had relocated the Uchiha clan to the heart of the village. Subsequently, he led them out of poverty, transforming them into one of Konoha's wealthiest clans. "Uchiha Yehuo, where will the Uchiha clan you lead ultimately head? Alas, your election as clan leader. Is it a boon or a bane for Konoha?" Chapter 56. The clan leader's violation of Konoha's regulations. Prior to the Uchiha clan leader election, a mysterious figure had set ablaze vast stretches of forest in the back mountains of Konoha using black flames, leveling several small peaks in the process. The upper echelons of Konoha dispatched Umbu ninjas to investigate for an extended period, yet they found no leads. Now, witnessing Uchiha Yehuo using black flames to eliminate 2 root organization ninjas, everyone suddenly understood. The enigmatic figure responsible for the massive destruction in the back mountains of Konoha was none other than the newly elected clan leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yehuo. Before the Uchiha clan leader election, Uchiha Yehuo had seemed merely an unremarkable villager of the Uchiha clan in the eyes of many. However, after the election, he emerged as a prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan. Yet tonight, Uchiha Yehuo's decisive and ruthless actions, combined with the ominous black flames, painted him as a dangerous and fearsome figure in the eyes of all present. Tsunade, with her ample figure, stood atop the rooftop, witnessing Uchiha Yehuo eliminate 2 more root organization ninjas. A tremor coursed through her heart. Yehuo, has he killed 4 root organization ninjas in the village? Uchiha Yehuo's capabilities far exceeded Tsunade's expectations. She couldn't help but harbor a latent worry that the higher-ups of Konoha might take this opportunity to sanction Uchiha Yehuo. Hinata frowned, her expression turning grave. Tonight, clan leader Yehuo directly killed 4 root organization ninjas before our very eyes. Kakashi Hatake sighed softly, alas. Clan leader Yehuo, by doing this, has breached village regulations. I wonder how the Hokage will handle this matter. Jiraiya and Mangekyou stared wide-eyed at the 2 corpses of the root organization ninjas on the ground, their expressions laden with gravity, rendered speechless. After dispatching the 2 root organization ninjas, Uchiha Yehuo remained unfazed. He turned to Tsunade. The ones surveilling us have been dealt with, though regrettably, one managed to escape. Tonight, Danzo Shimura sent 5 ninjas to monitor Uchiha Yehuo. Earlier, one of them hurriedly returned to report to Lord Danzo. Let us depart. Upon hearing Uchiha Yehuo's words, Tsunade obediently approached his side. Uchiha Yehuo took her hand, soaring towards the direction of her home. Watching Tsunade's retreating figure, the 4 onlookers stood frozen, their gazes trembling. Mangekyou, perplexed, remarked, "Did clan leader Yehuo just say that these root organization ninjas were surveilling him?" Kakashi Hatake replied, "Yes, tonight, 5 root organization ninjas were monitoring clan leader Yehuo. It seems that of the 4 who were killed, one managed to escape." Hinata nodded in agreement. "Yes, that seems to be the case." Jiraiya's eyes widened. Uchiha Yehuo, what a terrifying individual. The root organization ninjas monitored him, and he directly took their lives? Kakashi Hatake sighed softly. It appears this young new clan leader is far more formidable than we had imagined. Hinata furrowed her brow tightly. Have you noticed? Since this new clan leader took office, the Uchiha clan has undergone a significant transformation. Upon hearing Hinata's words, the others' expressions flickered with realization. Jiraiya, lost in thought, replied, Had you not pointed it out, I might not have realized. Previously, the Uchiha clan spirit was quite repressed. Now, the Uchiha clansmen are brimming with vigor and ambition. Kakashi Hatake's expression grew increasingly grave, relocating the Uchiha clan to the heart of the village, and then swiftly transforming the impoverished Uchiha clan into one of Konoha's wealthiest families. Now he has executed 4 root organization ninjas. The Fire Clan leader certainly proves to be formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Mangekyou remarked, "The Fire Clan leader has relocated the Uchiha clan to the heart of the village and has led them to prosperity. What could his next objective be?" Shikamaru, observing the 2 charred remains reduced to ashes by black flames on the ground, wore a look of mild perplexity. I cannot fathom what the Fire Clan leader intends to do next with the Uchiha clan. However, having slain 4 root organization ninjas tonight, I believe that with Shimura Danzo's character, he will not let the Fire Clan leader go unpunished. As the 4 conversed, a multitude of figures swiftly approached their location. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen silhouettes manifested around them. Among them were Senju Orangewater, Elder Uchiha Haka, and Uchiha Shana. Senju Orangewater scanned the surroundings with a puzzled expression. Shikamaru, you are here too. Have you seen Tsunade? At Tsunade's residence, a golden beam of light had suddenly appeared, and nearby, 2 bodies of root organization ninjas were discovered. Senju Orangewater was exceedingly concerned for Tsunade's safety. Shikamaru furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Oh, we were following the golden beam and ended up here. Tsunade was just here. Before you arrived, she left with Uchiha Fire." At this, Senju Orangewater felt a slight relief wash over him. Suddenly, the 2 corpses on the ground drew everyone's attention. Senju Orangewater's gaze sharpened. This is Black Flame, could it be? Elder Uchiha Fire narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, this black flame is identical to the one that appeared in the back mountains of Konoha not long ago. Moonlight Gale's father, Moonlight Nightshade, questioned, how could there be black flames here? And who are these 2 bodies reduced to ashes by the black flames? Sunset Vermilion sighed softly. These black flames were unleashed by Uchiha Fire. These 2 bodies belong to the root organization ninjas. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Asuma's brother, Sarutobi Shinji, exclaimed, "Are you saying these 2 root organization ninjas were killed by Uchiha Fire? Then, were the 2 bodies near Tsunade's home also slain by him?" Sunset Vermilion nodded gently. Uchiha Shana, the uncle of Yoshikatsu, inquired, "Why would Uchiha Fire kill 4 members of the root organization?" Shikamaru replied, "Well, we are not entirely clear on the specifics." Elder Uchiha Haka, upon hearing their dialogue, wore a grave expression. Uchiha Shana quietly said to the elder, "Our clan leader is quite audacious, isn't he? To kill root organization ninjas directly within Konoha. What are we to do now?" Despite being a member of the Uchiha Hawkish faction, Uchiha Shana was astonished upon hearing that Uchiha Fire had killed 4 Umbu ninjas. He felt a vague sense of apprehension regarding how the higher-ups in Konoha would respond to the Fire Clan leader's actions. Elder Uchiha Fire bore a troubled countenance. The Fire Clan leader's act of killing 4 root organization ninjas within the village violates village regulations. Shimura Danzo will not let this matter rest. I wonder what underhanded tactics he will employ against the Fire Clan leader. It appears our Uchiha clan's discord with Konoha's higher-ups has deepened once more. Chapter 57. The Eternal Life Technique. In the stillness of the night. Within the underground laboratory of the Root Organization, an expansive subterranean space displayed numerous containers. These vessels held solutions, each containing a human body. Among these bodies were many from the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, and even individuals from other bloodline limit clans and villages. Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru were conducting human experiments in this underground facility, delving into the secrets of the bloodlines of the Senju and Uchiha clans, hoping to attain eternal life through these experiments. Suddenly, a figure rushed in hastily. This individual was one of the 5 ninjas assigned to monitor Uchiha fire. Sneaking back to report to Lord Danzo. Report to Lord Danzo. A mysterious golden beam of light has suddenly appeared at Tsunade's residence, soaring into the sky. Danzo, who was in the midst of an experiment, furrowed his brow. Oh, a golden beam? At Tsunade's home? Who is there? The Root Organization ninja knelt partially before him. Under our surveillance, only Uchiha Fire and Tsunade were present. The other 4 ninjas were monitoring Uchiha Fire's every move. Danzo glared with lifeless eyes, his expression darkening. It must be that little brat Uchiha Fire causing trouble again. Orochimaru chuckled softly with curiosity. I wonder what Tsunade and Fire are up to? Uchiha Fire is indeed a mysterious character. After a moment's contemplation, Danzo instructed, continue to closely observe Uchiha Fire's movements and report any new developments to me immediately. Just then, another informant entered to report, Lord Danzo. 4 bodies have just been discovered near Tsunade's residence. All 4 are members of our Root Organization. The Root Organization had numerous informants, and their intelligence was well informed. Upon hearing this report, both Danzo and Orochimaru were taken aback. Danzo's first thought was, could it be that the other 4 Root Organization ninjas I dispatched have all been killed by Uchiha Fire? Without hesitation, Danzo set off towards Tsunade's home accompanied by Orochimaru and the 5th Root Organization ninja. Near Tsunade's residence, the crowd remained gathered around the 2 bodies consumed by black flames, discussing the events of the night. Why had a golden beam appeared? Why had Uchiha Fire killed 4 members of the Root Organization? What kind of ninjutsu was that black flame? As the crowd deliberated, Danzo, along with Orochimaru and the 5th Root Organization ninja, arrived at the scene. The sudden appearance of the Root Organization's leader, Danzo, caused a stir among the crowd. Everyone was curious how Danzo would handle the situation. The 2 corpses lay nearly reduced to ashes by the black flames. Danzo, with his lifeless eyes, coldly scrutinized the 2 remains on the ground. Who killed these Root Organization ninjas? Among the crowd, a few voices murmured, it was Uchiha Fire. The black flames were also unleashed by Uchiha Fire. Orochimaru's pupils constricted as he realized, the black flames are likely a unique ability of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Could the devastating destruction in the back mountains of Konoha not long ago have also been caused by Uchiha Fire? A fierce glint flickered in Danzo's eyes as he darkly mused. Uchiha Fire is a formidable individual. Moreover, this dangerous character is the leader of the Uchiha Clan. Such an extremely perilous person cannot be allowed to remain in Konoha. To protect Konoha, he must be eliminated. Subsequently, Danzo examined the other 2 bodies, discovering they had been brutally snapped at the neck. After inspecting the corpses of the 4 Root Organization ninjas, Danzo's expression turned grim as he cast a fierce gaze towards Tsunade's residence not far away. Inside Tsunade's home, the living room was enveloped in a deep silence during the late hours of the night. The once shattered body of Shungtai has now been restored to its former completeness. The voluptuous Tsunade gazes upon Shungtai's physique with immense joy. Suddenly, a thought flits through her mind, and her imagination takes flight. Recalling all the events that transpired during this period with Uchiha Yehuo, he aided her in reviving Shungtai, exhausting both his physical and mental energies, and dealt a heavy blow to 4 Umbu ninjas. This night, he also eliminated 4 Root Organization ninjas. Such deeds fill Tsunade with profound emotion, gratitude, and a touch of shame towards Yehuo. Uchiha Yehuo, observing Shungtai's lifeless form on the ground, reflects, tonight, my resurrection technique was interrupted and forced to cease. After a period of recuperation, I believe I can summon Shungtai's soul back from the Pure Land into the ninja realm. In just a few days, he shall be revived. His words pull Tsunade back from her reverie. Lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes shimmer like a spring's gentle waters, brimming with myriad emotions. Gathering her courage, she declares, Yehuo, I wish to become your wife. Over the course of their interactions, the relationship between Tsunade and Yehuo has evolved into something intricate. This night, the forthright and candid Tsunade finally sheds her inhibitions, breaking through the veil of unspoken feelings, yearning to be openly united with Yehuo as his wife. Yehuo, taken aback, momentarily freezes, though he is aware that their bond has transcended that of mere friends. However, when Tsunade confesses, he finds himself unprepared for such a revelation, having never experienced love, marriage, or parenthood. As he stands there in stunned silence, the straightforward Tsunade moves closer. Moments later, they break through that barrier. Solidifying their relationship, Tsunade becomes Yehuo's woman. Yehuo, you killed 4 root organization ninjas tonight, and I have some concerns. I worry that Shimura Danzo may take this opportunity to challenge you. With a hint of cold amusement, Yehuo responds, it matters not. According to the testimonies of the captured root organization ninjas, Danzo's objective is to oppress and even annihilate the Uchiha clan. Sooner or later, I will confront him. Tsunade understands that the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Danzo has reached an irreconcilable state. Suddenly, Yehuo recalls, by the way, 2 root organization ninjas have reported that Danzo and Orochimaru have captured many individuals for human experimentation. Apart from researching the Sharingan and bloodline limits, they seem to be investigating ways to attain eternal life. Tsunade nods gently. Indeed, the root ninjas did mention this. A smile graces Yehuo's lips. Recently, besides the resurrection technique, I have been researching another ninjutsu, which I have named the Yomi Eternal Life Technique. Chapter 58, Danzo's Frantic Counterattack. Previously, 2 surveilling root organization ninjas disclosed that Danzo and Orochimaru are investigating eternal life, hoping to achieve immortality. Hearing Yehuo's involvement in such research, Tsunade feels a pang of confusion. Yomi Eternal Life Technique. Yehuo patiently explains, the ninjutsu I am developing is called the Yomi Technique, which consists of 2 forms. The first is the Yomi Rebirth Technique, the very resurrection technique used to bring back Shintai. The second is the Yomi Eternal Life Technique, which will allow me to remain perpetually youthful, forever appearing around the age of 18. At this moment, Tsunade, now Yehuo's wife, feels there is little need for secrecy. Renowned as a medical sage, she possesses profound expertise in healing arts. Upon hearing Yehuo's declaration, her expression turns incredulous. How can a person possibly avoid aging? The concept of the Yomi Eternal Life Technique exceeds her comprehension. Yehuo, confident in his research, is aware of his exceptional physique and extraordinary aptitude. By combining knowledge from the ninja world and the immortal techniques found in anime from his previous life, he believes that developing the Yomi Eternal Life Technique is within reach. However, he is uncertain how long it will take to bring this technique to fruition. Observing Tsunade's furrowed brow and puzzled expression, Yehuo reassures her. In the world of ninjas, there are currently 4 known methods of immortality. The first is Haiden's Cursed Technique. The second is Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear. The third is Orochimaru's arduous development of the impure world reincarnation. The fourth involves modifying one's body to become a puppet, achieving eternal life. My approach merely builds upon these existing techniques, innovating and evolving them. Yet, after hearing Yehuo's explanation, Tsunade's brow remains knitted with concern. Yehuo, though those 4 techniques achieve immortality, they are all morally dubious. I do not wish for my husband to become like Kakuzu or a puppet. Yehuo playfully pinches Tsunade's cheek, chuckling, the aforementioned techniques all possess significant flaws. While drawing inspiration from them, I have also incorporated elements of your 100 healings technique. Fear not. The Yomi Eternal Life Technique I am creating is a perfected form of immortality. With the Yomi Rebirth Technique, I have shattered the barriers between the ninja realm and the Pure Land. I will also use the Yomi Eternal Life Technique to overcome the constraints of aging and mortality. Tsunade is left utterly astonished by Yehuo's words. Neither her grandfather, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, nor Uchiha Madara achieved immortality. Yet her husband aspires to create the Yomi Eternal Life Technique. Tsunade marvels at Yehuo's mysterious and formidable nature. However, considering that he has already succeeded in the Yomi Rebirth Technique to revive Shintai, the creation of the Yomi Eternal Life Technique does not seem utterly far-fetched. Just then, a knock resonates through the air. Knock, knock, knock. Tsunade's thoughts are abruptly drawn to the sound. Oh, at this late hour, who could be visiting? After carefully storing Shintai's body away, she proceeds to the courtyard and opens the door. Before her stands the elder, Uchiha Shana, and Senju Chushue. It is you. Tsunade beckons the 3 into the living room. Once seated, the elder speaks with a hint of awkwardness. My apologies for disturbing you and Lady Tsunade at such a late hour. Yehuo inquires, "Elder, what brings you here tonight?" The elder's expression reveals his confusion. "Not long ago, a brilliant golden light pierced through the heavens and the earth at your home. What was that light?" With a smile, Yehuo replies, That was a rather immature ninjutsu I have been developing." The elder hesitates to press further on the nature of the technique. At that moment, Uchiha Shana, with a concerned expression, interjects, "Lord Clan Leader, were those 4 root organization ninjas killed by you? I fear that Shimura Danzo, that devious old fox, may seize this opportunity to target our Uchiha clan. After all, Danzo holds significant power within Konoha." Yehuo remains unfazed. "Indeed. Those 4 root organization ninjas met their demise at my hands. They infiltrated Tsunade's home to gather intelligence, and I dealt with them accordingly." Senju Orangewater wore a grave expression. "As the clan leader of the Amaterasu clan, your reckless act of slaying root organization ninjas contravenes village regulations. I fear that Danzo may turn against you. Since Tsunade is the partner of Uchiha Amaterasu, it is only natural that Senju Orangewater, as a cousin, would align his considerations with those of Uchiha Amaterasu." The elder council, along with Aiha, all bore expressions of concern. Uchiha Amaterasu, however, remained unperturbed, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. "There is no need for your worries. There is nothing to fear. Danzo has been targeting the Uchiha clan for years. If he provokes me this time, I will lead the Uchiha clan in toppling Konoha." Upon hearing Amaterasu's declaration, the crowd visibly flinched. The elder, raising his aged brows, expressed surprise. "Clan leader, you are indeed young and impetuous." Uchiha Sharingan's usually sinister countenance brightened with a hint of excitement. "Wow, overthrowing Konoha's rule? Such an audacious thought has only crossed my mind in secret. To think the clan leader would dare to act on it. Truly, you possess the spirit of our forebear." Uchiha Madara. Senju Orangewater widened his eyes, staring blankly at Uchiha Amaterasu in disbelief, silently marveling at Tsunade's partner's audacity. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Uchiha Amaterasu, maintaining his calm demeanor, continued, "Elder, Aiha. Previously, our Uchiha clan relocated to the village center. Subsequently, our clan members have escaped poverty, which has incited Danzo's fierce discontent. Last night, I eliminated 4 root organization ninjas. The animosity between our Uchiha clan and Danzo has deepened significantly. Henceforth, he may retaliate against us with fervor. We must be prepared." The elder and Uchiha Sharingan listened intently, furrowing their brows in concern. Chapter 59, Damaging Public Opinion. At Tsunade's residence, the night had grown deep. After some conversation, the elder, Aiha, and Senju Orangewater took their leave. Much had transpired that night. Uchiha Amaterasu had restored the body of Rope Tree and killed 4 root organization ninjas. Tsunade, unable to suppress her feelings, finally confessed her emotions to Amaterasu, solidifying their marital bond. As they drifted into slumber, they found comfort in each other's presence. The following morning, in the office of the 3rd Hokage, news of the 4 slain root organization ninjas reached Danzo, who arrived early to lodge a complaint with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fearing he could not persuade Hiruzen himself, Danzo summoned Tsunade and Mito Gate Flame for support. Hiruzen, that brat, Uchiha Amaterasu, had the audacity to openly kill the ninjas of the root organization, and that in front of 4 elite jonin. This matter demands your intervention. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, frowned slightly. "Danzo, I warned you against surveilling Uchiha Amaterasu. You share the responsibility for this situation." Mito Gate Flame, with a stern expression, interjected, "Even if the root organization was monitoring Uchiha Amaterasu, he had no right to kill them. Now, this incident has spread throughout the village," added Mito Gate Flame. "To publicly kill root organization ninjas in front of 4 elite shinobi challenges the authority of Konoha's higher-ups." Hiruzen remained silent, his brow furrowed in thought. The situation appeared quite precarious. If mishandled, it could have significant repercussions for Konoha, potentially exacerbating tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village's leadership, an outcome Hiruzen wished to avoid. As he pondered how to manage the situation, an Umbu ninja entered with a report. "Hokage, the news of Uchiha Amaterasu's slaying of the 4 root organization ninjas has spread throughout the village this morning, and public opinion has formed against him. Many villagers harbor strong discontent towards the Uchiha clan, with some even suggesting that the Uchiha pose a threat to the village's safety, demanding their expulsion." The 3rd Hokage's gaze sharpened as he contemplated, "Oh, how could news of such a recent event spread so swiftly? Surely, it could not have circulated this quickly." His eyes then fell upon Danzo. "Ah, I see." Danzo's deadpan expression and sinister smile revealed his hand in the matter. The third Hokage realized in an instant that Danzo was behind the orchestrated public outcry against Uchiha Amaterasu. Facing such hostile sentiment, Hiruzen felt a sense of helplessness. Danzo persisted. Hiruzen, you ought to dispatch Umbu to apprehend Uchiha Amaterasu. Regarding Danzo's demand, Hiruzen remained silent, refraining from making a hasty decision. Later that morning at Tsunade's residence, a loud knocking echoed. I haven't had enough sleep yet. Who could be knocking at this hour? Tsunade rose, exited the living room, and opened the door to find the elder and Shin, along with others like Hakadai, Inazuka Fire, and Tetsuhira. Curiosity piqued within her. Why had so many come at once? Inviting them inside and settling down, the elder frowned, speaking with urgency. Clan leader, we have bad news. Everyone in the village knows about your killing of the four-root organization ninjas last night. Public opinion has turned against us, and it is quite unfavorable for our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Amaterasu and Tsunade exchanged bewildered glances, as they had spent the night together and had not ventured outside. The elder recounted the morning's sentiments circulating in the village. Amaterasu's brow furrowed slightly. Danzo had been swift in his actions. This negative public opinion was likely his doing. Uchiha Shun, wearing a grim expression, asked, Clan leader, what should we do? After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Amaterasu replied, then let us retaliate in kind. Elder Shun, spread the word throughout the village regarding the downfall of the Land of Waves, and why Konoha did not extend a helping hand. This is all Danzo's scheme. The group fell silent, taken aback. In truth, the villagers had long questioned why Konoha had not intervened when the Land of Waves faced peril. Could the demise of the Land of Waves truly be Danzo's responsibility? As doubts lingered, the elder's eyes glimmered with realization as he reported, Clan leader, there is one more crucial matter. This morning, while our clan members were constructing houses on the site of the former Senju clan, we unearthed numerous remains and corpses. Shin and I went to investigate the scene and discovered that the bones and bodies belonged to members of the Senju clan, and their numbers are astonishing. However, it appears that these remains are of unnatural deaths. Upon hearing the elder's report, Uchiha Amaterasu and Tsunade's pupils constricted. Tsunade's brows knitted tightly, her inner fury surging rapidly. Last night, we obtained intelligence from the root organization S-Ninja. Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru are conducting inhumane experiments on human subjects at a clandestine underground facility of the root organization. The subjects of their grotesque experiments are none other than the Senju and Uchiha clans. It seems that the remains and corpses of the Senju clan have been callously abandoned at their ancestral site by Shimura Danzo after the failures of these experiments. As these words were spoken, Tsunade's heart surged with indignation, her fists clenched tightly. Upon hearing Tsunade's revelation, the elder, Shana, Hakadai, Inaho, and others were struck with horror. Human experimentation? Damn Danzo. How could he engage in such vile and sordid deeds behind the scenes? No wonder members of our Uchiha clan sometimes go missing. It turns out they were captured by Shimura Danzo for his twisted experiments. A fire of fury ignited within the hearts of the group, and Uchiha Yehuo, observing their wrath, commanded, in addition to spreading the word that the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools was orchestrated by Danzo, you must also disseminate this news throughout the village. Claim that Shimura Danzo is secretly apprehending members of the Senju and Uchiha clans for human experimentation, seeking to study their bloodlines in a bid for eternal life. The elder, Shana, Hakadai, and Inaho, their faces etched with rage, obeyed their clan leader's directive and began to stir public opinion in Konoha. Chapter 60. I don't care about killing 4 root ninjas. In the dead of night, Uchiha Yehuo killed 4 root organization ninjas. This news had just begun to circulate in Konoha when 2 even more explosive pieces of information spread rapidly. The first being that the annihilation of the Land of Whirlpools was a scheme devised by Shimura Danzo, with Konoha offering no assistance. The second was that members of the Senju clan had been captured by Danzo for experimentation, leading to the clan's decline. Under the guidance of the elder and Shana, these 2 pieces of news swiftly permeated the entire village. The destruction of the Land of Whirlpools and the dwindling of the Senju clan incited great concern among the villagers. After all, they were deeply curious as to why they had not rescued their ally, the Land of Whirlpools, and why the population of the Senju clan in Konoha was dwindling. Could it be that both of these events were indeed orchestrated by Shimura Danzo? The revelation of these 2 pieces of information placed immense pressure on Konoha's higher-ups. In the office of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe clenched between his teeth and a grim expression, exhaled a smoke ring. Shimura Danzo, glancing at the intelligence submitted by the Umbu, gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, who spread this information? It must be that insufferable Uchiha Yehuo. That wretched brat. In the Hokage's office, Danzo's anger was palpable. These two pieces of news were, in fact, true. Despite his seething rage, Danzo felt powerless. Tsunade, with a grave countenance, addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. These two pieces of news will significantly undermine our authority in Konoha's higher echelons. Many villagers are questioning why Konoha did not assist the land of whirlpools and why the Senju clan is being persecuted. Mito Gatika replied, "The one behind this news must be that little brat, Uchiha Yehuo. He is a menace. We must eliminate him." Sarutobi's brow furrowed deeply as he pondered. Although these matters were instigated by Danzo, as Hokage, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility. Danzo's decision to withhold aid from the land of whirlpools was sanctioned by me, and I also tacitly allowed his experiments on the Senju clan. The news disseminated by Uchiha Yehuo carries tremendous destructive power, disrupting the tranquility of our village and tarnishing the noble image of the third Hokage, who has always protected Konoha with love. At this moment, Sarutobi felt a sense of discontent brewing within him. To maintain the image of Konoha as higher-ups, he gradually aligned himself with Shimura Danzo. Well, Uchiha Yehuo must be held accountable for the deaths of the four root ninjas. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, a smirk of satisfaction crept onto Danzo's lips. According to Konoha's regulations, Uchiha Yehuo's unilateral act of killing root ninjas is punishable by death. Even if we do not execute Uchiha Yehuo, we must expel him from Konoha. We cannot allow such a dangerous individual to remain in the village. Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe and nodded slightly. Tomorrow, bring Uchiha Yehuo in for questioning by the Umbu. Let us apprehend him first. In the late hours of the night, at Tsunade's residence, the elder, Shana, Hakadai, and others hurriedly arrived. In the living room, the elder's face was filled with alarm. "This is bad, clan leader. Our Uchiha clan members embedded in the Umbu have secretly reported that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has ordered your arrest for questioning tomorrow. The higher-ups in Konoha certainly harbor ill intentions." Uchiha Shana hesitated, feeling at a loss. Being taken for questioning by the Umbu can only lead to disaster. "If we go, you will undoubtedly be arrested on charges of killing the four root ninjas. What should we do?" Tsunade's face was etched with anxiety. Yea, after all, Tsunade was now Uchiha Yehuo's woman. She understood that this was surely a command from Sarutobi and Danzo. Killing root ninjas is a capital offense. If Uchiha Yehuo is captured by the Umbu, he will certainly meet a grim fate. He may even face execution. Uchiha Yehuo's expression turned steely, his gaze icy. It appears the higher-ups in Konoha are prepared to confront me. They intend to use the deaths of the four root ninjas as a pretext to eliminate me. If that is the case, I shall escalate this matter further. Previously, there were 4 Umbu ninjas who invaded my home's basement. I have yet to settle the score with them. Upon hearing Uchiha Yehuo's words, the group was taken aback. Tsunade furrowed her brows. "Yea, do you intend to indeed? I will kill those 4 Umbu ninjas." The elder was taken aback. "Clan leader, this will only exacerbate the conflict between you and Konoha's higher-ups." Uchiha Yehuo's gaze was cold, a hint of murderous intent flickering across his face. "The higher-ups in Konoha have already prepared to act against me. I do not care about killing 4 Umbu ninjas. If they provoke me, I will lead the Uchiha clan in a coup to overthrow the rule of Konoha's higher-ups." Uchiha Shana's eyes widened in admiration as she gazed at Uchiha Yehuo. In that moment, she seemed to see the shadow of Uchiha Madara within him. A smile crept across Uchiha Yehuo's lips. "Wait here. I will return shortly." With that, Uchiha Yehuo formed hand seals. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Uchiha Yehuo's figure vanished from sight. The others were left in a state of shock. Tsunade was utterly astounded. Yehuo can actually use the Flying Thunder God technique. This is a technique of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. During this period, Uchiha Yehuo had not only been researching the impure world reincarnation technique, but had also been studying the Flying Thunder God technique. Previously, while in the basement of the Uchiha Yehuo residence, he had comprehended the marking method of the Flying Thunder God technique, marking the 4 Umbu ninjas who had invaded his basement. After a period of diligent study, Uchiha Yehuo had not only grasped the basics of the Flying Thunder God technique, but had also innovated upon it, enabling him to sense the markings over considerable distances. In the Hokage building, within the Umbu, whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared before an Umbu ninja. A sharp kunai was drawn across the Umbu ninja's throat. The Umbu ninja let out a scream that never escaped his lips. He didn't even catch a glimpse of the figure's appearance before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Uchiha Yehuo, perceiving the Flying Thunder God mark, swiftly dispatched the 3 remaining Umbu ninjas who had once intruded upon the underground chamber with a series of shurikens. In the late hours of the night, At the Tsunade residence, moments later, a sudden whoosh. Uchiha Yehuo's figure materialized instantaneously within the living room. Tsunade, the elder, Shana, and Hokage were left with expressions of sheer astonishment. Tsunade, her visage a mix of shock and disbelief, inquired, "Did you just?" "Indeed," Yehuo replied. "I just visited the Umbu headquarters and eliminated the 4 Umbu ninjas who had trespassed into the underground chamber." Chapter 61. The expulsion of Uchiha Yehuo from Konoha. The elder Uchiha Yehuo's face was etched with shock. "Leader, you have actually mastered the Flying Thunder God technique?" Uchiha Shana's eyes widened. "Leader, the Flying Thunder God technique is the signature skill of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. No one in Konoha has ever learned it." A faint smile graced Uchiha Yehuo's lips. "I have been contemplating the Flying Thunder God technique. In fact, I only recently acquired it." Turning his gaze towards the voluptuous Tsunade, he remarked, "I suspect the higher echelons of Konoha will not let me off easily tomorrow. For now, let me assist you in reviving Naka." Upon hearing Yehuo's words, Tsunade's beautiful eyes fluttered with emotion. Subsequently, at Yehuo's request, Tsunade retrieved Naka's lifeless body. Yehuo, utilizing Naka's hair, formed hand seals to enter the Pure Land, communicating with Naka and urging him to concentrate his thoughts and prepare. Thereafter, Yehuo's soul returned from the Pure Land, and with a loud declaration, he shouted, "Revive." The moment he invoked the technique, a golden beam of light soared into the heavens. This scene left the elder, Shana, Hokage, and others utterly stunned. Uchiha Shana's pupils trembled in disbelief. "I recall Naka was killed by an explosive tag. Can the leader truly revive him?" The elder gazed in awe at the golden pillar of light. What a formidable ninjutsu. As the collective astonishment lingered, a moment later, a yellow meteor streaked across the distant sky, racing towards the Tsunade residence's living room. With a resounding crash, the radiant meteor struck Naka's body, vanishing into it. The onlookers were tense, their eyes fixed intently on Naka's form. The atmosphere in the living room was palpably still. After a brief interval, Naka slowly opened his eyes. Tsunade gasped, her heart racing. "Naka, you've awakened." At that moment, Tsunade was overwhelmed with excitement. Naka gradually sat up, observing Tsunade, Yehuo, and the elder. "Sister, what is this?" "This is the realm of the living. Your brother-in-law Yehuo has revived you." Naka stared in astonishment at Uchiha Yehuo. "Brother-in-law, you truly brought me back to life?" He then sprang up, examining his body. "This is a corporeal form, entirely different from my spirit state. I am truly alive." Tsunade and Naka embraced tightly. Meanwhile, the elder, Shana, and Hokage stood nearby, their faces reflecting utter disbelief at Naka's revival. The aged elder Uchiha Yehuo, with incredulity written all over his countenance, remarked, "In all my years, I have never witnessed a ninjutsu capable of resurrecting the dead. Leader, you are indeed an extraordinary genius." Uchiha Shana, equally incredulous, thought, "Reviving the dead, this is something even Uchiha Madara could not accomplish. I have underestimated Leader Yehuo." Tsunade turned to gaze at Yehuo, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Yehuo, thank you for helping me bring my brother Naka back to life." At that moment, Uchiha Yehuo, undistracted by Tsunade's words, closed his eyes in meditation. This was the first time he had employed the Yellow Spring Rebirth technique to revive someone. Through this initial experience, Yehuo gleaned new insights into the technique. After approximately 15 minutes, Yehuo finally opened his eyes, squinting slightly as he pondered. The Yellow Spring Rebirth technique is significantly more challenging than the Yellow Spring Eternal Life technique. It may take decades to achieve a breakthrough. After contemplating, Uchiha Yehuo returned to the present. He then turned to the elder, Shana, Hokage, and others, stating, "For too long, the Uchiha clan has lived under the oppression of Konoha upper echelons. Now, with the 4 root organization ninjas, they intend to take action against me, seeking my demise. Since this conflict is inevitable, I shall resist the higher-ups of Konoha to the end. Inform the Uchiha clan that all members must prepare for a coup d'etat. We may strike at any moment to topple the rule of Konoha leadership." A tremor ran through the crowd, their expressions awash with horror. Overthrowing Konoha rule? This was a dream all clan members had harbored but dared not pursue. However, Uchiha Yehuo had already established a revered stature and prestige in their hearts. Upon hearing Yehuo's words, the group wore solemn expressions, nodding earnestly to show their allegiance to their leader's command. In the 3rd Hokage's office, the news of the 4 Umbu ninjas' demise had reached the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Examining the 4 corpses with narrowed eyes, he inquired, "Do we know who the perpetrator is?" An Umbu ninja knelt before him. The assailant moved too swiftly. "We found no trace of their presence." Shimura Danzo glared with lifeless eyes, His face darkened with concern. Hiruzen. These 4 Umbu ninjas were among those who entered Uchiha Yehuo's underground chamber that day, though the culprit left no evidence. It is evident that this matter is intricately linked to Uchiha Yehuo. Tsunade Koharu, her aged face furrowed, spoke dryly. Uchiha Yehuo is indeed a formidable adversary. He managed to slay 4 Umbu ninjas within the Hokage's shadow without leaving a trace. Mito Minion's expression was grave. What is more alarming is that this individual is the leader of the Uchiha clan. This poses a tremendous threat to our village. Danzo's twisted expression radiated malice. That brat Yehuo has killed 4 root organization ninjas and shows no signs of restraint. This cannot go unpunished. The 3rd Hokage, pipe and mouth, wore a serious demeanor. Clearly, Uchiha Yehuo has resolved to oppose us. If we were to apprehend him tomorrow, it could escalate tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, potentially leading to a bloody confrontation. As the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was naturally reluctant to witness bloodshed within the village. This predicament weighed heavily on his mind. However, under the instigation and encouragement of Danzo, Koharu, and Minion, Hiruzen made a decision. Uchiha Yehuo is an exceedingly dangerous individual. He has slain 4 root organization ninjas and Umbu. He must face the penalties of Konoha's laws. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not wish to simply execute Uchiha Yehuo. Instead, he opted to expel him from Konoha. He feared that killing Yehuo might provoke a wrathful retaliation from the Uchiha clan. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not desire such a tumultuous scenario. By expelling Uchiha Yehuo from the village, he hoped to avert an uprising from the Uchiha clan. Chapter 62, Danzo's Fury. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with narrowed eyes, fell into a contemplative silence regarding how to address Uchiha Yehuo. Danzo, glaring with impatience, demanded, Hiruzen, what exactly do you intend to do about Uchiha Yehuo? According to village regulations, he should be executed on the spot. Tsunade Koharu and Mito Gate stared intently at Sarutobi Hiruzen, awaiting his decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, took a puff and sighed. This matter cannot result in the immediate execution of Uchiha Izumi. After all, members of the Umbu and Root organization have infiltrated both Izumi's and Tsunade's households, sharing in the blame. Shimura Danzo, feeling disgruntled, slightly twitched his lifeless eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily, exhaling a ring of smoke. I propose we expel Uchiha Izumi from Konoha. Uchiha Izumi had initially relocated the Uchiha clan to the heart of the village. Subsequently, he led the Uchiha clan to become one of the wealthiest families in Konoha, even surpassing other prominent clans. The power of the Uchiha clan was something the 3rd Hokage did not wish to witness, as it contradicted the policies established by the 2nd Hokage and threatened the governance of Konoha. Moreover, Izumi had recently killed several Umbu and Root ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen seized this as an excuse to expel Uchiha Izumi, thus neutralizing the threat posed by the Uchiha clan's leadership. Shimura Danzo narrowed his fish-like eyes and pondered for a moment. This will suffice. Tsunade Koharu and Mito Gate subtly nodded in agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Tomorrow is the Konoha Council meeting. During the meeting, I shall announce the decision regarding Uchiha Izumi. The next morning, in the Hokage building's conference room, the elite shinobi of Konoha and clan leaders convened once more to deliberate the village's development. Uchiha Izumi and the clan's elder, Uchiha Shirsui, were also present. The meeting proceeded as usual until suddenly, Shimura Danzo stood up and coldly surveyed the room. Recently, 4 Root organization ninjas and 4 Umbu ninjas have been slain. Such brazen acts within our village have severely disrupted its peace. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. Everyone knew Uchiha Izumi was responsible. Many cast their gazes upon him. Shimura Danzo, observing Uchiha Izumi's silence, bellowed, who committed these atrocious deeds? The elder, Uchiha Shirsui, felt a jolt of alarm within, fearing the worst. This old dog Danzo is about to unleash his wrath upon the clan leader. Uchiha Izumi, however, remained unfazed, while Danzo's cold, lifeless eyes fixed upon him. After a brief silence, Danzo's chilling voice cut through the air. Uchiha Izumi, did you commit this act? In that moment, all eyes were on Uchiha Izumi. With an unruffled demeanor, he replied, they barged into my and Tsunade's home in the dead of night. Sensing danger, I could only retaliate. Why did you send Umbu and Root ninjas to surveil us and invade our home? Why not monitor other villagers? Uchiha Izumi's pointed questions caught Danzo off guard, his expression darkening. Because you are an exceedingly dangerous individual within this village. Oh, am I indeed a dangerous person? You, who persecute the Senju clan for your human experimentation, are the true menace to Konoha. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation, with Danzo growing increasingly exasperated. Regardless, you have killed 4 root ninjas and 4 Umbu ninjas. You must pay the price for this. Oh, what price might that be? Expulsion from Konoha. The room erupted into chaos. Expelling the Uchiha clan leader from Konoha? The previous clan leader, Uchiha Madara, had left the village. Would this current Uchiha leader face the same fate? An uproar ensued. Tsunade and Uchiha Yehuo's expressions turned grave. The elder, aged and frail, furrowed his brows, internally lamenting, "Damn that old fool Danzo. Is he forcing us to rebel?" Uchiha Yehuo clenched his fists, his face darkening. After all the struggle, we finally have a remarkable clan leader, and the higher-ups of Konoha wish to expel Izumi? That despicable Danzo. As Danzo's words hung in the air, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Gradually, the room fell silent, all eyes waiting for third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to make a decision. Hiruzen, with a solemn expression, sat quietly at the center, lost in thought. In the meeting, Shikamaru Nara's expression hardened. Could it be that the third truly intends to expel Uchiha Izumi from Konoha? Might Guy furrowed his bushy brows, contemplating Danzo's ruthless tactics, watching and invading Izumi's home, and now seeking to expel him amidst the fallout. Orochimaru maintained a calm demeanor, a cold smile gracing his lips. How intriguing this situation has become. Yuhi Kurenai let out a faint sigh. Alas, the conflict between Danzo and Uchiha Izumi has reached an irreconcilable point. What choice will the third make? Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a somber countenance, engaged in an internal struggle. 4 root ninjas and 4 Umbu ninjas have been killed, and if I allow this to pass without action, what becomes of my authority as the third Hokage? Moreover, expelling Uchiha Izumi could stifle the Uchiha clan's development, ensuring Konoha's tranquility. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally reached his decision. Uchiha Izumi must be expelled from Konoha. Just as he raised his hand to announce this verdict, a sudden intrusion occurred. A member of the Umbu burst into the room. Approaching the third Hokage, he leaned in close and whispered urgently, "Hokage-sama, Hanzo of the Salamander from Mangekyo has declared war on Konoha. Additionally, Mangekyo appears to be preparing for war against us as well." Upon hearing this alarming report, Sarutobi Hiruzen's previously calm expression shifted to one of grave concern, his brow furrowing deeply. Meanwhile, Danzo, with his lifeless eyes, continued to glare at Uchiha Izumi. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained mute. Chapter 63. Journey to the Whetbone Forest to cultivate the eternal life technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, brow furrowed and silent, while Danzo, perplexed, pondered, what on earth is Hiruzen doing? Growing impatient, Danzo stood stiffly, waiting. Hiruzen opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, he stood up. "Everyone, I have just received news that Hanzo of the Salamander from Mangekyo has declared war on Konoha. Currently, Hanzo has initiated an attack on Konoha's territory. Meanwhile, Mangekyo is also eyeing Konoha with hostile intent." At this declaration, a wave of shock rippled through the assembly. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense as everyone's expressions tightened. Yuhi Kurenai pondered, "Why has Mangekyo chosen to wage war against us?" Shikamaru Nara sighed softly. Truly a troubling situation. Danzo stood slack-jawed, rendered speechless, as the focus of the entire assembly shifted to Mangekyo's declaration of war, leaving the matter of Uchiha Izumi unresolved. All present were left to wonder, why has Mangekyo suddenly turned hostile towards Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke solemnly. During the era of the First Shinobi World War, Konoha found itself besieged, suffering severe losses. Contributing to the turmoil, tensions between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire have escalated. In such precarious circumstances, the hawks within the village have risen, threatening to disrupt the delicate balance between nations. This situation has afforded Hanzo the Salamander an opportunity to encroach upon the territory of Konoha and stake his claim. The Umbu ninja continued to report, "Lord Hokage, Hanzo of the Salamander, leading the range shinobi, has infiltrated our village's territory. Several of our guards have fallen to the hands of the range shinobi. The situation is dire. We beseech you, Lord Hokage, to issue your commands." The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya. You are to lead the Konoha shinobi to thwart Hanzo of the Salamander. The situation is urgent. Return, gather your gear, and depart immediately. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya stood up to accept Hiruzen's directive, while the others prepared for battle. It seems that Mangekyo also harbors intentions against us. Subsequently, Hiruzen declared, "Defending against the foreign invasion is our paramount concern. As for other matters, We shall address them later. Dismissed. Concerning the issue of Uchiha Obito, Hiruzen ultimately refrained from making a decision during the meeting. Shimura Danzo glared with his lifeless eyes at Hiruzen, seething with frustration. As Tsunade prepared her equipment to confront Hanzo of the Rain, Uchiha Obito pondered for a moment before speaking. Tsunade, I intend to enter seclusion for training. Oh, seclusion? Tsunade responded. Indeed. I aim to develop the technique of eternal life through the underworld. How long do you plan to be in seclusion? Well, it should be for a considerable time. The exact number of years is uncertain. Tsunade, who had been gathering her gear, suddenly halted. Uchiha Obito continued. The last time I employed the rebirth from the underworld to revive Rope Tree, I gained new insights into the technique of eternal life. In the ninja world, even the mightiest shinobi ultimately succumb to age. I must dedicate my focus to studying the technique of eternal life, to shatter the barriers of birth, aging, illness, and death. Uchiha Obito, reborn into the world of Hokage, is determined not to meet the same slow demise as Uchiha Madara. From the memories of his past life, he understands that the Second Shinobi World War has only just begun. The history of the ninja world is still long. By the time of Naruto and Sasuke's era, Uchiha Obito may well be an old man. Tsunade, her brow furrowed and her beautiful eyes shimmering, gazed at Uchiha Obito, her face revealing a hint of incredulity. Yet, upon seeing Rope Tree beside her, her heart was instantly at ease. If Obito could revive Rope Tree, breaking the barriers between the real ninja world and the Pure Land, then achieving eternal life may not be entirely impossible. Clad in her ninja battle attire, Tsunade looked at Obito and asked, Where do you plan to enter seclusion for your training? Shibakuzen. Tsunade's heart trembled at the mention of the Shibakuzen. Shibakuzen? That is a place renowned alongside Myaboku Mountain and the Dragon Cave, a land of legacy. The Sage of Slugs resides deep within the temples of Shibakuzen, the ancestral home of the slugs. It is inhabited by numerous slugs, endowed with the ability to regenerate and heal the wounded. Uchiha Obito nodded gently. Indeed, the slugs possess remarkable healing and regenerative capabilities. I wish to seek the Sage of Slugs for training and further comprehend the technique of eternal life. Tsunade's expression turned grave as she furrowed her brow. However, the only person who has attained sagehood in Shibakuzen is my grandfather, Hashirama Senju. It is exceedingly difficult to find, and even more challenging to gain the sage's approval. Uchiha Obito smiled faintly. I believe I will be successful. Tsunade summoned a small slug, which burrowed onto Uchiha Obito's body. From now on, we will keep in contact through the slugs. Uchiha Obito nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, there came a series of knocks at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Tsunade, perplexed, wondered, who could that be? She stepped outside and opened the door. Orochimaru Jiraiya. Orochimaru spoke in a low, deliberate tone. Hee, we are all packed and ready. I have come today primarily to pay my respects to my beloved disciple, Rope Tree, once more before we depart. In truth, Rope Tree had been Orochimaru's most cherished and valued student, holding a significant place in his heart. However, not long ago, Rope Tree had fallen victim to an explosive tag trap. Orochimaru had witnessed Rope Tree's sacrifice, unable to save him in time, and could only watch as he departed from this world. The loss of Rope Tree had profoundly impacted Orochimaru, revealing the fragility of life. And it was after this that he shed tears for Rope Tree, the only time he ever did so. It was precisely because of Rope Tree's sacrifice that Orochimaru began his pursuit of eternal life. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsunade's brow furrowed in surprise. Paying respects to Rope Tree? Tsunade suddenly realized that the villagers were still unaware that Rope Tree had been revived. Orochimaru, with a faint smile gracing his lips, remarked, Indeed, before we set off, I wish to pay my respects to my beloved apprentice, Rope Tree. At that moment, a small boy suddenly burst forth from the living room. The boy was none other than Rope Tree himself. Seeing the lively Rope Tree appear before them, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were taken aback, their faces filled with astonishment. Chapter 64. The thoughts of Mikoto and Kushina. Orochimaru had witnessed Rope Tree perish from the explosive tag, and he vividly recalled how Rope Tree's body had been devastated beyond recognition. Rope Tree joyfully approached Orochimaru, exclaiming, Master, you have come too. Jiraiya, it's been a while. Orochimaru stood in shock, unable to articulate a response. Jiraiya, furrowing his brow, asked, Rope Tree, how have you returned to life? I remember you died. Did Tsunade save you? Tsunade gently shook her head. Oh, I lack such abilities. Rope Tree beamed with happiness. It was Obito who revived me. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were left in utter disbelief, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. Uchiha Obito had resurrected the deceased Rope Tree? given the state of Rope Tree's body after the explosion. How could this be possible? At that moment, Uchiha Obito emerged from the living room, and Orochimaru and Jiraiya fixed their intense gazes upon him, intrigued by the enigmatic figure. Orochimaru, not only shocked by Rope Tree's revival but also curious about the method employed by Uchiha Obito, inquired urgently, "Rope Tree, what technique did Obito use to revive you?" "The rebirth from the underworld. When did you come back to life?" "Last night." Orochimaru's eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly, he recalled the brilliant golden beam of light that had pierced the sky from Tsunade's residence the previous night. Could it be? Orochimaru was eager to step forward and seek clarification from Uchiha Obito. Just as he was about to take a step, Tsunade chided, "What time do you think it is? Hanzo of the Salamander is attacking Konoha. We must hasten to the battlefield. Let us go." With that, Tsunade hurriedly ushered Orochimaru and Jiraiya away. Uchiha Obito shared his plans for seclusion and training with the elders and clansmen, indicating that he may be gone for many years. The clan members were deeply reluctant to part ways. Despite the earnest attempts of the elder, Uchiha Shana, and others like the 8th generation, to persuade him to stay, Uchiha Yehuo had made up his mind to leave. Subsequently, he arrived at the Yehuo snack shop and methodically prepared it for closure. As he hung a sign declaring the establishment's permanent closure at the entrance, a sudden appearance caught his attention. A little girl with striking red hair stood at the door. This girl was none other than the 9-year-old Kushina. Yehuo pondered the devastation of the Uzumaki clan, wondering if the lack of aid from Konoha was truly the machination of Shimura Danzo. Kushina, aware that this information had originated from the Uchiha clan, approached Yehuo with inquiries. She was deeply troubled by the annihilation of her homeland. Uchiha Yehuo nodded gently in acknowledgement, stating, "Indeed, the land of whirlpools was an ally of Konoha, and given their proximity, there was no justification for inaction." At that time, the higher-ups of Konoha, swayed by Danzo's counsel, chose to remain passive. Upon hearing Yehuo's words, 9-year-old Kushina clenched her small fists, her heart ablaze with anger. In that moment, the seed of vengeance took root within her. "Yehuo, will you help me eliminate Danzo?" Uchiha Yehuo hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his silence, Kushina continued, "In Konoha, I am the sole survivor of the Uzumaki clan. Can you protect me?" At that moment, Kushina, a refugee from the land of whirlpools, felt utterly alone and yearned for a sense of security within the village. After careful observation and contemplation, she had come to see Uchiha Yehuo as her potential guardian. After a brief pause, Uchiha Yehuo's body split, dividing a slug into two. He handed one of the slugs to Kushina and left a flying thunder god seal on her. "I intend to embark on a journey for training and will be away from Konoha for an extended period. Keep this slug safe. When you find yourself in danger, you can contact me through it. I will come to your aid." Kushina cradled the slug in her hands, gazing at Yehuo with admiration. He then turned and departed from the Yehuo snack shop. Once home, after packing his belongings, Uchiha Yehuo prepared to leave Konoha in search of the wet-bone forest. As he stepped outside, he noticed a girl with long black hair staring at him intently. Recognizing her as Uchiha Mikoto, he approached. As Yehuo walked toward her, Mikoto's heart raced with excitement and nervousness. Following Yehuo's rise to leadership, he had successfully relocated the Uchiha clan to the village's center, transforming them into a prosperous family despite financial hardships. Unafraid of the pressures from Konoha's upper echelons, and eliminating members of the root organization and Umbu. These actions had left a profound impression on Mikoto, who had unknowingly developed feelings for Yehuo. Upon reaching her, Uchiha Yehuo asked, "What brings you here?" This was Mikoto's first close encounter with her esteemed leader, and she felt an exhilarating mix of anxiety and excitement. "I heard from the clan that you were leaving the village. I wanted to see you off, Yehuo." To her, Uchiha Yehuo had become an idol of admiration. "When will you return, esteemed leader?" she inquired. "Ah, that is hard to say. It may take many years," he replied. A flicker of disappointment crossed Mikoto's face. "So, it seems I might not see you for a long time. Don't be disheartened." Yehuo reassured her with a smile. "I will find time to visit you occasionally." After exchanging a few more words, Yehuo turned to walk away. As Mikoto watched him depart, her eyes were filled with admiration. In the office of the 3rd Hokage, Shimura Danzo seethed with frustration, glaring with lifeless eyes. "Sarutobi, why didn't you announce in the meeting today that Uchiha Yehuo is to be expelled from Konoha? Do you intend to let him remain in the village?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied sternly, "Danzo, I am the Hokage of Konoha. I do not require your guidance in my decisions. Right now, Konoha's greatest dilemma is the impending invasion from the Rain Village. Let us set aside other matters for the time being." Danzo, clearly dissatisfied, persisted, "But, Sarutobi, Yehuo has already killed 4 members of the Root organization and 4 Anbu. His continued presence in Konoha will surely lead to trouble. Interrupting Danzo's incessant complaints, Sarutobi said impatiently. Enough, Danzo. I just received intel from the Anbu. Uchiha Yehuo has already left Konoha. Wait, what? Uchiha Yehuo has left Konoha? Danzo was taken aback. The third Hokage took a puff of his cigarette, slowly exhaling a smoke ring. I just received this information from the Anbu as well. But why did he leave Konoha? Danzo's confusion was evident. I'm not sure, Sarutobi replied, shaking his head lightly. A cold smile crept across Danzo's face. As long as that man is no longer in Konoha, the Uchiha clan will struggle to flourish. Sarutobi, absorbed in his smoking, remained silent. In truth, the ascendance of Yehuo as clan leader had also posed a threat to Sarutobi. The departure of Yehuo from Konoha was indeed a scenario Sarutobi had hoped for. However, even after Yehuo's departure, the oppressive policies against the Uchiha clan persisted, and Danzo's exclusionary tactics became even more pronounced. Especially since the Uchiha clan now resided in the heart of the village and had become affluent through the Uchiha snack shop, rivaling the wealthiest clan, the Nara. On another front, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya engaged in fierce combat against Hanzo the Salamander on the battlefield, marking the onset of the Second Shinobi World War. During Yehuo's absence from Konoha, time passed swiftly. 5 years elapsed in the blink of an eye, marking the 41st year of the Hokage. One fateful night, a sudden whoosh echoed through the air as 4 figures clad in black robes appeared in a secluded area of Konoha, atop a great tree. The Cloud Village was in dire need of a means to suppress the tailed beast chakra. According to Lord Raikage's directive, we must locate Kushina swiftly. We must act quickly. Otherwise, if discovered by the Konoha Anbu, our mission will fail. One of the black-robed figures produced a map of Konoha. According to this map, Kushina's home should be in that direction. With that, the 4 figures surged toward Kushina's residence. These sudden intruders in Konoha were elite shinobi from the Cloud Village. At this time, Kushina was 14 years old, merely a chunin. In the darkness of the night, the 4 agile figures rapidly whisked away a young girl, Kushina, into the shadows. Kushina, upon overhearing the conversation among the 4 individuals, discerned their identities as ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds. You are from the village hidden in the clouds. Why have you captured me? The 4 elite ninjas from the Cloud Village paid her no heed, focusing solely on their swift advance. Before long, they had soared to the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, their brows easing slightly. We have reached the village's boundary. Once we leave the confines of the Leaf Village, we will be much safer. Increase your speed. We must return Kushina to the village hidden in the clouds as swiftly as possible. Kushina furrowed her brow, her heart racing with anxiety and uncertainty. What should I do? Suddenly, a slug emerged from her body, startling her. Ah, this is the slug that the leader of the Uchiha clan gifted me 5 years ago. Slug, help me contact the Uchiha leader. In an instant, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of something slicing through the air, a lithe figure adorned with a straw hat appeared nearby. Uchiha Itachi had returned to the Hidden Leaf Village from the Wetbone Forest after 5 long years. His expression was stern, and his crimson eyes gleamed ominously in the dark of night. He fixed his gaze upon the 4 swiftly fleeing ninjas. Amaterasu. Just as the 4 Cloud Village ninjas were reveling in their apparent escape from the Leaf Village, they were suddenly engulfed in a conflagration of black flames. Aiha! Aiha! Their anguished cries echoed chillingly through the air. Following this, the 4 ninjas plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground in agony. Meanwhile, at the moment Kushina began to fall, Uchiha Itachi leapt into action, catching her as she descended rapidly. In his embrace, Kushina looked up, and her heart skipped a beat at the sight of the face obscured beneath the straw hat. 5 years had passed, yet he remained as handsome as ever. Untouched by the passage of time, he was still the same as he had been 5 years ago. As Kushina dismounted from Itachi's grasp and stood on the ground, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving me just now. Itachi, still wearing his straw hat, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He then cast a distant glance in the direction of the Leaf Village before departing. Barely had Itachi left when Minato Namikaze rushed over, soaring to Kushina's side. Kushina, are you alright? It didn't take long for Minato to notice the 4 ninjas writhing in pain on the ground. What happened to these ninjas? Why are they being scorched by black flames? Minato furrowed his brow. Could it be that terrifying man has returned? Kushina nodded gently in response. Shortly thereafter, several ANBU ninjas arrived, prompted by the chilling cries of the 4 Cloud ninjas being consumed by black flames. What are these black flames? It must be Uchiha Itachi. The ANBU ninjas immediately tensed, their expressions betraying their astonishment. After all, 5 years prior, Itachi had infiltrated the ANBU and slain 4 of their members. In the third Hokage's office, the ANBU ninjas reported the incident to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Hiruzen replied, "Kushina is of utmost importance to our Leaf Village. She is to be the next Jinchuriki. The Cloud Village has audaciously attempted to abduct her. Their intentions are nefarious." Danzo Shimura's eyes darkened, his face shadowed with malice. The ANBU ninja relayed, "The 4 ninjas from the Cloud Village were burned to death by black flames. It must be that individual who has returned. Why has he chosen this moment to appear, slaying the 4 Cloud ninjas and rescuing Kushina?" Hiruzen's expression grew grave, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. Kushina had only mentioned a mysterious figure in a straw hat who saved her, failing to disclose the identity of this enigmatic individual or the reasons behind his appearance. Danzo smirked slyly. "The Cloud Village has secretly infiltrated us to snatch away our people. This is undeniably the Cloud Village's fault. However, we can publicly declare that it was Uchiha Itachi who killed the 4 Cloud ninjas, placing the blame squarely on the Uchiha Clan leader." Kohara Udatane and Hamiura Kato both expressed their support for this course of action. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, frowned deeply, taking another puff from his pipe, remaining silent. Chapter 66. The Rescue of Kakashi Hatake. In the office of the third Raikage, his gaze was sharp. "We have been incessantly conducting tailed beast experiments, attempting to harness their powers for military use, yet we have made little progress. The 8 Tails has gone berserk multiple times, each time resulting in considerable casualties. We need to obtain the special chakra that can seal the powers of the tailed beasts." The 20-year-old candidate for the 4th Raikage, furrowed his brow in thought. "The 4 ninjas we dispatched to infiltrate the Leaf Village are among our finest. I trust they will succeed in bringing back Kushina Uzumaki." Yo. Killer Bee chimed in. "They have already been gone for so many days. Why haven't they returned yet?" As Killer Bee spoke, both the third Raikage and the candidate Raikage wore expressions of concern. At that moment, a reconnaissance ninja from the Cloud Village entered the Raikage's office. "Report, Lord Raikage. According to intelligence from our spies in the Leaf Village, our 4 ninjas have failed their mission and have been killed in the Leaf Village." The room fell into stunned silence. The third Raikage slammed his fist on the table with a resounding bang, rising furiously from his seat. "Unbelievable. The Leaf Village dares to kill our Cloud Village ninjas." The Cloud Village had always acted with impunity, seldom reflecting on whether their actions were justified. The third Raikage chose to conveniently overlook the fact that the Cloud Village had initially trespassed into the Leaf Village. Instead, he was incensed that the Leaf Village had killed 4 of their ninjas. The candidate 4th Raikage, his expression fierce, demanded, "Those 4 ninjas were our elite, personally selected by the Raikage himself. Were they slain by the ANBU of the Leaf Village?" The reconnaissance ninja shook his head. "The 4 ninjas we dispatched were reduced to ashes, their remains consumed by black flames. The upper echelons of the Leaf Village have disclosed that Uchiha Itachi saved Kushina and killed the 4 Cloud ninjas." The candidate Raikage's face twisted with fury, gritting his teeth in anger. "Uchiha Itachi? Is that the same Uchiha Clan leader who has been absent from the Leaf Village for 5 years? That despicable scoundrel. I will make sure to settle the score with him one day." The third Raikage, equally enraged, clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the room. Time swiftly passes in the Shinobi world. The 4 great nations exist in a fragile peace. In the blink of an eye, for more years have passed. In the year 45 of the Leaf Village, Kakashi Hatake was 32 years old. The famed White Fang of the Leaf, Kakashi, encountered a significant setback in his life. Leading a critical mission, he sacrificed the objective to save his comrades, resulting in failure. Although Kakashi was an outstanding ninja of the Leaf and served as the head of the ANBU, his prowess surpassing even that of the legendary Sannin. And he bore the half-sleeve of the Hokage. He was among the highest-ranking figures in the Leaf Village, one of the commanders of the Ninja Corps. Yet, inexplicably, a torrent of public opinion surged against him. Numerous villagers and ninjas condemned and criticized Kakashi. Even the very comrades he had saved expressed vehement disapproval of his actions. This barrage of negative sentiment inflicted profound psychological harm on Kakashi, causing him to question the importance of his comrades. As dusk fell within the dimly lit living room, a cloud of uncertainty enveloped Hatake Tsukumo. Was it a grave error to have rescued his comrades? Should he have forsaken them in favor of completing his mission? Furrowing his brow, he leaned against the wall, his mind a tempest of conflicting thoughts. Alas, the confusion was insufferable. Had he truly erred? Immersed in a quagmire of self-doubt, Tsukumo found himself unable to extricate his mind from the turmoil. Observing his father, lost in contemplation, the 5-year-old Kakashi gazed on, his expression one of bewilderment and uncertainty. "Father." Whispers of scandal and gossip coursed through the village, the atmosphere in the living room thick with tension. Overwhelmed, Tsukumo felt the weight of unprecedented pressure bearing down upon him. At the Root Organization's base, a ninja knelt before Shimura Danzo. "Report, Lord Danzo," he began. "We have successfully incited a multitude of villagers and shinobi to malign and defame Hitaki Tsukumo. The tide of public opinion in the village has become ferocious, placing an unbearable burden upon him." Bandaged at the forehead and right arm, Danzo smirked slyly. "Well done. Even if we cannot bring about his demise, we shall certainly tarnish his reputation." In recent years, Tsukumo's renown in Konoha had soared, rendering him a formidable contender for the next Hokage, a position that had become a thorn in Danzo's side. To secure his ascent to Hokage, Danzo deemed it imperative to eliminate Tsukumo. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Yet, he refrained from intervening. After all, he had held the Hokage position for nearly 30 years and had no intention of relinquishing it. The rising prominence of Tsukumo, even donning the Hokage's half-sleeve, evoked a sense of threat in Hiruzen. Thus, he chose to remain silent, allowing Danzo's rumors to proliferate unchecked. In the late hours of the night, within the Hitaki household's living room, the weight of village gossip bore heavily on Tsukumo's heart. The famed Konoha White Fang, Hitaki Tsukumo, appeared haggard and gaunt. Am I mistaken? Finally, unable to endure the torment any longer, he drew a short blade from his waist, its cold gleam piercing the dimness. With a steely gaze, he declared, "It ends here." With that, he plunged the blade towards his heart. In an instant, a shadow materialized within the living room. Clad in a dark robe and wearing a conical hat, it was none other than Uchiha Kagami, the leader of the Uchiha clan. With a swift motion, he hurled a shuriken, striking the blade from Tsukumo's grasp. The short knife clattered to the floor, the sound awakening young Kakashi, who peered through the doorway, entranced by the scene of his father and the unfamiliar figure. In the living room, Tsukumo's expression shifted as he looked up in the direction of the incoming shuriken. "Who are you?" he demanded. "I am Uchiha Kagami." Tsukumo's face reflected shock. "Did you not leave the village? What brings you to my home?" Exhausted, he struggled to stand. Astonished by the unexpected visitor, Kagami removed his conical hat, revealing his true identity. "You cannot perish. I have come to save you." In that moment, Tsukumo's eyes widened in disbelief, a silent gasp escaping his lips. It had been 9 years since he last beheld Kagami. Why did he look precisely as he had nearly a decade ago? Ignoring Tsukumo's bewilderment, Kagami's eyes transformed into the crimson of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Under the dim light, his gaze seemed to shimmer with a blood-red luminescence. The black vortex at the center of the 9-tomo Mangekyo spun, accompanied by the rapid motion of the surrounding tomo. Tsukumo's pupils dilated as he beheld the blood-red Mangekyō Sharingan, entering a world of illusion. Within this illusory realm, Tsukumo witnessed Danzo orchestrating the root ninja to sow seeds of gossip and manipulate public opinion against him. To his shock, he discovered that the comrades he had once saved were, in fact, pawns of Danzo. Behind the fierce tide of public opinion lay Danzo's unscrupulous machinations in his quest for Hokage. He also discerned the third Hokage's stance on the matter. This revelation shattered Tsukumo's previous understanding of the world. Kagami guided Tsukumo through the labyrinth of truth within the illusion. Suddenly, he was jolted back to reality, the weight of his newfound knowledge overwhelming him. Breathless, he knelt upon the ground, his heart racing as he gazed at Kagami. "Is what I witnessed truly real?" "Indeed," Kagami affirmed. "Everything you saw was indeed the truth." Gradually, Tsukumo began to accept the reality of what he had witnessed, the furrow in his brow easing. "Thank you, Kagami, for revealing this truth to me." Standing in the living room, Kagami posed a question. "Which holds greater significance, your mission or your comrades?" Tsukumo's heart raced. Although he had grasped the truth behind the rumors, this question continued to plague him. Noticing Tsukumo's hesitation, Kagami pressed further. "Which will you choose, your comrades or your mission?" Tsukumo found himself at a loss for words. "Tsukumo, let me impart the correct answer. While missions are indeed crucial, abandoning the lives of your comrades makes one less than human. The lives of your comrades are far more important than any mission. Your choice was the right one." Kagami's words resonated deeply within Tsukumo, shattering the doubts that had plagued him since the onset of the village's gossip. For the first time, he felt validated. And not just by anyone, but by the leader of the Uchiha clan. Kagami's affirmation provided a profound sense of support for Tsukumo, who had been ensnared in self-doubt. As he pondered, clarity dawned upon him, dispelling the shadows in his heart. "Kagami, you have saved me." Yet, before he could finish, Tsukumo was startled to find that Kagami had vanished from the living room. Left alone with Kakashi, he realized that the night's events had not escaped his son's notice. Kakashi silently etched the identity of the mysterious figure into his memory, Uchiha Kagami, the leader of the Uchiha Clan. In the deep of night, within the Uchiha Clan's leader's office, the return of Kagami after 9 years astonished the upper echelons of the clan. Despite the late hour, all high-ranking members gathered swiftly. Among them was a striking young woman with black hair and eyes, Uchiha Mikoto, aged 21, serving as the secretary to the elder. The elder, now frail and aged, had entrusted many tasks to Mikoto. As Kagami removed his conical hat, revealing his youthful visage, shock rippled through the assembly. 9 years had elapsed, yet Kagami appeared unchanged, as youthful as he had been at 18. Without acknowledging their astonishment, he declared, "I have returned for but one purpose." Now, the village is engulfed in a thick haze of malice. Everywhere, there are malicious rumors targeting Hatake Tsukumo. Tomorrow, you shall lead the entire Uchiha clan to step forward, rectify the chaos, and staunchly support Hatake Tsukumo. After clearly articulating this, Uchiha Yehuo refrained from further words. He turned and walked towards his home, for he had not returned there in 9 years, having dedicated himself to training in the Wetbone Forest. This time, he longed to catch a glimpse of his home. As Uchiha Yehuo arrived at his doorstep, a graceful figure emerged from the corner. It was Uchiha Mikoto. Blushing, Uchiha Mikoto gathered her courage and spoke. "May I come in and sit for a while?" Uchiha Yehuo consented. After years of absence, his home was still cloaked in dust. In the living room, the two sat facing each other. Uchiha Mikoto shyly lowered her beautiful face, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. The atmosphere was somewhat subdued. In truth, Uchiha Mikoto was already 21 years old. Pressured by her parents to marry, she found herself in a state of urgency. Her parents had scouted several suitors from their clan, including Uchiha Fugaku. However, Uchiha Mikoto harbored deep admiration for Yehuo, her heart belonging solely to him. When pressed by her parents to the point of desperation, fortune smiled upon her as Uchiha Yehuo unexpectedly returned home after 9 years. She was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. At her proactive request, Uchiha Yehuo did not refuse. Late into the night, Uchiha Yehuo and Uchiha Mikoto officially established their relationship. At dawn, Uchiha Yehuo departed from Konoha. The following day, at the Root Organization's base, an intelligence ninja knelt on one knee, reporting, "Danzo-sama, the Uchiha clan has now become the wealthiest family in Konoha." Their words hold significant sway in the village. With the Uchiha clan's influence, the public opinion we manufactured has gradually been suppressed. The villagers are beginning to support Hatake Tsukumo. Shimura Danzo glared with lifeless eyes, seething with anger, nearly having succeeded in undermining Hatake Tsukumo's standing. "Cursed Uchiha, meddling in my affairs. I will remember this." For the time being, he could only simmer in frustration, finding himself powerless against the Uchiha clan. For years past, in the year of Konoha 49, Noara Junin, Might Guy, and Ebisu had just been promoted to Chunin for a year. The three formed a task force, but during their mission, they tragically encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Suigetsu, carrying the Samahata, cackled, "Huh? I never expected Konoha to send 3 little brats." Kisame, with a lazy smile, remarked, "They must be Chunin. How dull." Kiba Tenzo's expression turned grave. "We need to eliminate these 3 brats quickly and return." Noara Junin, Might Guy, and Ebisu were drenched in sweat, their hearts racing in trepidation. Lacking combat experience, their bodies trembled. They were facing the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Noara Junin, biting on a senbon, sighed deeply. "This situation is dire." Might Guy furrowed his thick eyebrows. "If this continues, we will surely perish here today." The 3 sensed the imminent threat of death. At that moment, a robust figure appeared before them. It was Might Dway. Furrowing his brows, he thought, "This is troublesome. I am no match for the 7 ninja swordsmen. To protect these children, I must open the 8 gates." At that moment, Might Dway steeled himself for a fight. The 7 ninja swordsmen, seemingly dismissive of Might Dway, sneered, "Oh, another one seeking death." With a grave expression, Might Dway declared, "It is time for me to unleash my youth." Chapter 68. Who is this terrifying figure? Upon seeing Might Dway arrive, Noara Junin, Might Guy, and Ebisu felt a slight sense of relief, though unease still lingered in their hearts. Could Might Dway truly contend with the 7 ninja swordsmen? With a serious expression, Might Dway instructed, "I will cover for you. You must retreat now." Might Guy, reluctant, grit his teeth. "Father, I want to fight alongside you." Noara Junin, still holding a senbon, exclaimed, "We can't abandon Might Dway senpai." The 7 ninja swordsmen, witnessing the flustered quartet, erupted into mocking laughter. "Karasuma, with an air of arrogance and disdain. Jeered, "No one is getting away. Soon, you will all be corpses." In the face of the enemy's derision, Might Dewey took a deep breath, steeling himself. His gaze sharpened. 8 gates, 3rd gate, life gate, open. Might Dewey charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Once he reached the 7th gate, he struck out with relentless ferocity, like a beast unleashed. The 7 ninja swordsmen began to grow serious, realizing they had to treat him with caution. A moment's neglect could lead to severe consequences. However, with 7 of them, they were able to surround and collectively restrain Might Dewey, forcing him into a defensive position. Damn it, if this drags on, I'll be exhausted. I will literally tire myself to death. Might Dewey felt his energy waning, unable to maintain the 7th gate for long. I must resolve this quickly. I need to protect the children. A sense of fatal determination flashed across his brow. It is time for me to ignite my youth. Just as Might Dewey prepared to unleash the 8th gate, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Boom. A strong, muscular figure landed beside him, capturing everyone's attention. The newcomer wore a straw hat and a black cloak, obscuring his features from view. Might Dewey turned to regard the figure, his eyes filled with wariness. "Who are you?" "I am Uchiha Yehuo." Might Dewey's heart jolted, his eyes trembling in disbelief. Uchiha Yehuo then removed his hat, revealing a youthful visage that bore an uncanny resemblance to the boy from 13 years ago. Might Dewey was profoundly shaken. Indeed, he is the Uchiha Yehuo of yesteryear. Why has he not aged a day? What brings him here? His gaze was filled with confusion. Noara Junin, Might Guy, and Ebisu stared at Uchiha Yehuo, equally perplexed. Who is this person? It seems that Might Dewey senpai knows him. The 7 ninja swordsmen scrutinized Uchiha Yehuo. Suigetsu, with a disdainful sniff, scoffed. What a sudden appearance of a little brat. In their eyes, Uchiha Yehuo was merely another child, akin to Noara Junin, Might Guy, and Ebisu, and they clearly did not regard him as a threat. However, the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Pipa Shirzong, furrowed his brow, a grave expression flickering across his features. How did this little brat suddenly appear here? Why do I have an uncanny feeling that this child is far from ordinary? Black Shovel Thunder Fong, displaying a hint of impatience, urged, Might Guy, your stamina is nearly depleted. We must dispatch him swiftly. Without further ado, Kurasame Suramaru, Takusa Yaburu, and Wooly Shinbachi lunged toward Might Guy. Might Guy, his brow knitted and his gaze serious, scrutinized the trio rushing towards him. After opening the 7th gate, my body had already suffered severe strain. It seemed that the only option left was to open the 8th gate, the door of death. Suddenly, the figure of Uchiha Yehuo materialized before Might Guy. Stunned, Might Guy's attention faltered. In the instant that Kurasame Suramaru, Takusa Yaburu, and Wooly Shinbachi charged forward, they were abruptly struck by the sight of Uchiha Yehuo's eyes, which had transformed into the Crimson Sharingan. Tsukuyami. Within the realm of Tsukuyami, every element, including time, space, and mass, was under Uchiha Yehuo's dominion. The trio's consciousness was instantly drawn into the illusionary space. In this surreal domain, Uchiha Yehuo bound the 3 to a cross, wielding his ninja blade to pierce their bodies incessantly for a duration of 72 hours. As they had just surged towards Uchiha Yehuo, they found themselves halting abruptly, collapsing to their knees before him. Kurasame Suramaru, Takusa Yaburu, and Wooly Shinbachi, entangled in their own despair, felt beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. The world they had just entered was terrifying. Despite having spent 3 days and nights within the Tsukuyami realm, to the outside world, it had merely been the blink of an eye. At this moment, they were enduring immense physical and psychological torment, suffering akin to that of reality. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the trio kneeling before Uchiha Yehuo, utterly shocked. Why had they suddenly bowed before him? Suigetsu Hozuki, his face a mask of confusion, exclaimed, "Hey, what has happened to you 3? Pipa Shirzong was the first to react. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. He belongs to the Uchiha Clan. Anyone who gazes into his eyes will fall victim." The crowd's expressions shifted to one of horror upon hearing Pipa Shirzong's words. Suigetsu Hozuki widened his eyes, staring at the 18-year-old Uchiha Yehuo. How could this young man possess the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? I have never heard of such a prodigious talent emerging from the Uchiha Clan. Black Shovel Thunder Fong eyed the youth warily. Who exactly is he? Meanwhile, Might Guy, his brow furrowed, wore a look of bewilderment. I have never heard of my father having such an acquaintance. Nara Shikaku, lost in thought, mused, is this fellow from the Uchiha clan of Konoha? Yet, I have never seen him in our generation. Ebisu squinted, scrutinizing Uchiha Yehuo. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, who is this individual? Kurasame Suramaru, Takusa Yaburu, and Wooly Shinbachi remained kneeling before Uchiha Yehuo, their spirits deeply traumatized and their bodies immobilized. Uchiha Yehuo approached them, picking up the fallen long blade of Kurasame Suramaru from the ground. With this very ninja blade, he aimed a lethal strike at Kurasame Suramaru's head. Crack! Kurasame Suramaru's pupils constricted. The blade sliced towards him, and a bloodied head tumbled to the ground. A gasp of horror escaped the lips of all present. Suigetsu Hozuki inhaled sharply. This individual is a demon. Black Shovel Thunder Fong swallowed hard. Pipa Shirzong's eyes widened in terror. What a fearsome character. Who could he possibly be? When did the Uchiha clan produce such a terrifying youth? Before anyone could react, crack, crack, two more sounds echoed. In the terrified gazes of Takusa Yabiru and Wooly Shinbachi, their heads too fell as if cleaved from vegetables. In the blink of an eye, 3 bloodied heads lay strewn upon the ground. Even Might Guy felt his heart pounding furiously. Chapter 69, The Rescue of Might Guy. Might Guy gazed at Uchiha Yehuo with a heavy heart, astonished. 13 years had passed. Yet this was still the same proprietor of the Yehuo snack shop? How had he transformed into such a decisive and merciless figure? The inexperienced Nara Shikaku, Might Guy, and Ebisu were utterly stunned. Might Guy's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. He actually severed their heads. Is this what one would call slaughtering vegetables? Nara Shikaku's mouth hung agape, nearly dropping his senbon. What a terrifying individual. Ebisu, perplexed, pondered aloud. How strange. He appears to be of similar age to us, belonging to our generation. Yet, I have no recollection of such a person from the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen felt a chill run down their spines. Juzo Biwa's eyes widened, fixated on Uchiha Yehuo. This is not someone to be trifled with. A shiver coursed through me. Pipa Shirzong, Suigetsu Hozuki, and Black Shovel Thunder Fong felt an unsettling dread, their hairs standing on end. Suddenly, Pipa Shirzong shouted, "Do not look into his eyes. This individual is exceedingly dangerous. We must retreat." As his words fell, Suigetsu Hozuki and Black Shovel Thunder Fong hastily followed Pipa Shirzong in retreat. They all realized that remaining here could mean death at the hands of this Uchiha youth. In that fleeting moment of withdrawal, Juzo Biwa, however, stood frozen. His expression vacant as he stared into Uchiha Yehuo's Sharingan, immobile. Pipa Shirzong, Suigetsu Hozuki, and Black Shovel Thunder Fong, noticing Juzo Biwa's stillness, were filled with dread. Could it be that Juzo Biwa too? Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Uchiha Yehuo slowly approached Juzo Biwa, raising his long blade towards his neck. Crack! Accompanied by the splatter of blood, Juzo Biwa's head fell to the ground. Pipa Shirzong, Suigetsu Hozuki, and Black Shovel Thunder Fong were engulfed in terror. This is a murderer of demons. We must flee from here. The frightened trio turned and fled without a backward glance, fearing that Uchiha Yehuo would pursue them. Yet, Uchiha Yehuo did not chase after them, for his purpose in this encounter was primarily to rescue Might Guy. Might Guy was a regular patron of the Yehuo snack shop, a connection from years past. He wished for Might Guy not to perish due to opening the 8 gates. On the ground lay 4 severed heads of the 7 ninja swordsmen, while 3 others had fled. The crisis had been averted. A collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. Their gazes now fixated on Uchiha Yehuo. Nara Shikaku, Might Guy, and Ebisu regarded Uchiha Yehuo with a sense of reverence. To their astonishment, Uchiha Yehuo, as a peer, emanated an air of superiority. The 3 furrowed their brows, perplexed. Who exactly is this individual? There is no one like him among our contemporaries. Might Guy approached Uchiha Yehuo, exclaiming, "Oh, Yehuo, it has been so many years since we last met." Uchiha Yehuo felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. 13 years had passed since he last saw Might Guy, who now appeared significantly older than he once was. At this moment, Might Guy was intently gazing at the visage of Uchiha Infernus, his heart filled with astonishment. How could it be that Infernus appeared as youthful as he did all those years ago? Uchiha Infernus spoke, "I have come here to rescue you. Now, I must take my leave." Might Guy hurriedly called out, "Wait. Infernus, how did you know we were in danger?" A flicker of confusion crossed his face. "Oh, I received the information from Tsunade," replied Uchiha Infernus, turning to soar into the distance. After Uchiha Infernus departed, the trio of Nara Shikaku, Might Guy, and Ebisu gathered around. Might Guy, with a curious expression, inquired, "Father, who is he?" Nara Shikaku looked puzzled. "It seems there is no one of such caliber among our peers in Konoha." Might Guy gazed in the direction where Uchiha Infernus had vanished. "He is Uchiha Infernus, the clan leader of the Uchiha Clan." "Oh, the leader of the Uchiha Clan? The owner of the Infernus snack shop in Konoha?" queried the others. "Ah, the little snack shop on the central street of the village, which has been closed for 13 years now," they remarked, their faces etched with confusion. "But he seems to be about our age?" Might Guy furrowed his brow. His age appears to be similar to mine. Narashikaku, Might Guy, and Ebisu exchanged astonished glances. In the hidden mist village, within the office of the third Mizukage, the trio of Wagaru Jizu, Suigetsu, and Kurichu stood before the Mizukage, their faces smeared with grime. The third Mizukage, with a grave expression, regarded them. You claim his age is approximately 18? And he has awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan? An extraordinary talent has emerged from the Uchiha Clan of Konoha. Why have I never heard of him before? What is his name? After a moment of contemplation, Wagaru Jizu suddenly recalled. I heard Might Guy refer to him as Infernus. A flicker of contemplation passed over the third Mizukage's brow. Oh, Infernus? Of the Uchiha Clan? Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his gaze. Could it be Uchiha Infernus? With a serious demeanor, the third Mizukage inquired. What does his Sharingan look like? The trio succinctly described. It has a black vortex at the center, surrounded by 9 tomo. The third Mizukage's expression hardened. Indeed. He must be Uchiha Infernus, the clan leader of the Uchiha. But how could he possibly appear to be only 18? The 3 men were taken aback. The third Mizukage continued. Regardless, he has slain 4 of our 7 ninja swordsmen. He is indeed our adversary. Each village has its intelligence operatives. Soon, the spies embedded in Konoha and the hidden mist will learn of this. In the Cloud Village, within the office of the 4th Raikage. Upon receiving the report from his intelligence officer, the 4th Raikage's eyes widened in shock. What? The Uchiha clan leader Infernus has resurfaced? And this time, he has killed 4 of our Mist Village ninjas? Killer Bee, standing nearby, exclaimed, Yo! Uchiha Infernus is not to be trifled with. The 4th Raikage's expression darkened. Last time, he killed 4 of our elite jonin. One day, I shall settle the score with him. Chapter 70. The Ninetales rampages through Konoha. In the Stone Village. Within the office of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Enoki, sat at his desk, his gaze somber. Oh, Uchiha Infernus has reemerged? The stout Enoki furrowed his brow as he reported. Father, Uchiha Infernus previously appeared and killed 4 Cloud Village ninjas, rescuing Kushina. Later, Kakashi Hatake faced public scrutiny. Seemingly influenced by Uchiha Infernus, who directed the narrative in Konoha. Now, Might Guy and the others are in danger again. Uchiha Infernus has once more appeared, slaying 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 3rd Tsuchikage's pupils constricted. This Uchiha Infernus is quite formidable. The rotund Akatsuki hesitated, a shadow of doubt crossing his features. The intelligence officer has also reported another detail. It seems Uchiha Infernus still retains the appearance of an 18-year-old. The 3rd Tsuchikage frowned. Uchiha Infernus is Tsunade's husband. How can he possibly look 18? That is inconceivable. Akatsuki echoed his confusion. However, father, according to the intelligence officer, this appears to be true. In the Sand Village. Within the office of the 3rd Kazekage, upon hearing the report from the intelligence officer, the 3rd Kazekage pondered. Hasn't Uchiha Infernus already left Konoha? Now he appears in the hidden mist village, killing 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen? This fellow is indeed elusive. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, I wonder why he chooses to remain hidden. Chiyo, knitting her brows, reflected. He feels like a very mysterious individual. However, one thing is quite curious. According to the intelligence officer, Uchiha Infernus still appears as if he is 18. The 3rd Kazekage's expression was one of disbelief. In the office of the 3rd Hokage, Might Guy, Narashikaku, Ebisu, and others reported the details of the battle. Suddenly, Danzo Shimura entered, pulling along Tsunade and Mito. Sarutobi. I've heard that Uchiha Infernus has reappeared. This individual poses a latent threat to Konoha. Might Guy hastily clarified. Hokage-sama, we owe our lives to Infernus this time. Otherwise, we might have perished at the hands of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Danzo, with his fish-like eyes, ignored Might Guy and the others. Sarutobi. It seems Uchiha Infernus was manipulating the narrative behind the public outcry against Kakashi Hatake. That despicable fellow. The 3rd Hokage took a puff from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. I wonder why clan leader Infernus has chosen to remain concealed all these years. Oh, by the way, Might Guy, did you just say Infernus still appears to be around 18 years old? The group nodded vigorously. Indeed, Hokage-sama. Despite the passage of 13 years, Uchiha Infernus seems utterly ageless. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, bore a grave expression, a flicker of perplexity crossing his brow. Danzo stepped forward, furrowing his brow. How could such a thing be possible? Are you certain you are not mistaken? Might Guy, Narashikaku, Ebisu, and the others refrained from arguing. Tsunade and Mito wore solemn expressions. No one in the shinobi world has ever been able to resist the ravages of time. If Uchiha Infernus truly appears as he did at 18, that would indeed be terrifying. In the 51st year of Konoha, one night, a man clad in black robes and wearing a mask appeared in the village. With hands forming seals, he struck the ground forcefully. Summoning technique. Instantly, a massive cloud of white mist erupted from the earth, dust swirling. What is happening? What is going on? A thunderous roar echoed across the land. A colossal fox with 9 tails emerged into the sight of the villagers. Roar. The 9 tails made its presence known, its roar resounding throughout the entirety of Konoha. The villagers of the Hidden Leaf were filled with terror at the sight of the 9 tails. In a frenzy of fear, they scattered in all directions. The 9 tails unleashed indiscriminate destruction. Under its cataclysmic onslaught, the structures of Konoha crumbled to dust in an instant, leaving only ruins and shattered walls in its wake. In the office of the 3rd Hokage, an Umbu ninja rushed in, breathless and urgent. Lord, 3rd Hokage. The 9 tails has suddenly appeared in the village. At that moment, the 3rd Hokage had donned his battle attire. Understood. I will go to stop it. You Umbu must ensure the safety of the villagers. The 3rd Hokage's expression grew grave as he muttered to himself. Kushina, has the seal within her been broken? Meanwhile, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sought to confront the 9 tails, yet he found himself entangled with a man in a black cloak and spiral mask, Obito Uchiha. Your opponent is me. Where do you think you're going? The 4th Hokage and the masked intruder stood in a tense standoff. Simultaneously, the 9 tails continued its wanton destruction of the village. Kakashi, Might Guy, and Yugao Yuzuki attempted to join the fray against the beast, but were intercepted by Shikaku Nara. Asuma Saratobi and Might Due. You must retreat to the designated shelter immediately. This is the order of the 3rd Hokage. Under the Elder's command, this new generation of ninjas, Kakashi, Guy, and Yugao, had no choice but to stay back. At this moment, aside from Shikaku and Asuma, the legendary elite ninjas, Tsunade, Narashikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamenka Inoichi, banded together to fend off the 9 tails. Meanwhile, Danzo Shimura, Koharu Udatain, and Hamura Mitokado watched from a distance, observing the chaos unfold. However, the attacks from the ninjas appeared utterly insignificant against the might of the 9 tails. Its ferocious roar was lethal, sending dozens of jonin flying with its sheer force. Yugao's face was grim. This is intolerable. We cannot continue like this. Shikaku frowned slightly, equally perplexed as to what course of action to take. The 3rd Hokage appeared before the group, but as he gazed up at the massive 9 tails, he found himself at a loss. Tsunade furrowed her brow tightly, her expression filled with frustration. You won't be allowed to wreak havoc on our village. Suddenly, Tsunade recalled her husband, Uchiha Kakashi. Summoning a slug, she reached out to her husband, who was in the wetbone forest. Moments later, with a crack of air, a plume of white smoke erupted beside her. As the smoke dissipated, a lithe figure appeared before Tsunade, clad in a black cloak and wearing a straw hat. It was none other than the long-absent leader of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi. Chapter 71. Emergence in Konoha to control the 9 tails suddenly. A figure in a black robe and straw hat appeared. Tsunade scrutinized him carefully. You are. As the hat was lifted, Tsunade's gaze trembled. Kakashi. After many years. Tsunade was filled with elation at the sight of Uchiha Kakashi again. However, her expression faltered as she realized that Kakashi looked exactly the same as he had 15 years ago, still the visage of an 18-year-old, untouched by time. Kakashi, how can you still look so youthful? At this moment, Tsunade was in her 40s, contemplating the juxtaposition of her age against Kakashi's eternal youth. Simultaneously, as Kakashi unveiled himself, he caught the attention of those nearby. Shikaku Nara raised an eyebrow in confusion. Is that truly Uchiha Kakashi? Asuma remarked, indeed, he hasn't aged a day. Orochimaru's eyes widened in astonishment. 25 years have passed. How could Kakashi still appear as he did at 18? For years, Orochimaru had conducted inhumane experiments in pursuit of immortality, sacrificing countless innocent ninjas. Yet, the forbidden technique of reincarnation he had developed merely allowed him to forcefully suppress another's spirit and seize their body, a hollow semblance of eternal life. Now, witnessing Kakashi's youthful form, Orochimaru was left dumbfounded. Could it be true that Kakashi had truly attained eternal life? The gargantuan 9 tails continued its rampant destruction of the village. While Kakashi made no attempt to engage in idle conversation, he swiftly soared towards the 9 tails. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the beast, confronting it from atop a high rooftop. Kakashi's imposing figure captivated the attention of all present. From afar, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura, who were observing from Hokage Rock, exchanged glances of bewilderment. Who was that figure in the black robe? Koharu pondered, her brow furrowed in intrigue. Such audacity. How dare he confront the 9 tails alone? However, among the Jonin engaged in close combat with the Nine Tails, astonishment hit them as they recognized the figure's face. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, immediately identified him. Oh, it's Kakashi, the clan leader. Hiruzen's expression was one of disbelief as he gazed at Kakashi on the rooftop. Asuma's face lit up with joy. It is Kakashi. Hinata's gaze sharpened. It truly is the leader of the Uchiha clan. But how can he appear so youthful? Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow. This man hasn't been seen in the village for many years. Why has he suddenly returned? Tsunade rushed to Kakashi's side, standing beside Shikaku. He is my husband. I called him back. Kakashi can help us deal with the Nine Tails. Just then, Yamenka and Oichi, who had just suffered against the Nine Tails, wore a heavy expression. Can Kakashi handle this alone? As they spoke, the Nine Tails let out a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves through the air that knocked everyone back a few steps. Moments earlier, Yugao had provoked the beast with her attack, inciting its wrath. The Nine Tails locked its gaze on her, and a massive tail swung mercilessly towards her. Yugao's pupils dilated in terror as she realized she could not evade it at such close range. As they watched, dread filled their eyes when the colossal tail struck Yugao. Boom! A deafening crash echoed through the air. As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld an enormous chakra giant that had shielded Yugao from the Nine Tails' assault. The chakra giant, cloaked in deep green and adorned in armor, bore a skeletal form with 4 arms. It enveloped Kakashi completely within its protective embrace. With her eyes wide open, Yugao soared into the air, realizing that Kakashi had just saved her from a devastating blow. Kakashi protected me, she exclaimed, relief washing over her. Had he not intervened, the consequences would have been dire. Shikaku gazed intently at the green chakra giant. That is Susanoo, Might Guy exclaimed in awe. What tremendous power. In the distance, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura stood at Hokage Rock, their expressions frozen in shock. Susanoo. He is from the Uchiha clan. Could he truly be Kakashi? Shimura Tozaku glared with lifeless eyes. A frown etched upon his face. Humph, that fellow has returned. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yehuo summoned Susanoo, successfully blocking the Nine Tails' assault before leaping toward the beast. His agile form soared into the sky, instantly becoming the focal point of Konoha, capturing the attention of all. Uchiha Yehuo found himself face to face with the Nine Tails, mere inches apart. Oh, the creature's eyes were a vivid crimson. Has it fallen under Obito's control? Uchiha Yehuo's eyes instantaneously manifested the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Mangekyō Sharingan. The spirals at the center of his pupils began to whirl. The 9 tomo surrounding the vortex also commenced their dance, locking gazes. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the Nine-Tailed Scarlet eyes gradually returned to normal. Yet, within Uchiha Yehuo's pupils, the 9 tomo continued their relentless spin. The Nine-Tail's eyes turned crimson once more, but this time, it was under Uchiha Yehuo's dominion. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who observed the scene up close, furrowed his brow. Could it be that the head of the Uchiha clan has managed to subdue the Nine Tails? At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of concern that Uchiha Yehuo might pose a threat to the village. Meanwhile, those who had just battled the Nine Tails, including Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, and Yuhi Kurenai, all looked up, their gazes fixed upon Yehuo and the Nine Tails. In the midst of the astonished onlookers, the once rampant and roaring Nine Tails suddenly fell silent. Simultaneously, Uchiha Yehuo's lithe form landed upon a rooftop. Whoosh! Uchiha Yehuo did not linger, instead soaring eastward toward the outskirts of the village. In the eastern outskirts of Konoha, Namake's Minato faced off against a man adorned with a swirling mask. After a few exchanges, he began to grasp the intricacies of the masked man's space-time ninjutsu. Namake's Minato, his expression stern, scrutinized the masked figure. Why have you set your sights on Konoha? If I were to articulate it, it would be both a whim and a premeditated plan. Upon uttering these words, the masked man entwined a long iron chain around his wrist, aiming to ensnare the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. The latter drew a kunai, holding it before him with a tense gaze. He was no mere adversary. Possessing the ability to control the Nine Tails and wielding space-time ninjutsu that surpassed even that of the second Hokage, coupled with such dangerous intentions. If he was not dealt with here, should he attack the village, the situation would become far more perilous than the rampage of the Nine Tails. If I were to teleport back to the village, this individual would undoubtedly follow, plunging Konoha into further chaos. I must keep him occupied here. Namake's Minato's thoughts raced as he sensed the gravity of the situation. The masked man tightened his grip on the cold, elongated chain. With the Nine Tails now liberated, the destruction of Konoha seemed inevitable. Hope had all but evaporated. The two men regarded each other intently. Just as they were about to make their move, a swift figure suddenly appeared between them. This figure was none other than the 18-year-old Uchiha Yehuo. The unexpected arrival instantly captured the attention of both Namikaze Minato and the masked man. The two, poised to strike, halted in their tracks. The masked man, Obito, regarded Uchiha Yehuo with intrigue. "Oh, who are you? A ninja from Konoha?" However, as he scrutinized Yehuo closely, he was taken aback. "The Mangekyō Sharingan. You are indeed a member of the Uchiha clan." Namikaze Minato observed the two cautiously, pondering. Another possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan. This complicates matters. I must keep them both here. The village's fate can only rest in the hands of the third Hokage. Obito's eyes narrowed as he coldly addressed Uchiha Yehuo. "Are you a ninja from Konoha? You seem rather youthful." Among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, none appear to have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. His inquiry echoed Namikaze Minato's unvoiced thoughts. The atmosphere in the quiet outskirts of Konoha grew tense as the three faced one another. Obito, growing impatient, demanded, "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Who exactly are you? Why do you possess the Mangekyō Sharingan? Why have you appeared in Konoha? Answer me." Uchiha Yehuo surveyed the two figures before him and slowly replied, "I am the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yehuo." The moment those words left his lips, both men experienced a jolt. Namikaze Minato was the first to react, exclaiming, "What? Uchiha Yehuo? I recall from the elders that around the time I was 9, the Uchiha clan leader departed from Konoha. Could this be him?" However, upon seeing Uchiha Yehuo's youthful visage, he found himself engulfed in self-doubt. No, Uchiha Yehuo was contemporaneous with Lady Tsunade. Yet this man before me appears to be no more than 18. By age alone, he cannot be Uchiha Yehuo. Obito's gaze faltered as he contemplated. I remember that prior to my birth, there was a clan leader named Yehuo. Yet, how could he be so young? After a moment of hesitation, Obito coldly stated, To my knowledge, Uchiha Yehuo has been absent from Konoha for 25 years. You are barely 18. You cannot possibly be him." Uchiha Yehuo's eyes grew steely as he pointed at Obito, his tone sharp. "Leave Konoha at once. I warn you, do not bring destruction upon this village." As a citizen of Konoha, Uchiha Yehuo stood firmly in defense of it. Moreover, based on his memories from a past life, he knew Obito was the architect of the Uchiha clan's massacre. Uchiha Yehuo's gaze was piercing. In their locked stares, Obito, the masked man, inexplicably felt a wave of pressure wash over him. His heart raced, and his gaze trembled. "I am being overwhelmed. This individual possesses an extraordinary presence. Among the Uchiha clan's contemporaries, it seems no one rivals him." Namikaze Minato's expression turned resolute as he regarded Uchiha Yehuo. Why does he exude such an air of authority? Yet, his tone suggests he aligns with Konoha. Obito grunted in response, his voice firm. "I am Uchiha Madara. No one from the Uchiha clan is qualified to command me. The Nine Tails is already under my control. Tonight, no one can save Konoha. Uchiha Yehuo's eyes were frigid. "I have already released your hold over the Nine Tails before arriving here." "What?" Obito's expression shifted. Uchiha Yehuo continued, "Obito, you are merely a puppet of Uchiha Madara, a traitor of the Uchiha clan. Get lost." As those words echoed, both Obito and Namikaze Minato felt their gazes quiver. Namikaze Minato's eyes were locked onto Obito. "What? You are Uchiha Obito? Obito, is that really you?" Beneath the mask, Obito's expression was one of sheer shock, his heart racing. "Who on earth is this person? How could he possibly know my identity?" Angered by Uchiha Yehuo's revelation, Obito retorted, "First, I will capture you." With the chain in hand, Obito charged fiercely toward Uchiha Yehuo. With the assistance of space-time ninjutsu, the masked man, Tobi, passed directly through Uchiha Haya's body. In that fleeting moment of penetration, chains ensnared Uchiha Haya. "I've caught you." Immediately, Tobi unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Uchiha Haya's face. The instant his fist made contact with Uchiha Haya, a resounding crack echoed. This blow unexpectedly struck Tobi's own face, a manifestation of Haya's malevolent rebound technique. The malevolent rebound allows the opponent to suffer the consequences of their hostile actions, provided they make contact with your body. Whoosh! Tobi was sent flying by the force of the blow, skidding across the ground in a flurry of rolls before finally coming to a halt. Struggling to rise, Tobi's expression was one of humiliation. What had just transpired? Before Tobi could voice his thoughts, whoosh! Uchiha Haya's figure appeared instantaneously before him. Minato Namikaze, with a look of astonishment, recognized the flying thunder god technique. At the moment Tobi threw that punch, the cloaked figure had marked him for the flying thunder god. In Minato's astonished gaze, Uchiha Haya raised his hand and gently waved it. Whoosh. His palm sliced through Tobi's vortex mask like a blade. At that instant, Minato's eyes widened in shock. Tobi, is that really you? Before Tobi could react, Uchiha Haya extended his right hand, summoning a rapidly spinning chakra sphere. Rasengan. The sphere collided forcefully with Tobi's abdomen, sending him hurtling away once more. Minato, mouth agape in disbelief, stared in astonishment. He can still use Rasengan? At that moment, Minato was profoundly curious about the identity of the cloaked figure. Tobi, having suffered a devastating blow from the Rasengan, was gravely injured. He managed to rise from the ground, casting a cold glare at Uchiha Haya. Who exactly are you? How do you know my identity? Uchiha Haya disregarded Tobi's query and simply stated, "Get out of Konoha." Chapter 73. The Uchiha clan leader becomes the focus of the village's discussions. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Uchiha Haya, Tobi involuntarily felt a twinge of fear. Furrowing his brows, he gazed at Uchiha Haya. This man is incredibly strong. Who is he? At that moment, Tobi still could not believe that this cloaked figure was indeed the Uchiha clan leader, Haya. However, Tobi dared not linger before the cloaked man any longer. Kamui. Tobi's body spiraled into the void of space-time, disappearing from sight. At that moment, only Uchiha Haya and Minato remained. Minato cautiously fixed his gaze upon the cloaked figure. Uchiha Haya ignored Minato and activated the Kamui technique, vanishing from his original location. The next moment, he materialized on the battlefield in Konoha, where ninjas were collectively battling the Nine Tails. Uchiha Haya's form emerged from the space-time continuum before Tsunade. Upon seeing her husband, Haya, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with joy. "Haya, you've returned." Uchiha Haya looked at Tsunade, a radiant smile gracing his face. The onlookers scrutinized Uchiha Haya, all sharing a common question in their minds. How could Uchiha Haya appear so youthful? Moments later, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear before the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He noticed the Nine Tails standing idly, no longer attacking Konoha. Why has the Nine Tails suddenly become so docile? The third Hokage nodded, observing Uchiha Haya in the distance. It is the clan leader, Haya, who has subdued the Nine Tails. Oh, the clan leader, Haya? Minato followed the third Hokage's gaze and was taken aback to discover that the cloaked figure was indeed the same man. Minato's expression was one of shock. Could it be that this cloaked man is truly the leader of the Uchiha clan? Minato, have you met him before? The third Hokage, noticing Minato's astonished demeanor, inquired with curiosity. Minato nodded gently. Tobi separated the Nine Tails from Kushina and controlled it to attack Konoha. Just now, that cloaked man was the clan leader, Haya, who drove Tobi away. The surrounding ninjas were taken aback by Minato's words. What? Tobi is still alive? The third Hokage expressed his disbelief. Minato nodded affirmatively. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Gate Yin swiftly approached Hiruzen Sarutobi. So it was Uchiha Tobi's scheme. Danzo glared with his lifeless eyes at Uchiha Haya in the distance, filled with astonishment. After so many years, why had Uchiha Haya not aged? It should be noted that Danzo, like Orochimaru, was also researching eternal life. Uchiha Haya, uninterested in the higher-ups of Konoha, activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned home with Tsunade. At Tsunade's residence, Uchiha Haya and Tsunade sat closely, engaged in heartfelt conversation. Tsunade's face bore a hint of melancholy. Haya, the age gap between us is considerable now. I am already 40, yet you still possess a youthful body. Uchiha Haya comforted her. Give me a few more years, and I will be able to restore you to the age of 18. Tsunade looked up, astonished. You can really make me 18 again? Haya, has your technique for eternal life been successful? Uchiha Haya smiled softly. Not entirely successful yet. It will require some more time. I cannot say for certain how many years it will take. Once I perfect the technique, I will be able to control anyone's age. Tsunade listened in amazement. In truth, during the time Uchiha Haya was away from Konoha, Tsunade had deeply missed him and had aided him in caring for the Uchiha clan. That night, Tsunade's long-suppressed feelings finally found an outlet. After spending intimate moments together, Uchiha Haya departed from Konoha that very night, returning to the Wetbone Forest. On the other side, Kushina ultimately succumbed to exhaustion after having the Nine Tails extracted from her, leading to her death. The Nine Tails, once controlled by Uchiha Haya, gradually broke free from his influence following his departure. In an effort to prevent the Nine Tails from wreaking havoc in the village, Minato sealed it again, utilizing the dead demon consuming seal to bind the Nine Tails within Naruto's body. Minato sacrificed his own life for this purpose. Following the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, the clan leader, Aiha Uchiha, became the focal point of discussions within the village. The Uchiha Eatery enjoyed immense popularity in Konoha, serving as a gathering place for the new generation of ninjas. These young ninjas were often engaged in discussions about Uchiha Aiha. However, except for Might Guy, none of them had actually met Uchiha Aiha. Guy beamed with admiration, proclaiming, "The clan leader of the Uchiha is truly an extraordinary individual. My father and I owe our lives to him." At that time, the clan leader effortlessly dispatched 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kakashi furrowed his brows, recalling the single encounter he had with the clan leader when he was 5 years old, when Aiha had suddenly appeared in their living room, rescuing his father, Minato Namikaze. What manner of being is the leader of the Flame Clan? With her beautiful eyes shimmering, Yuhi Kurenai recalls her father's words, stating that during the recent Nine Tails incident, it was fortunate that the Flame Clan leader intervened. Otherwise, her father would have perished at the hands of the Nine Tails. However, she also heard from her father that the Flame Clan leader appears to be of a similar age to them. Yuzuki Yugao furrows her brow in confusion. The Flame Clan leader is the husband of Lady Tsunade, a contemporary of hers. How could he possibly be of the same age as us? Kakashi, equally skeptical, adds, "Kurenai, your words seem a bit far-fetched." Might Guy offers a slight smile, revealing his broad, white teeth. Kurenai speaks no falsehood. I once beheld the Flame Clan leader up close, and indeed, his appearance is remarkably akin to ours. The others are taken aback, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. How can that be? Yamanaka Ino, having indulged in a plethora of beef balls, yawns. The Flame Clan leader is truly a mysterious figure. My master, Lord Orochimaru, seems to hold him in high esteem. Irika's gaze darkened slightly. Uchiha Flame seems to be quite formidable. He appeared in the village and swiftly subdued the Nine Tails, averting a crisis for Konoha. Yet, shortly thereafter, he departed, and the Nine Tails once again broke free from the Sharingan's control, wreaking havoc upon the village. Irika's parents lost their lives during that subsequent attack, leaving him a witness to their sacrifice. He yearns for a protector as powerful as the Flame Clan leader to safeguard Konoha. Chapter 74. The Abduction of Hinata. In the office of the third Hokage, the recent Nine Tails attack inflicted severe casualties and property damage upon Konoha. Following the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed the position of Hokage. Shimura Danzo, his face shrouded in shadows, declares, this time, Uchiha Obito manipulated the Nine Tails in an attempt to destroy Konoha. The issue lies with the Uchiha Clan. I believe the Uchiha Clan has always posed a threat to our village. Hiruzen responds with a puff from his pipe, remaining silent. Danzo continues, now, after years of absence, Uchiha Flame has resurfaced in Konoha. Although he subdued the Nine Tails without causing destruction, he has garnered considerable support from the villagers. Moreover, the Uchiha Clan has become the most affluent clan in Konoha. If this continues, I fear the Uchiha Clan may endanger Konoha's governance. Hiruzen exhales a plume of smoke and nods slightly. However, the Uchiha Clan has maintained a low profile, adhering to all of Konoha's regulations. Even if the higher-ups wish to suppress the Uchiha Clan's growth, they currently lack a solid justification. At this moment, Nara Shikaku, his countenance weary, interjects. I can't shake the feeling that Uchiha Flame is an exceptionally enigmatic individual. How is it that he still appears to be in his youthful prime? Danzo narrows his eyes. Curiosity etched upon his face. What manner of technique allows Uchiha Flame to maintain his youthful form? Like Orochimaru, Danzo has long been engaged in human experimentation, yearning for eternal life and the secrets of the Sharingan. The youthful visage and mysterious Mangekyō Sharingan of Uchiha Flame piqued Danzo's immense curiosity, even stirring envy within him. Hiruzen, known as the Professor of Ninjas, contemplates deeply. Indeed, he is a being shrouded in mystery. Hiruzen, dismissing Danzo and Shikaku, ponders the reasons behind Uchiha Flame's departure from Konoha. Meanwhile, in a hidden laboratory of Orochimaru's anti-human experimentation, various bodies, test tubes, liquids, and surgical tools are strewn about. Orochimaru, his expression dark and eyes vacant, mutters, my impure world reincarnation technique still harbors flaws. To this day, I have yet to successfully inhabit another's body. Cursed be fate. Once collaborating with Danzo on the research of immortality and the Sharingan, Orochimaru now toils alone, making no substantial progress in his pursuit. His expression grows grim as he squints, realizing that even if his technique were perfected, it would merely allow him to inhabit another's body, failing to achieve true immortality. Yet, Uchiha Flame. As this thought crosses his mind, Orochimaru feels a pang of envy and clenches his fist. It has been 25 years. Why does Uchiha Flame remain so youthful? He hasn't aged a day. Could he have developed some arcane ninjutsu that grants perfect immortality? 3 years later, in the year 54 of Konoha. Historically, Konoha and Mangekyo have been embroiled in animosity. This year, however, relations between the two villages have begun to thaw, leading to an agreement to forge a treaty of alliance. On December 27th, 54 of Konoha, a grand celebration is held. The fourth Raikage personally attends the ceremony, solidifying the treaty. All ninjas of Konoha are present. This day also marks the third birthday of Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan refrains from participating in the alliance ceremony. That evening, swish. Four agile figures appear near Hinata's residence. The fourth Raikage demands that we bring Hinata back to Mangekyo tonight. This is the Hyuga clan of Konoha. We must act swiftly to avoid alarming the grass. These four individuals are elite jonin from Mangekyo, tasked with abducting Hinata to study the secrets of the Byakugan. Before long, the four shadows infiltrate the Hyuga household and seize the 3-year-old Hinata. Hurry, they urge, swiftly taking flight. The sound of the wind rushing through the room alerts the Hyuga clan. After all, Hinata is the esteemed lady of the Hyuga clan. The protective measures around her exceed the expectations of the four Mangekyo jonin. Before they can escape too far, they are intercepted. Hyuga Hisashi abruptly raises his head, fury igniting in his eyes. How dare you attempt to abduct from the Hyuga clan? In a bid to reclaim his daughter, Hisashi unleashes his full strength. After several exchanges, he discerns the techniques of the four adversaries, his expression gravely serious. You are from Mangekyo? Why do you seek to abduct my daughter? Yet, as Hisashi's eyes flicker, he quickly realizes that Mangekyo's motive for kidnapping young Hinata is to unravel the secrets of the Byakugan. The two parties stand in a tense standoff. The four Mangekyo ninjas have already seized the young Hinata. They cannot return empty-handed. Hisashi, however, refuses to stand idly by while they take his daughter to study the Byakugan. Yet at this moment, he furrows his brow, feeling a sense of trepidation and indecision. After all, relations between the two villages have only just begun to improve, and they are in the midst of forging an alliance. If he were to kill the four Mangekyo ninjas tonight, Mangekyo would surely retaliate. What would become of this situation? One of the Mangekyo ninjas coldly states, 2 of us will hold off Hisashi. The other 2 will take Hinata and make a swift exit. Hearing this, Hisashi's gaze hardens, determination igniting within him. No matter who you are, take away my daughter, and you shall perish. With that, he attempted to thwart the 2 Cloud Ninja who were escorting Hinata away. However, he was intercepted by another pair of Cloud Ninjas. Hyuga Hisashi's countenance was grave. At this critical juncture, a resounding voice echoed through the air. Only you from the Cloud Village would stoop to such despicable acts of abducting young girls. Truly vile and unscrupulous. The 2 Cloud Ninjas, intent on fleeing with Hinata, suddenly found their path obstructed by a robust shadow. The 2 Cloud Ninjas exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they fixed their cold gaze upon the figure perched upon a tree. Who are you? At this moment, Hyuga Hisashi and the other 2 Cloud Ninjas were also drawn to the unexpected visitor. With a swift motion, the shadow leaped down from the tree, landing gracefully in the courtyard. Clad in a black robe and wearing a hood, the figure commanded attention. Hyuga Hisashi's pupils constricted as he scrutinized the mysterious figure before him. Could it be? Chapter 75, The Hidden Guardian of Konoha? Hyuga Hisashi furrowed his brow tightly, fixating on the man in the conical hat and black robe in the courtyard. 3 years prior, during the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, the leader of the Uchiha Clan, Uchiha Yehuo, had appeared in a similar guise. The 4 Cloud Ninjas were perplexed by the identity of the man before them. If he were a ninja from Konoha, why would he don a hat and black robe? Could this man from the black robe belong to another village? The Cloud Ninja who had kidnapped young Hinata glared fiercely. Who are you? Get lost. I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. This Cloud Ninja understood the peril of remaining in the vicinity. Fearing detection by Hisashi's fellow clan members or Konoha's Umbu, Uchiha Yehuo let out a low grunt before speaking. To come to our village and steal our people, yet still speak so arrogantly. He then removed his hat, revealing a youthful and handsome visage to the astonished crowd. The 4 Cloud Ninjas, belonging to the same generation as Tsunade, exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with disdain. After all, they perceived the man in the black robe as rather young and inexperienced. Suddenly, the space beside Uchiha Yehuo warped. In the midst of their astonishment, he vanished into the distorted space. Almost simultaneously, Uchiha Yehuo appeared beside the Cloud Ninja who had seized young Hinata. The ninja had yet to register the sudden change when, wham, He was sent hurtling away by a powerful kick. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haya deftly caught the 3-year-old Hinata. The other 3 cloud ninjas stood in shock. That was a space-time ninjutsu. How could this individual possess such formidable space-time techniques? Who on earth are you? Hyuga Hizashi regarded the young Uchiha with a profound and contemplative gaze. It has been a long time, clan leader Haya. Indeed, it has been a while, Hyuga clan leader. Hizashi stepped forward, accepting his daughter, little Hinata. The 4 cloud ninjas appeared utterly dumbfounded. Clan leader Haya? Hyuga Hizashi's expression hardened as he addressed the 4 cloud ninjas. This is the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Haya. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Haya, the 4 cloud ninjas were struck with disbelief. Could he truly be the leader of the Uchiha clan? How could one so young hold such a title? They recalled that Uchiha Haya had previously slain the 4 cloud ninjas who had attempted to abduct Kushina. The cloud village now regarded Uchiha Haya as an adversary, categorizing him as a dangerous individual. Faced with Uchiha Haya, the 4 cloud ninjas felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. One of the leading cloud ninja hastily declared, "You 3, hold him here. I will report to Lord Raikage at once." At that moment, the 4th Raikage, A, was in Konoha, preparing to finalize an alliance treaty with the village. A cold smile graced Uchiha Haya's lips. "Since you've come this late at night, you shall not leave." Amaterasu. As one of the cloud ninjas attempted to escape into the air, a plume of black flames enveloped him in an instant. Aiha, accompanied by a shrill scream. The cloud ninja plummeted to the ground, writhing in agony. The remaining 3 cloud ninjas felt a shiver run down their spines as they watched their comrade being scorched by the black flames, their eyes trembling with fear. Without hesitation, Uchiha Haya advanced swiftly. Thud! Splat! Blood sprayed across the courtyard. This scene was witnessed by Umbu ninjas arriving nearby. The shriek from the cloud ninja engulfed in black flames had alerted the patrolling Umbu. That man in the black robe is Uchiha Haya, the leader of the Uchiha clan. What is he doing here? Did he just eliminate those 4 cloud ninjas? The Umbu ninjas dared not approach Uchiha Haya. After all, he had once infiltrated the Umbu and slaughtered 4 of their members. Uchiha Haya remained stoic, quietly observing the 4 lifeless bodies on the ground. How dare ninjas from other villages come to Konoha and wreak havoc? With that, Uchiha Haya's surroundings warped once more, and he vanished into the distorted space. The 3-year-old Hinata gazed with clear, watery eyes at the spot where Uchiha Haya had disappeared. She would forever remember the events of that night. Clan leader Haya saved my life. This night left an indelible impression on little Hinata. In the courtyard, only Hyuga Hizashi, little Hinata, and the 4 corpses of the cloud ninjas remained. After Uchiha Haya departed, the 3 Umbu ninjas finally dared to descend into the courtyard. The following morning, the 3 Umbu ninjas accompanied Hyuga Hizashi to the Hokage's office to report the events of the previous night to the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 3rd Hokage, puffing on his pipe, remarked, "I never expected such an incident to occur." Shimura Danzo, frowning, wore a face full of indignation. The audacity of the Cloud Village. How dare they attempt to steal the Byakugan while Konoha and the Cloud Village are negotiating an alliance? Despite having committed many nefarious deeds, Danzo's original intent remained to protect Konoha. Naturally, he was infuriated by the Cloud Village's attempt to pilfer the Byakugan. Hyuga Hizashi spoke earnestly. Fortunately, clan leader Haya appeared last night. Otherwise, little Hinata could have truly fallen into the hands of the Cloud Ninjas, and the consequences would have been dire. The 3rd Hokage squinted his aged eyes, a flicker of profundity crossing his brow. "Oh, it's Uchiha Haya again. Have you all noticed that he seems to appear at critical moments to protect Konoha? I believe Uchiha Haya may very well be safeguarding Konoha." Danzo's expression was one of bewilderment. What? The Uchiha clan, protecting Konoha? In Danzo's eyes, the Uchiha clan was a threat to Konoha, and Uchiha Haya was regarded as an extremely dangerous individual. The notion that Uchiha Haya could be protecting Konoha was unfathomable. Hyuga Hizashi appeared contemplative. Years ago, when Kushina was abducted by the Cloud Village ninjas, it was also clan leader Haya who intervened to rescue her. Later, when Kakashi faced slander and public persecution, it was clan leader Haya who extended his assistance. Furthermore, during the Ninetales attack on Konoha, it was Uchiha Haya who had played a crucial role. Indeed, Hokage-sama. Danzo furrowed his brow, his face shadowed with concern. Was Uchiha Itachi secretly monitoring the Hidden Leaf Village all along? Chapter 76. The Murder of the Snack Shop Clerk. At this moment, Nara Shikamaru, with a weary expression, stepped forward. Yuan Fei, currently in the Hidden Cloud Village, is negotiating an alliance treaty with us. Last night, 4 Cloud Shinobi were slain. I fear the Hidden Cloud Village will not let this matter rest easily. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, inhaled from his pipe and nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this situation requires an explanation. Shimura Danzo, his face contorted with anger, scoffed. Humph. The Hidden Cloud Village seeks to steal the Byakugan from the Leaf Village. They deserve their fate. Hyuga Hayashi, with a solemn gaze, hoped that the Uchiha clan leader would not be implicated in this incident. After all, the Uchiha leader had killed the 4 Cloud Shinobi to save Hinata. As the discussions unfolded, the door to the Hokage's office was suddenly flung open. The 4th Reikage, A, burst in, accompanied by his subordinates, Darui and Samui. 3rd Hokage, it has come to my attention that 4 of our Cloud Shinobi were murdered by your people in the Leaf Village last night. Today, you must provide us with an explanation. Before the 3rd Hokage could respond, Danzo stepped forward defiantly. Humph, you demand an explanation? Why did your Cloud Shinobi invade the Hyuga clan's residence last night, attempting to abduct Hinata? The 4th Reikage's eyes narrowed as he retorted fiercely. I care not for your excuses. 4 of our elite shinobi were killed in your village. This is a violation of our alliance treaty. You Leaf Village must take responsibility. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with hostility as Danzo and the 4th Reikage exchanged fierce glares. Danzo, with his cold, fish-like eyes, smirked sinisterly. I see that your Cloud Shinobi deserve their fate. What? The 4th Reikage, infuriated, nearly lunged at Danzo. The two sides remained locked in a heated argument. Then, with a malevolent smile, Danzo continued. Last night, your Cloud Shinobi invaded the Hyuga clan to abduct Hinata and were slain by the Uchiha clan leader. The 4th Reikage's brow furrowed, his eyes widening with fury. What? The Uchiha clan leader? You mean Uchiha Itachi? Indeed, it was Uchiha Itachi, Danzo replied, his eyes gleaming with malice. At this moment, standing nearby, Hyuga Hayashi's expression shifted with concern. This was bad. Danzo intends to shift all the blame onto Itachi. In Hayashi's perspective, Itachi had slain the Cloud Shinobi to protect Hinata and safeguard the Leaf Village from the disclosure of the Byakugan. The Leaf Village should defend Itachi. Upon hearing Danzo's words, the 4th Reikage ground his teeth in rage. Previously, Itachi had killed 4 Cloud Shinobi to save Kushina. He had yet to settle the score with him. Now, he had killed another 4 Cloud Shinobi in the Hyuga residence. How infuriating. The 4th Reikage clenched his fists. Where is Uchiha Itachi now? You Leaf Village must hand him over. Otherwise, the Hidden Cloud Village will declare war on the Leaf Village. The 3rd Hokage's pupils constricted. His brow furrowed in disbelief. Oh, you intend to wage war, 4th Reikage? Hiruzen had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Danzo's face contorted with a cunning smile. Humph. 4th Reikage, you should know that Uchiha Itachi has been absent from the Leaf Village for many years. We have no leads on his whereabouts. The 4th Reikage stared at Danzo, speechless. In truth, according to the intelligence possessed by the Hidden Cloud Village, Itachi had indeed vanished for many years, only to occasionally appear under mysterious circumstances. In that moment, the 4th Reikage's expression turned exasperated, realizing there was little he could do. For now, he had to let the matter rest. News spread quickly. The word of Uchiha Itachi's slaying of 4 Cloud Shinobi to save Hinata's life spread throughout the streets of the Leaf Village. Uchiha Snack Shop. This was a gathering place for the villagers to converse and share stories. Mike Guy, savoring a skewer of meatballs, turned to Kakashi and said, Hey, did you hear? Last night, the clan leader Itachi appeared in the Leaf Village again. He even killed 4 elite Cloud Shinobi. They have no means of tracking him down. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. If Itachi hadn't intervened, the consequences would have been dire. Even if Hyuga Hayashi had saved Hinata, the outcome could have been unpredictable. Mike Guy beamed with youthful exuberance. They say the clan leader Itachi is secretly protecting the Leaf. He shows no mercy to those who invade. Yugao, enjoying her meal, felt a sense of admiration for the unseen leader Itachi. Yuzuki Yuki also found herself intrigued by the legendary Uchiha clan leader. That day, Uchiha Shursui was also present in the snack shop. By the way, it's been many years since Itachi returned to the clan. I truly miss our leader. In a corner, an 8-year-old handsome boy, Uchiha Sasuke, pondered, what kind of person is the clan leader Itachi? Uchiha Makoto, Itachi's mother, reflected on the clan's history. However, the shinobi world was known for its formidable healing abilities. Uchiha Fugaku had married another woman, and now his sons were Itachi and Sasuke. With the deaths of the 4 Cloud Shinobi at Itachi's hands, he once again became the center of attention in the village. Though Itachi had been absent for many years, his reputation within the village remained exceptionally high. In the year 56 of the Leaf Village, on a summer day, the Uchiha clan's headquarters was bustling with activity. Tsunade, the elder, Uchiha Shursui, and others gathered in the clan leader's office. The elder, aged and frail, looked astonished. What? Our Uchiha snack shop in the grass village was attacked and destroyed? A clan member who had barely escaped from the grass village reported tearfully. All the staff at our other snack shops in the grass village were killed. Tsunade's brows furrowed, her face betraying her anger. How dare they destroy our establishment? As Itachi's wife, Tsunade naturally spoke in defense of him, especially since the Uchiha snack shop was a joint venture between her and Itachi. Tsunade inquired, who was responsible for the destruction of the Uchiha snack shop? The returning clan member answered, it was a private assassin organization and some mercenaries from the grass village. Uchiha Shirsue's expression darkened as he declared fiercely, we must confront the leader of the grass village. They owe us Uchiha an explanation. The elder shook his head gently, sighing. Alas, it's futile. The factions in the grass village are embroiled in constant conflict, lacking any semblance of order or leadership. Uchiha Shirsue's face turned grim. How infuriating. The grass village has no leader. Who then can we hold accountable? This cannot go unpunished. We must ensure that those responsible for the deaths of the Uchiha snack shop staff pay the price. Chapter 77. The passive attitude of the Leaf Village Higher UPS. Uchiha Clan. Nana Shrine. All clansmen, we gather here for a meeting. Tsunade, as the wife of the clan leader, is also in attendance. At this moment, the elder has grown exceedingly frail with age. The meeting is presided over by Uchiha Shana. Standing at the center of the podium, Uchiha Shana declares, our establishment. The Uchiha snack shop, located in the land of grass, has been decimated by a group of assassins and mercenaries from the grass village. The staff stationed there have been ruthlessly slain. The primary agenda of today's meeting is to deliberate on how we shall address this grievous situation. A wave of unrest ripples through the assembly. How dare the grass village take the lives of our Uchiha snack shop employees? This cannot be overlooked. We must seek vengeance. However, the land of grass lies to the northwest of the land of fire, a considerable distance away. The Uchiha clan cannot simply traverse into another nation and brazenly commit murder. Are we, the Uchiha clan, to declare war on the land of grass? At that moment, the clansmen found themselves at a loss for a viable solution. The crowd below was plunged into despair. Uchiha Hakadai, standing at the podium, quietly inquired of Tsunade by his side, Lady Tsunade, might we seek the assistance of the Hokage? Perhaps he could intercede on our behalf with the grass village for an explanation. Tsunade, her brow furrowed in concern, replied solemnly, indeed. This pertains to diplomatic relations between two villages. We must consult the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade, accompanied by the elder, Shana, Hakadai, and others, proceeded to the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having occupied the esteemed position for many years, had transformed into a benevolent, approachable elder with a white beard. Seated at his desk, he utilized a crystal ball through the telescope technique. Danzo, they have indeed arrived. They are already downstairs, he remarked. The assassination of the Uchiha Clan's staff at the Uchiha snack shop by the grass village's assassins had long been reported to him by the Konoha intelligence department. At this moment, Hiruzen was discussing strategies with Shimura Danzo and other high-ranking officials. Although Danzo was cunning and unscrupulous, he possessed a tenacious commitment to the preservation of Konoha. He was a hardliner in matters of diplomacy between villages. However, in addressing this incident, Danzo, a seasoned player, exhibited a somewhat lackadaisical attitude. After all, this is merely an issue concerning a snack shop, with only a few Uchiha casualties. I see no need to escalate matters and jeopardize the relationship between Konoha and the grass village. Before he could finish his thought, Tsunade, accompanied by the elder, Shana, and other Uchiha members, entered with a knock. Observing the key figures of Konoha gathered in the Hokage's office, Tsunade wasted no time and spoke directly, Third Hokage. The Uchiha clan's establishment in the grass village has been attacked, and our staff has been murdered. Are you aware of this? The third Hokage, pipe in hand, rose from his seat. I have indeed heard of this matter. We were just deliberating on it. I shall send letters to both factions within the grass village, demanding the identification of the perpetrators. For a long time, the grass village has been home to two opposing factions. One is the pro-war faction led by Kusa no Jitsu, and the other is the anti-war faction, Kusa no Hana. The land of grass suffers from rampant political corruption and lawlessness, lacking a true leader. Tsunade, her makeup meticulously applied, stepped forward. However, merely sending a letter to the grass village, how could they possibly assist us in identifying the true culprits? It is plausible that the destruction of our snack shop and the murder of Uchiha clan members were orchestrated by one of the two factions. Danzo's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk of schadenfreude. Tsunade, do not pressurize Hiruzen. All we can do is send correspondence to the factions within the grass village. Tsunade felt a surge of indignation. This approach would hardly lead to the apprehension of the murderers. At that moment, the aged elder Uchiha Yehuo stepped forward. Hokage-sama, may we dispatch a team of ninjas to the grass village to investigate the truth behind this incident? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze flickered, hesitating momentarily before he exhaled a cloud of smoke. Danzo interjected at an opportune moment. Haikai, if we were to recklessly send Konoha ninjas into the grass village for an investigation, it would raise diplomatic concerns between our nations. It could very well instigate a war. Should anything go awry, who would assume responsibility? The elderly elder was rebuffed by Danzo's retort. At that moment, Tsunade, the elder, Shana, and others realized that Konoha's high-ranking officials intended to adopt a passive approach to this matter. Uchiha Shana was incensed, his teeth grinding in frustration. How despicable! The higher-ups in Konoha are being negligent. Our own villagers are being slaughtered in another nation, and they respond with indifference. No wonder Konoha failed to extend a helping hand when the land of Whirlpool was annihilated, despite being allies. At this juncture, Uchiha Shana clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming urge to confront Danzo and deliver a sound thrashing. Faced with obstruction from Konoha's elite, Tsunade, along with the elder, Shana, Hakadai, and others, could only return to their clan to contemplate alternative strategies. News of the murder of the Uchiha snack shop staff in the grass village spread like wildfire, swiftly becoming a hot topic within the village. In Konoha, on the bustling central street, at the Ichiraku ramen shop, Yuhi Kurenai frowned slightly. Recently, Uchiha clan members operating a snack shop in the grass village were killed by grass village ninjas. The Uchiha are currently devising a plan to uncover the murderers. Hatake Tsukumo sighed softly. The grass village has been plagued by turmoil for years, and corruption runs rampant. The only way to uncover the truth is through infiltration of the grass village to gather intelligence. The formidable Mangekyou's expression darkened. I've heard that Konoha's higher-ups do not intend to send anyone into the grass village. Alas, this matter may ultimately be left unresolved. Seated beside Tsukumo, Kakashi, lost in thought, recalled the enigmatic figure he had encountered at the age of 5, the man in the black cloak, Uchiha Itachi. Father, I remember the Uchiha clan leader once said, the lives of comrades are far more significant than the mission. Yet to forsake the lives of comrades for the sake of a mission is to be lesser than a mere waste. The Uchiha clan members are citizens of Konoha. They are our comrades. Now, with our comrades being slain in the grass village, why do the high-ranking officials of Konoha adopt such a passive stance? Hatake Tsukumo's expression grew serious, his brow furrowing as he refrained from answering Kakashi's question. Mangekyou's lips curled into a smile, revealing his bright white teeth. Oh, Kakashi, you've met the clan leader, Itachi? When did he impart such wisdom to you? Itachi is my youthful idol. At that moment, Kurenai, Irika, Ebisu, Sarutobi Asuma, and others turned their gazes toward Kakashi. It is worth noting that very few ninjas of Kakashi's generation have encountered Uchiha Itachi. In fact, for many of Kakashi's contemporaries, Itachi exists merely as a legendary figure. With half-closed eyes, Kakashi met the curious stares of the others, responding nonchalantly. When I was 5, I happened to cross paths with the clan leader once. Uchiha Itachi, savoring his dumplings, contemplated deeply. In the grass-hidden village, the clan members have been ruthlessly slain, leaving the elders seemingly powerless. Shoju furrowed his brow, pondering about his brother-in-law, Uchiha Yehuo. If only he were in the village. The Uchiha clan has suffered grievous losses in this village. One wonders how Yehuo would respond to such calamity. Senju Chojui cast a profound gaze, reflecting on how long it has been since he last saw Uchiha Yehuo. Chapter 78. The sorrowful mother and daughter of Xianglin. In the grass-hidden village, a place rife with corruption amid the ravages of war, conflict raged in the northern border regions. One early morning, within a humble abode, Xianglin's mother resided with her 5-year-old daughter, Xianglin. Suddenly, a piercing voice broke the silence. Hey, hurry up and come out. There are many wounded waiting for your treatment. A young woman clad in a nurse's uniform appeared at the door, her demeanor fierce and unyielding. This woman was a medical ninja from the grass-hidden village. With her chin held high and a haughty gaze, she regarded the mother and daughter with a cold and disdainful expression. What are you still doing here? The young medical ninja often punctuated her words with sharp, disdainful snorts. Xianglin's mother wore a face etched with sorrow and helplessness. After casting a brief glance at her 5-year-old daughter, she reluctantly rose from the bed with a weary sigh. All right, I'll be right there. Little Xianglin, with her large, watery eyes, observed everything, her gaze filled with helplessness and uncertainty. Despite her tender age of 5, she seemed acutely aware of her and her mother's dire circumstances. The Whirlpool clan had been decimated by the combined forces of external powers, leaving them bereft of family and home. Now, as refugees in the grass-hidden village, they had managed to secure a meager shelter, yet remained at the mercy of others. More critically, her mother was compelled to utilize her unique physique to heal the wounded of the grass-hidden village. After the sharp-tongued medical ninja took Xiangling's mother away, little Xiangling clenched her fists in frustration. To carve out a space for survival and to care for me, my mother has borne the brunt of everything. She has poured her very blood to heal numerous injured ninjas of the grass-hidden village. However, with the ceaseless onset of war, the number of wounded grew exponentially. How could my mother alone treat so many grievously injured? Lost in her thoughts, 5-year-old Xiangling shed clear, crystalline tears, her face a portrait of loneliness and despair. Around midday, a frail figure appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing the weak shadow on the ground, little Xiangling recognized it was her mother returning. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Mother!" The moment she lifted her head, she was met with the sight of her mother's haggard, pale face, gaunt and emaciated. At just 5 years old, Xiangling understood clearly that if this continued, her mother's life force would be gradually drained away. "Mother, if this continues, you will be consumed alive." Xiangling rubbed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her mother gently stroked Xiangling's forehead, offering a bitter reassurance. "It's all right, Xiangling." Yet, Xiangling noticed the marks of bite wounds all over her mother's body, each one leaving a bruise on her delicate flesh. "Mother, I want to leave the grass-hidden village." Little Xiangling, helpless, threw herself into her mother's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Her mother, curled up, felt utterly exhausted, her heart heavy with sorrow. "Alas, our nation, the land of whirlpools, has been destroyed. Xiangling and I have lost our village, our loved ones, our kin. We have no place to belong, neither in reality nor in spirit, nor the strength to protect ourselves. And now, we cannot escape the grass-hidden village. As long as we can survive, dignity has become irrelevant." One day, in the deep of night, the sky poured with heavy rain. Mother and Xiangling huddled in their meager dwelling. Suddenly, the door was thrust open with a bang. A burly man with a square face stormed in. "You too, hurry to the front lines. There are a multitude of injured retreating from battle." This man, a seasoned elite jonin of the grass-hidden village, compelled Xiangling's mother to bring her 5-year-old daughter to the battlefield. Why are there so many injured?" Xiangling's mother's face turned yellow, her gaze trembling as she surveyed the sea of wounded. "Sir, my chakra and blood cannot heal so many at once." "Humph. Isn't your daughter here too?" Upon hearing the square-faced man's words, Xiangling's mother instantly grew anxious. She tightly grasped Xiangling, pulling her protectively behind her. "Xiangling is only 5. She is too young to be used for her blood." Before she could finish her sentence, the square-faced man interrupted her forcefully. "Stop your whining. At the time, you were pitiful and homeless, and the grass-hidden village took you in because we valued your healing abilities." In the eyes of the square-faced man, Xiangling and her mother were merely expendable blood bags, outsiders, not truly belonging to the grass-hidden village. Xiangling's mother's eyes brimmed with indignation and helplessness. Xiangling is only 5. She could be consumed alive. Yet, she resisted fiercely. It was one thing for herself to be drained of blood, but she would never allow her daughter Xiangling to be touched. The rain poured relentlessly, soaking their tattered clothing. Raindrops cascaded down Xiangling's mother's cheeks. For the sake of her child, even as she yearned to shield Xiangling from harm, how could a solitary, destitute woman protect her daughter against the ninjas of the grass-hidden village? In this moment, Xiangling's mother longed for the land of whirlpools, wishing for a sanctuary free from oppression and cruelty. Gritting her teeth, she urged her daughter, Xiangling, run. Upon hearing her mother's command, little Xiangling's face filled with fear as she desperately ran forward through the downpour. Behind them, the square-faced man laughed coldly. In the grass-hidden village. Where can you run to?" With a sneer of disdain, he lunged forward, poised to seize Xiangling. Yet, suddenly, a shadow appeared in the distance. As little Xiangling ran, she collided with something solid. Startled, she looked up to discover a man clad in a black cloak and straw hat. This figure was robust and strong, his physique nearly perfect. As Xiangling collided with him, she immediately sensed that this was a man's body. Little Xiangling, with her innocent face and bright eyes, furrowed her brow. "You." Initially, she thought this man might also be a ninja from the grass-hidden village, here to capture her. "Who are you?" However, as the rain drizzled down, and she took in the man's attire, she began to sense that he did not belong to the grass-hidden village. Xiangling's mother, weary and helpless, exhibited a flicker of wariness. Having lived under the scorn, oppression, and expulsion in the grass-hidden village for so long, her instincts told her that danger lurked everywhere. With furrowed brows, she scrutinized the man in the black cloak. The square-faced man from the grass-hidden village, adorned with the village's forehead protector, questioned gruffly, "Who are you?" "Uchiha Yehuo." "Oh, never heard of you." The square-faced man scoffed, his face filled with disdain. Suddenly, realization struck him, and his brows knitted together. "Uchiha. You are from the Uchiha Clan." The square-faced man recalled the recent destruction of the Uchiha snack shop and the murders of several Uchiha staff members. The Uchiha Clan is likely to come knocking for retribution. With this thought, the square-faced man's demeanor shifted to one of caution as he pondered inwardly. Could it be that this individual from the Uchiha Clan has come seeking vengeance? Chapter 79. The Massacre of the Grass-Hidden Village Shakes the Ninja World. The square-faced man furrowed his brow at this notion, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Uchiha Clan. Glancing around, he noticed the absence of other foes. "Oh, has the Uchiha Clan sent you alone?" Observing Uchiha Inra's silence, the elite jonin from the grass-hidden village felt a slight heaviness in his gaze, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "I presume you are here for revenge." The Uchiha eatery in the grass-hidden village was destroyed, and its staff were slain. However, if only one Uchiha has come, the square-faced man seemed to regard it with indifference. Uchiha Inra coldly surveyed the surroundings, remaining silent. Nearby, a training ground was littered with numerous injured. At this very moment, over a dozen ninjas from the grass-hidden village began to converge towards them, likely drawn by Uchiha Inra's unfamiliar garb. In no time, the square-faced man found himself surrounded by a dozen grass-hidden ninjas. Kankuro's mother felt an oppressive weight in her heart, anxious for the fate of the lone figure facing so many grass-hidden ninjas. She was acutely aware of their ruthlessness and brutality, scarcely daring to envision the grim fate that awaited this man in the black cloak. 5-year-old Kankuro gazed with wide, watery eyes, her heart racing. Who was this black-cloaked figure? Why is he here? The square-faced man sneered at the gathering of his comrades, eyeing the black-cloaked man with contempt. Is the Uchiha clan truly so depleted that they've sent merely you for revenge? Laughter erupted among the grass-hidden ninjas. Yet among them, a 50-something elder scrutinized the black-cloaked figure with curiosity. "Oh, the Uchiha clan has come to the grass-hidden village. However, I do not recall the Uchiha having a custom of wearing black cloaks and hats." The elder then turned to the square-faced man and inquired, "Are you certain he is of the Uchiha clan?" He claimed his name was Uchiha Inra upon his arrival. As the elder spoke, his expression suddenly froze. At that moment, the image of a person flashed in his mind. Could he possibly be the leader of the Uchiha clan? Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd fell silent in disbelief. The leader of the Uchiha clan? I have not heard of this before. The leader has come alone to our grass-hidden village? How could that be? Amidst their confusion, Uchiha Inra removed his hat, revealing the youthful countenance of an 18-year-old. The square-faced man's gaze sharpened, and he scoffed, "Elder, you are overthinking this. If he were the leader of the Uchiha clan, how could he possibly be so young?" At this moment, the elder began to perspire profusely, fixating intently on the black-cloaked man. "Pray tell, are you Uchiha Inra? Are you truly the leader of the Uchiha clan?" Uchiha Inra, having discarded his hat, did not linger. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the square-faced man. The latter's pupils constricted. Before anyone could react, the square-faced man's head had already severed and thudded to the ground. A shadowy figure moved with the swiftness of a phantom, weaving through the ranks of the grass-hidden ninjas. Flash, flash, flash. Blood sprayed through the air. In the blink of an eye, a dozen lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the ground. Uchiha Inra approached Kankuro and her mother. They gazed at the black-cloaked figure in shock, unable to utter a word. "From now on, you two will follow me. I shall provide you with shelter from the storm. No one in the ninja world will dare to bully you again." After hearing the black-cloaked man's words, Kankuro's mother and the 5-year-old girl could only nod in silent agreement. That night, Uchiha Inra exterminated the entire assassin organization and mercenary group within the grass-hidden village. Both factions of the grass-hidden village were obliterated by Uchiha Inra. The village was left in awe of the black-cloaked man. From that night forth, those who survived in the grass-hidden village bowed to Uchiha Inra's might. Two powerful factions that had been at odds for years were annihilated overnight by one black-cloaked man. It could even be said that the grass-hidden village experienced a regime change in a single night. This shocking news quickly reverberated throughout the ninja world. In the Leaf Village, at the Uchiha Clan's leader's office, the members gathered, troubled by the news of their clansman's death in the grass-hidden village. Uchiha Shana scowled, fiercely declaring, "TCH. This matter cannot be left unresolved. The blood of our Uchiha clansmen slain by the grass-hidden village must be avenged." The elders, however, bore expressions of helplessness. Suddenly, news arrived that the black-cloaked man of the Uchiha clan had annihilated the grass-hidden village's assassin organization and mercenary group. Tsunade's gaze sharpened. Oh, the black-cloaked man must be Enra. The aged elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. Our clansman was wronged in the grass-hidden village, and it was the leader who intervened. Uchiha Shana's grim visage softened momentarily. The leader indeed possesses remarkable prowess, single-handedly subjugating the grass-hidden village. Tsunade addressed everyone in the office, stating, "The leader Enra has ventured far from the Leaf Village and has not yet returned. He has been vigilant in monitoring the Uchiha Clan's affairs." Upon hearing that leader Enra has avenged our clansmen in the grass-hidden village, the elder, Shana, and others felt a sense of relief wash over them. The massacre in the grass-hidden village did not just reach the Uchiha clan. It sent shockwaves throughout the entire ninja world. In the third Hokage's office, Tsunade's expression darkened. "Yuan Fei, do you believe that the black-cloaked figure who slaughtered the grass-hidden village is Uchiha Enra?" The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, his brow furrowing. According to gathered intelligence, he is around 18 years old, clad in black with a hat, and exhibits a ruthless decisiveness. Yes. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to finish his thought, Shimura Danzo interjected loudly. "It must be him. Uchiha Enra is seeking retribution against the grass-hidden village." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. "I did not expect that the grass-hidden village's actions in killing Uchiha clansmen would provoke Uchiha Enra so severely." Chapter 80. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha High Command. Shimura Danzo's deadpan gaze bore a weighty seriousness. "Yuan Fei, although Uchiha Enra has distanced himself from the Leaf Village, his existence poses a significant threat to Konoha." Tsunade, her expression stern, added, "Indeed, Danzo speaks truth. The recent massacre by Uchiha Enra and his occupation of the grass-hidden village raises concerns. If Uchiha Enra were to return to Konoha, what sort of situation would we face?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as he exhaled a plume of smoke. "You present valid points. However, Uchiha Enra has not committed any actions detrimental to the village thus far. We are presently unable to take action against him." Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo's face was etched with dissatisfaction. Many years ago, Uchiha Itachi slaughtered the Umbu and Root ninjas. You should have seized the opportunity during that Konoha assembly to expel Uchiha Itachi from the village. Sooner or later, Uchiha Itachi will become a calamity for our Konoha. In the hidden cloud village, within the office of the fourth Raikage, a sense of fury enveloped him upon receiving his subordinate's report. What? Uchiha Itachi has resurfaced? He has decimated the hidden grass village and taken it over. The fourth Raikage, bore a fierce countenance. Darui, a dark-skinned man with long white hair, looked grave. "Lord Hokage, Uchiha Itachi annihilated the assassin organization and mercenary group of the hidden grass village in a single night. It appears his strength is far beyond our expectations." Samui, a woman with fair skin and short yellow hair, remained calm. "Lord Raikage, Uchiha Itachi is a terrifying individual. We cannot afford to provoke him lightly." The fourth Raikage slammed his hand on the table, his eyes wide with rage. "This is outrageous. Uchiha Itachi has already slain 8 ninjas from the hidden cloud village. This debt cannot simply be overlooked. One day, I shall make him pay for it." In the hidden stone village, the third Tsuchikage's office was filled with tension. A robust man, Inoki, reported, "Father, the leader of the Uchiha clan has appeared once more. This time, it is grave news. The Uchiha clan leader has slaughtered the hidden grass village overnight." The third Tsuchikage furrowed his brows. "Oh, the leader of the Uchiha clan is indeed a fearsome figure. He reminds me of Uchiha Madara." Akatsuki, wearing a hidden stone hat and a jounin vest, questioned, "Uchiha Madara?" "Yes, indeed," the third Tsuchikage replied solemnly. "I suspect Uchiha Itachi may very well be a character akin to Uchiha Madara." Inoki scoffed. The old man, the third Tsuchikage, must be quite troubled by such a formidable Uchiha clan leader. In the era of the first Tsuchikage, Senju Hashirama kept Uchiha Madara in check. Now, with Uchiha Itachi emerging, I wonder what impact this will have on Konoha and even the entire ninja world. In the hidden sand village, Chiyo appeared in the office of the fourth Kazekage. For years, Chiyo had secluded herself, reluctant to involve herself in the affairs of the Land of Wind. However, recent news regarding the Uchiha clan leader piqued her interest, prompting her return to the Kazekage's office. To her astonishment, Uchiha Itachi had directly massacred the assassin organization and mercenary group of the hidden grass village. Uchiha Itachi is indeed a mysterious and fearsome individual. His existence poses a significant threat to our hidden sand village. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, wore a grave expression. The elite, Jounin, Maki, exhibited concern in his gaze. Lord Kazekage, should a conflict arise between the Hidden Sand Village and Konoha, Uchiha Itachi will be a formidable adversary. We should act swiftly to eliminate this hidden threat. The fourth Kazekage nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, next time we ascertain Uchiha Itachi's whereabouts, dispatch an assassination squad to eliminate him. In the office, 3 children, Shikamaru, Kankuro, and Gaara, listened intently to the adults' conversation. The name Uchiha Itachi left a profound impression on them. In the Land of Water, the 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, upon ascending to her position, brought an end to the era of terror known as the Blood Mist Village under the 4th Mizukage's reign. Implementing a policy of peace and openness, she revitalized the Hidden Mist Village. In the 5th Mizukage's office, Mei Terumi inquired with curiosity, Uchiha Itachi has annihilated the Hidden Grass Village. This means that the Hidden Grass Village now belongs to the Uchiha clan. Her guard, Ao, an experienced jounin with gray-blue hair and a single eye, responded, indeed. Uchiha Itachi's methods of slaughtering the Hidden Grass Village were exceptionally brutal. Now all other ninja villages have classified him as a dangerous individual. Chojuro, with short blue hair and black-framed glasses, added, Uchiha Itachi rarely shows himself outside of Konoha, yet each time he does, calamity seems to follow. First, he killed 8 elite ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village. Then he eliminated 4 members of our 7 ninja swordsmen. Now, he has slaughtered the assassin organization and mercenary group of the Hidden Grass Village. The 5th Mizukage smiled slightly. Oh my, he is indeed a fearsome character. Furthermore, he has also slain 4 of our 7 ninja swordsmen. It seems Uchiha Itachi is now our enemy as well. Does this man wish to stand against the entire ninja world? I truly wish to see what kind of individual this Uchiha clan leader truly is. In the year of Konoha's 59th, Uchiha Itachi ascended to the position of Umbu captain. The death of Uchiha Shursui had a profound impact on him. Simultaneously, the Uchiha clan reached the pinnacle of prestige and power within Konoha, enhancing their control over the village and raising concerns among the higher-ups. The long-standing tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's elite were on the brink of eruption. The political landscape of Konoha shifted dramatically, spiraling into an irretrievable situation. The coup d'etat plan within the Uchiha clan was uncovered, alerting Konoha's higher-ups. Instigated by the higher-ups, Uchiha Itachi ultimately found himself opposing his own clan. In the dead of night, at the root organization's base, Shimura Danzo coldly addressed Uchiha Itachi, who knelt before him. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha cannot be avoided any longer. Will you stand with your kin or with Konoha? Chapter 81. The Annihilation Mission from Shimura Danzo. Faced with Danzo's inquiry, Uchiha Itachi knelt, lowering his head in silence. At that moment, despite his calm exterior, his heart was tumultuous, akin to being sliced by a blade. Wrestling with inner turmoil. One side is my clan, the other is the village. Has the rift between my clan and the village become irreconcilable? How shall I choose? Uchiha Itachi's heart was in disarray. Danzo's expression was frosty, his gaze icy as he cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Itachi. With the current strength of the Uchiha clan, it is impossible to confront the entirety of Konoha. The outcome of the Uchiha clan's coup would only lead to their annihilation. After hearing Danzo's words, Itachi gradually arrived at a resolution within his heart. What is most important to me? Without a doubt, it is Sasuke. Next is Konoha, and only then comes my clan. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Itachi raised his head slightly. I am willing to stand with the village. Danzo nodded slightly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Itachi, to protect Konoha from potential civil war and destruction, and to preserve the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, I now entrust you with a difficult task. Uchiha Itachi, still half kneeling, lifted his gaze towards Danzo. Danzo stared at him with lifeless eyes, his expression chillingly resolute. Annihilate the Uchiha clan. As the words fell, Uchiha Itachi's pupils constricted, his expression stunned. You want me to slaughter my own kin? Indeed. Only in this manner can we thoroughly eradicate the threat the Uchiha clan poses to the village. Danzo narrowed his eyes, fixating on Uchiha Itachi. I recall you have a younger brother named Sasuke, correct? You stand on the outskirts of the village, and I assure you that your brother will be safe in Konoha. However, should you and your kin choose to oppose Konoha, your brother will also become an enemy of the village. Itachi, you are well aware of Root's methods. The stoic Uchiha Itachi suddenly furrowed his brow. As the captain of the Umbu, he was acutely aware of Root's insidious, cruel, and ruthless tactics. If Danzo Shimura were to target the young Sasuke, Itachi, as the devoted brother, could not bear to imagine the dire consequences. He fell into deep contemplation. his gaze heavy with concern. Damn Danzo Shimura. He is gambling with my brother's life in exchange for my compliance. It seems that to preserve Sasuke's life and ensure his continued growth. Yet, Itachi remained silent, not responding to his own thoughts. Danzo Shimura, with his expressionless, brutish visage, declared, "You need not answer me immediately. Take your time to ponder this matter." With that, Danzo turned and departed. Itachi stood there, pale and dazed. 2 days later, in the office of the third Hokage, Itachi knelt before Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Itachi, have you truly made up your mind?" "Yes, Lord Hokage. If you proceed with this course of action, you will become an S-rank rogue ninja, forever pursued." The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, his gaze penetrating. The rift between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of Konoha had intensified to an irreparable extent. Hiruzen advocated for a resolution through negotiation, striving to maintain harmony within the village. Yet, he knew that this would not fundamentally resolve the issue. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he mused. "Why would you even entertain thoughts of annihilation, Itachi? This is a mission entrusted to me by Lord Danzo." "Oh." Danzo Shimura, Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, aware that Danzo was once again pulling strings from the shadows. Nonetheless, Hiruzen acknowledged that Danzo's methods could indeed eliminate the threat the Uchiha posed to the village. After a moment's reflection, he spoke, "Since you have made your decision, follow your heart." At the Uchiha South Shrine, many clan members had gathered. Uchiha Shursui wore a grim expression. "Elders, I believe our conflict with the village has escalated to the surface." The aged elder spoke in a somber tone. "Our relationship with the higher-ups in Konoha is precarious. A moment's inattention could spark violence. Currently, our Uchiha clan is not strong enough. We must instruct our members to exercise restraint." Uchiha Itachi's face betrayed a hint of worry. "Yet, I can't shake the feeling that the higher-ups in Konoha are contemplating action against us." Uchiha Shursui nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Itachi speaks the truth. I too have sensed it. Ever since the era of Uchiha Madara, our clan has been at odds with the Konoha elite. I predict that a confrontation is inevitable. If a fallout occurs, the Uchiha clan, must prepare in advance. A coup is essential." The elder interjected, "Shursui, do not act recklessly. How do our strengths compare to the entirety of Konoha? Our influence is minimal, and challenging the village would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Should a coup fail, our clan risks extermination." Uchiha Shursui, his face darkened with fury, lowered his head in frustration. Observing the exchange closely was Uchiha Mikoto, the elder's secretary. At that moment, she thought of someone. Given the escalating tensions between the Uchiha and the village, if only the leader of the Amaterasu clan, my beloved, were here. This thought made her cheeks flush with warmth. For in her heart, the leader of the Amaterasu clan was already hers. In the central street of Konoha, at the Ichiraku ramen shop, many ninjas congregated. Kakashi, bleary-eyed, held a novel while Madogai wore a troubled expression. "The village has been rather uneasy lately." "Indeed," replied Yugao, her brows furrowed. "The Uchiha clan and the Konoha elite are at odds, and tensions are escalating." Yugao's beautiful eyes flickered with doubt and confusion. "Father, can't the higher-ups in Konoha find a way to coexist peacefully with the Uchiha?" Yugao sighed bitterly. "Coexisting peacefully? It's not that simple. Ever since the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, there has been discord between the Uchiha and the Konoha elite. The situation worsened under the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Now, as the Uchiha clan grows in wealth and status within the village, the contradictions inherent in the previous policies of the Konoha elite have become glaringly apparent." Madogai, equally distressed, added, "The Uchiha and the Konoha elite refuse to yield, and a conflict may erupt." Madogai, furrowing his brow, spoke candidly. "Is it possible that the Uchiha clan and Konoha will truly come to blows?" Kakashi, still half asleep, pondered the outcome. "Alas, this situation is troubling. How will it all end?" Chapter 82. The Emergence of Uchiha Amaterasu. Other ninja villages have infiltrated Konoha with intelligence operatives. The escalating conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha elite has not gone unnoticed by the high-ranking officials of the other 4 major ninja villages. At Tsunade's residence, she wore a worried expression as she contemplated the recent events concerning the Uchiha clan. Deep down, she sensed that something monumental was about to transpire. A slug crawled from Tsunade's ample form. "Slug, contact Amaterasu." Meanwhile, in the wet-bone forest, Uchiha Amaterasu meditated, practicing the technique of immortality. Suddenly, a slug perched itself on Amaterasu's shoulder. "Leader Amaterasu, Tsunade has something to discuss with you." Soon after, Tsunade's voice resonated through the slug. "Amaterasu, are you there?" "Oh, Tsunade. I'm here. I've been feeling for some time that something significant might happen within the Uchiha clan." "Oh." What is happening within the clan? The conflict with the Konoha elite has intensified. Many clan members are contemplating a coup. A coup within the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Amaterasu furrowed his brow in contemplation. It was the 59th year of the Hokage era. Could it be that even after I become the leader of the Uchiha clan, the night of extermination would still come? After a moment's reflection, Uchiha Amaterasu relayed through the slug, I shall return to the Uchiha clan tonight. I will handle this matter upon my return. In the stillness of Konoha's night, in the heart of the village where the Uchiha clan congregated, two agile figures appeared atop the rooftops, Uchiha Itachi and Obito. Haha. I'm quite surprised you've resolved to eliminate your own kin, Obito cackled beside Itachi. Itachi remained silent, his expression calm, yet his gaze was heavy with gravity. When the time comes, I cannot bring myself to harm my girlfriend, Uchiha Izumi. I need you to assist with that. Haha. Leave those you cannot bear to hurt to me. On the shadowy streets, Uchiha Itachi slipped silently into the homes of his clan members. Swift flashes of cold steel glinted in the night. Amidst the echoes of anguished cries, blood splattered against the walls. On the other side, the street lay strewn with lifeless bodies in disarray. A lovely maiden, her silky hair cascading gently over her shoulders, stood poised. This girl was Izumi Uchiha. With her striking, dark, expressive eyes, she warily scrutinized the masked man before her. Why have you slain my kin? Why do you hide behind a mask? The masked man, Obito, cackled ominously. Since you are on the brink of death, let me reveal the truth. Izumi, your beloved Itachi Uchiha has commissioned me to end your life. It seems he cannot bear to do it himself. Itachi must still hold some affection for you. With her arms crossed defensively, Izumi furrowed her brows. Her expression one of skepticism. Nonsense. Itachi would never send someone to kill me. Who exactly are you? Obito, reveling in the moment, languidly stretched. Such an innocent little girl. Who am I, you ask? I am Uchiha Madara. Izumi's face contorted in disbelief. Madara Uchiha has been dead for many years. How can you claim to be him? Obito, uninterested in further banter, brandished a cold chain, aiming to ensnare Izumi and strangle her mercilessly. At merely 13 years of age, Izumi stood no chance against Obito's might. He lunged forward, the iron chain poised to ensnare her hands. In a moment of desperation, Izumi drew a kunai and thrust it towards the advancing masked man. To her astonishment, the kunai pierced through Obito's form. Yet in the next heartbeat, the chain bound her tightly. Izumi's heart raced in terror. Got you! Obito exclaimed triumphantly. Just as he relished his victory, a disturbance rippled through the space beside him, materializing into a swirling vortex. Two figures emerged from the maelstrom. Obito, how dare you wreak havoc in the Hidden Leaf Village? A cold voice resonated in his ears. In an instant, Obito's gaze jolted. Before he could react, a powerful fist struck his face, propelling him over 10 meters away, where he tumbled several times before coming to a halt. Izumi's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the two figures. In the dimness of the night, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, she quickly recognized them. One was the voluptuous Tsunade, while the other, adorned in a black cloak and conical hat, possessed a perfect physique. Timidly, Izumi addressed the cloaked figure. Who are you? The figure, revealing himself as Yehuo, removed his hat, presenting an exquisitely handsome face, appearing no older than 18. Izumi gazed at him, momentarily entranced. Failing to recognize him at first, for many years had passed since she last saw him. Meanwhile, Obito managed to rise, coughing up two of his front teeth. Blood trickling from his mouth. That punch was brutal. Yay, Tsunade, it has been a long time. Obito's expression turned grave as he regarded the two. Tsunade furrowed her brow, reprimanding him. How could you assist Itachi in the slaughter of our clan? Izumi's gaze flitted between them, confusion evident in her eyes. Obito? Yehuo? Is that masked man truly Obito Uchiha, the one who perished during the Kanabi Bridge mission? As she contemplated, a realization struck her. He had come with Tsunade. Could this dashing man truly be the leader of our Uchiha clan? How could he possibly be so youthful? Izumi's eyes widened in astonishment as she regarded Yehuo. Obito, still reeling from the pain of the previous blow, suddenly found his mask engulfed in black flames of Amaterasu. The searing heat elicited cries of agony from him as his mask disintegrated, revealing his true visage. Almost simultaneously, Yehuo executed the Flying Thunder God technique, materializing before Obito. Rasengan. He concentrated chakra into a swirling sphere, striking Obito squarely in the abdomen. Obito emitted cries of despair as the attack nearly pierced through him. Sensing the imminent threat of death, Obito, with a heavy heart, activated his Kamui to escape into another dimension. Yehuo, observing Obito's retreat into the void, refrained from pursuing him. For now, I shall let this scoundrel go. After all, my primary purpose in returning to the Uchiha clan was to prevent Itachi from slaughtering our people. Chapter 83. The confrontation between the clan leader and Itachi. Tsunade, her brows knitted in concern, watched the direction Obito had vanished. Many years ago, it was Obito who orchestrated the Nine-Tails attack on the Leaf Village. Now he sought to massacre his own kin. What does that wretched man intend to do? Contemplating this, Tsunade clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes filled with gravity. Beside her, Izumi Uchiha, her hair cascading over her shoulders, gazed earnestly at Yehuo, her eyes brimming with admiration. Long ago, she had heard tales of a mysterious clan leader, a prodigious genius of terrifying strength. Now, standing before him for the first time, she questioned, Lord Clan Leader, I just heard Obito say he was assisting Itachi in the slaughter of our kin. Is that true? At 51, Yehuo possessed the appearance and vitality of an 18-year-old. He nodded gently at Izumi. What Obito stated is indeed correct. Tonight, Itachi intends to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. Izumi's countenance paled in horror upon hearing Yehuo's words. Tsunade, equally astonished, furrowed her brows. Why would Itachi and Obito do such a thing? This is not the time for explanations. We must hurry to stop Itachi, Yehuo declared. The space around them trembled, forming a temporal vortex as he, along with Tsunade, plunged into it. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black night on the streets, Itachi Uchiha wielded a gleaming steel blade. Under the luminous moonlight, the sharp glint of the long knife dripped with the crimson essence of his slain kin. At this juncture, Itachi had mercilessly slaughtered a multitude of his clan, including his own father, Fugaku Uchiha. However, after Yehuo's ascension as clan leader, the Uchiha had fortified their vigilance. Itachi's incursion into the homes of his clan members quickly alerted others. At that moment, Shana, the 8th Hokage, stood defiantly before Itachi, both parties locked in a tense standoff. The night was eerily silent. Shana's face was shadowed with malice as he glared at Itachi. Damn you, Itachi! How dare you slaughter your own brethren? You disgrace of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shana has harbored a profound animosity towards the higher echelons of Konoha. Now, witnessing Uchiha Itachi standing alongside them, her fury knows no bounds. Uchiha Hakadai, anxiously observing Itachi, is momentarily engulfed by a flicker of resentment. Itachi, how could you commit such an atrocity against your own kin? Uchiha Itachi regards the two with an expression seemingly devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, Shana and Hakadai clutch their swords tightly, their faces betraying a sense of unease. Their bodies are taut, clearly indicating their tense state. Just moments ago, they had engaged in a brief skirmish with Itachi. Both Shana and Hakadai are acutely aware that Uchiha Itachi possesses strength far surpassing their own. Uchiha Shana glares coldly at Itachi, a chill creeping into her heart as she harbors silent dread. If Uchiha Itachi were to turn on his own family, there is no one left in the clan who could subdue him. Damn it, this is quite the predicament. At this moment, Hakadai trembles, a flicker of fear igniting within him. He never anticipated that this individual would awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan. A resolute glint flashes across Uchiha Itachi's stern visage. As he prepares to strike down Shana and Hakadai, suddenly, an aged voice echoes through the air. Itachi, halt! Under the silvery moonlight, two figures emerge from the inky darkness. These figures are none other than the venerable elder, Uchiha Makoto. Elder Uchiha Hohak, his eyes drooping with disappointment, gazes at Itachi. Have you truly chosen to stand with the higher-ups of Konoha? Uchiha Itachi's expression remains frigid, his gaze resolute, unwilling to engage in further dialogue. With a swift movement, he lunges towards Elder Hohak, aiming to strike him down with a single blow. Shana and Hakadai remain ever vigilant, on high alert. In an instant, as Itachi moves, Shana and Hakadai swiftly position themselves in front of the elder, intercepting Itachi's attack. However, the effort proves arduous for them. After a few exchanges, Shana and Hakadai are sent sprawling by Itachi's kick, sustaining severe injuries and losing consciousness. The aged elder, a flicker of despair in his eyes, realizes that Itachi is even more formidable than he had anticipated. Truly, he is a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Why then does such a gifted youth ally himself with the higher-ups of Konoha? Contemplating this, the elder squints slightly, his gaze brimming with resentment. Uchiha Makoto's expression is grave as a torrent of thoughts floods her mind in a fleeting moment. Why would Uchiha Itachi slaughter his own kin? Are we all destined to perish here tonight? A glint of coldness flashes in Uchiha Itachi's eyes as he brandishes his icy blade, turning to strike at Elder Makoto. In a critical moment, the aged Elder Hohak steps protectively in front of Makoto, his brow furrowed and his expression solemn. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Itachi stands before the elder, raising his frigid steel blade, aiming for Hohaku's chest. Elder Mikoto's face reflects a hint of helplessness, faced with the awakened Mangekyō Sharingan. The two find themselves utterly defenseless. At that precise moment, a disturbance ripples through the space beside the elder, manifesting a temporal vortex. Three figures materialize beside the elder. One shadow swiftly positions itself before him. This figure is none other than Uchiha Yehuo. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Uchiha Itachi's icy blade strikes Uchiha Yehuo's chest. Simultaneously, Yehuo extends his left hand, making contact with Itachi's form. Suddenly, Itachi feels as though his body is no longer under his control. What? The steel blade in his hand abruptly shifts direction, slicing toward his own chest. Uchiha Itachi reacts swiftly, retreating rapidly. However, he is still caught off guard, and a deep gash is carved across his chest. Itachi halts, gasping for breath, as a wound nearly 20 centimeters long begins to bleed profusely. Confusion fills Uchiha Itachi's mind. What just transpired? Why did my attack rebound upon myself? Moments ago, Uchiha Itachi had unwittingly endured the malicious backlash of Uchiha Yehuo. This malicious rebound is a divine technique that Yehuo had deduced and comprehended many years prior. Malicious rebound allows any harmful action directed at the user to be borne by the aggressor instead, despite the wound on his chest bleeding. Uchiha Itachi remains calm and collected, rapidly analyzing the current situation in his mind. Suddenly, he notices the presence of three individuals, Tsunade, and a figure cloaked in black. Who is this mysterious figure? Appearing to be around 18 years old, he is not significantly older than Itachi. It seems there is no one of this description among the younger generation of the clan. A sudden revelation strikes Uchiha Itachi. This young man in the black cloak appeared alongside Tsunade. Could it be he is the legendary leader of the Uchiha Clan, Uchiha Yehuo? Itachi's expression grows grave as he intently fixates on the cloaked figure. Without further ado, Uchiha Itachi furrows his brow, contemplating a test of the black-cloaked individual, and prepares to attack once more. Tsukuyami. Simultaneously, Uchiha Yehuo's eyes suddenly blaze with a crimson glow amidst the pitch-black night. Tsukuyami. Uchiha Yehuo activates his own Mangekyō Sharingan, unleashing the same technique upon Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 84. The Espionage of Konoha's F4. In the depths of the night, within the office of the third Hokage, a crystalline orb rests upon the Hokage's desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen is manipulating the telescope technique. Within the orb emerges the harrowing images of the night of the massacre. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Gate and are intently observing the crystal ball. Danzo glares with his lifeless eyes, brimming with fury. What? That masked man has appeared as well. Years ago, that masked man controlled the Nine Tails to attack Konoha. That wretched Itachi is actually in league with him. Indeed, it seems the entire Uchiha clan is nothing but a den of malevolence. Nara Shikaku, wearing a somber expression, speaks up. Although Uchiha Yehuo has distanced himself from Konoha, he appears to have been secretly protecting the Uchiha clan all along. Just as I surmised, Uchiha Yehuo has indeed resurfaced on the night of the massacre. Mito Gate furrows his brow, his aged face displaying a look of shock. What was that? The Flying Thunder God technique. And another form of space-time ninjutsu. Uchiha Yehuo's mastery of space-time ninjutsu exceeds even that of the second Hokage Tobirama and the fourth Hokage Minato. What a terrifying individual. Danzo interjects at an opportune moment. Humph. He is not merely terrifying, he is also shrouded in mystery. For so many years, why has he remained hidden? Why does his appearance seem eternally fixed at 18? At this moment, the crystal ball reveals the scene of Yehuo battling Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, observes the orb intently. Why did Itachi's blade rebound off Yehuo? What technique is this? Danzo's pupils constrict slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. A rebounding ninjutsu? The four of them widen their eyes, fixated on the crystal ball. In the silent hours of the night, Uchiha Itachi and Yehuo simultaneously invoked Tsukuyami. However, Itachi directs his Tsukuyami solely at Uchiha Yehuo. In contrast, Uchiha Yehuo, while activating Tsukuyami, simultaneously employs the Mirror of Illusion. Heaven and earth turn. The magical mirror of the shifting realms dispels the illusion cast upon its bearer and reflects the effects back upon the adversary. As Uchiha Itachi activated Tsukuyami, he was suddenly engulfed by an illusionary space. A furrow formed on Itachi's brow, his countenance a mask of terror. Was this the realm of Uchiha Shirsui's illusion? Had I fallen prey to Shirsui's Tsukuyami? Within the Tsukuyami world, all elements, time, place, and even mass, were under Shirsui's dominion. It was a crucifix. Am I bound to a cross? Itachi lifted his gaze and beheld Uchiha Shursui standing before him. Grasping Itachi's kunai, Shursui relentlessly pierced Itachi's body. Itachi winced, unable to suppress a muffled groan. Under the ceaseless onslaught of Shursui, Itachi's form became thoroughly drenched in crimson. After an hour of continuous torment, Itachi's consciousness was abruptly yanked back to the real world. Upon returning, he collapsed to the ground, struggling to breathe, his body trembling. Indeed, that was Tsukuyami. The agony I endured in that illusion was indistinguishable from the suffering in reality. 1 hour within Tsukuyami felt like mere moments in the real world. Although Shursui and Itachi exchanged only a fleeting glance, Tsunade, the elder, and Izumi could clearly discern the pain etched on Itachi's pale visage. It was evident that Itachi had succumbed to Shursui's illusion. At that moment, Shinta regained consciousness from his stupor, astonished as he surveyed Shursui and Itachi. Beads of sweat trickled down Itachi's pallid cheeks. Gritting his teeth, he raised his head to confront Shursui, gasping for breath as he silently lamented the presence of this formidable foe. Not only had he unraveled my Tsukuyami, but he had also ensnared me within his illusionary domain. This cloaked figure must be the legendary patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Why has he appeared at this moment? Has he been safeguarding the Uchiha all along? A thought flashed through Itachi's mind. Itachi furrowed his brow. I cannot defeat this cloaked man. The plan for extermination tonight has come to naught. Remaining here will only lead to my demise at his hands. At this moment, Itachi felt an overwhelming sense of peril. Without a hint of hesitation, his Sharingan began to whirl rapidly. Amaterasu. Instantly, black flames surged toward Shursui, Tsunade, the elder, and Izumi. Shursui swiftly summoned Susanu's power. A colossal green chakra figure enveloped everyone, shielding them from the black flames of Amaterasu. Meanwhile, Itachi, having unleashed the black flames, exerted all his strength to escape into the distance. Shursui, utilizing Susanoo, repelled the black flames. The Tomo, with a massive arm of Susanoo. Shursui hurled a chakra Tomo towards Itachi as if casting a shuriken. As Itachi fled, he sensed an immense danger approaching from behind. Summoning Susanu's power, the red chakra giant enveloped Itachi just as the Tomo struck. Boom. Even shielded by the red chakra giant, Itachi felt like a kite severed from its string, plummeting from the sky. Shinta, witnessing Itachi's grievous injury, exclaimed, "Patriarch, let us eliminate this traitor of the Uchiha clan." With that, the two surged toward Itachi. At that moment, the space beside Itachi rippled. The masked man, Obito, emerged from the vortex of time and space, swiftly grasping Itachi, and without delay, retreated into the swirling portal, escaping. Shinta and the others missed their target, their frustration palpable. Shursui, instead of pursuing Itachi and Obito, calmly declared, "I will deal with those two traitors later. Many clansmen have been grievously injured in this massacre. We must prioritize tending to the wounded." The elder, Shinta, and the others reflected solemnly. Had it not been for Shursui's timely intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The Uchiha clan could have faced utter annihilation at the hands of Itachi and Obito. Upon seeing the longed-for Shursui again, Uchiha Mikoto felt immense joy. I have finally seen him once more. This night, Shursui has instilled fear in Itachi and Obito, further deepening Mikoto's admiration for him. Uchiha Izumi, with her flowing black hair, gazed at Shursui, her eyes sparkling with adoration. Is he truly the legendary patriarch spoken of among our people? He is incredibly strong. Moreover, he appears far younger than I had imagined. Chapter 85. The Truth of the Night of Annihilation. The silvery moonlight enveloped the pitch-black night. Uchiha Itachi and the masked man Obito had attempted to massacre the Uchiha clan. Though they failed, the aftermath was catastrophic, resulting in numerous injuries and fatalities among the clan. An 8-year-old boy, training alone, returned to the gathering area of the clansmen. Upon turning onto a street, he was horrified to find blood splattered on the walls. What? How can there be so many corpses of our clansmen on the ground? Continuing forward, he noticed several medical ninjas from the clan tending to the wounded. It was then that Sasuke spotted Uncle Hanburn. "Uncle, what has happened to our clan?" "Oh, Sasuke, your brother Itachi attempted to kill all our clansmen." Sasuke's face contorted in disbelief. "How could my brother do such a thing?" Uncle Hanburn continued, "Alas, your father, Fugaku, was also slain by that wretch Itachi. If not for the timely arrival of the patriarch, our Uchiha clan might have faced total annihilation tonight." Upon hearing Uncle Hanburn's words, Sasuke was left utterly stunned. In the late hours of the night, within the Hokage's office, the crystal ball revealed Obito pulling Itachi into the vortex, and the two escaped. Mito Gate Yagura's expression was grave as he analyzed the situation calmly. Currently, the wealth of the Uchiha clan surpasses that of other prominent clans in Konoha. With our plan to exterminate them having failed, the Uchiha clan will likely grow even more powerful. The discord between us and the Uchiha will inevitably escalate. Shimura Danzo clenched his fists, his face twisted in anger. Damn it! Why did Uchiha Shursui have to appear at this precise moment? If not for Shursui, Itachi would have successfully completed his mission. My plan would have succeeded, and the Uchiha clan would have vanished from Konoha. Tsukikage Komatsu, with a somber expression, remarked. I never imagined that even with the activation of his Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi would not be a match for Shursui. Uchiha Shursui is too powerful. This poses a tremendous threat to our rule over Konoha. Danzo's face darkened further. You're on. Once Uchiha Shursui returns to the village, the Uchiha clan may well become even more formidable. We cannot allow the Uchiha clan to continue growing unchecked. We must devise a strategy to curb their influence. If one day Konoha falls into the hands of the Uchiha, I will relish the opportunity to explain to the departed second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Shimura Danzo employed the second Hokage Tobirama to suppress Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze revealed a hint of gravity. To restrain the Uchiha clan? Danzo, do you possess any effective strategies? Shimura Danzo, glaring with his lifeless eyes, exhibited a certain malevolence. The primary challenge in dealing with the Uchiha clan lies in Uchiha Obito's capabilities. If only we could eliminate Obito, our troubles would dissipate. The third Hokage, furrowing his brow, turned to Danzo. Oh, eliminate Uchiha Obito? Shimura Danzo, with his aged visage sagging, contemplated. Uchiha Obito is indeed a formidable adversary. As he spoke, Danzo abruptly fell silent. Despite his desire to eradicate Obito, he was acutely aware of Obito's immense power. For years, Obito had remained shrouded in secrecy, his whereabouts elusive. To eliminate Uchiha Obito would prove exceedingly arduous. Following Obito's escape with Uchiha Itachi, the clan leader arranged for the medical ninjas to swiftly attend to the injured. Once everything was in order, they proceeded to the clan leader's office. Tsunade, her brow slightly furrowed, displayed a trace of confusion upon her delicate features. Why did Itachi massacre the Uchiha clan tonight? What could possibly drive him to such extreme actions? Tsunade's concerns mirrored those of the elder, Shursui, Mikoto, and Izumi. Uchiha Obito, seated at the clan leader's desk, spoke calmly. The upper echelons of Konoha have begun to fear the Uchiha clan's power, apprehensive that the clan may instigate a coup. Itachi's slaughter of his kin tonight is likely intricately linked to the Konoha leadership. Tsunade, the elder, Mikoto, and the others listened intently. Uchiha Izumi, filled with disappointment and sorrow, shed tears. No, no, no. Clan leader, I refuse to believe that Itachi could do such a thing. He killed his own parents. And now he seeks to murder me. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi was evidently struggling to accept this harsh reality. Uchiha Obito sighed softly. Perhaps, Itachi does not harbor intentions of annihilating the Uchiha clan himself. I suspect he is being manipulated by the Konoha leadership. In other words, the massacre of the Uchiha clan was a mission assigned to Itachi by Konoha's higher-ups. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, everyone was struck with astonishment, their eyes wide as saucers. Tsunade furrowed her brow, her expression grave and serious. Obito, how can this be? How could Konoha's leaders assign such a task to Itachi? The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen would never stoop to such depths. Uchiha Obito, recalling his past life and deducing the situation, addressed the assembly. The extermination of the Uchiha clan was likely a mission given to Itachi by Shimura Danzo. However, this matter must have received the tacit approval of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing the clan leader's pronouncement, the group collectively gasped. The elder, Shursui, and the others furrowed their brows tightly, as if they might split apart. Oh, Shimura Danzo, that cursed old fiend. Uchiha Obito continued, from now on. The Uchiha clan must temper their brilliance within the village. Our members must adopt a posture of humility and restraint, avoiding any conflicts with Konoha's higher-ups. We shall discuss the matters between the Uchiha clan and Konoha once I return to the clan. The elder, Shursui, and others nodded gravely, suddenly realizing. The Uchiha clan's wealth and reputation have grown immensely, leading some clan members to act with excessive audacity, thus inciting conflict with Konoha's leadership. Following the clan leaders' council, strict regulation of clan members' behavior would naturally ease tensions. Tsunade, with a hint of confusion still evident on her rosy cheeks, pondered. Obito, the masked man, is also a member of the Uchiha clan. Why would he aid Itachi in slaughtering his own kin? Years ago, during Obito's orchestration of the Nine-Tails assault on Konoha, Tsunade had already discerned the masked man's identity. Uchiha Obito began to elucidate. During the battle at Kemui Bridge, Obito witnessed Rin's death firsthand, which shattered his worldview. After Rin's demise, Obito felt no further attachment to the world. Thus, even the extermination of the Uchiha clan meant little to him. In the matter of annihilating the Uchiha clan, Obito and Itachi had privately struck a bargain. A bargain? Tsunade questioned, perplexed. Slaughtering the entire Uchiha clan would be a feat beyond Itachi's solitary strength. Obito agreed to assist Itachi in the massacre of their kin, while Itachi promised Obito that after the slaughter, he would join the Akatsuki. The assembly was left in stunned silence. The Akatsuki? Chapter 86. The shadowy manipulators of the ninja world. The elderly elder furrowed his brow in confusion. Clan leader, what is this Akatsuki? In all my years, I have never heard of it. The others, too, regarded Obito with curiosity and intrigue. Uchiha Obito continued his explanation. The Akatsuki is composed of rogue ninjas from various nations. These infamous renegades, pursued by the ninja villages, have grown disillusioned with the existing world order. They aspire to dismantle the old paradigm through the Moon's Eye plan, seeking to establish a new order. Tsunade, her brows raised in disbelief, remarked, such an organization exists in the ninja world. Obito, what exactly is this Moon's Eye plan of the Akatsuki? The elder, Shursui, and others were all wide-eyed and attentively listening. The plan involves gathering the powers of the nine-tailed beasts to summon the 10 tails, activating the god tree of chakra. They aim to project the Mangekyō Sharingan Jinjutsu, infinite Tsukuyomi, onto the moon, thereby achieving an eternal illusion. By controlling the entire world through this illusion on the moon, they seek to bring about peace and end all wars. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, everyone appeared dazed, as if their thoughts had come to a standstill. Clearly, the content of Obito's discourse had transcended their comprehension. After a moment of silence, Tsunade's brows knitted together, her tone laced with incredulity. Obito, where is this Akatsuki located? And who leads them? Uchiha Shursui, his expression dark and foreboding, inquired, what kind of terrifying individual could conceive such a dreadful plan? The elder's visage was grave. Mikoto and Izumi gazed at Uchiha Obito with admiration. As they were astonished by the Moon's Eye plan, they also held deep respect for the clan leader's vast knowledge. Mikoto's cheeks flushed slightly. This man is remarkable. Uchiha Izumi, her hair cascading over her shoulders, gazed at Obito with admiration, her heart swelling with awe. Is this truly the legendary clan leader? What a great individual. He appears so youthful, seemingly only a few years my senior. Uchiha Izumi stared at Obito, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Unconsciously, her cheeks flushed with color. Young women are often drawn to strength. Perhaps it is a universal truth. Uchiha Obito continued his narrative. The Akatsuki's base of operations is in the Rain Village. Currently, the leader of the Akatsuki is Nagato, also known as Pain, who is the disciple of Jiraiya. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, everyone was left speechless. Tsunade, her expression filled with disbelief, exclaimed, I never imagined he would be Jiraiya's disciple. However, in a broader sense, Nagato is merely a pawn utilized by Uchiha Obito. In the ninja world, Uchiha Obito is the executor of the Moon's Eye plan, while the mastermind behind it all is Uchiha Madara. Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, what? Uchiha Madara? The flames of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, had perished many years ago. The onlookers gazed at the clan leader with expressions of sheer disbelief. Uchiha Madara's vision for revitalizing the Uchiha clan and developing Konoha was embodied in the Moon Eye plan, which sought to harness the power of the infinite Tsukuyomi to control all of humanity, uniting the world in a fabricated, eternal peace. However, during the founding of Konoha, Madara's ideals conflicted with those of Hashirama Senju, leading to a bitter clash. The villagers of Konoha, including the Uchiha clan members, rejected Madara's ideology. Ultimately, he departed from the Uchiha clan and left the village of Konoha. Everyone listened intently, their eyes wide with intrigue. Tsunade, with her voluptuous figure, slightly furrowed her brow, a hint of unease flickering in her gaze. How could Uchiha Madara, of all people, entertain such malevolent thoughts? The Moon Eye plan was, in essence, a scheme to enshroud the entire ninja world in illusion. Only a fool would endorse Madara's philosophy. The elder, Shana, Mikoto, Izumi, and others wore expressions of confusion and bewilderment. Uchiha Hai no Kaze, recalling memories from a previous life, pondered for a moment before speaking. There exists a stone tablet at the Nana shrine of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in acknowledgement. This stone tablet is an ancient relic, intimately familiar to the Uchiha clan. In fact, the history etched upon this tablet predates that of the Uchiha clan itself. It is said to have been left behind by the legendary Sage of Six Paths. The group's eyes widened in shock. The Sage of Six Paths? The deeper the Sharingan's level of awakening, the more comprehensive the understanding of the tablet's content becomes. Uchiha Madara, having awakened the Rinnegan, was able to perceive all the knowledge inscribed upon the tablet. Tsunade, taken aback, inquired, "So? Does this mean that only Uchiha Madara can fully comprehend the tablet's contents? Is it possible that the Moon Eye plan is recorded there?" Uchiha no Kaze gently shook his head. At that time, Madara wholeheartedly believed in the authenticity of this ancient inscription. After all, the conditions required to interpret the tablet's content are exceedingly stringent. Yet, Madara could not have anticipated that a figure from the era of the Sage of Six Paths still existed. Tsunade's eyes widened further. A figure from the era of the Sage of Six Paths? Who could it be? The crowd stared at the clan leader, their expressions filled with curiosity. Kaguya. Once, Kaguya altered the ancient stone tablet, leading Uchiha Madara to mistakenly believe that only the Moon Eye plan could truly achieve everlasting peace in the ninja world. Consequently, Madara adopted the Moon Eye plan as his lifelong aspiration. In his final moments, Madara entrusted Obito with his beliefs, compelling him to willingly serve him. Uchiha Obito was fixated on resurrecting Madara to realize the Moon Eye plan. It is likely that, in the near future, Uchiha Madara will be revived. The crowd's expressions froze. Their eyes wide with shock, their faces etched with disbelief. After a moment of silence, Tsunade spoke gravely. "So, Madara was also manipulated by Kaguya? We cannot allow Uchiha Madara to run amok like this. Hino Kaze, I must go to the Pure Land and clarify things with Uchiha Madara." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the crowd was taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment, speechless. Uchiha Makoto asked in disbelief, "Lady Tsunade, you intend to go to the Pure Land? But that is a realm for the deceased." The others looked at Tsunade with puzzled expressions. Tsunade's furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. "Oh, clan leader Hino Kaze can take me to the Pure Land." Previously, Shoju was resurrected by clan leader Hino Kaze. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in shock. Chapter 87. The Night of Annihilation spreads throughout Konoha. The aged elder gazed at Tsunade with a perplexed expression. "Lady Tsunade, did you just say that clan leader Hino Kaze can take you to the Pure Land?" "Yes." The elder furrowed his brows, internally astonished. This seems too far-fetched. The others also displayed expressions of disbelief. Suddenly, the elder recalled the towering beam of light that had appeared at Tsunade's residence years ago, and he understood. Can the clan leader truly break the barrier between the ninja world and the Pure Land? Uchiha Hino Kaze nodded slightly. "My technique for resurrection from the Yellow Springs has matured, allowing entry into the Pure Land." Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Uchiha Shana's expression stiffened. "Clan leader, you can actually enter the Pure Land? That is a realm for the deceased." Uchiha Makoto's clear eyes sparkled with admiration. Uchiha Izumi, standing nearby, marveled silently. Is this really the legendary clan leader of the Uchiha? The crowd regarded clan leader Hino Kaze with a sense of reverence. However, Tsunade maintained a close familiarity with him, as they were already married. This incited envy in the hearts of Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Izumi. The voluptuous Tsunade leaned against Uchiha Hino Kaze and continued, "Hino Kaze, take me to the Pure Land to find Uchiha Madara. According to my memories from a previous life, it was only just before his demise that Uchiha Madara realized he was merely being used by Kaguya." Uchiha Hino Kaze agreed with Tsunade's suggestion to venture to the Pure Land and reveal the truth to Uchiha Madara. After all, Madara's Moon Eye plan would plunge the Uchiha clan into a world of illusion. Tsunade, nestled beside Uchiha Hino Kaze, affectionately inquired, "Hino Kaze, when shall we depart?" Uchiha Hino Kaze pondered briefly. "Tonight, having just driven away Itachi Uchiha and Obito, there remain many wounded in the clan that require treatment. The situation within the clan is still unstable. We shall set forth to the Pure Land tomorrow evening to seek Uchiha Madara." The following morning, news of the Uchiha massacre spread widely, causing a surge of casualties from the Uchiha clan to flood into the Konoha medical department. The incident of Itachi Uchiha, assisted by Obito, slaughtering the Uchiha clan quickly became a hot topic in the streets of Konoha. At Ichiraku Ramen, Kakashi Haruno sat, his expression grave as he consumed his noodles. Itachi Uchiha was a rather honest lad. How could he commit such atrocities against his own kin? Kurenai Yuhi shared his dismay, wishing fervently that such events would not transpire within the village. It was truly incomprehensible. As Hino Kaze quietly approached Might Guy, he whispered, "Guy, I've heard that the massacre night is related to the higher-ups of Konoha. Mike Guy's brows furrowed in surprise. Oh, is it connected to the Konoha elite? Hai no Kaze continued in hushed tones. I heard from Uchiha Clan members that the slaughter of the Uchiha was a task assigned to Itachi by Shimura Danzo. At that moment, everyone around Mike Guy perked up, listening intently to Hai no Kaze's whispers. Shock spread across their faces. Kakashi's drowsy eyes suddenly widened, his gaze sharpening. Logically speaking, Itachi wouldn't commit such a heinous act against his own kin. Could it truly be an assignment from Shimura Danzo? Simultaneously, Uchiha Shoju and Kurenai Yuhi wore solemn expressions. Inuzuka Kiba, standing beside Hai no Kaze, with a kunai in his mouth, weakly questioned, Hai no Kaze, is your information accurate? Hai no Kaze vigorously shook his head, thumping his chest. The news is indisputable. The Uchiha clan is fully aware that Danzo ordered Itachi to massacre his own people. Moreover, last night, the masked man Obito Uchiha also appeared in Konoha, assisting Itachi in the slaughter of his clan. As the crimson sun set, the expression on Yuhi Kurenai's face darkened, her brows furrowed tightly, and her hands clenched involuntarily. The very individual responsible for orchestrating the Ninetales assault on Konoha had resurfaced. After all, during the initial attack, Kurenai had nearly lost her life to the beast. Consequently, upon hearing the name of the masked man, Uchiha Obito, her heart surged with indignation. Kakashi, with his eyes slightly narrowed, shimmered with a flicker of light. What could have compelled Obito to ally himself with Uchiha Itachi? Was he too acting under the directives of Shimura Danzo? Hatake Tsukumo, his gaze drifting, revealed a contemplative expression. Perhaps there existed a connection among Uchiha Itachi, the masked Obito, and Danzo. Kurenai calmly analyzed the situation. The conflict between the upper echelons of Konoha and the Uchiha clan had intensified. Danzo had always harbored animosity towards the Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi, being the captain of the Umbu, could it be that Danzo indeed tasked him with the annihilation of his own clan? Moreover, it was highly likely that Obito had some form of relationship with Danzo. Tsukumo nodded slightly. Mike Guy, furrowing his brow, pondered aloud. Could Obito also be a subordinate of Danzo? Hibi, continuing his discourse, remarked, I've heard from members of the Uchiha clan that Itachi has activated the Mangekyō Sharingan. On the night of the massacre, no one could withstand Uchiha Itachi and the masked man. Subsequently, the leader of the Uchiha clan made his appearance, severely wounding both Itachi and the masked man. Upon hearing of the clan leader's emergence, the crowd fell momentarily silent. Tsukumo recalled events from years past. I once faced public scrutiny, and it was Uchiha Shursui who alleviated my inner turmoil, revealing to me the true significance of comradeship over missions. Kurenai reminisced about the Ninetales attack on Konoha. Had it not been for Shursui's timely intervention, I would have perished at the hands of the beast. Mike Guy reflected on his own solitary confrontation with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Had it not been for Shursui, I might have opened the 8th gate and met my end. The three harbored profound gratitude towards Uchiha Shursui. Kakashi, his eyes drowsy, sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance. That man always seemed to appear at pivotal moments. To think he could simultaneously contend with Uchiha Itachi and the masked man. Just how formidable was his strength? Kurenai's beautiful eyes shimmered with curiosity regarding this leader of the Uchiha clan. That man had surfaced once more. What manner of person was he? Mike Guy, his lips curling into a gentle smile revealing pearly whites, remarked, he saved both my father and me. He is my idol. I truly hope to see Shursui again. Chapter 88. Envy from Mikoto and Izumi. The Uchiha massacre night had been disseminated by information personnel planted within Konoha from various villages. It had spread throughout the ninja world that Danzo had assigned Itachi the task of exterminating the Uchiha clan. The 4 major ninja villages and several smaller ones were abuzz with discussions on the matter. In the 3rd Hokage's office, an Umbu ninja reported, the villagers of Konoha now believe that the massacre of the Uchiha clan was a task assigned by Lord Danzo to Itachi and Obito. This information has also reached other villages. Danzo glared with his dead fish-like eyes, his pupils bulging in outrage. Damn it, who is spreading these rumors? I would never command that accursed masked man to collaborate with Itachi to slaughter his own clan. How could I possibly know that wretched masked man? Tsunade, her face darkened with concern, added, these rumors will only exacerbate the discord between Konoha's upper echelons and the Uchiha clan. Danzo gritted his teeth in frustration, his jaws grinding ominously. Who could be the source of these rumors? The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, exhaled deeply. The origins of the distant rumors had become impossible to trace. It is a fact that you tasked Itachi with the extermination of the Uchiha clan, Danzo. This time, you've concocted another disastrous scheme. However, it was unexpected that the masked man would also appear on the night of the massacre. Danzo, seething with unexpressed anger, remained silent. The third Hokage inhaled a puff of smoke, slowly exhaling a cloud, his face etched with concern. The mission to exterminate had failed. How were Konoha and the Uchiha clan to coexist henceforth? In the evening at Tsunade's residence, Uchiha Shursui intended to lead Tsunade into the Pure Land to meet Uchiha Madara. After several earnest requests from the elder, Shursui consented to take them along to the Pure Land. From a young age, Shursui had idolized Madara, and the prospect of finally meeting his idol filled him with anticipation. When shall we depart for the Pure Land, esteemed leader? He inquired. During our time in the Pure Land, we must not be disturbed by the outside world. We shall wait until midnight to proceed. Uchiha Shursui turned to Tsunade beside him. The voluptuous Tsunade, her cheeks flushed, shyly replied, Shursui, it's still early. Perhaps we should rest for a while. Taking Tsunade's hand, Shursui led her into the room. The revitalization of the Uchiha clan fundamentally depended on increasing its population. In this regard, Shursui seemed to have never exerted much effort. Moreover, the Senju clan's numbers in Konoha had dwindled. Observing the curvaceous Tsunade, Shursui contemplated, I must endeavor to improve in this aspect in the future. Mikoto and Izumi, their lips slightly parted, displayed expressions of envy and yearning. Both held profound admiration for Shursui. Within the room, Tsunade's cheeks remained flushed, feeling somewhat bashful. After all, it had been many years since she had been with Shursui. Shursui, with a hint of shyness, gazed at Tsunade and softly spoke, Shursui, your body still feels as if it is 18. Yet I have long surpassed 40. What are we to do? Tsunade radiated the allure of a mature woman. Uchiha Shursui refrained from lingering on trivial matters. The voluptuous Tsunade couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, the vitality of an 18-year-old body is unmatched. A smile crept onto Shursui's lips. Age of the body is of no concern. For years, I have been contemplating and mastering the techniques of eternal life. Just a few more years, and I shall create the perfect method of immortality. The technique not only allows me to control my own age, but also grants me the ability to manipulate the ages of others. Upon hearing Shursui's words, Tsunade's expression shifted. The technique of eternal life can manipulate the ages of others? Shursui gazed at Tsunade, close enough to sense her fragrance. Yes, in due time. I can revert your body back to the state of 18. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. To revert my age to 18. This seems similar to my mitotic regeneration technique. The mitotic regeneration technique can seal my chakra within my forehead, unleashing it when necessary, granting me even immortality. However, despite its power, the mitotic regeneration technique carries severe side effects. Each use drains my lifespan, hastening my aging. Observing the perplexed expression on Tsunade's face, Shursui smiled and reassured her, the technique I have developed carries no side effects. I merely need a few more years of dedicated research in the wetbone forest. Tsunade's cheeks still bore an expression of disbelief. The technique of resurrection from the underworld connects the realm of the living shinobi and the Pure Land, allowing the deceased to return to life. The art of eternal life from the underworld enables me to control my age, allowing me to revert to the state of my 18-year-old self. The flames of karma not only shatter the barriers between the realm of the living and the Pure Land, but also transcend the inevitability of human aging. Tsunade, mature and alluring, gazes wide-eyed at Uchiha Karma, her heart filled with astonishment. It seems that no one in the shinobi world has ever achieved such a feat. Even my grandfather, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara, could not accomplish this. Yet, Uchiha Karma has done it. With a hint of curiosity, Tsunade inquires, Karma, how did you manage this? Uchiha Karma blinks and responds, I meticulously studied the 100 healings technique, along with the reanimation jutsu and the technique of life transfer. Through these ninjutsu, I deduced and comprehended the underlying principles. Reborn in the world of Hokage, Uchiha Karma possesses a godly physique and astounding innate talent. Tsunade cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary understanding that Uchiha Karma exhibits. In the room, Uchiha Karma and Tsunade engage in intimate conversation, their rapport evident. Outside, in the living room, Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Izumi look on enviously at Tsunade, the wife of the clan leader. The elder, Uchiha Shana, waits quietly in the living room, eagerly anticipating a meeting with Uchiha Madara. The night swiftly passes, and soon it is midnight. Uchiha Karma, holding Tsunade's hand, walks into the living room. Tsunade's cheeks are flushed, seemingly reluctant to part. Upon seeing the clan leader appear, the elder and others promptly gather around. Uchiha Karma, beaming with joy, announces, We are now prepared to journey to the Pure Land to meet Uchiha Madara. The elderly elder's brows twitched slightly, his expression bewildered. Clan leader, how shall we traverse to the Pure Land? How can we find Uchiha Madara there? Tsunade smiles, revealing a glimmer of excitement as she produces a crystal necklace from her waist. With this, Chapter 89, Reuniting with Uchiha Madara in the Pure Land. Tsunade, observing the elder's puzzled demeanor, explains with a smile, this crystal necklace can guide us to Uchiha Madara. Many years ago, Karma and I used this to meet Uchiha Madara in the Pure Land. The elder, Shana, and the others look on in astonishment. Uchiha Karma takes the crystal necklace from Tsunade's hands. Brace yourselves, hold on to me tightly, close your eyes, clear your minds, and concentrate your spirit. Immediately, Uchiha Karma swiftly performs hand seals. Soon, Tsunade, the elder, and Shana feel their souls enter a state of ethereality, their bodies feeling weightless as if they were shooting stars soaring towards the distant sky. For beams of yellow light streak across the darkened Konoha sky, capturing the attention of the Umbu and Root members on night watch. In no time, several figures from the Umbu and Root dart towards the source of the four beams of light. In the Pure Land, moments later, Uchiha Karma's voice resounds. All right, you may open your eyes. As everyone opens their eyes, they are met with astonishment, finding themselves in an unfamiliar landscape. The elderly elder's brows quiver slightly. Is this truly the Pure Land? Tsunade, appearing composed, replies, yes, indeed. This is the world of the Pure Land. Uchiha Karma surveys the surroundings and addresses the group. Although the crystal necklace is a relic of the sacred tree, the power of the Nine Tails has overwhelmed the essence left by the sacred tree within the necklace. The Nine Tails chakra within the necklace should lead us to the location of Uchiha Madara. This means Uchiha Madara should be nearby. The four had not ventured far when a deep, rugged voice calls out, Who dares to disturb me? They turn towards the source of the voice and behold a figure clad in crimson samurai armor, cold and imposing, with a gaze as frigid as a glacier, striking fear into those who dare approach. It is none other than Uchiha Madara. Upon recognizing the visitors, Uchiha Madara's brow furrows in surprise. You are that little brat from last time. Observing the group's ethereal state, Uchiha Madara realizes that they have not perished, but rather utilized some form of ninjutsu to arrive in the Pure Land from the realm of the living. Uchiha Madara narrows his eyes, his voice gruff as he inquires, That woman from last time is here as well. Why is it that you and that woman have such a significant age difference? Uchiha Madara distinctly remembers that when Karma and Tsunade first arrived in the Pure Land, they were of similar ages. Now, Uchiha Karma appears to be around 18, untouched by the ravages of time, while Tsunade unmistakably presents as a woman in her 40s. Anger wells up within Tsunade as she glares at Uchiha Madara and exclaims, Do not refer to me as that woman. My name is Senju Tsunade, the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju. Uchiha Madara's interest is piqued. Oh, the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju. You two still haven't answer my question. How can there be such a vast age disparity between you? Uchiha Karma, maintaining a calm demeanor, gazes steadily at Uchiha Madara and slowly responds. I have created a ninjutsu that allows me to control my body's age. A ninjutsu that controls the age of one's body? Uchiha Madara's eyes narrow, a hint of skepticism in his gaze. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The art of eternal life from the underworld. Is this the ninjutsu you use to stave off the aging of your body? Uchiha Karma nods in affirmation. Uchiha Madara's gaze sharpens as he scrutinizes Uchiha Karma, astonished. I never expected that a descendant of the Uchiha clan in later generations could possess such remarkable talent. Uchiha Madara, intrigued by the hand signs of the art of eternal life, is about to inquire further when Uchiha Karma interjects. Madara, the purpose of my visit is to thwart your Moon Eye plan. Uchiha Madara's gaze turns steely as he regards Uchiha Karma. Previously, during their encounter in the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara sensed that this young man was far from ordinary. His understanding of the affairs of the shinobi world surpassed even Uchiha Madara's expectations. However, upon hearing Uchiha Karma express intentions to impede his Moon Eye plan, Uchiha Madara's expression reveals a hint of disdain. After all, he is deeply convinced of the contents of the Nanha Shrine Stone Tablet and holds a profound obsession with the Moon Eye plan. What qualifications does a mere child of the later generations of the Uchiha clan have to stop me? At this moment, Uchiha Shana steps forward, gritting his teeth as he declares, he is no mere child. He is the leader of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Karma holds a place in Shana's heart that has long surpassed that of his idol, Uchiha Madara. Thus, Shana strives to defend Uchiha Karma fiercely. However, in contrast to Uchiha Karma's poise, Tsunade remains composed and collected, while Shana, on the other hand, appears tense and anxious, clearly struggling to maintain his composure. The elder, too, exhibits signs of unease in the presence of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara turns his gaze toward the elder and Shana, and you two are. As he observes the elder's aged visage, Uchiha Madara's expression solidifies. You are Hanokor? The venerable elder stepped forward, his brows slightly furrowed. 3 delicate lines appearing on his forehead, his expression grave. Former clan leader, I am Uchiha Cake. It has been a long time. When you departed from the Uchiha clan and ventured far to Konoha, I was merely a child. Subsequently, the elder turned his gaze toward Uchiha Kakeru, his countenance earnest as he introduced, "This is our Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Kakeru." Since assuming the mantle of leadership, clan leader Kakeru has seen the Uchiha clan grow increasingly formidable within Konoha. Presently, the Uchiha have become the wealthiest of clans in the village. Moreover, just last night, clan leader Kakeru saved the entire Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed slightly as he questioned in a rough, commanding tone, "Oh? This young lad saved the Uchiha clan last night." Uchiha Shana suddenly interjected loudly, "He is not a young lad. He is our Uchiha clan leader." Madara's gaze retained a hint of disdain. "Cake, how did this young lad manage to save the Uchiha clan?" The aged elder, still frowning, replied earnestly, "Last night, the Uchiha clan faced an unprecedented calamity, the night of the Uchiha massacre." Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flickered in Madara's eyes. "Oh, the night of the Uchiha massacre?" Chapter 90, Persuading Uchiha Madara to Abandon the Moon Eye Plan. Madara, from his elevated position, surveyed the assembly with curiosity. The night of the Uchiha massacre? What transpired in the Uchiha clan after my demise? The elder, Uchiha Cake, with a somber expression, began, "Just last night, Uchiha Itachi accepted a mission commissioned by Shimura Danzo to slaughter the Uchiha clan, to erase the Uchiha from Konoha entirely." Upon hearing this, Madara's eyes widened in shock. Shimura Danzo? Uchiha Itachi? The elder Cake elaborated with gravity. Shimura Danzo was originally a member of the elite guard under the second Hokage, Tobirama, and is now one of Konoha's leaders. He is exceedingly suspicious, cautious, treacherous, and employs ruthless methods, harboring no trust in others. He cannot tolerate even the slightest possibility of oversight and insists on executing his plans to feel at ease. Following the elder's account, Madara's lips curled into a cold smirk, his gaze rife with disdain. This is the Konoha village established by Senju Hashirama. How could such a buffoon arise in the village's future? And who exactly is Uchiha Itachi? The elder, his brows slightly trembling, continued his explanation. Uchiha Itachi is a young prodigy of the Uchiha clan, possessing formidable strength and exceptional talent. At this point, the elder's demeanor shifted, his tone laden with disappointment. Alas, clan leader Kakeru has elevated the Uchiha clan's wealth and prestige in Konoha. However, with the Uchiha's rising status, the conflicts with Konoha's higher-ups have intensified. Uchiha Itachi chose to side with Konoha's elite. Last night, he accepted Danzo's mission to eradicate the Uchiha clan, aiming to eliminate us from Konoha. A hint of contempt flickered in Madara's gaze as he grunted dismissively. The only solution to the Uchiha clan's conflict with Konoha's elite is through force. The elder, his brow furrowed, continued addressing Madara. Uchiha Itachi is a genius ninja with extraordinary talent. More terrifying is that he has awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Last night, with the assistance of Uchiha Obito, he slaughtered our clansmen. No one among us could withstand the blades of Uchiha Itachi and the masked Obito. Countless clansmen perished beneath their onslaught. Fortunately, clan leader Kakeru returned to Konoha in time to defeat Uchiha Itachi and Obito. Otherwise, our Uchiha clan might have vanished from the ninja world last night. Madara turned to Uchiha Kakeru, his gaze softening with a hint of admiration. "You, young lad, are indeed remarkable. To have simultaneously defeated both Uchiha Obito and Itachi. You saved the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Shana suddenly stood, his face grim, teeth clenched as he declared, "I will say it once more. He is not a young lad. He is our Uchiha clan leader. Had it not been for clan leader Kakeru's departure to Konoha, dedicating all these years to the development of ninjutsu, we Uchiha would not have to fear Sarutobi Hiruzen and those fellows like Danzo." In Shana's heart, clan leader Kakeru held immense prestige. Shana would not permit Madara to belittle Kakeru. However, Madara dismissed Shana's interjection, his gaze sharp and curious, fixating on Kakeru. "Young lad, your journey to Konoha, your research into ninjutsu, is it aimed at developing resurrection techniques and methods for immortality?" Uchiha Kakeru's expression remained calm as he met Madara's gaze. "Indeed. Have you successfully developed both of these ninjutsu?" Madara's mind raced with astonishment. Kakeru nodded gently. Yes. A look of surprise flickered across Madara's usually aloof visage. Then can you bring me back to life? Madara inquired with curiosity. Kakeru nodded slightly. It is achievable. A tremor of astonishment rippled through Madara's previously disdainful gaze. Furthermore, how does your eternal life technique work? How can one attain eternal life? Uchiha Kakeru refrained from answering Madara's queries and instead articulated the purpose of their visit to the Pure Land. We have come to the Pure Land not to reminisce or engage in idle chatter, Madara. I wish to persuade you to abandon the Moon Eye plan. Madara's expression turned cold and severe. Young lad, why do you wish to obstruct the Moon Eye plan? Kakeru replied sternly, Madara. Your Moon Eye plan poses a threat to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Obito, as the executor of your Moon Eye plan, has even attempted to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Moreover, if your Moon Eye plan were to succeed, the Uchiha clan would be ensnared in an eternal illusion of the infinite Tsukuyomi. As the clan leader of the Uchiha, I cannot allow such recklessness. I will thwart Uchiha Obito's execution of the Moon Eye plan within the ninja world. Madara's face curled in disdain as he scoffed. Humph, arrogant young lad. Only the Moon Eye plan can truly achieve peace in the ninja world. Madara's tone bore an undertone of menace. Kakeru responded with unwavering resolve. Madara, you are mistaken. You have manipulated Uchiha Obito. However, you two have been used by Kurizetsu. The stone tablet you have seen at the south shrine has been tampered with by Kurizetsu. Madara's pupils narrowed, a look of disbelief crossing his face. How can this be possible? Kakeru continued. Kurizetsu is not merely a manifestation of your will. It has existed since the era of the Sage of Six Paths. The stone tablet at the south shrine is a remnant left by the Sage of Six Paths. Kurizetsu can perceive all the contents inscribed upon the tablet. Before you awakened your Rinnegan, Kurizetsu had already read the tablet, and it has altered its content. In essence, you are nothing more than a puppet of Kurizetsu. Madara's brow furrowed tightly, his expression grave, the previous disdain completely vanished. Young lad, how do you know all of this? Uchiha Yehuo. The extent of my knowledge far exceeds your imagination. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, I am unwilling to witness you stray from the righteous path, ensnared in ignorance. At this moment, Uchiha Madara gazed at Uchiha Yehuo with a look of sheer astonishment. Madara could scarcely fathom how this youthful Uchiha could possess such profound knowledge. These matters remained shrouded in secrecy within Madara's heart. Doubt lingered in Madara's mind regarding Yehuo's assertions. Uchiha Yehuo turned to his companion Tsunade, the elder, and declared, "Let us depart. We must return to the realm of the living ninja." Upon hearing Yehuo's intent to lead them away, Madara furrowed his brow and called out, "Wait. Can you bring me back to the world of the living ninja?" Chapter 91. The transaction with Uchiha Madara. The disdain in Madara's gaze towards Yehuo had dissipated, replaced by a measure of respect. Just before his demise, Madara had entrusted Obito with the paramount task of resurrecting himself. Now, this young boy before him not only claimed the ability to restore Madara but also promised eternal life, a proposition that held an irresistible allure for Madara. After hearing Madara's words, Yehuo turned back and replied, "Resurrect you? Indeed. Bring me from the Pure Land back to the realm of the living ninjas." "No, that is impossible," Yehuo rejected outright. To resurrect Madara would plunge the ninja world into chaos and hasten the progression of the Eye of the Moon plan. A fierce glint flashed in Madara's cold eyes as he spoke in a chilling, domineering tone. "Refuse me, and I shall leave you for to languish in the Pure Land. Thus, you in the realm of the living will meet your demise." Tsunade's heart ignited with anger, her brow knitted in frustration. "How despicable! Madara, you are threatening us." The elder, Shana, wore an expression of sheer shock. Madara's eyes turned icy, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips as he fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Yehuo. In contrast, Yehuo wore a light smile. "Leave us in the Pure Land. For so many years, I have journeyed far from Konoha, diligently studying the art of resurrection from the underworld, the technique of eternal life. I can invoke the resurrection technique without hand seals, instantly transporting us back to the realm of the living ninja." Madara's eyes narrowed. "Oh, a resurrection technique that requires no hand seals?" The prospect of returning to the living world with eternal life is immensely tempting for Uchiha. He yearned to reclaim his place in the realm of the living. At this moment, Madara hesitated to attack the four. If Yehuo truly possessed the ability to execute the resurrection technique instantaneously without hand signs, then Madara would lose his chance at resurrection. After a moment's contemplation, Madara exhaled softly. "TCH, I never imagined I would be so thoroughly cornered by a mere child of the Uchiha clan. To secure his resurrection in the realm of the living." Madara's pupils swiftly rotated, his gaze sharpening. Uchiha Yehuo, let us make a deal. Tsunade and the elder, Shana, regarded Madara with wary eyes. Yehuo, maintaining an unruffled demeanor, inquired curiously, a deal? Madara's rough, commanding voice resonated in their ears. Child, do you recall our last encounter? We engaged in a transaction then. You answered my inquiries. And in return, I imparted to you the methods and insights for awakening the Sharingan. Since you have managed to defeat Obito and Itachi, I presume you have unlocked the Mangekyō Sharingan? Yehuo's gaze sharpened as he stared at Madara, his once clear black eyes transforming into a vibrant crimson hue. Madara's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Yehuo's Mangekyō Sharingan. 9 Tomo. Even Madara felt a surge of surprise. The form of the Sharingan with 9 Tomo was unprecedented in his experience. Yehuo, maintaining his composure, questioned, Madara, what kind of deal do you propose? Madara's cold gaze bore down on Yehuo. Child. Suddenly, Shana interrupted Madara, her voice raised in protest. Hey, Madara, do not refer to him as child. He is the patriarch of our Uchiha clan. Since Yehuo ascended to the role of patriarch, the Uchiha clan's reputation, standing, and popularity within Konoha had significantly improved. The clan members no longer lived under oppression as they once did, fostering Shana's admiration and respect for Patriarch Yehuo. No one would be permitted to belittle or disparage Yehuo, not even the legendary Uchiha Madara. Before Madara could respond, he was abruptly interrupted, his pupils constricting as a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. With a swift motion, Madara appeared before Shana. Her eyes widened in shock. Madara seized Shana by the throat, lifting her effortlessly into the air. Do you wish to dance as well? Tsunade and the elder, Shana, immediately furrowed their brows, lips tightly pressed. As if on the brink of erupting into conflict with Madara, Shana, gasping in pain as Madara gripped her throat, bore an expression of sheer agony. In that instant, the space around Madara rippled, revealing a temporal vortex. Madara squinted, startled to see Uchiha Yehuo suddenly materializing within the swirling void. Coldly, he muttered, Do you wish to dance as well? Crouching slightly to gather strength, he launched a fierce side kick toward Uchiha Yehuo. Almost simultaneously, Yehuo's hand made contact with Madara's body. In an instant, Madara felt an unexpected kick land forcefully against his abdomen. What is this? In the astonished eyes of Tsunade and the elder, Shana, Madara was sent flying over 10 meters by the brutal strike before he could regain his footing. Once freed from Madara's grasp, Shana stood in place, panting heavily. Huff, huff. I nearly suffocated just now. Thankfully, the patriarch acted swiftly to save me. The elder, Uchiha Yehuo, looked at Madara with a face full of astonishment. Patriarch Yehuo has actually repelled Uchiha Madara. It was known that Madara was an unattainable figure in the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Steadying himself, Madara lifted his head, staring intently at Uchiha Yehuo. Uchiha clan's patriarch, Yehuo, what technique did you just employ? The reason Madara had been caught off guard was due to the divine technique, malicious rebound. Rather than directly responding to Madara, Yehuo posed a question instead. What kind of deal do you wish to propose? Madara's icy stare remained fixed on Yehuo. The brief skirmish compelled Madara to regard this 18-year-old boy with newfound seriousness. You will resurrect me in the realm of the living ninja, and I shall grant you a favor. As these words fell, Tsunade and the elder, Shana, felt a wave of unease wash over them. Tsunade, her body tense, warned, Yehuo, do not resurrect him. If he is brought back, no one in the ninja world will stand against him. The elder, Shana, wore a face full of concern. The ramifications of resurrecting Uchiha Madara into the realm of the living ninja would be catastrophic. Uchiha Yehuo's gaze flickered as he pondered the proposition. Madara clenched his fists, his gaze tightening, feeling a hint of rejection brewing within him. After all, he was uncertain whether Obito's plan to revive him would succeed. Yet, this 18-year-old boy before him could directly bring him back to life. You have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. The excessive use of the kaleidoscope Sharingan may lead to a sensation of ocular fatigue, pain, and bleeding, ultimately resulting in blindness. Do you desire to attain the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan? Uchiha Yehuo, with a calm demeanor, remained silent. I can impart the methods and experiences of awakening the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan to you. Uchiha Yehuo, fixing his gaze upon Uchiha Madara, spoke slowly. Madara, I shall grant you that promise. Tsunade, the elder, and Shina were taken aback. Could it be that Yehuo intends to resurrect Uchiha Madara? If Madara were to be revived, Konoha would face a formidable threat. This individual is too powerful, and no one in the ninja world could contend with him. A smirk of triumph appeared on Uchiha Madara's lips. Chapter 92 captured the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. Uchiha Yehuo, maintaining his composure, continued, I can resurrect you in the real ninja world, but you shall only have 1 day of life. Uchiha Madara's smile momentarily faltered. Humph. Only a single day? Tsunade, the elder, and Shina wore expressions of shock. To allow Uchiha Madara to be revived for 1 day? Tsunade gazed at Yao with grave concern. Even if Uchiha Madara were to be resurrected for just 1 day, it would pose a significant danger. The elder also sought to dissuade the clan leader. But Uchiha Yao had already made his decision. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow, his gaze fierce and commanding, fixating on Uchiha Yao. Only 1 day of resurrection? After a brief contemplation, Uchiha Madara chuckled softly. Very well, the deal is struck. He then began to meticulously explain and demonstrate the process of evolving into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Simply follow my instructions, and you shall succeed. However, you will require another person's kaleidoscope Sharingan to transplant into your own eyes. Only then can you successfully evolve into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Yao listened attentively, absorbing the knowledge. A cold smile curled at the corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth as he promptly divulged the method of evolution for the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Yet, obtaining another person's kaleidoscope Sharingan would not be an easy task for Uchiha Yao. In the past, Uchiha Madara had only succeeded in evolving into the eternal kaleidoscope after transplanting his brother Izuna's Sharingan. Uchiha Madara's gaze sharpened, coldly scrutinizing Uchiha Yao. Clan leader, Madara seemed to remind him of the terms of their transaction. Uchiha Yao, however, paid no heed to Madara. Instead, he closed his eyes, concentrating deeply, pondering the matter at hand. I possess a godly physique and an extraordinary aptitude in the ninja world. I wonder if I could evolve directly into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan without transplanting another's eyes. Tsunade, the elder, and Shina stood beside Yao, their minds tense as they vigilantly observed Uchiha Madara. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Uchiha Yao slowly opened his eyes. Madara, I shall resurrect you now. As these words fell, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Uchiha Yao instructed Madara, cast aside all distractions and focus your mental energy. Once I return to the real ninja world, I will immediately initiate the rebirth from the underworld technique. Upon sensing my summons and establishing a connection with your mental energy, I can bring you back from the pure land to the real ninja world. Uchiha Madara, eyes wide, listened intently, not daring to slacken his focus. With that, Uchiha Yao concentrated his mental energy without forming hand seals. Uchiha Madara was astonished to witness the souls of 4 individuals transform into 4 streams of yellow light, swiftly ascending into the night sky and vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, in the real ninja world, Uchiha Yao executed the rebirth from the underworld technique, morphing into 4 streams of light that soared into the skies above Konoha, entering the Pure Land. Against the backdrop of the inky night, the 4 golden rays were exceedingly conspicuous. Immediately, several Umbu and Root ninjas soared towards Tsunade's residence, observing from a distance. What had just transpired at Tsunade's house? Should we investigate? No, we must not intrude. Years ago, Umbu and Root ninjas recklessly entered Tsunade's home and were slain by the Uchiha Clan leader. Indeed, according to Umbu intelligence, Uchiha Yao is staying at Tsunade's house tonight. They are a married couple. It is entirely normal for them to reside together. Do you think the 4 streams of light are connected to the Uchiha Clan leader? I recall many years ago when a column of yellow light erupted from Tsunade's home, marking Uchiha's resurrection of Shoju. Oh, I wonder if anything will happen at Tsunade's house tonight. Out of curiosity, several Umbu and Root ninjas crept closer to Tsunade's residence, observing intently. The commotion also caught the attention of Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Izumi. After all, before their departure, Tsunade and the elder had specifically warned against allowing anyone near her home, let alone intruding while Yao performed the resurrection technique. Consequently, upon hearing the sounds outside, Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Izumi instantly grew anxious. Izumi, let us go outside and see. Uchiha Izumi followed Mikoto to the rooftop, scanning the surroundings with care. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, several Umbu and Root ninjas were scattered across the rooftops, walls, and trees. The 2 sides faced each other tensely. The 2 young women were no match for the Umbu or Root ninjas. However, those ninjas refrained from taking any rash actions. We cannot recklessly intrude into Tsunade's home. What should we do now? This matter must be reported to Lord Hokage. After a brief discussion, 1 Umbu and 1 Root ninja swiftly departed to urgently inform Konoha's higher-ups. In the pitch-black night, at the 3rd Hokage's office, an Umbu ninja knelt halfway before the desk, reporting the sudden appearance of the 4 streams of light at Tsunade's house to the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, the office door swung open forcefully. Shimura Danzo entered, dragging along Tsukikage Kamaru and Mito Gaiden. Hiruzen, what is Uchiha Yehuo up to at Tsunade's house? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, momentarily appeared taken aback. They are a married couple. It is late at night. What do you think they could possibly be doing? Shimura Danzo glared with his lifeless eyes and, after a moment of hesitation, retorted angrily, "Huff. That is not what I meant. I was referring to the 4 streams of light from Tsunade's house." Tsukikage Kamaru, with a glum expression, stepped forward to elaborate. Hiruzen, Uchiha Yehuo is an unstable factor in Konoha. He has only been back for 2 days, and now there are mysterious streams of light. Mito Gaiden frowned, his face darkening. We must investigate what those 4 streams of light truly are. Shimura Danzo, with a grim countenance, fixed his gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, continuing, indeed, Uchiha Yehuo has already disrupted the peace and stability of Konoha. Presently, the greatest threat to Konoha is not the Uchiha Clan, but Uchiha Yehuo himself. Although he has long been away from Konoha, every time he returns, calamity follows. Remember the night of the massacre? Uchiha Yehuo was the one who caused the destruction, igniting a fire of rage within me. The third Hokage furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze profound and tranquil, as if contemplating something. After a moment of reflection, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, slightly raised his head. I shall uncover the truth behind those 4 streams of light. Konoha shall not permit the existence of unstable factors. Chapter 93. The villager's confusion. Shimura Danzo, concealing his aged visage, fixed his gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Have you ascertained the truth? Currently, the Ienokibi ninjas are barred from infiltrating the Tsunade residence. How do you intend to investigate, Sarutobi? Facing Danzo's inquiry, the third Hokage felt a twinge of irritation and cast a sidelong glance at him. I shall personally visit the Tsunade household to uncover the matter at hand. With that, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, proceeded towards the Tsunade residence, accompanied by Danzo and others. In the pitch-black night at the Tsunade household, a considerable number of Anbu and root ninjas had gathered in the vicinity, far more than before, causing quite a stir. Many jonin and even civilians flocked to witness the commotion. Among them were Kakashi, Shikaku Nara, Asuma, and Might Guy with his father. The crowd surrounding the Tsunade residence grew increasingly dense, their curiosity piqued by the 4 streaks of light that had appeared. Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Izumi stood atop the Tsunade house, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, forbidding any approach. The situation had reached an impasse. Suddenly, from the distant horizon of the inky night sky, 4 brilliant streaks of light emerged, streaking across the heavens like meteors before vanishing into the Tsunade residence. Under the silvery moonlight, the onlookers' expressions turned to astonishment. The Ienokibi ninjas huddled together in discussion. With a cat-faced mask, Ienokibi ninja Yuzuki Yugao gazed skyward. The 4 streaks of light have reappeared. Moonlight Gale furrowed his brow. What transpired at the Tsunade household? Hibizumi, what could those 4 streaks of light signify? Noira-rin, lazily chewing on a kunai, remarked, I suppose we must consult with the clan leader of the Yagami and Tsunade to uncover the truth. For now, we shall quietly await the Hokage's command. At another gathering of ninjas near the Tsunade household, Kakashi's drowsy gaze suddenly sparkled with clarity. Father, those 4 streaks of light were. Shikaku Nara's expression sharpened. What exactly has transpired at the Tsunade household? Could this be some form of ninjutsu? Rin's brow furrowed in contemplation. Shikaku, I fear only the Yagami clan leader and Tsunade possess the answers. Might Guy, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, remarked. The Yagami clan leader is indeed a mysterious figure. Kakashi sighed softly. This Yagami clan leader is quite troublesome. After all these years away from Konoha, he returns only to stir up such a commotion. Rin gazed at the Tsunade residence, her curiosity piqued. What manner of person is the Yagami clan leader? He saved my father during the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha and rescued the entire Uchiha clan from their demise. Though Rin had never encountered Uchiha Yagami, she harbored profound admiration and even a touch of reverence for him. As the 4 streaks of light soared into the Tsunade household, Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Izumi descended from the roof and entered the living room. Inside, Uchiha Yagami, Tsunade, and the elder had just returned from the Pure Land, their souls re-establishing their corporeal forms. The 4, previously resembling wooden figures, abruptly awakened. Uchiha Shana's eyes gleamed with delight. We have returned from the Pure Land. Having just faced Uchiha Madara, she admitted to being quite anxious. The elderly elder exhaled softly, relieved to be back. Tsunade, her brows slightly furrowed, regarded her husband Yagami. Yagami, Do you truly intend to resurrect Uchiha Madara? His revival poses a grave threat to Konoha. In response to Tsunade's caution, Uchiha Yagami smiled gently. Having agreed to Madara's pact, I must uphold my word. Tsunade, with a deep sigh, acquiesced. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not oppose it. Elder Shana felt a tinge of unease as she stood by, attentively listening. Meanwhile, Mikoto and Izumi, having just entered the living room, were taken aback upon hearing the intention to resurrect Uchiha Madara. In the hearts of the Uchiha clan, Madara was a legendary figure, unrivaled in strength. Akin to a god of ninjas. Mikoto furrowed her brow. The Yagami clan leader intends to resurrect Lord Madara? Izumi, her flowing hair cascading, wore a grave expression. What consequences might arise from the resurrection of the legendary Uchiha Madara? Tsunade, her delicate features drawn together in confusion, scrutinized Yagami. To resurrect Uchiha Madara without a physical body, are you suggesting we summon only his soul from the Pure Land into the ninja realm? Uchiha Yagami's lips curled into a subtle smile. Having spent many years in the Wetbone Forest researching the techniques of resurrection and eternal life, I have perfected the method of resurrection. I can indeed reconstruct the bodies of the deceased. The elder, Shana, and Mikoto were left astounded by Yagami's revelation. The elderly elder's brow quivered slightly. In all my years, I have never heard of a ninjutsu capable of reconstructing the bodies of the dead. Uchiha Shana gazed at Yagami with a mixture of awe. I had underestimated the Yagami clan leader. His ninjutsu prowess surpasses my imagination. Mikoto regarded Yagami with admiration in her eyes. To restore the deceased's corporeal form and bring them back to life. It's truly remarkable. Izumi, her lips slightly parted, gazed dreamily at Yagami. Is this truly the legendary Yagami clan leader? The ability to revive the dead is indeed terrifying. Uchiha Yagami's expression turned serious as he addressed them. During the execution of the resurrection technique, I must not be disturbed. You must guard the premises and prevent anyone from intruding. Heeding Yagami's command, the others vacated the living room, ensuring the Tsunade household was protected. Alone in the living room, Uchiha Yagami cast aside distractions, focusing his mind and spirit. With a resolute frown, he proclaimed, "Commence." Instantly, Yagami's spiritual energy transcended into the Pure Land. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara, eyes closed in meditation, sensed the surrounding spiritual energy. Why can I not perceive anything? Is Uchiha Yagami deceiving me? Have I been tricked by that brat? A shadow of concern crossed Madara's face. Suddenly, a jolt surged through him. This is Uchiha Yagami's spiritual power. The connection was established. Uchiha Madara felt a potent force of spiritual energy intertwining with his own, yanking his soul towards the distant horizon. A smirk crept across Madara's lips as he reveled. Humph. The Uchiha clan leader? This man has indeed kept his promise. Chapter 94. Uchiha resurrected in Konoha in the Pure Land. Responding to the summons, Uchiha Madara's soul transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the distant sky. In the realm of reality, within Konoha, beneath the cloak of darkness, a golden streak of light, akin to a shooting star, sped towards the Tsunade household. Many villagers witnessed this luminous phenomenon, its brilliance cutting through the obsidian night. On the streets, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by Danzo Shimura, Nara Shikaku, and others, made their way toward the Tsunade residence. Shimura Danzo stared with lifeless eyes, suddenly lifting his gaze to spot a yellow streak of light in the sky. Yuan Fei, what is that? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned in his Hokage hat, slightly raised his head, his gaze sharpening. Oh, could this be the yellow streak the Umbu spoke of? Tsunade's mentor, Shizune, furrowed her brow slightly. This yellow streak seems to be heading towards the Tsunade household. The third Hokage's expression turned grave as he spoke in a low voice. What has transpired at the Tsunade residence tonight? Has Uchiha Yehuo returned to the village? Could this be related to his recent arrival? Mito Minyan exclaimed anxiously. Yuan Fei, let us hasten to the Tsunade household. The four high-ranking officials of Konoha hurriedly proceeded in the direction of the luminous phenomenon. In the pitch-black night, at the Tsunade residence, the elder, Shizune, Mikoto, and Izumi stepped out of the living room into the outdoors. To their astonishment, they discovered a crowd had gathered around the vicinity of the Tsunade home. The elder's brow quivered slightly. Oh, why are there so many people surrounding us? Uchiha Shizune, with a sinister expression, knitted his brows. The Umbu ninjas are surveilling us. Could it be that the clan leader Yehuo has activated the resurrection technique, drawing these people here? Upon seeing the elder and the others emerge from the Tsunade house, the crowd erupted into a flurry of whispers. Inside the Tsunade household's living room, the soul of Uchiha Madara transformed into a yellow streak of light, darting into the space. Simultaneously, a physical body materialized out of thin air, identical to Madara's form in his living days. Tsunade gasped, her expression one of shock. The resurrection technique can actually generate the body of the deceased. As Tsunade gazed in astonishment, Madara's complete physical form gradually emerged. From his feet to his head, Uchiha Madara stood before Yefe and Tsunade, eyes closed in silence. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which glimmered with a piercing cold light. Tsunade clenched her fists, her heart racing. Uchiha Yefe maintained a calm demeanor, observing Madara with a composed gaze. Madara scanned his surroundings, his voice deep and authoritative as he addressed Yefe, clan leader Yefe. Have I truly been reborn? Where's this place? Uchiha Yefe replied nonchalantly. We are in Konoha village, within the Tsunade residence. Oh, Konoha village. A peculiar glint sparkled in Madara's commanding eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The atmosphere in the living room grew tense. Madara's overwhelming presence enveloped the entire space. Tsunade furrowed her brow tightly, warily scrutinizing Madara. Uchiha Yefe, however, remained unperturbed, quietly observing Madara. Madara took a moment to appreciate his revitalized body, noting its vigor and strength, reminiscent of his prime. Clearly, he was pleased, even somewhat exhilarated. Then, his gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Uchiha Yefe. Yet, it seems my body is bound by some kind of cursed seal. Is this seal the consequence of the resurrection technique? It has granted me but a single day to exist once more. Uchiha Yefe nodded gently. Madara's voice was low and powerful, filled with authority and menace. The resurrection technique is a forbidden art. Forbidden arts should not be used lightly. Do you think you can control the duration of my resurrection in this manner? Madara crouched down, swiftly weaving hand seals. Release the resurrection technique. In an instant, a radiant white glow enveloped Madara's body. A tremendous chakra surged forth from him, causing the living room to tremble violently. The entire Tsunade residence shook with intensity. Outside, the elder, Shizune, and other high-ranking ninjas confronted one another. Suddenly, a violent tremor emanated from the living room, causing the Tsunade house to sway noticeably. The crowd's faces turned pale with alarm. The elderly elder turned to glance towards the living room. What is happening? Could it be? Uchiha Shizune, Mikoto, and Izumi shared anxious expressions, knowing this must be the revival of Uchiha Madara. Nearby the Tsunade household, onlookers were astonished as the house appeared to be experiencing an earthquake. Kakashi, with sleepy eyes, focused intently on the Tsunade living room. Father, what has transpired at the Tsunade residence? Hatake Tsukumo's expression was grave. There should only be Yefe and Tsunade inside. How could there be an earthquake? Yugao Yuzuki curiously observed the living room. The elder Uchiha Shizune and the others were evidently blocking outsiders from entering. Was there some hidden secret within the living room? Yugao's eyes sparkled with intrigue, pondering. What kind of person is the legendary Uchiha Clan leader? What could he and Tsunade possibly be doing in the living room? The Umbu ninjas, witnessing the commotion at the Tsunade household, immediately grew alert. What is happening? Why is there an earthquake at the Tsunade residence? Damn it, without entering, we cannot gather any intelligence. Do not fret, Hokage-sama will arrive shortly. We merely need to keep watch over the Tsunade household. The crowd continued to swell around the Tsunade residence, their curiosity piqued by the earthquake and the yellow streak of light. Inside the Tsunade household's living room, Uchiha Madara concentrated, attempting to break free from the constraints of the resurrection technique. Under the watchful eyes of Uchiha Yefe and Tsunade, the white glow emanating from Madara dissipated. A hint of gravity appeared on Madara's otherwise fierce countenance. The resurrection technique's curse seal cannot be undone. In truth, in the Pure Land, Madara had anticipated that as long as Uchiha Yefe brought him back to the physical realm, even for just a day, he could actively nullify the limitations imposed by the resurrection technique, allowing him to return to life fully. However, to Madara's astonishment, he found himself unable to break the constraints of the resurrection technique at that moment. A cold glint shone in Madara's gaze as he regarded Uchiha Yefe. Chapter 95, Uchiha Madara seeks Shimura Danzo. Madara's eyes flickered with confusion. I cannot break free. Madara, comparable to the god of Shinobi, Senju Hashirama, possessed an intimate understanding of all ninjutsu within the world of Shinobi. Yet, he found himself powerless against the resurrection technique. Uchiha Yefe allowed a faint smile to play at the corners of his mouth. I have spent over 20 years away from Konoha, immersing myself in the forest of wet bones, diligently studying the resurrection technique. This is no ordinary ninjutsu. It is not easily undone. Madara's expression shifted, his gaze becoming sharp as he inquired, the forest of wet bones? The place where Senju Hashirama trained. Uchiha Yefe nodded affirmatively. Madara exclaimed in awe. I never imagined you could enter the forest of wet bones to train. Do you possess a means to lift the one-day resurrection limit? Indeed, it is possible, Yefe replied. At that moment, a fierce murderous aura emanated from Madara, his powerful presence sweeping through the room. He coldly demanded, Clan leader Yefe, I wish to propose a deal. You will lift the one-day limitation of the resurrection technique. Otherwise, I shall end your and Tsunade's lives. I will obliterate Konoha. Uchiha Yefe stood firm against Madara's formidable aura. We had previously agreed on a one-day resurrection. Do you intend to go back on your word? You are currently under the control of the resurrection technique. Should you exhibit any outrageous behavior, I possess the power to terminate your existence in an instant, returning you to the realm of purity. Uchiha, furrowing his brow, hesitated to act recklessly. His gaze fierce and domineering, he contemplated inwardly, Humph. How could I be so easily subdued by a mere child of the future? After a brief moment of hesitation, Uchiha Madara gradually came to terms with the reality of his resurrection lasting but a day, and his expression softened. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara soared towards the ceiling of the living room. With a resounding crash, he stood atop the roof of Tsunade's residence. At that moment, the elder, Shana, Mikoto, and Izumi were also present on the roof. The abrupt appearance of Uchiha Madara left the four of them utterly astonished. The elder's brow quivered slightly. The leader of the Akatsuki had truly resurrected Uchiha Madara. Shana's face darkened, and his body involuntarily trembled, a strange fear blossoming within him. Izumi, her long black hair cascading, observed with keen eyes. This man, clad in ancient armor, is... Mikoto's face displayed a look of shock. Could he be the legendary Uchiha Madara? Beneath the pitch-black night, atop Tsunade's roof, Uchiha Madara surveyed his surroundings, his black pupils swirling in the luminous moonlight. Humph, why are there so many people around here? Meanwhile, nearby Tsunade's dwelling, the violent sound of destruction drew everyone's attention. Kakashi fixated on the figure atop the roof with unwavering intensity. Who is that guy? Might Guy's eyebrows furrowed. Oh, a wild mane and layered red ancient armor? Kurenai, illuminated by the radiant moonlight, scrutinized Uchiha Madara with confusion. This man seems to possess a certain air of a formidable leader. Asuka furrowed her brow. Shana, his aura is remarkably strong. Even from this distance, I can sense it. Could he possibly be? Kakashi's gaze sharpened. From his attire and presence, there is only one person who fits this description, Uchiha Madara. At the utterance of that name by Kakashi, the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. Might Dayton's eyes grew heavy with concern. Shana, how can this be? Uchiha Madara appearing in Tsunade's home. Kakashi widened his bewildered eyes, intently scrutinizing the man atop the roof. This is impossible. Asuma took a deep drag from his cigarette. Uchiha Madara? Among the Umbu, the masked figure of Yuzuki Yugao questioned, is he truly Uchiha Madara? The sickly-faced moonlight Gale displayed a hint of disdain. Uft, don't be ridiculous. How could Uchiha Madara be here? Nara Shikaku, with a cigarette in his mouth, mused, if it really is Uchiha Madara come back to life, that would spell trouble. I've heard this fellow is not easy to deal with. Under the vast, dark sky, the moon shone brightly. Uchiha Madara, a towering figure, stood upon the rooftop. It had been a long time since he had returned to the village. With only one day of resurrection, where should he go first? Excitement flickered in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Hokage, you previously mentioned that the orchestrator behind the Uchiha massacre was a fellow named Danzo? The aged elder Fire Core's brow trembled slightly. Indeed, he is one of the leaders of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Shimura Danzo. I must first ascertain what manner of person he is. Where can I find Danzo? The elder's gaze flickered as he contemplated briefly before responding. He is typically at the Hokage Tower or the underground secret base of the Root Organization. Uchiha Madara's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Hokage? Root Organization? After the death of Senju Hashirama, who is currently the Hokage of Konoha, the elder answered without hesitation. It is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Madara grunted in acknowledgement. Following the elder Fire Core's directions, he soared towards the Hokage's office. The gathering of individuals near Tsunade's house watched in bewilderment as Uchiha Madara sped away into the distance. Who is he? Where is he going? Why has this man appeared at Tsunade's home? The Umbu ninja Moonlight Gale observed the departing Uchiha Madara. This unfamiliar man is likely not from Konoha. We must uncover his intentions. With that, Moonlight Gale and Nara Shikaku pursued Uchiha Madara, while Yuzuki Yugao, Ebisu, and other Umbu remained nearby to monitor the situation. Meanwhile, shortly after, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by Shimura Danzo and Tsunade, arrived at Tsunade's doorstep. The Umbu responsible for surveillance in the vicinity alerted the third Hokage to their presence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures from the Umbu appeared before the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Umbu ninja Yuzuki Yugao reported, Hokage-sama, not long ago, a strange man appeared at Tsunade's residence. Oh, a strange man? Yuzuki Yugao proceeded to describe Uchiha Madara's appearance in detail. A flicker of confusion passed over Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow. In his knowledge, there seemed to be no one like that in Konoha. Shimura Danzo, with his lifeless eyes, struggled to comprehend who this unfamiliar man could be. Hiruzen, could it be that Uchiha Madara has allied with outsiders? Uchiha Madara had only just returned to the village and was already embroiled in such matters. Truly infuriating. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, turned to Yuzuki Yugao and inquired, "Where's that man now?" The masked Umbu, Yuzuki Yugao, replied, "He has just departed." However, Moonlight Gale and Nara Shikaka pursued him. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, nodded gravely. Chapter 96. Arson at the Hokage Tower. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, raised his head slightly to gaze at the entrance of Tsunade's house. He stepped inside. Within Tsunade's living room, Uchiha Madara regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and the others as they entered. After taking their seats, the four scanned the living room environment, seemingly finding nothing amiss. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, calmly regarded Uchiha Madara, leader of the Uchiha Clan. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to speak, Yuzuki Yugao and Ebisu burst in. Umbu ninja Yuzuki Yugao knelt on one knee and reported, "Hokage-sama, trouble has arisen." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, inquired calmly, "What has you so flustered?" The masked Yuzuki Yugao hurriedly replied, "Hokage-sama. The Hokage office has come under attack by unidentified individuals. The Umbu guarding the Hokage Tower have been severely injured." As the words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Tsunade, and the others felt a jolt of alarm. Danzo's gaze turned fierce as he coldly declared, "How dare anyone attack the Hokage Tower in Konoha?" Tsunade, her face a mask of disbelief, exclaimed, "An attack on the Hokage Tower? Such an event has never occurred in Konoha's history." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, furrowed his brow. His expression grave. "Let us go. We must investigate." With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and the others hurried towards the Hokage office. In the Hokage office of Konoha, a powerful figure stood, Uchiha Madara. In a robust and commanding tone, he inquired, "Where are Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo?" The dark-clad ninja felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The unfamiliar man before him, adorned in classical crimson armor, exuded an aura of terror that made the dark ninja's body tremble involuntarily. Just moments ago, several dark ninjas stationed at the Hokage building had met their demise at the hands of this enigmatic figure. The dark ninja remained silent, while Uchiha Madara, his gaze icy and commanding, let out a low grunt. In an instant, numerous corpses crashed through the walls of the Hokage's office, hurtling outward. Uchiha Madara leaped into the air, his silhouette suspended high above, coldly surveying the Hokage building. With a disdainful huff, he performed a series of hand seals, positioning his hands before his chest. "Fire release, great fire annihilation," he proclaimed, unleashing a torrent of raging flames that engulfed the entirety of the Hokage office building. The inferno surged forth, consuming not only the building itself, but also the surrounding structures in a relentless wave of fire. Earlier, upon breaching the Hokage office, Uchiha Madara had utilized a genjutsu to ascertain the location of the root organization's base. He then swiftly soared toward that destination. Just after departing from Tsunade's residence, he beheld a colossal blaze erupting in the distance, its fierce flames seemingly reaching for the heavens. This sight captured the attention of all those near Tsunade's home. The third Hokage, his expression grave, fixed his gaze upon the distant conflagration. What in the world is happening? Shimura Danzo, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish, reflected a ferocity within. Who dares disturb the peace of Konoha? Tsunade, her face clouded with concern, pondered aloud, "That direction appears to be the Hokage office. What on earth has transpired there?" At that moment, two figures hastily descended before the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. These figures were none other than the ANBU ninjas Noara Kakashi and Hibiki. Noara Kakashi knelt on one knee, breathlessly reporting, "Hokage-sama, that mysterious man may be an intruder. He has just slain the guards at the Hokage office and set it ablaze." Upon hearing Noara Kakashi's report, the third Hokage's expression darkened, his heart igniting with anger. How could an intruder possibly infiltrate Konoha? Shimura Danzo cast a wary glance towards Tsunade's direction, his aged visage sagging as he contemplated. Could this intruder be connected to Uchiha Madara? Just moments ago, Uzumaki Kiyomi had mentioned that the stranger had emerged from Tsunade's residence. Who could be audacious enough to incinerate the Hokage office? As Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo grappled with their confusion, a flurry of agile figures appeared before them. These figures were Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Shursui, and Yuhi Kurenai, among others. Hatake Kakashi, regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen intently, stated, "Based on my observations, Hokage-sama, the man who suddenly appeared seems to be Uchiha Madara." The revelation left Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Yuhi Kurenai utterly astonished. The third Hokage, donning the Hokage hat, furrowed his brow. Uchiha Madara? Was he not slain by Lord Hashirama long ago? Shimura Danzo, his eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, "Kakashi, surely you must be mistaken. Uchiha Madara is a legendary figure. How could he possibly appear in Konoha? Yuhi Kurenai and Mito Kamen shared expressions of bewilderment, observing the disbelief among the higher-ups. Yuhi Kurenai added, "I concur with Kakashi. That man is likely indeed Uchiha Madara." Subsequently, Mito Gai and other elder ninjas voiced their agreement, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo in a state of perplexity. The third Hokage spoke with gravitas. "Very well, we shall ascertain the truth, regardless of his identity. He shall not escape unpunished for the destruction of the Hokage office." With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen led the group hastily toward the Hokage office. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, Tsunade, and the elders stood at a distance, gazing at the towering inferno. Uchiha Itachi sighed softly. "Madara truly knows no bounds." Tsunade, her brow furrowed, asked Itachi, "Should we not intervene? We cannot allow Uchiha Madara to obliterate Konoha." Despite her disappointment in the higher-ups of the village, Tsunade was unwilling to see the village her grandfather, Senju Hashirama, had established, fall to Madara's wrath. Uchiha Itachi nodded gravely, "Indeed. Let us follow and see." As the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo, and Hatake Kakashi arrived at the Hokage office, they were utterly taken aback by the scene before them. They stood transfixed, staring at the fierce flames that reached toward the sky, a cataclysmic blaze. Shimura Danzo, his eyes wide with shock, exclaimed, "How can such a massive fire burn so fiercely?" Kakashi squinted, his expression one of disbelief. Is this truly a fire release technique? What manner of individual possesses the ability to wield such overwhelming flames? The third Hokage's gaze sharpened, and he commanded the nearby Ienokibi, "Quickly, use water release to extinguish the fire." No sooner had he spoken than two figures appeared before Danzo. These figures were Root Organization ninjas. "Lord Danzo, we bear grave news. The Root Organization base has been destroyed." Danzo's eyes bulged in sheer astonishment, his mind racing. Who dares to wreak havoc at the Root Organization? He could scarcely fathom the audacity of an individual bold enough to infiltrate the base. The Ienokibi continued, "We are unaware of the intruder's true identity. His strength is formidable. Many of our ninjas have perished in battle. The underground laboratory has been ravaged, and all experimental data has been incinerated. The Root Organization base has collapsed entirely." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Danzo's eyes widened, and he clenched his teeth in fury. What? Who is this man? Who in Konoha would dare to destroy my Root Organization base? The Root base represented Danzo's life's work, the culmination of years of research into the Sharingan and Senju clan cells, all conducted in the underground laboratory. Now, with all records obliterated, Danzo was consumed with rage. Yuhi Kurenai, her expression pensive, surmised, "He likely does not belong to our village." Mito Kamen concurred, "Indeed. There seems to be no ninja in Konoha with the audacity to incinerate the Hokage office and annihilate the Root Organization base." The third Hokage, his expression heavy, surveyed the inferno raging before him. This intruder did not appear to be from Konoha. Such a grandiose fire release technique could not be executed by an ordinary ninja. Who in the ninja world could possess such mastery over fire? With the Hokage office in ruins and the Root Organization base destroyed, what could possibly be his next target? The renowned professor of ninja arts, Sarutobi Hiruzen, contemplated deeply, shaking his head in frustration. He could not fathom who in the ninja realm possessed such extraordinary might and audacity. "Send word immediately. Gather all Ienokibi from Konoha. We must locate this individual." Yes. Around them, the dark-clad Umbu ninjas knelt on one knee, dutifully accepting the orders of Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, the likes of Hatake Sakumo, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and the father-son duo of Might Guy and Might Dai gathered around the third Hokage. A murmur of unrest rippled through the crowd. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his countenance grave, addressed the assembled jonin. "Regardless of who this individual may be, He has set fire to the Hokage's office and dismantled the root organization. He is an enemy of Konoha. We must not allow him to wreak havoc within our village. All of you, search diligently and ensure he is found. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to continue, he abruptly fell silent. A terrifying, fierce, and overwhelming aura suddenly permeated the air. Every gaze faltered, pupils constricting in response. Some ninjas began to perspire profusely. Hatake Tsukumo's expression turned somber. What is happening? Why do I feel this way? He sensed the emergence of a formidable presence. Kakashi felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. How can such a terrifying aura exist? Yuhi Kurenai's face betrayed a flicker of anxiety, a sensation akin to facing a dire threat. Has that individual arrived? Yuhi Kurenai furrowed her brows, her heart laden with worry and unease. The intensity of this oppressive atmosphere is astounding. Shimura Danzo, his lifeless eyes wide with shock, scanned the surroundings. Dreadful. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, turned and slightly lifted his gaze, his cold eyes fixated upward. Who on earth are you? The crowd followed his gaze and beheld a towering figure standing on the rooftop, arms crossed. At that moment, Uchiha Madara unleashed his full presence, a terrifying and domineering aura enveloping the air around him. Hatake Tsukumo's brow furrowed deeply. Indeed, it is the individual who emerged from Tsunade's household. Yuhi Kurenai, tense, gasped as she took in the sight, a disheveled mane of long hair adorned in crimson armor. Who was this formidable presence? Cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead. How could such a fearsome figure exist in the shinobi world? Could it truly be Uchiha Madara? Asuma frowned, questioning, how could he possibly be Uchiha Madara? Madara has been dead for many years. Beneath the pitch-black night, the moonlight shone brilliantly. Uchiha Madara, clad in ancient red armor, surveyed the crowd from atop the roof. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a profound gaze, peered upward at the man on the rooftop. Through the silvery moonlight, Hiruzen gradually discerned the intruder's features. A jolt of realization coursed through Sarutobi Hiruzen, his brow trembling slightly. Could this individual be? In his youth, Sarutobi Hiruzen had encountered Uchiha Madara. Under the moonlight, this invader bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's focus sharpened. How can this be? Uchiha Madara was slain by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. How could he still exist? Despite the striking similarity in appearance, as a seasoned ninja instructor, Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to accept his suspicions. Suddenly, atop the roof, Uchiha Madara revealed a scornful expression and spoke with a deep, commanding tone. Humph. Is this the village of Konoha established by Hashirama Senju? The original intent behind founding the shinobi village was to safeguard comrades and loved ones, to create an ideal nation. Yet, it has devolved into this degenerate state, rife with sordid and nefarious dealings. Uchiha Madara, having infiltrated the root organization's base, scoffed at the dark undertakings hidden within Konoha. However, now, before so many of Konoha's inhabitants, Madara openly disdained the village. This left the third Hokage in a precarious position. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned serious as he intoned. Konoha is not a vile and sordid village. Konoha is imbued with the spirit of the will of fire. Where leaves dance, the fire shall continue to burn brightly. The flames will illuminate the village and nurture the budding new leaves. Uchiha Madara sneered derisively. At this moment, Shimura Danzo, with his lifeless eyes, glared intensely at Uchiha Madara. No matter who you are, today you shall not escape Konoha. Immediately, Danzo signaled the nearby root organization ninjas. The root ninjas leaped forward towards Uchiha Madara. Chapter 98. Uchiha's Inferno intercepted Uchiha Madara. 7 or 8 root ninjas charged at Uchiha Madara. His Sharingan gleamed with a blood-red light against the darkened night. In an instant, the root ninjas rushing towards him fell into madness. Uchiha Madara's form vanished in an instant. Bathed in the brilliant moonlight, he moved with astonishing agility, swiftly sending the 7 or 8 root ninjas sprawling. The faces of those present were stricken with horror. Hatake Tsukumo's brow furrowed deeply. Such incredible taijutsu. Kakashi's eyes widened. This individual's taijutsu surpasses that of Might Guy. Shimura Danzo's twisted visage reflected confusion. Who is this person? His taijutsu exceeds my own. Just as Danzo pondered, Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared before him. Danzo's pupils dilated, his gaze shaken. Crack! Uchiha Madara struck Danzo with a single punch, sending him crashing through the wall like a cannonball. Uchiha Madara stood amidst the crowd, his eyes brimming with dominance as he surveyed the onlookers. Coldly, he inquired, "Who is Shimura Danzo? I wish to see what manner of person dares to assign the task of annihilating the Uchiha clan." In the face of Uchiha Madara's overwhelming presence, those around him were left aghast. A profound silence enveloped the area. The elderly man who had just been sent flying was none other than Shimura Danzo. In that moment, the crowd found themselves at a loss for how to respond to Uchiha Madara. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, spoke in a low, commanding voice. Who are you? From which shinobi village do you hail? Why have you come to disrupt my Konoha? Uchiha Madara's deep voice echoed as he chuckled darkly. Humph. Which village do I belong to? I am of the very village, Konoha, founded alongside Hashirama Senju. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt the weight of his gaze. Could you be Uchiha Madara? But Uchiha Madara has been dead for many years. How could he possibly appear in Konoha? Revived, Uchiha Madara, filled with exhilaration, leapt once more into the fray, charging through the crowd. The third Hokage, Hatake Tsukumo, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and the assembled Umbu Jonin joined forces against Uchiha Madara. Yet, Madara proved too formidable. Following a brief skirmish, a multitude of ninjas lay scattered across the ground. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Gate were all heavily injured. The Umbu ninjas were nearly all defeated by Uchiha Madara. The others, panting heavily, gazed at Uchiha Madara with a sense of profound oppression. Hatake Tsukumo's face was painted with anxiety, his brow furrowing deeply. In my understanding, only Uchiha Madara could possess such combat prowess. Yuhi Kurenai's complexion paled, her hands instinctively clenching, betraying her tension. He must be Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara has been dead for so many years. Why has he suddenly appeared in Konoha? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just been bested, rose from the rubble, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Could this individual truly be Uchiha Madara? His emergence, could it be related to Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Madara's face revealed a hint of disinterest. Humph, how utterly tedious. The Leaf Ninjas are far too weak for Uchiha Madara. Tell me, where is Shimura Danzo? Otherwise, I shall annihilate all of you. I will obliterate the hidden Leaf Village. Upon hearing Madara's words, the crowd's expressions shifted in alarm. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, felt an unprecedented weight pressing down upon him. He had just sensed the overwhelming power of Uchiha Madara. Hiruzen was acutely aware that should Madara wish to destroy the leaf, no one could stand in his way. His face grew increasingly tense as he silently cursed, "Damn that Danzo. It is all your fault for your abhorrent schemes to exterminate the Uchiha clan. And now, you have provoked Uchiha Madara." A cold smirk crept across Madara's lips as he let out a low grunt. "Where is Shimura Danzo?" "Humph, not saying a word? Then I shall kill you all." Kakashi, Shikamaru, Yugao, Guy, and the others anxiously regarded Uchiha Madara, their hearts racing in terror. After sweeping his gaze across the surroundings, Madara's eyes fell upon Shikamaru and Yugao. He chuckled sinisterly. "Let us start with you few." Facing the imposing aura of Uchiha Madara, Shikamaru felt cold sweat trickle down his cheek. Under Madara's overwhelming presence, Yugao nervously bit her lip, her body trembling slightly. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. "This guy is coming." Yugao, Guy, Asuma, and the others clenched their fists, their facial muscles taut, clearly in a state of extreme tension. Uchiha Madara suddenly lunged toward them. Shikamaru stood with his short blade drawn, bracing himself at the forefront. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Shikamaru. Madara's pupils constricted as he struck this figure in the face with a punch. However, this figure remained unscathed. In an unexpected turn, Madara found himself struck in the face, staggering back over 10 meters. After sliding several meters along the ground, he barely managed to halt his momentum. Upon focusing his gaze, he exclaimed, "Oh, the leader of the Yagami clan." In the astonished eyes of the onlookers, Uchiha Obito materialized, standing protectively in front of Shikamaru. Shortly thereafter, Tsunade, the elder, and others joined him, standing beside Obito. Calmly, yet with a piercing gaze, Obito addressed Madara. "This ends here, Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha clan belongs to the Leaf Village. You shall not be permitted to obliterate it." All eyes were fixed on the standoff between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, their gazes locked in intense confrontation. Madara, acutely aware that he could not yet break free from the control of the reanimation jutsu, hesitated momentarily before a cold smile graced his lips. "Humph. This village was founded by Hashirama and me, after all. Consider this a reprieve." As Madara's pupils rapidly spun, he privately mused, "Oh, I wonder how Uchiha Obito's Moon Eye plan is progressing." With a sudden burst of speed, Madara soared into the sky, heading towards the Rain Village. In no time at all, a figure donned in a cat-faced mask, Yuzuki Yugao, appeared before the third Hokage, kneeling on one knee as she reported, "Hokage-sama, Uchiha Madara has already left the Leaf Village." This information was relayed by the Umbu ninja who was monitoring him. Hiruzen Sarutobi, blood trickling from his lips, let out a sigh of relief. It was worth noting that even he bore immense pressure while confronting Uchiha Madara. Moments ago, Shimura Danzo had been knocked unconscious by Madara's punch. At that moment, Danzo slowly regained consciousness, crawling out from the rubble. His twisted visage glared with cold, fish-like eyes filled with malice. Chapter 99, Uchiha Madara vs. Akatsuki. Having taken a punch from Uchiha Madara, Danzo finally awakened, emerging from the collapsed wall's debris. His face was clouded with fury. How dare I be knocked unconscious? Where's that guy now? Danzo's expression was one of wrath, as he sought vengeance. The third Hokage wiped the blood from his lips and coldly fixed his gaze upon Danzo. Danzo, he has already departed. Danzo's face contorted with rage. Sarutobi, how could you let him escape? He has burned down the Hokage office and destroyed the root organization's base. How can you? But as Danzo surveyed the surroundings, he was instantly silenced. Everywhere he looked, there were ruins and scattered bodies, with some severely injured. Shikamaru, Kakashi, Yugao Gai, and the others wore expressions of having narrowly escaped death. Danzo's gaze shifted back to Hiruzen, and he was alarmed to see the blood at the corner of Hiruzen's mouth. From Hiruzen's demeanor, it was evident that he had sustained serious injuries. Danzo's brows twitched slightly. Sarutobi, what transpired? Hiruzen, fuming with anger, thought to himself, Danzo, this is all you're doing. Danzo, with a hint of confusion crossing his features, was interrupted by Tsunade's voice. That mysterious man is Uchiha Madara. What? Uchiha Madara? Danzo's expression turned to one of horror. Tsunade continued. Uchiha Madara knows that you assigned Itachi the task of exterminating the Uchiha clan. He is also aware of the underground human experimentation at the root organization's secret base. He has come to settle the score with you. Danzo's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself. Could it be that Uchiha Madara has discovered my research on the secrets of the Uchiha Clan's Sharingan in the underground base? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Danzo felt a sense of relief that he had been knocked unconscious earlier. Otherwise, if Madara were to find out that his right eye is a Sharingan and that his arm is filled with transplanted Sharingan, it could truly provoke Madara's wrath. The Leaf Village might very well face utter annihilation. As these thoughts consumed him, Danzo felt a shiver of fear. Tsunade's words interrupted Danzo's contemplation. Just now, Uchiha Madara threatened to destroy the Leaf Village. Fortunately, the leader of the Yagami clan intervened in time. Oh, Uchiha Obito. Danzo slightly turned his head, his dead fish eyes fixated on Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara is on par with the first Hokage, Hashirama. How could Uchiha Obito possibly restrain him? Impossible. Danzo scrutinized Uchiha Obito with palpable skepticism. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, spoke gravely to the assembled crowd. Tonight, the Leaf Village has suffered grievous losses. Not only has the Hokage building and the root organization base been destroyed, but a significant number of ninjas have also perished or been injured. Medical teams, expedite the treatment of the wounded. Extinguish the fire at the Hokage office. Other matters can be addressed later. The cat-faced masked Yuzuki Yugao and the swift moonlight were half kneeling on the ground, listening to the third Hokage's directives. Meanwhile, in the Rain Country, after a long journey, Uchiha Madara finally arrived at the Rain Village. According to Uchiha Obito's intel, Uchiha Itachi was within a group known as Akatsuki in the Rain Village. In a desolate valley, shrouded in darkness, lay the fabled tomb of the Nine-Eyed King. This was the base of the Akatsuki organization. On this day, the members of Akatsuki gathered to discuss their plans for capturing tailed beasts. Suddenly, all eyes were transfixed. Uchiha Itachi, with a frigid expression, calmly stated, "Someone has intruded." Nagato displayed a look of confusion, astonished that anyone would dare to enter the Akatsuki's domain. Scorpion, concealed within his crimson flowing robe, clad in a black coat adorned with red clouds, remarked, "How intriguing, that someone would venture here." Orochimaru, with a voice deep and deliberate, added, "Ah, who could possibly find their way here? They must be quite formidable." Kakuzu sneered coldly, "Whoever it may be, they shall meet their demise upon arrival." As the conversation unfolded, the sound of footsteps from the intruder grew increasingly distinct. A towering figure abruptly materialized before them, his disheveled long hair cascading down. Clad in ancient armor of a reddish-brown hue, especially in the dimly lit cavern, his scarlet eyes were strikingly conspicuous. Upon recognizing the figure, the masked man Tobi felt a surge of terror. This was Kakuzu, a relic from the era of the first Hokage, had once encountered Uchiha Madara. At this moment, his muscles tightened, and he found himself at a loss for words. Could it be? How is this possible? Nagato, Konan, and the others gazed at the unexpected visitor with expressions of bewilderment. Scorpion chuckled softly. Ah, Tobi, why are you so anxious? Kisame, puzzled, looked at Uchiha Madara. It appears that after this fellow's arrival, both Tobi and Kakuzu seem rather perturbed. Deidara, mocking, remarked, what's the matter with you lot? Can't we just eliminate this guy? Kakuzu, didn't you just say that anyone who intrudes here is dead? Faced with Deidara's taunt in front of Uchiha Madara, Kakuzu felt an acute sense of social death. Deidara, silence. Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi remained silent, merely studying Uchiha Madara with curiosity. There was an undeniable aura of complexity surrounding this intruder. Nagato coldly inquired, who are you? Why have you invaded our Akatsuki? Uchiha Madara replied in a deep, commanding voice. I am Uchiha Madara. As the words echoed, a collective shock coursed through the Akatsuki members, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Uchiha Madara surveyed them, a faint smile curling his lips. I never expected that after my demise, an organization called Akatsuki would emerge in the ninja world. You are all S-rank rogue ninjas. Wanted by various villages, are you not? Deidara, with his left eye obscured by hair, wore a nonchalant expression. TCH. What nonsense. That old man Uchiha Madara has been dead for many years. How dare you impersonate him? The explosive clay had already unknowingly crept to Uchiha Madara's feet. With a cold sneer, Deidara formed hand seals. He attempted to detonate the clay. However, inexplicably, the clay showed no reaction whatsoever. Uchiha Madara exuded a dominating, fierce aura that instantly enveloped the entire Akatsuki base, sending tremors of fear through all its members. Do you intend to dance before me? Is the Akatsuki declaring war against me? Confounded by the failure of his explosive clay, Deidara stared at Uchiha Madara, bewildered. At that moment, he caught sight of Madara's crimson eyes and felt an overwhelming urge to succumb to madness, charging recklessly at Madara. In a swift motion, Uchiha Madara delivered a powerful kick to Deidara's face, sending him flying like a cannonball. Kakuzu suddenly stepped forward, his face etched with anxiety, addressing the Akatsuki members, everyone. Cease your actions. The masked man Tobi hurriedly approached Uchiha Madara. Madara, have you truly been resurrected? Chapter 100. The new objective of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Flame. Tobi, his face a canvas of shock and confusion, gazed at Uchiha Madara, his mind racing with questions. Nagato had yet to employ the rebirth technique. How could Uchiha Madara possibly be revived? What on earth is happening? Tobi queried, how have you returned? Uchiha Madara cast a glance at Tobi, his tone grave. Tobi, your actions have been too sluggish. You, as the executor of the Eye of the Moon plan, should have been more efficient. It was the clan leader of the Flame Clan who resurrected me. The members of the Akatsuki gasped in astonishment. Tobi's eyes flickered with disbelief. The Flame Clan leader? Uchiha Flame? Tobi recalled the fateful night of the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha, when he had clashed with the Flame Clan leader. How could that individual possibly have returned? The surrounding Akatsuki members wore expressions of utter astonishment. Uchiha Itachi's serene visage betrayed a fleeting ripple of concern. The Flame Clan leader has revived Uchiha Madara? Orochimaru's triangular pupils quivered slightly as he inquired. Oh, the Flame Clan leader? Did he employ a resurrection technique to bring you back? Uchiha Madara fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, his eyes cold and piercing. So you are aware of the Flame Clan leader's resurrection technique? Orochimaru spoke slowly, his voice deep. Years ago, the Flame Clan leader resurrected the grandson of Hashirama, Azura. To this day, Azura leads a prosperous life in the Leaf Village. Thus, I have heard whispers of the Flame Clan leader's resurrection abilities. Uchiha Madara pondered, realizing, so, Uchiha Flame truly possesses the ability to resurrect the deceased. Damn it. But I was only granted 1 day's time. He then spoke in a robust voice. Tobi, your execution of my revival plan has been woefully inadequate. I demand that you master Uchiha Flame's resurrection technique. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Tobi's expression faltered, his face reflecting a sense of difficulty. Orochimaru's voice was low and deliberate. It is not a simple matter, you know. In the past, I too attempted to study the Flame Clan leader's resurrection technique, but ultimately failed. The Flame Clan leader is not only the head of the Uchiha clan, but also a genius in the realm of scientific research. He can not only resurrect the dead, but also attain eternal life. As soon as Orochimaru's words fell, the Akatsuki ninjas were left agape in shock. Tobi added, I have clashed with Uchiha Flame on 2 occasions. He is not an easy opponent. Orochimaru continued, Uchiha Flame is no ordinary individual. He has mastered the techniques of Yomi's resurrection and eternal life. For many years, he has secluded himself in the Wetbone Forest, undoubtedly developing some even more mysterious ninjutsu. The leader Yahiko spoke in a heavy voice. Uchiha Flame? What a mysterious figure. The resurrection technique and eternal life are both treasures we in the Akatsuki desire. Henceforth, our goals as the Akatsuki will extend beyond merely capturing tailed beasts. We must also acquire the techniques of Yomi's resurrection and eternal life from Uchiha Flame. Yahiko issued commands to all Akatsuki members. In truth, it was not just Yahiko who sought the resurrection and eternal life. Every member of the Akatsuki was immensely intrigued by these two prospects. Uchiha Madara felt a pang of regret. If only I had chosen Uchiha Flame as the executor of the Eye of the Moon plan back then, I would have been reborn long ago. Suddenly, a white light began to emanate from Uchiha Madara, as if his body were on the verge of disintegration. The members of the Akatsuki stared in astonishment at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara lowered his gaze to behold his own form, his eyes narrowing with intensity. Uchiha Obito has granted me but a single day for resurrection. Has the time for my revival already elapsed? The expression in Uchiha Madara's eyes shifted to one of sharpness and gravity as he slightly crouched, swiftly forming hand seals. Rebirth of the Yellow Springs, release. Uchiha Madara exerted all his strength in an attempt to break the constraints of the Yellow Springs rebirth technique upon his body. Amidst the astonished gazes of the Akatsuki members, his body, which was gradually disintegrating, paused momentarily before it began to dissipate once more. Uchiha Madara's countenance froze, his expression turning grave as he stood still, his eyes laden with concern. I am unable to unravel the Yellow Springs rebirth technique. This jutsu is truly enigmatic. A sense of reluctance stirred within Uchiha Madara. He then slightly raised his head to look at Uchiha Obito. Obito, our plans have changed. Find a way to master the Yellow Springs rebirth technique and resurrect me. Upon uttering these words, Uchiha Madara's form completely disintegrated into the air, vanishing without a trace. Scorpion concealed himself within the puppet, Horin. Leader, Uchiha Obito is indeed a most intriguing individual. I long to seize an opportunity to meet him and, in passing, acquire the hand seals for the Yellow Springs rebirth and eternal life techniques. Kisame grinned broadly, revealing his white teeth. I too wish to witness the leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi's serene visage momentarily darkened with a hint of seriousness. Uchiha Obito is not to be trifled with. Leader Yahiko spoke with a weighty tone. From this point forward, the objectives of our Akatsuki organization have shifted. Beyond our plans to capture the tailed beasts and dismantle the old world order to forge a new one, we must also acquire the Yellow Springs rebirth and eternal life techniques. In truth, within the Akatsuki, each member harbored ulterior motives and individual schemes. Yet, in the pursuit of resurrection and immortality, their interests were unified. Thus, the Akatsuki turned their gaze toward the leader of the Uchiha clan, Obito. In the third Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo wore a scowl, his gaze fierce. Yuan Fei, Uchiha Madara has actually resurrected in Konoha. This must be the machinations of Uchiha Obito. Now, with the Hokage's office destroyed and the root organization's base collapsed, all responsibility lies with Uchiha Obito. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore a heavy expression, his aged face cast downward. I too suspect that Uchiha Madara's resurrection is intricately linked to Uchiha Obito. However, I have personally investigated at Tsunade's residence, and alas, found no evidence. Danzo ground his teeth in frustration. How could we find no evidence? I have heard it said that Shotri was also resurrected by Uchiha Obito, and what of the yellow meteor that flew into Tsunade's household last night? Uchiha Madara must have been revived by Uchiha Obito. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Danzo, we must not act recklessly until we clarify this matter. Otherwise, we risk igniting a war between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. I will conduct a thorough investigation. Once I have gathered sufficient evidence, I will make Uchiha Obito pay for this. Danzo's face flushed crimson, his breath coming in heavy gasps. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a sense of helplessness, inwardly marveled. Could Uchiha Obito truly be a research genius akin to the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, or Orochimaru? To resurrect the deceased Uchiha Madara? What a terrifying individual. Chapter 101. Returning to youth to participate in the Chunin exams. Various villages across the ninja world had dispatched spies to Konoha. Last night, Uchiha Madara's resurrection, the burning of the Hokage office, and the annihilation of the root organization base spread rapidly throughout the ninja world. In Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage furrowed his brows upon receiving the intelligence reports. What? Uchiha Madara resurrected in Konoha last night. How could the information from our spies be so unreliable? Uchiha Madara is a figure from the same era as Kinshiki and Ginkaku. How could he possibly be revived? The fourth Raikage, wore an incredulous expression. Darui, with his dark complexion and white hair, spoke gravely. Lord Raikage, according to the intelligence we received, Uchiha Madara's resurrection is indeed true. Moreover, this matter appears to be closely related to Uchiha Obito. The fourth Hokage's brows furrowed. Whether true or false, Uchiha Obito has slain 8 of our Jonin. I have yet to settle that score. One day, I shall exact vengeance upon Uchiha Obito. In a Wagakure, within the office of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki frowned deeply. You say Uchiha Madara has resurrected? He burned down the third Hokage's office and destroyed the root organization base. He nearly obliterated Konoha? And it was Uchiha Obito who intervened to stop Uchiha Madara? Inoki's expression was one of disbelief. Akatsuki replied earnestly, the intelligence from our spies in Konoha corroborates this. Moreover, it is rumored that Uchiha Madara's resurrection is significantly tied to Uchiha Obito. The third Tsuchikage's brow furrowed. Uchiha Obito resurrected Uchiha Madara? If Uchiha Obito can so easily bring someone back to life, that is truly alarming. Akatsuki's face bore a hint of curiosity. I have heard that Uchiha Obito has mastered a jutsu capable of resurrecting the dead. Inoki's lips curled in a wry smile as he focused intently. A jutsu that resurrects the dead. Could it be akin to the second Hokage's Edo Tensei? Akatsuki, Kuratsuchi. If the opportunity arises, we must seize this technique from the Uchiha clan. In Mangekyō, within the office of the fourth Kazekage, Raza held a document of intelligence in his hands. Oh, Uchiha has resurrected? The rumors in Konoha suggest that the clan's leader revived Uchiha Madara. Chiyo, upon reviewing the intelligence file, felt a tremor in her heart. I have dispatched individuals to investigate this matter. It is said that Uchiha Obito has developed a jutsu that can resurrect the dead, known as the Yellow Springs Rebirth Technique. At this point, Chiyo's heart was stirred with hope, yearning for the revival of her son and daughter-in-law. Kankuro's brows furrowed, his expression earnest. According to our spies' reports, Tsunade's brother, Shotree, was resurrected by Uchiha Obito years ago and is currently living well in Konoha. The fourth Kazekage sighed softly. The leader of the Uchiha clan is indeed a mysterious figure. Chiyo inquired, Kazekage-sama, if our Mangekyou were to obtain the Yellow Springs Rebirth Technique, we could resurrect our fallen Jonin, significantly enhancing our village's combat strength. The fourth Kazekage nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, we must strive to acquire the Yellow Springs Rebirth Technique from the Uchiha clan at the earliest opportunity. In the Land of Water, at Kirigakure, the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, perused the intelligence documents on her desk. Uchiha Obito is truly an enigmatic individual. He has resurrected Uchiha Madara. Chojuro added, according to the intelligence received, Uchiha Obito seems to possess a jutsu that can revive the dead. Oh, a jutsu that resurrects the dead? A flicker of doubt crossed Terumi Mei's face. Ao's gaze deepened with contemplation. Lord Mizukage, this ninjutsu is known as the technique of resurrection from the underworld. Might we seize it for ourselves? The fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, replied with a gentle smile, nodding slightly. I recall that Uchiha Inboku has slain 4 of our 7 ninja swordsmen. He is indeed an adversary of our mist village. Therefore, we need not hold back. In the village of Konoha, during the night, Tsunade's residence was filled with the presence of the elder, Mikoto, and Izumi. Tsunade, her brow slightly furrowed, bore an expression of displeasure. Inboku, you've just returned. Why must you depart again? Uchiha Inboku exhaled softly. My technique of eternal life only grants me everlasting existence. Alas, it cannot revert you from your 40s back to the youthful state of 18. I still require several years to refine and perfect the technique of eternal life. Tsunade's gaze towards Uchiha Inboku was filled with reluctance and nostalgia. Uchiha Inboku felt a similar sentiment towards Tsunade, especially since he had only just returned after a brief absence. The 18-year-old Inboku had yet to fully indulge in the affections with the 40-something Tsunade. After entrusting clan matters to Tsunade, the elder, and others, he prepared to leave Konoha once more, heading towards the wet bone forest. In the 64th year of the Fire Shadow, a new cohort of students in Konoha had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. This year's Chunin exams were jointly hosted by Konoha and Mangekyou, uniting the young elite from various ninja villages. The first stage of the Chunin exams, a written test, was currently underway. The Chunin exams consist of 3 stages, with the first stage being the only one devoid of warfare, yet still a battle without gunpowder. In the classroom, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, mimicking the answering gestures of other ninjas, while Gaara utilized his sand eye to sneak a glimpse at the answers. Inuzuka Kiba resorted to the mind transfer technique to copy others' responses, and Naruto could be seen rolling his eyes in frustration. In a corner, a strikingly handsome boy, seemingly no older than 12, was lost in thought, gazing out the window. This boy was none other than Uchiha Yehuo. For many years, he had dedicated himself to researching resurrection techniques and eternal life in the wet-bone forest, leaving the Uchiha clan affairs to Tsunade and the Elder. I must admit, I have been somewhat irresponsible. Now, I am officially returning to Konoha. However, I still hold a mere civilian status in the village. My path begins with becoming a Chunin, then a Jonin, and ultimately, an elite Jonin. My ultimate aspiration is to become the Hokage of Konoha, to overthrow the sordid and filthy rule of the village. I will fulfill the promise I made to my clan upon succeeding as their leader, to guide the Uchiha clan to prominence in the ninja world. Yet, the Chunin exams seem rather dull. Over the years, Uchiha Yehuo had perfected the technique of resurrection from the underworld and the technique of eternal life. He could not only control his own age, but also manipulate the ages of others at will. For this occasion, he set his age to 12. Beside him sat the 13-year-old Karen, who anxiously regarded Uchiha Yehuo. Leader, won't we be directly eliminated for submitting blank papers? Years ago, Uchiha Yehuo had rescued Karen and her mother, subsequently taking control of Kuzugaku. Since then, he had become not only the leader of the Uchiha clan, but also of Kuzugaku. Chapter 102, the dull first stage of the Chunin exams. Hey, we are participating in the Chunin exams as lower ninjas from Kuzugaku. Please, do not call me leader. Just refer to me as Yehuo. The 12-year-old Uchiha Yehuo instructed the 13-year-old Karen, who nodded nervously. Seated next to Uchiha Yehuo was a boy who appeared around 12 years old, yet in reality, he was the 60-year-old Mariboshi Kogai. In his youth, Kogai had recklessly commanded during a mission, resulting in the death of 2 comrades. He then swore to the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, that he would forever remain a lower ninja, earning him the moniker of Eternal Lower Ninja. Despite his true strength being elite even among Jonin, he had recently encountered Uchiha Yehuo, who reverted his body to the age of 14 using the technique of eternal life, reigniting Kogai's passion to become a Jonin once more. Thus, he joined Uchiha Yehuo in participating in the Chunin exams as lower ninjas from Kuzugaku. Yehuo, I too am troubled, Kogai expressed. Our goal in participating in the Chunin exams is to advance from lower ninja to Chunin. This test seems to assess our ability to gather intelligence. Being over 60 years old, Kogai immediately discerned the true intention behind the written exam. But what if we submit blank papers in the first round? What will we do if we are eliminated? A flicker of concern crossed Kogai's youthful features, despite his restored 12-year-old appearance. His personality remained humble, amiable, and kind, unafraid to shoulder responsibility. Uchiha Yehuo calmly replied, the first stage is a written test consisting of 10 questions. The most crucial is the 10th question. Submitting a blank paper is acceptable. Having granted Kogai a second chance at life, Uchiha Yehuo had earned his unwavering loyalty. Kogai scanned the classroom, noting, Yehuo, it appears there are many new faces among the candidates. Numerous ninjas from the Cloud, Rock, Mist, and Rain villages are present. This year's Chunin exams seem rather tumultuous. Uchiha Yehuo surveyed the examination room and nodded slightly, contemplating, This year's Chunin exams seem somewhat divergent from the original narrative. The examination room buzzed with activity as candidates hurriedly scribbled their answers. Naruto, visibly anxious, furrowed his brow. Hinata just gave me the answer. What face do I have left? He lamented, regretting his decision to forego cheating. The examiner for the first stage, IBI, a man with a scarred face, wore a cold smile. It's about time to clean out the waste. Now, let us proceed to the main topic. All right, I will now announce the 10th question. However, there is an additional condition for this final question. This condition is one of despair. First, you must decide whether to answer the 10th question. If you choose not to, the candidate will receive a score of 0. Moreover, your 2 companions will also be eliminated. A wave of unrest rippled through the crowd below. What is going on? Of course we will choose to answer. This rule of mutual elimination is utterly chaotic. IBI maintained his indifferent smile as he continued. There is another rule. If you choose to answer but fail to answer correctly, he exclaimed loudly within the classroom, then the one who answered will be forever stripped of their eligibility to participate in the Chunin exams. Upon hearing this, many candidates could hardly contain their disbelief. How can such a rule exist? This is absurd. After all, many of them had participated in numerous Chunin exams before. IBI chuckled with a sinister glee. Your luck is quite poor. This year, I am the rule. The atmosphere in the examination room thickened as candidates furrowed their brows, biting their lips, some even paling in evident distress. The candidates in the examination hall felt an unprecedented pressure. Naruto clenched his teeth fiercely, engaged in a fierce inner struggle. Sakura was filled with worry, while Koga grew increasingly flustered. After so many years as a lower-ranking ninja, the leader of the Flame Clan had granted him a youthful body, reigniting his desire to become a Chunin. Sigh. This year has truly been unfortunate, encountering such an examiner. Karen nervously tugged at the sleeve of the Flame Clan leader. What should we do, Ye? Having seen the plot of Naruto in a past life, Uchiha Ye naturally understood that this was Ibiki's psychological warfare. Uchiha Ye slightly raised his head, looking at Ibiki on the podium, and his loud voice shattered the silence of the examination hall. Ibiki-sensei, we from the Grass Village accept the 10th question. Ibiki's gaze instantly fell upon Uchiha Ye, pondering to himself. This is a ninja from the Grass Village. How can this boy appear so composed, so relaxed, so natural? Has the 10th question not burdened him with pressure? Uchiha Ye raised his hand to accept the 10th question, instantly drawing the attention of all the candidates. Naruto stared in disbelief at Uchiha Ye. This guy has done what I dared not do. Sasuke's expression grew serious, his gaze narrowing. A ninja from the Grass Village. Sakura frowned. This boy seems to have no hesitation. Does he not fear losing his qualification for the Chunin exam? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Karen also raised her hand beside Ye. Since Uchiha Ye had accepted the 10th question, Karen saw no reason to hesitate any longer. Meanwhile, on the other side of Uchiha Ye, Koga, too, set aside his doubts and raised his hand to accept the 10th question. At that moment, a hint of seriousness crossed Ibiki's face. These Grass Village folks, why do they show no hesitation at all? Ibiki's psychological warfare had no effect on the three from Grass Village. Under their lead, Naruto boldly accepted the 10th question as well. Other ninjas followed suit one after another. Ibiki gazed at the three Grass Village ninjas, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face. With a slight sigh, he announced loudly, "Your determination is commendable. Then, everyone who remains here to accept the 10th question, I deem you qualified." Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Sakura suddenly stood up, asking in confusion, "Wait a minute. How can we suddenly be qualified? What is the 10th question?" Ibiki's mouth curled into a sly smile. Uchiha Ye chuckled softly. Ibiki-sensei is very skilled at interrogating prisoners. The 10th question is all about psychological warfare. Even if you answer the 10th question correctly, it doesn't count. Ibiki's expression instantly froze, his heart astonished. This Grass Village lower ninja has actually seen through my true intentions for the exam. Sakura turned to Uchiha Ye. Just now, this boy had accepted the 10th question without hesitation. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. This guy is quick on the uptake. He actually saw through the examiner's intentions when he asked about the 10th question. Naruto frowned. What an impressive fellow. Chapter 103. The Confusion of the Cloud Village Jonin. The first round of the Chunin exam concluded. Everyone arrived at the site of the second exam, the Forest of Death, also known as the 44th Training Ground. Akane began to introduce the second exam. In brief, you will undergo extreme wilderness survival training in the Forest of Death. Within this confined area, there will be a scroll contest. Akane produced the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll, around which the competition would revolve. Ultimately, the three who possess the Heaven and Earth Scrolls must reach the central tower to pass the Chunin exam. A stir rippled through the candidates. Uchiha Ye spotted a peculiar-looking man. Orochimaru, that guy is here too. Suddenly, Uchiha Ye's expression stiffened. And Deidara, the Akatsuki organization has also arrived? Among the crowd, Uchiha Ye recognized Deidara, who was disguised as a candidate. Within the Akatsuki, Scorpion and Deidara were partners. It seemed that Scorpion had infiltrated among the candidates as well. Soon, the second round of the Chunin exam officially commenced. Each group of candidates entered the Forest of Death from different entrances. Inside the Forest of Death, Scorpion and Deidara traversed freely. Deidara, with his deep golden hair, had one eye obscured by his bangs, the hair cascading down to his face. Hey, this time, our leader has sent us 4 into Konoha for the Chunin exam. We aim to find the resurrection technique of the Uchiha Clan and the art of immortality. Scorpion concealed himself within the puppet, Hiryu. Itachi and Kisame have already infiltrated the village to search for the scrolls of resurrection and immortality. We'll just play with these lower ninjas. Deidara said enthusiastically. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame's group had just taken down a squad of enemy ninjas from another village. Kiba grinned contentedly. We won a round. We already have the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll gathered. Next, we just need to get to the central tower as soon as possible. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. Kakik, you little brats from Konoha, want to reach the central tower? Hinata and her companions were startled, looking up toward the source of the voice. It was a ninja from the Cloud Village. Kiba and Shino immediately grew alert. A Cloud Village ninja grinned maliciously. Hand over the heaven and earth scrolls, and I might let you go. Kiba scoffed. Let me teach these Cloud Village ninjas a lesson. With that, Kiba charged forward with Akamaru. However, after just a few exchanges, Kiba was heavily injured. Shino, wearing sunglasses, turned anxious. You guys are not acting like lower ninjas at all. One of the Cloud Village candidates cackled. We are Jonin from the Cloud Village. We have no interest in the heaven and earth scrolls. Our purpose here is to acquire the Byakugan of the Uchiha Clan and the resurrection and immortality techniques of Konoha. Hinata and her companions' faces changed. Kiba growled, damn it. These guys are after Hinata. Soon, Shino was also gravely injured by 3 Cloud Village Jonin, collapsing to the ground. Hinata assumed the gentle fist stance of the Uchiha Clan. However, in the Forest of Death, facing 3 Cloud Village Jonin simultaneously was overwhelming. The 3 Cloud Village Jonin approached Hinata, cackling ominously. Hinata appeared somewhat frightened. With no other choice, she steeled herself to charge into battle when suddenly, a figure descended from the trees. This figure was none other than the 13-year-old Karen. TSK. The Cloud Village only knows how to sneakily snatch people, engaging in such underhanded tricks. Karen looked at the 3 Cloud Village Jonin with no trace of fear in her heart. After all, the leader of the Grass Village, Uchiha Yehuo, was nearby, observing everything. One Cloud Village Jonin fixed his gaze on Karen, his expression tightening as he grunted. Oh? A member of the Uzumaki clan. Where are your companions? The 3 Cloud Village Jonin seemed not to regard Karen and her companions as a threat. After all, in the eyes of the 3 Cloud Village ninjas, everyone in the Forest of Death was merely lower ninjas. At that moment, a lithe figure landed beside Karen. This figure was Koga, appearing 14 years old but actually over 60. You two stay back. Fiery wrath. Leave these 3 beasts to me. With that, Uchiha charged forward. After a few brief exchanges, the expressions of the 3 elite Jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village grew serious. This youth was extraordinary. Was he truly a genin from the Hidden Grass Village? When did a genin from the Hidden Grass Village become so formidable? With no other option, the 3 Jonin unleashed their full strength, intent on surrounding and eliminating Uchiha. Uchiha, too, felt the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The prowess of the Hidden Cloud Jonin was formidable. These 3 were indeed elite shinobi. One of the Jonin from the Hidden Cloud, his demeanor grave, declared, together, we shall eradicate this Grass Village interloper. As Uchiha faced the onslaught of the 3 Jonin, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Such a battle at the elite Jonin level was far beyond the capabilities of Hinata and the others, who could only watch in anxious silence, their eyes wide with shock. Suddenly, Uchiha was struck by one of the Hidden Cloud Jonin and sent flying, tumbling several times on the ground. With a heavy heart, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, acutely aware of the lurking specter of death. Who could have anticipated encountering a Hidden Cloud Jonin during this Chunin exam? This was truly troublesome. If this continued, we would surely be slain by these 3 Hidden Cloud Jonin. The 3 Jonin from the Hidden Cloud wore sinister, menacing smiles as they prepared to charge at Uchiha, intent on his demise. Just then, a clear voice rang out across the battlefield. Hidden Cloud scoundrels, have you had your fill of fun? As the words echoed, a swift figure clad in a black trench coat and wearing a hat adorned with wind chimes appeared beside Uchiha. The 3 Hidden Cloud Jonin halted in their tracks, perplexed by the appearance of the black-clad man. Who are you, the 3rd teammate of theirs? One inquired, scoffing. Just a mere genin from the Hidden Grass Village. We cannot afford to waste time. Let us dispose of these nuisances and take Hinata back to the Hidden Cloud Village. With that, the 3 Jonin surged toward Uchiha Yehuo, Uchiha, and the others. Suddenly, the crimson eyes of the man in black became visible beneath his hat. The 3 Jonin from the Hidden Cloud instantly froze, their faces draining of color. The Sharingan? They gasped. Years ago, Uchiha Yehuo had slain 8 Hidden Cloud ninjas. The entire Hidden Cloud knew of the terrifying power wielded by the clan leader of the Uchiha, who possessed the dreaded Mangekyō Sharingan. Could you be the leader of the Uchiha clan? This is impossible. The 3 Jonin were left bewildered and disoriented, enveloped by a shroud of confusion. Chapter 104. My goal is to overthrow the rule of Konoha. The 3 Hidden Cloud Jonin gazed at the Mangekyō Sharingan, their eyes bloodshot and wide with terror. In mere moments, they descended into madness, turning on one another in a deadly frenzy, their blades drawn against their former comrades. In stunned silence, Inuzuka Kiba watched the black-clad figure, bewildered. Could they have fallen under a genjutsu? The Sharingan belongs to the Uchiha clan of Konoha. How could these 3 ninjas from the Hidden Grass Village wield such power? Yono Shino, adorned with dark sunglasses, wore a grave expression, while Hinata furrowed her brow, keenly observing the man in black, a familiar thought surfacing in her mind. Why does this man resemble Uchiha Yehuo so much? Yet, he is clearly a genin from the Hidden Grass Village. What is going on? The three Hidden Cloud Jonin, ensnared by the Mangekyō Sharingan, soon succumb to their own violent ends, leaving behind three lifeless bodies on the ground. The man in the hat turned to glance at Hinata and her companions, causing their faces to pale with fear. Ienokibi, feeling uneasy, spoke up. Is he here to seize our scrolls? Uchiha, noticing the worry etched on Hinata's face, offered a reassuring smile. Fear not. We have already gathered the heaven and earth scrolls. After a moment's contemplation, he added gently, oh, but do be cautious. This Chunin exam seems rather unusual. It appears that some jonin from other villages, as well as members of the Akatsuki organization, have infiltrated. One cannot help but wonder what their true intentions are. Uchiha Yehuo, in his true form, cast a glance at Uchiha and Karin. Let us make haste to the central tower. His aim was clear, to return to the village, ascend to the rank of Chunin, then rise to become a jonin of Konoha, ultimately to overthrow the corrupt and vile leadership of Konoha and claim the title of Hokage. Uchiha Yehuo had no desire to linger on trivial matters. Hinata's brow knitted in concern, sensing the danger that lurked within the forest of death, especially with the presence of jonin from other villages. If the black-clad man had not intervened, she and her companions would have certainly perished at the hands of the Hidden Cloud Jonin. With this in mind, Hinata called out to the departing figure, wait. May we accompany you to the central tower? Uchiha and Karin turned to regard Hinata. The man in black nodded slightly in response to her request. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Ienokibi and Yonoshino exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting deep contemplation. Kiba's mind raced with thoughts. In this perilous forest, facing jonin from other villages is beyond our capabilities as genin. We must report this to the examiners as soon as we get out. The trio from the Hidden Grass Village seemed harmless enough, and under the current circumstances, it appeared safer to accompany them. Thus, Hinata and her companions followed Uchiha Yehuo and his team as they soared toward the central tower. After traveling for a while, they suddenly heard the sound of trees being broken and piercing screams. Kiba's brow tightened. That sounded like Sakura's voice. Yonoshino nodded. It seems someone is in distress. Hinata turned to the black-clad figure, her eyes pleading. Should we go check it out? She knew that if they encountered jonin from other villages, the three of them would stand no chance. Uchiha Yehuo recalled the events he had witnessed in his previous life, suspecting that Sasuke and his companions might be facing Orochimaru. Very well, he agreed to Hinata's plea, leading the group toward the source of the commotion. With Uchiha Yehuo by their side, Uchiha and Karin felt a sense of security, remaining calm in the face of potential danger. As they followed the sounds, they soon alighted atop a sturdy tree, peering down to witness a bizarre figure with a neck that elongated like a rubber band, viciously biting into Sasuke's neck, leaving 3 dark marks. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Sasuke let out a heart-wrenching scream. Sakura, witnessing Sasuke's torment, turned to the strange man in fury, demanding, "What have you done to Sasuke?" The bizarre figure, his skin cracking in grotesque patches, coldly replied, "How dull. The name Uchiha is crying." Suddenly, the figure, Orochimaru, sensed multiple presences and cast his gaze upward at the tree. More prey has arrived. However, at this moment, I am only interested in Sasuke. You Konoha brats do not pique my interest. In that moment, Hinata and her companions believed Orochimaru was about to strike down Sasuke. They leaped from the tree, positioning themselves protectively in front of Sasuke and Sakura. Ienokibi furrowed his brow, addressing Sakura behind him, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." Orochimaru's gaze fell upon Hinata and her companions, who had assumed an aggressive stance towards him, and he felt a flicker of irritation. Step aside. He unleashed a ferocious wind release technique towards them. The swift gust of wind caused Hinata and her companions to narrow their eyes, their faces taut with tension, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their eyes wide with alarm. This level of wind release was far beyond the capabilities of mere genin. However, behind Hinata and Kiba stood Sakura and Sasuke. If they hastily evaded the wind release, the attack would directly strike Sakura and Sasuke. In this critical moment, a sudden figure darted in front of Hinata and her companions. It was Gukai, who swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water barrier. He conjured a vertical wall of water from below, firmly blocking the violent wind attack. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, his gaze sharpening. This is a B-rank water release technique from the second Hokage. This boy can execute the water barrier with merely 2 hand seals, akin to the second Hokage himself. Gukai's expression was grave as he regarded Orochimaru. Who on earth are you to dare infiltrate the Chunin exams? Gukai, a long-standing genin from Konoha with extensive combat experience, sensed instinctively that he was no match for the enigmatic figure before him. Orochimaru, however, chose not to respond to Gukai's inquiry and instead expressed his confusion. Oh, a genin from Kusagakure? How do you possess the second Hokage's water barrier technique? Uchiha Haya and Karen observed the unfolding drama from a thick branch above. Chapter 105. The Akatsuki's Objective. Gukai remained silent, his expression tense as he continued to scrutinize Orochimaru. Orochimaru let out a low grunt. Humph, how dreadfully dull. I shall take my time to torture you all and eliminate you one by one. The sinister figure of Orochimaru advanced step by step towards the group, instilling a chill in their hearts. Orochimaru formed hand seals again, summoning the giant snake, Manda. The serpent lunged ferociously towards them, its jaws agape. The group's faces turned pale with terror. Despite Gukai being a long-time genin with the prowess of an elite jounin, he could not simultaneously protect everyone. In a moment of dire urgency, a dark figure appeared in front of them. A cold voice resonated in their ears. Orochimaru, have you had your fun yet? Instantly, a colossal chakra giant emerged, enveloping the cloaked figure within. With a swift motion, the chakra giant, under the black-clad individual's control, swung a sword and severed Manda's head. Orochimaru's pupils shrank, his expression darkening gravely. Susanoo, could he be from the Uchiha clan? Before Orochimaru could fully grasp the situation, Uchiha Haya vanished from sight in a spatial distortion. This was Kamui. Suddenly, Uchiha Haya reappeared beside Orochimaru, his chakra rapidly concentrating in his hand, swirling and compressing until it formed a palm-sized, formless chakra sphere. Boom! Uchiha Haya struck Orochimaru squarely in the abdomen with the Rasengan, delivering a devastating blow. Following that, Uchiha Haya unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon Orochimaru, pinning him to the ground with ferocious intensity. After all, Uchiha Sasuke was a member of the Uchiha clan, and Orochimaru had just bullied him. Uchiha Haya would not let him escape easily. Orochimaru found himself battered, unable to retaliate, and within moments, he lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, utterly defeated. Yet, despite his weakened state, Orochimaru clung to life, panting heavily as confusion filled his mind. Susanoo, Mangekyō Sharingan, and a space-time jutsu surpassing that of the fourth Hokage. Who was this black-clad youth? The group stared in disbelief at the incapacitated figure of Orochimaru. Gukai, having fought alongside the second Hokage, naturally recognized him. Haya, is that really Orochimaru? Why has he changed so much? Uchiha Haya explained. That is Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu, an S-rank forbidden technique. The caster transfers their consciousness into another's body, known as a vessel, thereby attaining eternal life. The group was aghast upon hearing this revelation. Orochimaru's gaze shifted, his thoughts racing. Just now, that genin referred to the black-clad man as Haya? Oh, Uchiha Haya. Could it be that the youth in the black cloak is Uchiha Haya? How is that even possible? Suddenly, Orochimaru recalled that Uchiha Haya possessed a mysterious jutsu that could grant him eternal life. A look of incredulity washed over Orochimaru's face as he fixed his gaze intently upon the figure. Are you the leader of the Uchiha clan? Before Orochimaru could finish speaking, the group trembled in surprise. Kiba, Shino, and the other younger genin had heard of the Uchiha clan's leader. Hinata had only seen the Uchiha leader once when she was abducted by the ninjas of Kumogakure at the age of 3. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Uchiha Haya. Hinata and her companions stared intently at the black-clad figure, eager to unveil the countenance hidden beneath the hat adorned with wind chimes. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the shadows of the forest. They were Akatsuki members Deidara and Sasori. Deidara wore a devilish grin, his lips curling in amusement. Haha, the leader of the Uchiha clan, huh? It was quite the endeavor to find you. Orochimaru, now resembling a heap of mud upon the ground, felt a twinge of anxiety. The Akatsuki has also intervened in this Chunin exam. What could their purpose be in Konoha? Orochimaru regarded Deidara and Sasori with a puzzled expression. Not long ago, he had escaped from the Akatsuki and founded Odogakure. Deidara's eyes gleamed with malice as he fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Haya. We are here for the Uchiha clan's resurrection technique, the jutsu of eternal life. Orochimaru's attention was riveted upon the black-clad youth. Resurrection technique? Eternal life technique? These two jutsu held immense allure for Orochimaru, a scholar of the ninja world. The group stood in stunned silence at Deidara's words. Resurrection technique? Eternal life technique? Sasori's raspy voice cut through the air. What value do ephemeral things hold? Only the eternal beauty that never decays deserves to be called art. Deidara chimed in with a smile. Only the most dazzling moment of beauty is true art. I seek to preserve the beauty of fleeting moments for eternity. The two were filled with unquenchable desire for resurrection and eternal life. Sasori, concealed within his puppet, the Hiranari, spoke with a gravelly tone. Aiha, will you voluntarily relinquish the resurrection technique and the jutsu of eternal life, or shall we take it by force? Having deduced his identity, Uchiha Aiha chose not to conceal himself any longer, discarding the hat adorned with wind chimes. Instantly, a youthful visage of a 12-year-old boy appeared before them, his face radiant with clarity. The group was left in shock. Kiba gaped in astonishment. Is he truly the legendary leader of the Uchiha clan from Konoha? How can he be around my age? Hinata blinked her beautiful eyes, staring at Uchiha Aiha in awe. He is the Uchiha clan leader from back then. But he looks so much younger now. 18 years ago, Uchiha Aiha had saved 3-year-old Hinata from the clutches of Kuzugaku, leaving a profound impression on her. Orochimaru's gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Aiha, sharp and penetrating. I recall that the age of the leader of the Flame Clan should be roughly akin to that of Tsunade. Yet, he appears to be merely around 12 years old. Deidara's face flashed with excitement. Ah, this must be the eternal life technique, enabling one to manipulate their own age. Hidden within the puppet, Hiriko, Sasori also found immense interest in the 12-year-old Uchiha Flame. Uchiha Flame coldly regarded Deidara and Sasori and slowly uttered, I aspire to become the Hokage of Konoha. For now, I merely wish to advance to Chunin. Kindly keep your distance. Uchiha Flame returned to Konoha from the Wetbone Forest, with a clear objective in mind, to become Hokage and overthrow the sordid and filthy rule of Konoha, leading the Uchiha clan to ascend in the ninja world. Other matters failed to pique Uchiha Flame's interest. Deidara and Sasori stared blankly at Uchiha Flame, a disdainful smile adorning their faces. Chapter 106. Uchiha Flame's ferocious assault on Sasori and Deidara. On another front, outside the Death Forest examination site, the examiner, Akato, along with several Chunin, stood beside 3 lifeless bodies. One Chunin examiner explained, based on the personal effects and identification of the deceased, they were ninjas from Takigakure participating in the Chunin exam. Approaching the 3 corpses, Akato observed, their faces are entirely gone. The Chunin continued, moreover, their faces appear as if they have been melted away, utterly bare. Akato furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth. Indeed, this jutsu belongs to him. How could that fellow have the audacity to partake in the Chunin exam? Akato's thoughts drifted to Orochimaru. The technique that had disfigured the faces of these 3 Kuzugaku ninjas was undeniably Orochimaru's. He addressed the Chunin examiners. This situation is grave. Quickly report this matter to Lord Hokage. We require the Umbu to dispatch more than 2 squads to the Death Forest. I shall enter the Death Forest at once. With that, Akato made his way towards the Death Forest, seeking Orochimaru. Within the Death Forest, beneath the towering trees, the atmosphere was eerily tranquil. Uchiha Flame stood in confrontation with Deidara and Sasori. Orochimaru, severely injured and sprawled on the ground, gazed at the standoff. A flicker of intrigue gracing his features. I never anticipated that the Akatsuki would also be interested in resurrection techniques and immortality. Uchiha Flame is entangled with the Akatsuki. Trouble is surely brewing. Hyuga Hinata, Karen, and others watched with furrowed brows, having heard Itachi and Obito speak highly of Uchiha Flame, the clan leader, suggesting he was far from ordinary. Thus, Deidara and Sasori dared not underestimate him. Deidara, donning a mischievous grin, immediately unleashed his grand technique. Do not underestimate me. Do not belittle art. My ninjutsu transcends all. It is the sublime form of art. Explosive clay centipede. However, at that moment, Deidara had already fallen victim to Uchiha Flame's Jinjutsu. In Deidara's illusory realm, the clay centipede ensnared Uchiha Flame. Deidara, hands clasped before his chest, wore a smirk as he declared, detonate. Creating the explosive clay, the crowd watched in astonishment as the centipede, ensnaring Deidara, erupted violently. Deidara was grievously injured by his own creation, collapsing onto the ground, on the brink of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Sasori, concealed within Hiriko, observed Uchiha Flame with a heavy gaze. His eyes are the Sharingan. Deidara has fallen into a Jinjutsu. It seems this fool is destined for an early demise. Humph. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, I shall make you my prized possession. Sasori's Hiriko extended its long scorpion tail, opening its maw to unleash a multitude of Senbon. The slender, sharp Senbon flew towards Uchiha Flame, causing the onlookers beside and behind him to turn pale with horror. Hinata, with a furrowed brow, expressed her concern. If we are struck by those Senbon. Karen also grew anxious. This is perilous. The tension escalated among the others. Suddenly, A colossal chakra giant enveloped Uchiha Flame, blocking all the incoming Senbon. Sasori's gaze sharpened. Susanoo. Uchiha Flame spoke with a commanding tone. I only wish to pass the Chunin exam. I have no time to indulge you in games. Amaterasu. Flames of black ignited upon Sasori's Hiriko, rapidly scorching the puppet and forcing Sasori to leap from its confines. As he emerged, the chakra giant swung its chakra sword, cleaving through Hiriko's shell and shattering Sasori's own puppet form. Nevertheless, the heart in Sasori's left chest remained unscathed. Uchiha Flame's objective was crystal clear, to pass the Chunin exam and ascend to Chunin. After decisively defeating Deidara and Sasori, Uchiha Flame wasted no time and soared towards the central tower of the forest, accompanied by his companions. Not long after their departure, a figure streaked towards the nearby trees. This figure was none other than the hurriedly arriving examiner, Akado. He widened his eyes in shock at the scene below, filled with confusion. Orochimaru has been severely beaten and lies on the ground. Who was it that defeated him? And those two individuals clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Who are they? Akado leaped from the tree, surveying the incapacitated Orochimaru, as well as the fallen Deidara and Sasori. Orochimaru, how dare you infiltrate the Konoha Chunin exam? Who are these two? The incapacitated Orochimaru extended his repulsive tongue. Ah, it's Akado. It has been quite some time. They are members of the Akatsuki. A flicker of doubt crossed Akado's face. Oh, the Akatsuki? Orochimaru chuckled awkwardly. The Akatsuki is an organization formed by rogue ninjas from various villages, aimed at overthrowing the old order of the ninja world to establish a new one. Akado, resting his chin on one hand, furrowed his brow in confusion. Who could have inflicted such injuries upon you? The one who critically wounded me is the leader of the Uchiha clan. With that, Orochimaru's body slowly began to merge with the earth, vanishing from sight. Akado attempted to seize Orochimaru, but was regrettably too late. Damn it, he escaped. Shortly thereafter, several Umbu ninjas landed beside Akado. Scanning the area, the Umbu ninjas noted the signs of a fierce battle. Akado, what transpired here? Akado, with a grave expression, replied, Orochimaru infiltrated the Chunin exam. There are also two infiltrators from the Akatsuki. Take them back for interrogation. The Umbu ninjas carried the unconscious Deidara and the damaged Sasori back to the Umbu prison. In the office of the third Hokage, Akado reported the intelligence of Orochimaru's infiltration into the Chunin exam to the examiners of the second round. At this moment, 3 Umbu squads were already en route to the Death Forest to apprehend Orochimaru. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a puff from his pipe. What could Orochimaru's objective be in infiltrating the Konoha Chunin exam? Shimura Danzo, with a furrowed brow, remained silent. After all, Orochimaru had once been a collaborator with Danzo in human experimentation. The third Hokage then commanded the reporting examiner. This Chunin exam gathers ninjas from all the ninja villages. We, Konoha, have a responsibility to ensure the safety of the participants. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, Hondo entered the Hokage's office accompanied by 2 Ienokibi ninjas. Hokage-sama, there's grave news. Orochimaru has escaped. Upon hearing Hondo's words, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, let out a soft sigh. In truth, he did not believe that Hondo and the Ienokibi could capture Orochimaru. With a grave expression, Hondo continued, moreover, we have apprehended 2 members of the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 107. Uchiha Anka makes his appearance at the Chunin exam. A trace of intrigue flickered across the aged face of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, the Akatsuki? Shimura Danzo stepped forward. The Akatsuki is an organization formed by orphans from the Hidden Rain village during the Second Great Ninja War, created with the ideal of achieving world peace. Such an organization has no business infiltrating the Chunin exam in Konoha. In Danzo's eyes, the Akatsuki was still the weak group it was at its inception. Back then, Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Rain village, had been manipulated by Danzo into killing Yahiko, the first leader of the Akatsuki. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, slightly relaxed his brow. Oh, so it is an organization formed by orphans. It seemed that Hiruzen did not regard the Akatsuki with much seriousness. A hint of confusion crossed Hondo's features. Hokage-sama. Orochimaru was severely injured in the Forest of Death. The third Hokage and Danzo exchanged glances, their eyes widening in disbelief. What? Orochimaru was injured? How is that possible? He possesses strength on par with Hokage. Hondo pressed on. Orochimaru claimed he was gravely wounded by the clan leader of the Uchiha. At these words, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office shifted dramatically. Danzo's eyes bulged as he exclaimed, what? The clan leader of the Uchiha? Could it be Uchiha Anka? The third Hokage's pupils flickered momentarily. After all these years, has Enka returned to Konoha? But why would he appear in the Forest of Death? Tsunade, her face drawn, interjected, Hiruzen. Regardless of Uchiha Enka's intentions, his return to Konoha poses a significant threat. Mito Kazan added, we must monitor and track Uchiha Enka's every move. Years ago, he resurrected Uchiha Madara and nearly brought ruin to our village. Danzo's gaze turned fierce as he spoke, Hiruzen. This time, during the Chunin exam. Many Jonin from other villages have infiltrated, possibly to gather intelligence on Konoha. And Orochimaru, alongside the Akatsuki, has also mixed into the Chunin exam. However, these are not the most pressing concerns. The priority now is to locate Uchiha Enka. We cannot allow him to disrupt the order of our village. The third Hokage nodded solemnly. Dispatch another team to the Forest of Death. We must find Uchiha Enka. Additionally, immediately increase the number of ANBU personnel to bolster patrols in Konoha. Any suspicious individuals must report directly to me. The Chunin exam shall proceed as planned. In the central tower of the Forest of Death, 12 ninjas had arrived. They stood in formation within the tower. The third Hokage, accompanied by Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Asuma, and other Jonin, appeared on the podium. The chief examiner for the second stage, Hondo, announced loudly, congratulations to everyone for passing the second exam. The third Hokage stepped forward. Ahem. Next, I will explain the purpose of this exam. Why do we conduct exams in conjunction with various ninja villages? It is to foster friendly coexistence among allied nations and to enhance the level of our ninjas. Standing below the stage, Uchiha Enka appeared languid, muttering softly, Hiruzen Sarutobi. This old fox is truly verbose. A plethora of grandiloquent words. Nearby, Karen, Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto gazed at him in astonishment. Naruto, wide-eyed, exclaimed, wow, a genin from the grass village dares to insult our Hokage. Sasuke remarked, is this grass village genin truly the leader of our Uchiha clan? Sakura looked at Uchiha Enka with a hint of doubt. This grass village genin is incredibly strong, but he doesn't seem to fit the mold of the Uchiha clan leader. After Hiruzen's lengthy discourse, he continued, in this third examination, various lords and notable figures from different nations will be present. The lords and ninja leaders will observe your battles. At this moment, the third Hokage's gaze swept over to the nearby Nara Shikaku. Nara Shikaku appeared before the third Hokage, kneeling on the ground. The chief examiner for the third stage was none other than Nara Shikaku. Hokage-sama, I will now explain the rules as the referee. He then produced a list of matchups. The finals will be held 3 days later at the Konoha Arena. 3 days later, Konoha Village Arena. The venue was packed with spectators. On the podium sat the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage. In the audience, alongside Konoha's elite, were various clan members and notable figures from the ninja world. The 12 Chunin exam participants stood in the center of the arena, the gaze of countless spectators fixated upon them. Uchiha Enka stood in the arena's center, appearing harmless. Many members of the Uchiha clan had also come to watch the match from the stands. The first match, Karen versus Temari. In truth, Karen's combat strength was not particularly formidable. She had only advanced to the third round in the Chunin exam thanks to the support of Enka and Kogai. The two engaged in fierce combat within the arena. Temari wielded her massive fan to conjure a tempest, and Karen struggled to defend herself. Gale Dance. The enormous fan generated gusts of wind, stirring up dust to obscure Karen's vision. Wind Release. Temari utilized her fan to create a powerful air current directed at Karen. In an instant, Karen was struck by the fierce winds, sent flying like a kite severed from its string. The outcome was clear. However, Temari did not hold back. She charged forward. Kamaitachi. Manipulating her massive fan to create a storm, Karen was caught in the whirlwind, her body slashed by countless invisible vacuum blades, blood flowing from her arms and legs. A smirk of satisfaction crept onto Temari's lips. Watching from a distance, the examiner Nara Shikaku contemplated stepping in to halt the match. But Karen was ensnared in the tempest. Nara Shikaku was unable to intervene. Observing the match from the audience, Kogai could no longer bear it. This is outrageous. Such heavy-handedness. After all, Kogai and Enka, alongside Karen, had entered the Chunin exam as genin from the grass village. Karen was Kogai's teammate. Suddenly, beside Kogai, Uchiha Enka's figure vanished. Almost simultaneously, Uchiha Enka appeared within the storm generated by Kamaitachi. This was the Flying Thunder God technique. Amidst the storm, Uchiha Enka embraced Karen and muttered, humph. An overwhelming aura erupted from Uchiha Enka, fierce and dominating, exuding an authoritative power that instantly dispelled the storm created by Temari. Moreover, this immense presence surged forth toward Temari with relentless force. Chapter 108. The astonishment provoked by the grass-hidden village S. Genin. Uchiha Yehuo suddenly manifested at the heart of the tempest, exuding an overwhelming and ferocious aura. This essence coalesced into a wind release technique, swiftly hurtling towards Temari. At that moment, Temari's pupils constricted, caught entirely off guard. She raised her massive fan before her body in an attempt to block the assault, yet was still sent flying by the wind release. Like a kite severed from its string, she soared backward. In the audience stands, onlookers were left in stunned silence at the sight. Beside Sarutobi Hiruzen sat Orochimaru, clad in the robes of the fourth Kazekage. The third Hokage mistook Orochimaru for the fourth Kazekage. With his hat pulled low, Orochimaru slowly turned to face Sarutobi, his voice heavy with intrigue. Body flicker technique. An S-rank ninjutsu. Don't you find it peculiar, third Hokage? Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly to himself, fully aware that this grass-hidden village genin was none other than Uchiha Yehuo, who had employed the eternal life technique to revert his age to that of a 12-year-old boy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed with confusion. This grass-hidden village genin indeed seems to be utilizing the body flicker technique. His gaze sharpened as he pondered, this genin, having suddenly appeared at the center of the storm, could it truly be the fourth Hokage's body flicker technique? Historically, only the second Hokage Tobirama and the fourth Hokage Minato have mastered such a skill. How could a mere genin from the grass-hidden village possibly possess it? The 12-year-old boy had successfully captured the attention of the audience. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the stands as spectators marveled at how a genin could exhibit such incredible speed. As Uchiha Yehuo instantaneously appeared in the arena to rescue Kurui, the leading jounin from the sand-hidden village, Maki, also descended into the arena, catching the flying Temari. In quick succession, Gaara and Kankuro leaped into the arena, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Yehuo and Karui. Gaara's eyes widened with fury, his face radiating murderous intent. That damn genin from the grass-hidden village dared to harm my sister. Temari was Gaara and Kankuro's elder sister. Kankuro, his gaze cold and piercing, directed his stare at Uchiha Yehuo, vowing silently, I will take your life one day. On the other side, Kogetsu also leaped into the arena, standing alongside Yehuo and Karui. The two factions stood in a tense standoff, the air thick with impending conflict. At this critical juncture, Noara Kakashi stepped between them. The outcome of this match is already determined. Temari is the victor. Upon Kakashi's intervention, both sides retreated to the waiting area for contestants. In that area, Maki sneered. This fellow is a genin from the grass-hidden village, known as Yehuo. According to the match arrangements, his opponent is Gaara. When Gaara takes the stage, he will end him. Yehuo was a pseudonym Uchiha Yehuo had adopted to participate in this Chunin exam. With a languid demeanor, Uchiha Yehuo stifled a yawn. Entirely disinterested in such a lowly-level confrontation, he reclined in the waiting area, allowing his eyes to flutter shut in slumber. Time passed, and suddenly, Kogetsu stirred him awake. Yehuo, it's your turn to compete. Yehuo opened his eyes, scanning the arena and noting the multitude of gazes fixated upon him. Employing the eternal life technique, he had assumed an age identical to Gaara's. Both were 12. In the eyes of the spectators, Gaara was a remorseless killing machine. Yet, Uchiha Yehuo regarded the 12-year-old Gaara with utter indifference. His purpose for participating in the Chunin exam was solely to ascend in rank. To Yehuo, Gaara was merely a child. Standing atop the platform, Yehuo glanced down at the arena. There, Gaara stood resolutely at the center, his gaze locked onto Yehuo, filled with lethal intent. With a graceful leap, Uchiha Yehuo descended into the arena, confronting Gaara. The proctor, Noara Kakashi, approached the center between the two and declared, the match begins now. At this moment, all eyes were riveted on Uchiha Yehuo and Gaara. Kankuro scoffed, that guy's opponent is Gaara. He is truly unfortunate. In Kankuro's eyes, the grass-hidden village ninja Yehuo was destined to meet his demise at Gaara's hands. Temari's expression bore a weight of concern. That genin named Yehuo seems remarkably strong. Maki's gaze sharpened slightly. Let us await the outcome. Under the scrutiny of the masses, Uchiha Yehuo launched a kunai at Gaara. Gaara, his eyes fierce, smirked coldly as a sand clone emerged from the gourd on his back, intercepting the kunai. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Uchiha Yehuo's figure materialized beside Gaara. Gaara's pupils dilated, his heart racing. In an instant, the chakra in Yehuo's right hand whirled rapidly, condensing into a palm-sized sphere of formless chakra. Uchiha Yehuo thrust the chakra sphere toward Gaara's abdomen. The sand was too slow to defend. The Rasengan shattered Gaara's sand armor and struck fiercely against his midsection. Blood erupted from Gaara's mouth as he was sent careening backward like a broken kite. After soaring over 10 meters, Gaara tumbled across the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt, unconscious. The arena fell into a profound silence. In the audience, dignitaries, lords, renowned figures, and ninja leaders wore expressions of shock. A thunderous wave of astonishment erupted. Gaara from the sand-hidden village had been defeated. How could this be? In the blink of an eye, he had been bested by a genin? How could a genin from the grass-hidden village possess such formidable prowess? When did the grass-hidden village become so powerful? What was his name? Was it Yehuo? Hinata, seated among the audience, gazed with a hint of admiration. Yehuo, the clan leader, is truly formidable. Ienokibi remarked, is this guy really just a genin? Sakura's face was etched with disbelief. How could there be such a terrifying opponent among our youth? Naruto intently fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Yehuo in the arena. He is incredibly strong. After defeating Gaara, Uchiha Yehuo wore an expression of innocence, his visage devoid of tumult. He strode directly out of the arena, returning to the waiting area for contestants. In the center of the audience, Orochimaru, donning the fourth Kazekage's attire, lowered his hat and remarked with a hint of unease. Hokage, this genin from the grass-hidden village is no ordinary foe. He has adeptly mastered both the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. It appears both techniques are originally from the Leaf Village. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, narrowed his eyes, fixated intently on Uchiha Yehuo. Chapter 109. Tsunade returns to 18 years of age. The third Hokage's expression darkened, his mind swirling with confusion. How could a genin from the grass-hidden village master the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan? It must be noted that the learning curve for these techniques is exceedingly steep. Moreover, both are strictly prohibited from being shared outside of the Leaf Village. As Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the unfamiliar boy below, he found himself utterly perplexed. In the audience, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. Kakashi Hatake, furrowing his brow slightly, pondered aloud, why do I feel that the boy from the grass village resembles someone? Might Guy, with his characteristic frown, responded, oh, Shikaku. I share your thoughts. Both Kakashi and Might Guy exclaimed in unison. He resembles the leader of the Uchiha Clan, Uchiha Yehuo. The revelation sent shockwaves through the surrounding crowd. Yugao Yuzuki, her gaze trembling, remarked, the leader Yehuo. Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance. Yugao's expression turned incredulous as she questioned, Father, how is this possible? Uchiha Yehuo could not have suddenly become youthful. It is simply absurd. He is Lady Tsunade's husband. Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, and others displayed expressions of disbelief. Kakashi, with a glimmer of thoughtfulness, suggested, all these years, Yehuo has been away from the Leaf Village, possibly to develop a mysterious ninjutsu. Kakashi's drowsy eyes widened slightly. Oh? What kind of ninjutsu? Shikaku continued to analyze. Previously, Yehuo's age seemed to be perpetually 18. Perhaps now he has mastered a secret technique that allows him to control his own age. As the words lingered in the air, astonishment filled the crowd. On the other side of the spectator area, the shinobi from the Sand Village wore expressions of despair. This time, Orochimaru and the Sand Village had united to devastate the Leaf Village, with Gaara as the core combatant. Being a Jinchuriki, Gaara housed Shikaku within him, and the Sand Village aimed for him to wreak havoc in the Leaf Village, inflicting severe damage. However, Gaara had been defeated by a grass village genin named Wildfire. Kankuro clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it! A mere genin from the grass village managed to easily defeat Gaara? Temari's face reflected disbelief. When did the grass village's genin become so powerful? Maki tightened his fists. The grass village is just a small village. How could they possibly produce such formidable genin? That genin named Kyuj seems to possess the strength of a jonin. Damn the grass village. Our ambush plan against the Leaf has been thrown into disarray. In the examinee spectator area, other participants leaned over the railing, watching the matches in the arena. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yehuo returned to the examinee lounge, closing his eyes to rest momentarily. Karen and Kyuj remained by Uchiha Yehuo's side. Suddenly, the door to the lounge swung open, and several unfamiliar figures entered. Leading them was a voluptuous figure, Tsunade. Following her were the elder, Shikaku, and other Uchiha clan members. Karen, wide-eyed and bewildered, inquired, what brings you here? Kyuj, who appeared remarkably youthful, yet was actually a 60-year-old perpetual genin from the Leaf Village, immediately recognized Tsunade. Oh, Lady Tsunade has arrived, he exclaimed. Previously, Kyuj had heard Yehuo mention that Tsunade was his wife. Tsunade, upon glancing at Kyuj, failed to recognize him, her brow furrowing in confusion. You're a genin from the grass village, yet you know me? Kyuj, exuding youthful exuberance, responded with a beaming smile. Lady Tsunade, you jest. I am Kyuj Marahoshi from the Leaf Village. Of course I recognize you. It was known that Kyuji had served as a genin during the second Hokage's era, making him a familiar name to nearly everyone in the Leaf Village. Tsunade scrutinized the unfamiliar, yet slightly familiar Kyuji, her face painted with shock. What? You are Kyuji Marahoshi. How is this possible? Kyuji began to explain, Lady Tsunade. It is the leader Injo who has granted me youth through the eternal life technique. Upon hearing Kyuji's words, Tsunade, the elder, and Shikaku were taken aback. Tsunade's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, the eternal life technique. Could it be that Injo has developed the perfected resurrection technique in the Wetbone Forest? Kyuji turned to gently nudge Uchiha Injo. Leader Injo, look who has come. After a few gentle nudges, Uchiha Injo awoke from his light slumber, only to find Tsunade's face filled with irritation. Tsunade, her brows slightly furrowed, expressed her displeasure. Injo, why didn't you come to find me upon your return to the Leaf? After all, I am your wife. With that, she embraced him warmly. Uchiha Injo savored the nostalgic feeling of her warmth. In the midst of everyone's gaze, Tsunade gazed at Uchiha Injo closely, her face a mix of annoyance and longing. After so many years apart, Tsunade felt a pang of loneliness. Uchiha Injo comforted her, declaring, I will no longer leave the Leaf. From now on, I shall fulfill your every desire, every night. Karen, bewildered, thought to herself, Uchiha Injo and Tsunade, who is over 50. Can they truly be compatible? Kyuji, the elder, and Shikaku exchanged glances, finding the age difference somewhat peculiar. Tsunade, sensing the unusual gazes of those around her, blushed slightly. Uchiha Injo, with a faint smile, helped Tsunade to her feet as they stood facing each other. He formed hand seals and focused intently, declaring, Eternal Life Technique. In an instant, both Uchiha Injo and Tsunade transformed to the age of 18. The sudden change in their appearances left the onlookers astounded. Karen's eyes widened. I heard Kyuji say that the leader restored him to his youthful state. I didn't expect it to be true. The elder and Shikaku, equally astonished, appeared as if they had seen a ghost. Tsunade, feeling her youthful body, radiated with vibrant energy, her eyes filled with excitement. Injo, I truly have become young again. This feeling of youth is incomparable to the Baika technique. The 18-year-old Tsunade, filled with exhilaration, embraced Uchiha Injo tightly. Uchiha Injo could sense the fragrance emanating from Tsunade, but he knew that the time for their marital matters would have to wait until the evening. Tsunade, her face flushed with youthful exuberance, gazed at Uchiha Injo. Injo, why didn't you come to find me when you returned? I have missed you dearly over the years. Her tone carried a hint of reproach. Chapter 110. I shall overturn the corrupt rule of the Leaf. Uchiha Injo and Tsunade are indeed husband and wife. However, for many years, they have been living in a state of separation. As a woman, Tsunade's desires and loneliness are known only to her. Now, having returned to her youthful state at 18, Tsunade's flushed cheeks displayed a mix of anger and reproach towards Uchiha Injo for not returning sooner. Uchiha Injo, calm and composed, regarded Tsunade's rosy face. This time I returned to the Leaf not only to reunite with you, but also to accomplish something of great importance. Tsunade, still blushing, expressed her skepticism. Oh, what is it? Uchiha Injo cast a sweeping gaze over the crowd. I intend to become the Hokage of the Leaf. As his words resonated, the expressions of those present turned to shock. Tsunade widened her beautiful eyes, incredulously asking, Injo, you wish to become the Hokage of the Leaf? To Tsunade, it seemed a daunting prospect for a member of the Uchiha clan to aspire to such a position. The higher echelons of Konoha have consistently adopted a repressive and exclusionary policy towards the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shana, however, bore an expression of sheer excitement as he declared, Leader, I wholeheartedly support you. I believe that one day, a Hokage will surely emerge from our Uchiha clan. Shana, a hawkish member of the Uchiha, harbored considerable dissatisfaction with the governance of their clan by the Konoha elite, yearning to reclaim sovereignty from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. The elderly elder, Uchiha Hanakaku, trembled slightly as he furrowed his brow, saying, We shall certainly support the leader's decision. However, it is worth noting that even Uchiha Madara did not ascend to the position of Hokage. Leader, the path to becoming Hokage will be exceedingly arduous. Moreover, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, continues to occupy that position, and it remains uncertain when he might retire. Perhaps we will have to wait a long time. Uchiha Yehuo, with a subtle smile playing on his lips, replied, This process should not take long. After this Chunin exam, I will be promoted from a Konoha Genin to a Chunin. Subsequently, I intend to swiftly ascend from Chunin to Jonin, and then to an elite Jonin. Finally, I shall claim the position of Hokage. The aged elder, Uchiha Hanakaku, trembled his brows again. Yet, We do not know when the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will abdicate. Tsunade, frowning with a hint of perplexity, inquired, if the third Hokage does not retire, how can you become Hokage? Uchiha Yehuo chuckled lightly. There is no need to wait for him to retire. Once I become a Jonin, I shall forcibly compel the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to step down. A chill ran through the hearts of those present. Forcibly ousting the third Hokage? Uchiha Yehuo regarded the assembly and continued, at that time. There may indeed be a confrontation, a battle between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha elite. The words of Yehuo, the clan leader, left the assembly aghast. In a secluded corner of the spectators' area, at the back of the arena, Yakushi Kabuto, donned in a cat-faced mask and a black umbu cloak, silently pondered. Illusion technique, Nirvana sanctuary. As the audience watched the Chunin exams, a flurry of white feathers began to descend. Anyone who laid eyes on the falling feathers would succumb to slumber. This illusion's range was exceedingly vast, causing the majority of the audience at the Chunin exams to fall into a deep sleep. Orochimaru, seated at the center of the dais, recognized that it was time to take action, having kidnapped the third Hokage beside him. Instantly, the Chunin exam arena erupted into chaos. Kakashi made Odai, and others were engaged in combat against the Sand Ninja, along with some infiltrating Jonin from the Cloud, Rock, and Mist villages, each with their own divergent motives. Orochimaru aimed to eliminate his former teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while the Sand Ninja were incited to partake in Orochimaru's scheme for the downfall of Konoha. The Jonin from other ninja villages sought the resurrection and immortality techniques hidden within Konoha. After dispatching several intruders with his short blade, Kakashi lifted his gaze to the rooftop, exclaiming, "That is the Four Purple Flames formation." Yuhi Kurenai's expression turned grave. The Sound Ninja Quartet has activated the Four Purple Flames formation, trapping the third Hokage inside. Mado Dai and the others looked up at the roof. Damn you, Orochimaru. How can we rescue the third Hokage? Kakashi, Mado Gai, Kurenai, Asuma, and the others stared fixedly at the barrier above, feeling utterly helpless and somewhat exasperated. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. We cannot break the Four Purple Flames formation from the outside. Yet, there is one person who can. All eyes turned towards Kakashi. Kurenai's thoughts suddenly sparked. You mean Uchiha Yehuo? Kakashi nodded gently. Mado Gai, perplexed, asked, "Oh? Where can we find the Uchiha clan leader at this moment?" Mado Dai interjected. Yehuo should still be within the exam grounds. Kakashi, Mado Gai, Kurenai, Asuma, and the others exchanged glances, a flicker of realization crossing their faces. Kakashi, his eyes narrowing slightly, mused, could that genin from the grass village be the Uchiha clan leader? How is that possible? Kakashi nodded again. With Orochimaru's sudden assault on Konoha, alongside the infiltration of Jonin from the Cloud, Rock, and Mist villages, Konoha was facing an imminent crisis. Kakashi did not linger with the others, but swiftly made his way to the candidate resting area. Shielded by Kakashi and the older generation of Jonin like Yuhi Kurenai, Sakura, Hinata, Ino, and Shikamaru had not succumbed to the illusion. Driven by curiosity about the Uchiha clan leader, the new generation of Konoha followed Kakashi closely, eager to seek out the legendary Uchiha clan leader. Within the candidate resting area, the assembly was astounded by Yehuo's declaration of his intent to become Hokage. Uchiha Shana, an ardent supporter of the Uchiha Hawks, was left speechless. Leader, you cannot possibly be contemplating a coup. Uchiha Yehuo smirked slightly. If the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, does not step down, I shall pull him from the Hokage position. Tsunade's beautiful eyes glimmered with thoughtfulness. Yehuo, are you inciting rebellion? Uchiha Yehuo, with an innocent demeanor, replied, the reality of Konoha may not be as idyllic as we envision. Since the era of the second Hokage, the Senju clan has been subjected to inhumane experiments, their numbers dwindling. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan has faced relentless oppression and exclusion. There are many unsavory deeds that have transpired. One could even argue that Konoha is rife with filth and corruption. I aim to overturn such a Konoha, to restore the original aspirations of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, in founding this village, to establish a brand new Konoha, to protect our comrades and loved ones. No longer shall there be humiliation and oppression. Tsunade's heart trembled, moved by Uchiha Yehuo's words, and began to contemplate. Indeed, the hierarchy, bullying, oppression, and human experimentation have strayed far from the founding ideals of my grandfather, Senju Hashirama. In that moment, Tsunade's gaze solidified with resolve. Yehuo, I shall support you. Chapter 111. Uchiha Yehuo emerges to break the seals. Both Karen and Kageyama expressed their agreement with Uchiha Yehuo's decision. The members of the Uchiha clan rallied behind him. yearning for the day when the Uchiha clan could reclaim sovereignty over Konoha. Suddenly, a series of explosions and screams echoed through the air. Boom. The attention of those in the candidate resting area was immediately drawn to the cacophony of explosions and chaos. Tsunade furrowed her brows slightly. What is happening? Uchiha Shana, with a sinister expression, remarked, "It seems a battle has erupted outside." The elderly elder furrowed his brow in concern. How could there be a battle during the Konoha Chunin exams? At that moment, several figures hurriedly burst into the room, led by Kakashi, followed closely by Sakura, Hinata, Ino, Shikamaru, and others. Kakashi quickly scanned the room before his gaze landed on Uchiha Yehuo. Uchiha Yehuo, that genin from the grass village, could it truly be you? Kakashi's tone bore a mixture of warmth and excitement. Uchiha Yehuo nodded gently. Following Kakashi, Sakura, Hinata, and the others entered, their faces a mixture of astonishment. Hinata blinked her beautiful eyes, filled with admiration, secretly thinking, my suspicions were indeed correct. She is truly the leader of the Inferno clan. Sakura, her mouth slightly agape, stared wide-eyed. Could he be the one who saved our Konoha's genin from Orochimaru in the Forest of Death? Upon closer examination, Sakura confirmed that the 12-year-old genin from the hidden grass village and the 18-year-old leader of the Inferno clan before her were one and the same. Nevertheless, a look of incredulity crossed Sakura's face as she stammered, "But how could Shikamaru-senpai's age?" Kakashi, with a faint smile, replied, "The leader of the Inferno clan must have developed a technique that allows for the manipulation of age." Although Uchiha Inferno did not directly disclose this to Kakashi, years of observation and analysis led Kakashi to this conclusion. Uchiha Inferno regarded Kakashi with a gentle nod. With the leader's affirmation, the crowd was left in a state of astonishment. Ino stared with widened eyes at the leader of the Inferno clan, a technique to freely control age? Shikamaru's expression froze. Disbelief evident in his gaze. This guy can control his age at will. How terrifying. Kakashi's attention suddenly shifted to Tsunade. How is this possible? Tsunade, you've suddenly become youthful again. The 50-something Tsunade now appeared as an 18-year-old, which left Kakashi utterly bewildered. However, there was no time for Kakashi to ponder further. He turned to Uchiha Inferno and earnestly stated, "Leader of the Inferno clan, Orochimaru has allied with Mangekyou and other ninja villages to assault Konoha. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is trapped within the four purple flames formation. We cannot breach the barrier. We beseech you to dismantle it." Tsunade furrowed her brows and exclaimed, "What? That scoundrel Orochimaru dares to attack Konoha?" The elder's face lit up with a mix of glee and malice. In response to Kakashi's plea, Uchiha Inferno nodded lightly in agreement. Leading the way, Kakashi guided Uchiha Inferno towards the lounge. On the rooftop of the arena, within the confines of the four purple flames formation, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, grimaced, his breath ragged. "Orochimaru, I will bury you, to atone for the mistakes I made back then." Orochimaru chuckled coldly, his tone low. "Whatever you do, it is too late. I have won. Konoha shall perish." The third Hokage's eyes widened, bloodshot with fury. "I am the man who inherits the will of the first and second Hokage. I am the third Hokage. Orochimaru next. I will unveil a forbidden jutsu, even you do not know." The third Hokage's face bore a resolute determination, ready to face death. He clasped his hands together. "Prepare yourself. Forbidden technique, Reaper Death Seal." Before he could finish, a voice interrupted. "Wait, third." With a swift motion, Kakashi's figure appeared outside the barrier. Calling out to the third Hokage, the Hokage turned his gaze towards Kakashi outside the barrier. It's Kakashi? Kakashi had discerned the third Hokage's intention to use the Reaper Death Seal, a self-sacrificial technique to seal Orochimaru. "Lord Hokage, I have a way to break the sealing barrier. Look who has arrived." Just then, a figure materialized beside Kakashi. It was none other than the 18-year-old Uchiha Inferno. Both the third Hokage and Orochimaru turned their gazes towards Uchiha Inferno. He is the leader of the Uchiha clan. After years apart, the youthful visage of Uchiha Inferno evoked a mix of strangeness and familiarity in both the third Hokage and Orochimaru. The third Hokage, his eyes trembling slightly, pondered, "Why has the leader of the Inferno clan returned to the village at this moment?" Orochimaru, eyeing Uchiha Inferno, thought to himself, "This is troublesome." At this moment, the Umbu Shinobi outside the barrier also turned their attention towards Uchiha Inferno. Uchiha Inferno surveyed the four-sound Shinobi performing the four purple flames formation: Jirobo, Kidamaru, Sakan, and Taiyuya. He stepped towards Kidamaru, who shivered at the sight of the cloaked figure approaching him. He is the leader of the Uchiha clan? The third Hokage and Orochimaru were equally astonished by the presence of this cloaked figure. While Kidamaru was still in confusion, Uchiha Inferno had already reached him. Their eyes met, and in an instant, Uchiha Inferno's ordinary gaze transformed into the scarlet hue of the Sharingan. Orochimaru, a cold sweat trickling down his pale face, cautioned, "Do not look into his eyes." However, his warning fell on deaf ears. Within Uchiha Inferno's 9-tomo Sharingan, 9 spinning tomos surrounded the black whirlpool of his pupil, rotating rapidly. Kidamaru's astonished expression gradually dulled into a vacant stare. Uchiha Inferno addressed the dazed Kidamaru, "Dismantle the barrier." Obeying Uchiha Inferno's command, Kidamaru formed hand seals. The 4 purple flames formation required 4 shinobi to perform simultaneously. Thus, with Kidamaru's actions, the formation was swiftly dismantled, and the barriers vanished. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, his demeanor growing serious. Uchiha Inferno. Damn it. In the instant the barrier was lifted, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Asuma leaped towards Orochimaru, forcing him into a chaotic melee with Kakashi and the others. At this moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gasped for breath, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. His stamina severely depleted from the previous fierce battle with Orochimaru. Chapter 112. Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha is foiled. The earlier confrontation with Orochimaru had drained his strength significantly. Had the barrier not been lifted, the third Hokage would have executed the Reaper death seal, risking his own life in the process. With his head bowed, the third Hokage knelt on the ground, sweat beading on his forehead. Suddenly, 2 tall figures appeared before him. These figures were Uchiha Inferno and Tsunade. The third Hokage, lifting his gaze slightly, bore a look of astonishment. "Leader of the Inferno clan, you have returned? Thank you for your timely intervention in dismantling the 4 purple flames formation and saving me." It was known that Uchiha Inferno had rarely returned to the village over the past 30 years. The third Hokage's mind raced with questions. Why had Uchiha Inferno returned at this particular moment? Uchiha Inferno sensed the third Hokage's confusion. "I returned to the village to participate in the Chunin exams." The third Hokage's heart raced, his eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Inferno. "Participate in the Chunin exams? But your name is not on the list for the 3rd round." After a moment's hesitation, the third Hokage's tone carried a hint of regret. "Leader of the Inferno clan. The registration period for the Chunin exams has long passed." A smile graced Uchiha Inferno's lips. "I have already emerged victorious in the 3rd round of the Chunin exams." The third Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief. "Leader of the Inferno clan, you participated in the 3rd round of the Chunin exams?" Uchiha Inferno, his expression calm, replied with a smile, "I participated as a genin from the Hidden Grass Village. The wildfire from the Hidden Grass Village was none other than me." The third Hokage furrowed his brows, his face a mask of astonishment. The wildfire, though merely at the tender age of 12, is nonetheless a formidable force. In contrast, Uchiha Yehuo stands at 18. Suddenly, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, comes to a startling realization. The genin from the Hidden Grass Village, Yehuo, and Uchiha Yehuo, despite their age disparity, share an uncanny resemblance in other respects. At that moment, Sarutobi's eyes widen as he gazes intently at Tsunade. "Tsunade, how is it that you appear?" Tsunade, a woman in her 50s, stands before him with the vitality of an 18-year-old girl. Sarutobi's expression freezes, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Uchiha Yehuo pays no heed to the third Hokage, instead slightly turning his head to observe Orochimaru. At this juncture, Orochimaru is embroiled in a chaotic skirmish with Kakashi, Might Guy, and others. For a time, Kakashi and his comrades find themselves unable to subdue Orochimaru. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, a figure materializes beside Orochimaru. His pupils constrict in shock. Uchiha Yehuo, with his crimson Sharingan, fixes his gaze upon Orochimaru. Tsukuyami, the 9-tomo Sharingan, with its swirling black vortex at the center, ensnares Orochimaru, dragging him into the realm of illusion. Within this illusionary world, Orochimaru finds himself bound to a cross. Uchiha Yehuo wields a kunai, stabbing repeatedly at Orochimaru for a relentless 24 hours. The entirety of this illusory domain is under Yehuo's dominion. Despite the harrowing ordeal he endures for a full 24 hours within the illusion, in the real world, mere moments pass. Suddenly, Orochimaru's consciousness is yanked back to reality. To the astonishment of onlookers, he collapses before Uchiha Yehuo, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, utterly drained. Kakashi reflects, what a powerful pair of eyes. Yui Kurenai furrows her brow. Was that just a Jinjutsu from the Mangekyō Sharingan? At this moment, Kakashi arrives with several Ienokibi shinobi, who swiftly apprehend Orochimaru and escort him back to Konoha prison. Under Kakashi's orders, the Yanbyu swiftly detain Orochimaru. Suddenly, the elderly clan elder, Uchiha Hanakiku, rushes to Yehuo's side. Elders from the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist have invaded our Uchiha clan's secret archives. Our clan members are engaged in fierce combat with the intruders. Upon hearing the elders' words, Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade exchange a glance, their expressions resolute. Let us hasten back to the Uchiha clan's archives. Yehuo and Tsunade, accompanied by the elder, swiftly dart toward the heart of the village where the Uchiha clan resides. Kakashi, Kurenai, Hinata, Sakura, Shikamaru, and the younger generation follow suit. They soon arrive at the Uchiha clan's central area, where nearly 24 ninjas are locked in battle against the elite forces of the Uchiha. Tsunade, her brow furrowed, mutters, "These outsiders are exceedingly audacious." As Yehuo's wife, she has fully embraced her identity within the Uchiha clan. Kakashi, his weary gaze fixed on the intruders, observes. Based on their attire and forehead protectors, these ninjas hail from the Hidden Cloud, Hidden Rock, Hidden Mist, and several minor villages. Their strength likely matches that of Jonin. Kurenai's expression darkens. How infuriating. When did Konoha provoke these individuals? Just as Kakashi, Kurenai, and their companions prepare to assist the Uchiha clan in vanquishing the intruders, Uchiha Yehuo, clad in a black cloak, steps forward. His crimson nine-tomo Sharingan begins to swirl ominously. The fighting intruders suddenly notice a pair of colossal Sharingan eyes appearing in the sky. How can such enormous eyes manifest in the air? What is happening? As the intruders gaze upon the immense eyes, their expressions become vacant, and they swiftly descend into madness. Instead of continuing their assault on the Uchiha clan members, they begin to turn on their own comrades. Kakashi furrows his brow slightly. Could this be? Kurenai's beautiful eyes flicker with recognition. Kakashi, indeed, it is a Jinjutsu from the Mangekyō Sharingan. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the intruders engage in mutual slaughter. Uchiha Yehuo strides before the remaining intruders, casting his Jinjutsu upon them. From the lips of these invaders, he learns that their incursion into the Uchiha clan's secret archives was motivated by a desire for forbidden techniques related to resurrection and immortality. Hinata gazes at Uchiha Yehuo, her eyes wide with admiration. Yehuo, you are remarkable. Sakura's mouth hangs slightly agape. These intruders from the foreign villages, like Kakashi, are all Jonin. The Uchiha clan leader managed to eliminate them all in such a brief span. Shikamaru's jaw drops in astonishment. Is this truly the legendary leader of the Uchiha clan? He seems even more formidable than the tale suggests. Chapter 113. Orochimaru's speculation about the Uchiha clan leader. Having dealt with the invaders attacking the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yehuo instructs the elder, summon all Uchiha clan members for a clan meeting. Yes, the elder promptly leads his subordinates to gather the entire Uchiha clan. In the third Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen examines a list, his gaze lingering on a name. The genin from the Hidden Grass Village, Yehuo. Contemplation flickers across Sarutobi's brow. Yehuo, Uchiha Yehuo. The clan leader, masquerading as a genin from the Hidden Grass Village, participates in the Chunin exams. How unexpected. Suddenly, the door to the Hokage's office swings open. Shimura Danzo strides in, accompanied by Tsunade and Mito Menjo. The news of Uchiha Yehuo's triumph over Orochimaru has already reached Danzo. He regards Sarutobi with feigned concern. Danzo, I trust you have recovered? That cursed Orochimaru has allied with the Sand Village to execute the plan to crumble Konoha. Sarutobi looks at Danzo and his companions. Thanks to the intervention of clan leader Yehuo, I narrowly escaped death. Danzo's eyes narrow, a sinister expression crossing his face. Why has the Uchiha clan leader chosen this moment to appear? It seems suspicious. Could it be that Uchiha Yehuo is colluding with Orochimaru? Taking a deep breath from his pipe, Sarutobi exhales a plume of smoke. Clan leader Yehuo returned to Konoha to participate in the Chunin exams. The revelation leaves Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito momentarily stunned. Participate in the Chunin exams? Danzo's face contorts in confusion. How can that be? I recall that none of the participants in this Chunin exam are Uchiha Yehuo. Sarutobi clears his throat, his tone unhurried. Ahem. Clan leader Yehuo is competing under the guise of the Hidden Grass Village's genin, Yehuo. Mito adjusts her glasses, incredulous. The genin from the Hidden Grass Village? Is he not the boy who defeated Gaara? But that genin is merely around 12 years old, while Uchiha Yehuo is 18. How could they possibly be the same individual? Both Danzo and Tsunade wear expressions of deep confusion. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gazed contemplatively, his eyes flickering as he hesitated momentarily. Well, it seems that the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yehuo, has likely mastered some enigmatic ninjutsu allowing him to manipulate age at will. The renowned professor of ninjas. Hiruzen Sarutobi, deduced the secret behind the age transformations of Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade. Shinsuke Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. What? A ninjutsu that can freely control age? All this time, I have conducted human experiments in pursuit of unraveling the secrets of the Uchiha and Senju clans, yearning for immortality. To learn that Uchiha Yehuo can control his age at will is akin to possessing eternal life. How could this not stir Danzo's heart? For nearly 3 decades, Uchiha Yehuo had abandoned his wife Tsunade and fled from Konoha. Had he been secretly developing this technique all along? The third Hokage spoke solemnly. It should not be this way. Uchiha Yehuo has been diligently researching a certain mysterious ninjutsu, one that embodies the art of immortality. Instantly, Danzo and his companions, including Shinsuke Kamatsu, widened their eyes in astonishment. Hiruzen Sarutobi then picked up the list of newly promoted chunin from the table. By the way, there is another matter. The list of newly promoted chunins from this chunin exam has been released. Uchiha Yehuo has achieved chunin status. Danzo's lifeless eyes bulged in shock. Wait, Uchiha Yehuo must not be allowed to become a chunin. Hiruzen Sarutobi, perplexed, replied, why should Uchiha Yehuo be denied chunin qualification? Danzo's eyes darted rapidly as he formulated a response. Well, this chunin exam was disrupted by Orochimaru. It cannot possibly be counted. Shinsuke Kamatsu chimed in, indeed. This chunin exam has been terminated. Uchiha Yehuo should not be allowed to ascend to chunin. The Uchiha clan had long been adversaries of the Konoha higher-ups. Moreover, Uchiha Yehuo was the clan leader. Naturally, Danzo and his companions did not wish for him to rise from Genin to chunin. However, the third Hokage held a differing perspective on the matter. Though the chunin exam was sabotaged by Orochimaru, Yehuo and Shikamaru performed admirably in the third round. By succeeding in that round, they have effectively secured their chunin qualification. Danzo clenched his teeth, attempting to refute, but was interrupted by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Enough. I am the Hokage. This matter is settled. The list of newly promoted chunins has already been sent out. It is too late to retract. After all, Uchiha Yehuo had thwarted Orochimaru's destruction of Konoha and rescued Hiruzen Sarutobi from his clutches. Thus, regarding the promotion to chunin, the third Hokage remained in favor of Uchiha Yehuo. In Konoha's prison, the dimly lit cells housed Orochimaru and Kabuto, both captured after Uchiha Yehuo had bested Orochimaru. Orochimaru sat on a frigid bench, lamenting, I never imagined I would find myself imprisoned in Konoha. All of this is thanks to Uchiha Yehuo. Haha, if only I could obtain Uchiha Yao's body. Alas, this dream is unattainable, for Uchiha Yehuo is stronger than I. As he spoke, the image of Uchiha Yehuo's Mangekyō Sharingan flickered in his mind. Kabuto, adjusting his glasses, pondered. For nearly 30 years, Uchiha Yehuo has been away from Konoha, seldom returning. Yet, why has he chosen this moment to come back? Is it merely to participate in the chunin exam? Orochimaru's gaze turned frigid, his voice low and foreboding. I suspect the matter is not so simple. In my youth, I knew the head of the Yehuo clan. He is not a man of short-sighted vision. Based on my deductions, his return may align with our own objectives. Kabuto's brow furrowed in confusion. Are you suggesting that Uchiha Yehuo's return to Konoha shares our intentions? Orochimaru's pupils narrowed, his expression chilling. This time, Uchiha Yehuo has returned to Konoha to overthrow its governance. Chapter 114. Uchiha Yehuo's ambition to become a jonin. Kabuto's glasses glinted momentarily. The head of the Uchiha clan seeks to overturn the dominance of Konoha's higher-ups? This conclusion emerged from Orochimaru's careful analysis of Konoha's situation. Kabuto cast a glance at the prison door, his expression darkening. Lord Orochimaru, this prison cannot contain us. Orochimaru's expression darkened, his tone heavy. Do not underestimate this prison. It is sealed. With my current strength, escape is impossible. Only if someone breaks the seal from the outside can we hope to flee. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Kabuto let out a faint sigh. As dusk fell, at the South Shrine in Konoha, the Uchiha clan convened an assembly. Prior to the meeting, word had spread that the clan leader had returned. All members of the Uchiha clan, young and old, gathered at the venue. After all, the clan leader had been away from Konoha for nearly 3 decades, scarcely making an appearance. The venue buzzed with excitement as clan members conversed animatedly. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The clan leader has arrived. A path cleared in the center of the assembly as Uchiha Yehuo entered, flanked by Tsunade, Mikoto, Izumi, and the elder, Shikudo. Under the watchful eyes of the clan, Uchiha Yehuo ascended to the podium. He surveyed the gathered members and declared, I am Uchiha Yehuo. The entire assembly focused their gaze upon Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade, a wave of murmurs rippling through the crowd. He is our clan leader? How can he be so young? Impossible. I met the clan leader when I was young, and he was our leader then. Nearly 30 years have passed, yet his appearance remains unchanged. Wait, how has Lady Tsunade also retained such youthful looks? Uchiha Yehuo paid no heed to the murmurs of his kin and continued, for an extended period. Our Uchiha clan has endured under the oppressive policies of Konoha. This time, upon my return, I will lead the Uchiha to raise our heads high within the village. The gathered clan members whispered among themselves. During Uchiha Yehuo's absence, the clan had remained low-key, silently enduring the pressure from Konoha's upper echelons. Now, hearing their leader's proclamation to uplift them, the assembly erupted in excitement. However, soon doubts arose in their hearts. How can we escape the oppression and exclusion from Konoha's higher-ups? At that moment, a jonin from Konoha's security team approached the podium and reporting to the clan leader. Konoha has released the promotion list for ninjas this evening. Clan leader, you have achieved Chunin status in this Chunin exam. Uchiha Yehuo maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly. Upon hearing this news, the assembly erupted into chaos. Some clan members expressed skepticism. The clan leader has only just become a Chunin. How can he possibly lead our Uchiha clan to break free from Konoha's oppression and exclusion? Indeed, even the status of an elite jonin wouldn't suffice, let alone that of a Chunin. Uncertain of the measures the Flame Clan leader might employ, some clansmen still clung to hope. Although merely a Chunin, the strength of our Flame Clan leader is formidable. Upon his return, he will undoubtedly lead our clansmen to hold their heads high within the village. I have faith in our leader. Observing the tumultuous discussions below, Uchiha Highfire's lips curled into a faint smile as he continued. I shall become the Hokage of Konoha. This proclamation instantly ignited a cacophony among the audience. The notion of the Flame Clan leader ascending to the position of Hokage seemed utterly implausible. Our Uchiha clan could never produce a Hokage, as the higher echelons of Konoha harbor a deep-seated aversion towards us. Even Uchiha Madara was unable to attain the title of Hokage. Thus, the clansmen deemed this aspiration nearly impossible. After Uchiha Highfire discussed various matters with the clansmen at the assembly, he chose not to linger further, instead returning to Tsunade's residence accompanied by Mikoto and Izumi. Uchiha Highfire's ultimate aim is to revitalize the Uchiha clan. Upon his return to Konoha, aside from aspiring to become Hokage, Uchiha Highfire harbors another significant ambition, to take a wife and bear children, for nurturing the Uchiha clan is equally vital. That night, a torrential downpour ensued. The rain pelted against the leaves outside with a rhythmic patter. Mikoto and Izumi officially became Uchiha Highfire's wives, marking the moment when Uchiha Highfire acquired 3 spouses. The following morning, within the office of the 3rd Hokage, a letter of recommendation rested on the desk. This letter, originating from the Uchiha clan, sought to recommend Uchiha Highfire for promotion to jonin. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffed on his pipe, his expression contemplative. The Flame Clan leader has only just been promoted to Chunin, and now he seeks elevation to jonin. This advancement appears rather precipitous. However, given the recent attack on Konoha by Orochimaru and Mangekyo, which was thwarted largely due to the efforts of the Flame Clan leader, he seems to possess the merit to be considered for the rank of jonin. After pondering for a moment, the 3rd Hokage resolved. The upcoming Konoha Council meeting will address this matter. Let the collective decide. During the council meeting, discussions ensued regarding the assault on Konoha by Orochimaru and Mangekyo, as well as the reconstruction of the village post-war. The new list of Chunin promotions was also announced. When Uchiha Highfire's name was mentioned, the 3rd Hokage addressed the assembly. The Uchiha clan has recommended the Flame Clan leader for promotion to jonin. What are your opinions? At these words, the attendees visibly shifted. Shimura Danzo was the first to rise, his demeanor grave. This is unacceptable. Uchiha Highfire has only just ascended to Chunin. How can he be promoted directly to jonin? Nara Shikaku contemplated briefly before stating, I see no issue. The Flame Clan leader's strength and contributions to Konoha warrant his promotion to jonin. Tozen Kamachi frowned, countering. To be promoted to jonin, one must undertake numerous high-level missions, A rank or even S rank. Looking at the formidable jonin across various villages, such experience is essential. What missions has Uchiha Highfire accomplished? The elder, seated among the assembly, glared at Danzo and Kamachi, seething with indignation. These 2 schemers dared obstruct our leader's ascent. Uchiha Shana sneered him. Once our Flame Clan leader becomes Hokage, I'll ensure you 2 are dealt with. Uchiha Highfire, seated calmly, maintained an impassive expression, observing quietly. Chapter 115, The Destruction of Konoha Prison. Nara Shikaku retorted, to be promoted to jonin, besides undertaking high-level missions, there are alternative routes. Contributing to Konoha's glory can also warrant a recommendation for promotion. Danzo, with his cold, fish-like eyes, scoffed, humph. What contributions has Uchiha Highfire made to Konoha? What achievements does he have? Hinata Hayashi, the clan head of the Hyuga clan, sharply responded. The Flame Clan leader once thwarted Kumobikyu's plan to seize the Byakugan, thereby safeguarding the Hyuga clan. Does that not count as a contribution to the village? Yuhi Kurenai added. During the Nine Tails incident, the Flame Clan leader prevented further devastation, saving countless lives in Konoha. At this juncture, the third Hokage declared solemnly, since opinions are divided, let us proceed to a vote. Those in favor of promoting Uchiha Highfire to Jonin, please raise your hands. The majority of attendees raised their hands, with only Danzo and Kamachi among the higher-ups of Konoha abstaining. The third Hokage also raised his hand, causing Danzo to stare in disbelief, pondering, damn Sarutobi. How dare he support Uchiha Highfire? After surveying the room's response, the third Hokage proclaimed, from this day forth, Uchiha Highfire is a Jonin of Konohagakure. In the Uchiha snack bar, a favored haunt for the younger generation, Inuzuka Kiba rested his chin in his hands. Hey, have you heard? The Flame Clan leader has become a Jonin. Hinata, shyly fidgeting with her fingers, remarked, ah, the Flame Clan leader is so impressive. Shikamaru sighed softly, that guy. The Flame Clan leader is truly remarkable. He just became a Chunin alongside us, and now he's already a Jonin. Sakura furrowed her brow, stating, though the Flame Clan leader participated in the same Chunin exam as us, his true strength far surpasses ours. Moreover, he has risen alongside Tsunade-sama and Shikaka-sensei. Yamanaka Ino's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, he is the legendary leader of the Uchiha clan, even more handsome than Sasuke. I've made Uchiha Highfire my idol. In Konoha prison, the cell housing Orochimaru was securely sealed, rendering escape for Orochimaru and Kabuto nearly impossible. However, the cells containing Deidara and Sasori were less fortified, as the Akatsuki had yet to draw the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. To them, Deidara and Sasori appeared to be insignificant threats. Sasori examined his puppetry body. I've repaired my puppet form. Previously, my body was shattered by Uchiha Highfire, yet my heart remains intact. Deidara, seated opposite him, smirked coldly. My injuries have nearly healed as well. Damn Uchiha Highfire. One day, I will settle the score with you. I've had enough of this prison. We must escape. Before Sasori could respond, the prison door swung open, revealing two figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. It was Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki. Kisame jeered, hey, what's the matter with you two? You were supposed to be searching for resurrection techniques and immortality, yet here you are, locked up in Konoha prison. Deidara's face flushed with anger as he retorted, shut up. It is all due to Uchiha Obito. I will settle this score with him. Scorpion, addressing Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki, remarked, Orochimaru is also imprisoned within the confines of the prison. Should we not rescue him as well? The four members of the Akatsuki organization proceeded towards the cell where Orochimaru was held. Kisame gazed at the seal that confined Orochimaru and swiftly formed hand seals with his hands. Release. Instantly, the seal on the prison door was undone. With a resounding crash, the door imprisoning Orochimaru shattered. Orochimaru looked at the four members of Akatsuki with a hint of surprise and delight in his eyes. Hee. I never expected that you would be the ones to save me. After a brief moment of hesitation, he continued, in return, I shall share with you a piece of information, a secret regarding the techniques of resurrection and immortality. The members of Akatsuki listened intently, their ears perked up. According to my investigations and analyses, the resurrection and immortality techniques of the Uchiha clan are solely possessed by Uchiha Obito, the clan leader. If you truly desire such ninjutsu, you must defeat the leader of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the four members of Akatsuki were momentarily taken aback. Kisame displayed a hint of excitement on his face. I've long wished to confront that fellow, the leader of the Uchiha clan. Deidara and Scorpion expressed their dissatisfaction, remembering how they had been defeated by Obito previously, both harboring thoughts of vengeance. Uchiha Itachi's expression turned somber. Having once faced Obito, he understood the formidable nature of his opponent. Casting a glance at his companions, Itachi said, we must leave this place at once. Orochimaru cackled ominously, his tone low. Let us wait a moment longer. First, allow me to obliterate this Konoha prison. Deidara laughed heartily. Let me assist you. Let Konoha witness my art. Subsequently, Orochimaru, in alliance with the four members of Akatsuki, unleashed a devastating assault on the Konoha prison, simultaneously slaying numerous guards stationed there. This event sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of Konoha. In the office of the third Hokage, Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane entered with urgency. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had just received reports from the Umbu ninja. Mitokado glared with his lifeless eyes, fuming. Hiruzen, the Konoha prison has been ravaged by Orochimaru and those Akatsuki scoundrels. The third Hokage's demeanor grew grave. Indeed, the Umbu has just reported this incident to me. I have dispatched them to search for the perpetrators throughout the village. Mitokado's voice dripped with malice. Hiruzen, how can you call yourself Hokage? The Konoha prison has been destroyed, and such a significant issue arises. Yet you have yet to identify the culprits. As Hokage, you must take responsibility for this matter. Furthermore, the Konoha prison is managed by the Uchiha Clan's Konoha Guard. The Uchiha Clan cannot evade culpability. Chapter 116. The Punishment of the Uchiha Clan by Konoha's Higher UPS. Faced with Mitokado's relentless questioning, the third Hokage's expression darkened. Mitokado, I am the Hokage. I shall handle this matter. However, Mitokado was unyielding. Hiruzen, the Konoha prison is under the Uchiha Clan's management. Now that it has been destroyed and rendered incapacitated, who shall bear the responsibility? The Uchiha Clan must pay the price for this. Seizing the opportunity to hold the Uchiha Clan accountable, Mitokado was not about to relent easily. Kohara stepped forward, asserting, Hiruzen, the Konoha prison is managed by the Uchiha Clan. The Uchiha Clan bears an undeniable responsibility in this matter. Mito Uchiha, adjusting her glasses, furrowed her brows in concern. In the escape of Orochimaru and the Akatsuki criminals, the Uchiha Clan's Konoha Guard was negligent. The third Hokage raised his head slightly, surveying the three of them. Very well. We shall impose a fine on the Uchiha Konoha Guard. Mitokado's lifeless eyes narrowed. His expression darkened, clearly dissatisfied. Such a lenient punishment is insufficient. We should strip the Uchiha Clan of their authority over the Konoha prison and transfer management to the Umbu or the Root organization. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage nodded gently. Indeed, that would suffice. Seeing Hiruzen agree to his demands, Mitokado's lips curled into a cold smile. The third Hokage then addressed Mitokado, Karu, and the others. Oh, by the way, I have dispatched the Umbu to investigate the Akatsuki organization. They are comprised of S-rank rogue ninjas from various villages, posing a significant threat. Orochimaru was once a member of the Akatsuki. He then turned slightly to the Umbu ninja present and commanded, issue an S-rank mission in Konoha. Capturing Orochimaru or any member of the Akatsuki will grant the successful ninja the opportunity to rise to the rank of elite jonin. The following morning, after a night of turmoil, Tsunade, Mikoto, and Izumi were utterly exhausted. 18-year-old Uchiha Obito sat in the living room, invigorated. Suddenly, the elder and Shana entered. Obito, we have grave news. Last night, Orochimaru and the Akatsuki's Deidara and Scorpion escaped from prison. They also destroyed the Konoha prison. The higher-ups in Konoha have blamed this incident on our Uchiha clan, demanding exorbitant fines from us and stripping us of our management rights over the prison. Before Obito could respond, Tsunade frowned, her expression filled with fury. Are Orochimaru, Scorpion, and Deidara mere ordinary ninjas that anyone can manage? The prison was breached due to the Umbu's failure to secure it. Faced with the higher-ups' punishment, both the elder and Uchiha Shana expressed their indignation. Shana glared, anger evident on his face. Leader, must we truly pay these exorbitant fines and relinquish our rights over the Konoha prison? Mikoto and Izumi also looked to Obito for guidance. With a calm demeanor, Obito replied, We shall pay the fine for now and relinquish our management rights over the Konoha prison. If we refuse the higher-ups' punishment, it will not only exacerbate tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's leaders, but may also cast us as traitors to the village. The elder and Shana seethed with frustration. Obito continued, However, it will not be long before I become the Hokage of Konoha, overthrowing the current leadership. At that time, it will be our Uchiha clan that governs Konoha. Hearing Obito's words, everyone was taken aback. Shana's eyes sparkled with a thought. Oh, right. Leader, the Konoha higher-ups recently announced an S-rank mission. Anyone who captures the escaped criminals can become an elite jonin. Obito's gaze sharpened slightly. Before I become Hokage, I can first attain the rank of elite jonin. Shana, go and accept this S-rank mission. Yes, leader. Shana nodded vigorously. In the evening, at the back mountain of Konoha, Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, along with Scorpion and Deidara, after escaping from the Konoha prison, did not leave the village. Deidara laughed heartily. I am determined to confront the leader of the Uchiha clan and settle the score. The figure of Hoshigaki Kisame bore a wicked smirk at the corners of his mouth. I, too, am eager to meet that enigmatic leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi, his expression grave, cast his gaze towards the Uchiha compound. He is significantly stronger than I am. I advise against pursuing this course of action. The techniques of resurrection and immortality are solely mastered by the leader of the Akatsuki. It would be exceedingly difficult for us to seize them. A flicker of excitement crossed Kisame's face as he seemed poised to act. With the combined strength of our numbers, can we not subdue the leader of the Uchiha clan? I wish to witness his true might. Kabuto Yakushi, a glimmer of doubt in his eyes, inquired, "Is that Uchiha leader truly so formidable?" Orochimaru let out a sinister chuckle, his tone low and foreboding. Uchiha Yagami is indeed powerful. However, with our collective might, defeating him is not beyond the realm of possibility. Sasori, too, fixed his gaze upon the Uchiha compound. Indeed, it is worth a try. Deidara, with a flourish, molded a bird from clay, complete with wings. Uchiha Itachi's expression turned somewhat resigned. The group boarded Deidara's avian creation and soared towards the residence of Tsunade. As night fell over Konoha, a pair of large, white clay-winged birds drew the attention of the Umbu patrol ninjas. At Tsunade's home, Uchiha Yagami was living in harmony with Tsunade, Mikoto, and Izumi. In the living room, they engaged in casual conversation when suddenly, a flock of white clay birds descended into the courtyard. Tsunade turned to the courtyard, questioning, Who goes there? Tsunade, Mikoto, and Izumi stepped outside, only to find Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Deidara, and Sasori standing in the yard. Tsunade exclaimed in anger, "You rogue ninjas dare to intrude upon my home." For the first time in years, Uchiha Itachi came face to face with Izumi, and he realized that his beloved Izumi had become the woman of Uchiha Yagami. In that moment, Itachi felt a profound pain, as if his heart were being torn asunder. Chapter 117, The Uchiha Leader's Ultimatum. Orochimaru, with a sinister grin, spoke in a deep voice, "Tsunade, we have come seeking Yagami's counsel on the techniques of resurrection and immortality." At that moment, Uchiha Yagami emerged from the living room, striding forth. Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes glinted with excitement. "Oh, you are the legendary leader of the Uchiha clan? It is said that from you one can acquire the arts of resurrection and immortality." Uchiha Yagami regarded Orochimaru and his companions with an impassive expression. "Capturing you all may just elevate my rank to elite jonin." Kisame, brandishing his sword, chuckled heartily. "Then let us see if you possess the capability for such an endeavor." Just as Kisame was about to make his move, Uchiha Yagami declared, "If you seek the arts of resurrection and immortality, follow me." With that, Uchiha Yagami took flight towards the back mountains of Konoha. This location, within the heart of the village, was chosen deliberately, should a confrontation ensue. It would not only endanger Tsunade, Mikoto, and Izumi, but also the villagers nearby. Thus, Yagami led Kisame, Orochimaru, and the others towards the back mountains of Konoha. Meanwhile, the happenings at Tsunade's residence were closely monitored by Umbu ninjas, who swiftly reported the situation to the higher echelons of Konoha. As night deepened, Uchiha Yagami flew far and arrived at a secluded area in the back mountains of Konoha. Just as he steadied himself, Orochimaru, Kisame, and the others caught up. Yagami surveyed the gathered company, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. The three-tomo Sharingan, a pair of crimson eyes ignited in the darkness. After years of introspection, these eyes had evolved into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Yagami unleashed his full power without reservation. Instantaneous body technique. In an instant, he appeared before Sasori. During their previous skirmish in the Forest of Death, Yagami had left a flying thunder god seal on his person. Before Sasori could react, Yagami's Rasengan struck fiercely against the left side of Sasori's heart. Boom! Sasori's heart was shattered, sending him crashing to the ground. Orochimaru, Kisame, and the others were left in disbelief. That night, the back mountains of Konoha erupted in violent explosions. Deidara's eyes widened to saucers. Uchiha Yagami, behold the artistry of my explosions. The blast radius is 10 kilometers. You cannot escape. You will perish. Feel the terror. After witnessing Uchiha Yagami's overwhelming strength, Deidara was nearly driven to madness, consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Orochimaru's heart raced with urgency. We came to seek Yagami's techniques of resurrection and immortality, not to annihilate ourselves. Uchiha Yagami scoffed coldly and formed hand seals. Complete body Susanoo. Instantly, the fully manifested Susanoo enveloped Yagami, transforming into a warrior clad in armor, wielding a long blade. The chakra giant towered over 200 meters. Deidara, who had previously been ecstatic, now bore a look of sheer terror upon witnessing the towering chakra warrior. What is this? Deidara gulped nervously. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. This is the complete form of Susanoo. I never anticipated the leader Yagami would possess such formidable power. The once excited Hoshigaki Kisame now wore a mask of fear. What a terrifying being. Orochimaru's expression grew grave. I have underestimated the strength of Yagami. Kabuto Yakushi lifted his gaze in astonishment at the towering chakra giant. Shocked beyond measure. The colossal chakra warrior, standing over 200 meters tall, stirred the entire village of Konoha. Uchiha Yagami commanded the giant to strike at Orochimaru, Kisame, and the others. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded. The ground trembled, fissures cracking open across several kilometers. Inside the office of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the unfolding events through a crystal ball. Upon witnessing the towering chakra giant, his expression froze in disbelief. Uchiha Yagami possessed such terrifying power. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped in horror, relieved that he had not engaged in battle with the Uchiha clan. Had he faced such a fearsome opponent as Uchiha Yagami, the consequences would have been unthinkable. The third Hokage continued to watch intently, his eyes wide, as Uchiha Yagami commanded the towering chakra warrior to swing its blade. Deidara, Orochimaru, Kabuto, Uchiha Itachi, and Hoshigaki Kisame were all struck down, severely injured and stripped of their capacity for resistance. Uchiha Yagami then dismissed the complete Susanoo, causing the towering chakra giant to dissipate. Shortly thereafter, more than a dozen Umbu ninjas arrived, drawn by the spectacle of the colossal chakra warrior. Swish, swish, swish. These Umbu ninjas landed beside Uchiha Yagami, exclaiming, "Leader Yagami, was that colossal chakra giant you?" Uchiha Hayakari inquired, gently nodding his head. "Orochimaru, Deidara, and the other escaped criminals have been apprehended. You shall escort them back." With that, Uchiha Hayakari took his leave, soaring in the direction of Tsunade's residence. The following day, at the Konoha assembly, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, proclaimed, "The Uchiha clan has managed Konoha prison poorly, leading to the escape of Orochimaru and others. Consequently, the Uchiha clan shall face punishment, accepting a substantial fine. Moreover, the Umbu will now oversee Konoha prison." Following the third Hokage's words, the attendees turned their gaze towards Uchiha Hayakari. However, he remained unperturbed, revealing no hint of resentment. In stark contrast, Tsunade, the elder, and Shana exhibited visible anger, while Uchiha Shana clenched his fists in frustration. Sakurakawa Danzo, seated beside the third Hokage, wore a chilling smile. The third Hokage continued, "However, the clan leader Hayakari has successfully captured Orochimaru and the others, completing an S-rank mission. Henceforth, Hayakari will be designated as an elite jonin of Konoha." Uchiha Hayakari slightly turned his head, regarding the third Hokage with an icy demeanor, and stated, "Hokage-sama, the prison has been compromised. As Hokage, you cannot absolve yourself of responsibility. Furthermore, your disciple Orochimaru conspired with Tsunade to execute the destruction of Konoha. You share culpability in this matter." His words sent a shockwave through the assembly. Uchiha Hayakari dared to confront the Hokage. He continued, "You have tacitly allowed Danzo to capture members of the Senju and Uchiha clans for human experimentation, oppressing many villagers. Such actions have led Konoha to stray from the founding intentions of the first Hokage and defy the will of the second Hokage." The elite shinobi and clan leaders present were taken aback. Was the Uchiha clan on the verge of rebellion? Chapter 118. Is the Uchiha clan planning a coup? Hayakari's declaration reverberated throughout the assembly, creating a palpable tension. The third Hokage and Danzo were momentarily taken aback, frozen in their seats. Kakashi's drowsy eyes sharpened with concern, marveling. Clan leader Hayakari dares to challenge the third Hokage? Shikaku's expression turned grave as he pondered. Could Hayakari be aspiring to lead Konoha? All eyes in the hall fell upon Uchiha Hayakari and the third Hokage. The third Hokage's gaze darkened. What does clan leader Hayakari imply? Uchiha Hayakari, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "Konoha has deviated from the founding principles established by the first Hokage. I implore you to abdicate, allowing the Uchiha clan to guide Konoha." Danzo's eyes bulged in disbelief. "What? You wish to hand Konoha over to the Uchiha clan? Are you attempting a coup?" Uchiha Hayakari responded, his tone devoid of agitation, "I am not inciting rebellion. I simply aspire to become the Hokage of Konoha." Tsunade, her expression clouded, interjected, "Clan leader Hayakari, to become Hokage, you must gain the villagers' approval. Moreover, the third Hokage has yet to abdicate. Such aspirations should not be uttered." The third Hokage remained silent, wearing a grave expression. Uchiha Hayakari continued, unperturbed, "Since your ascension, the Senju population has dwindled significantly while the Uchiha clan faces increasing oppression. Meanwhile, the Yamanaka and Shimura clans have flourished. Under your tacit approval, Danzo has persecuted numerous Konoha children. The third Hokage must take responsibility for these actions. I hope you will voluntarily relinquish your position. As he spoke, Uchiha Hayakari's tone grew increasingly severe. Danzo's fists clenched with anger. Even if Sarutobi resigns, the Uchiha clan is unfit to govern Konoha. An insidious thought crept into Danzo's mind. If the Uchiha clan succeeded in ousting the third Hokage, perhaps he could seize the Hokage position for himself. At that moment, the third Hokage raised his head, fixing his gaze upon Uchiha Hayakari, clan leader Hayakari. My position as Hokage was determined personally by the second Hokage. No one has the authority to demand my resignation. His voice was resolute and unequivocal. This assembly marked a decisive confrontation, intensifying the rift between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's higher echelons. After the meeting, the third Hokage returned to his office, accompanied by Danzo and others. Danzo's cold, predatory gaze lingered. That audacious Uchiha Hayakari dares to covet the Hokage's position. He seems to believe that instigating a coup is the only path to power. Tsunade, observing the third Hokage's weary demeanor, remarked, the Uchiha clan poses a significant threat. We must monitor them closely. If they were to incite rebellion, the situation could spiral out of control. The third Hokage nodded thoughtfully. Hayakari's strength is formidable. I doubt even I could contend with him. The Uchiha clan now poses a danger to Konoha's security. I shall increase Umbu personnel to keep a vigilant watch on their movements. With a somber expression, he took a deep drag from his pipe. That night, at the Uchiha clan's Nanha shrine, the clan members convened. Uchiha Hayakari had publicly demanded the third Hokage's abdication, igniting widespread discourse throughout Konoha. Uchiha Shana inquired, Leader, the villagers are discussing our clan, with some even suggesting we may incite a rebellion. The elder's expression turned grave. If the leader wishes to become Hokage, a coup seems to be the only option. However, the third Hokage and Danzo appear to harbor significant mistrust towards us. As Uchiha Hayakari's wife, Tsunade had fully aligned with the Uchiha clan. If Konoha's higher-ups grew suspicious of the Uchiha clan, the probability of a successful coup would diminish. Uchiha Mikoto's face reflected concern. Hayakari, if we confront Konoha, despite our strength, it may still be challenging to overpower the entire village. In response to their anxiety, Uchiha Hayakari, appearing harmless, reassured them, Fear not. My ambition to become Hokage and lead the Uchiha clan does not necessitate a coup. The assembly fell silent at Hayakari's words. Uchiha Shana, with a furrowed brow, questioned, But leader, without a coup, how will you ascend to Hokage? How can the Uchiha clan lead Konoha? Uchiha Hayakari smiled subtly. As long as I can earn the villagers' recognition, becoming Hokage should not pose a problem. Tsunade, with a perplexed expression, inquired, gaining the villagers' approval? However, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, holds considerable popularity within the village. The majority of the villagers are staunch supporters of Hiruzen. Mikoto Uchiha, with her delicate brows furrowed, interjected, Lady Tsunade is correct. Moreover, our Uchiha clan's relationship with the villagers of Konoha has historically been rather strained. It is exceedingly challenging for us to garner their recognition or support. Although after Itachi Uchiha assumed the role of clan leader, the Uchiha clan enjoyed a surge in popularity and prestige. We remain isolated due to the discriminatory policies of Konoha's higher-ups. Itachi Uchiha smiled faintly. This is inconsequential. We merely need the backing of a few key figures. Tsunade frowned. Support from key figures? Itachi Uchiha replied with a smile. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, and Uchiha Madara. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of commotion erupted among the clansmen at the South He Shrine. What? Gaining their support? Those individuals have been deceased for ages. How can we possibly receive the backing of the deceased? Our clan leader possesses resurrection techniques. Could it be that the esteemed leader intends to revive these ancestors? Instantly, the South He Shrine was abuzz with astonishment. Chapter 119. Reviving the first and second Hokage within the shrine's confines. All eyes turned towards Itachi Uchiha. The clan's elder, Uchiha Hohak, furrowed his brow. Could it be that clan leader Itachi intends to resurrect them? Itachi Uchiha glanced at Tsunade beside him and said, We shall journey to the Pure Land. Tsunade nodded gently. Itachi produced the prepared items, the offerings for Hashirama and Tobarama, along with a crystal necklace. Stand firm. Grasp my hand tightly. Close your eyes, clear your mind, and concentrate your spiritual energy. Following this, Itachi rapidly formed hand seals. Soon, Tsunade felt her soul entering an ethereal state. Her body felt light, as if she were soaring like a shooting star towards the distant heavens. Streaks of yellow light tracing across the sky. Moments later, Itachi's voice resonated. All right, you may open your eyes now. Tsunade opened her eyes, her face awash with astonishment as she found herself in an unfamiliar environment. Itachi, where are we? I have transported us to the vicinity of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He should be nearby. Let us search diligently. Tsunade nodded in agreement. After taking a few steps, a figure approached them. Tsunade's gaze widened. Could it be grandfather? Indeed, it was he. Tsunade's cheeks flushed with excitement. Soon, the figure clad in red armor, Hashirama Senju, stood before them. Oh, how did you two come to be here? Wait. You are. Hashirama seemed to recognize Tsunade. Grandfather, it's me, Tsunade. Hashirama's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at her. Huh? Ha. Little Tsunade. But then he suddenly froze. Little Tsunade, have you also come to the Pure Land? Have you perished in the Shinobi world? You appear remarkably youthful. How did you meet your end? Hashirama regarded Tsunade, who appeared to be around 18 years of age, with a look of confusion. Tsunade explained, Grandfather, I have not died. I entered the Pure Land in a spiritual form. It dawned on Hashirama that Tsunade's spirit seemed somewhat ethereal. Tsunade continued, it was my husband, Itachi Uchiha, who performed the resurrection technique to bring me here. Oh, resurrection technique? Hashirama gazed curiously at Itachi. You are little Tsunade's husband? Itachi nodded gently, yes. We have come to the Pure Land to seek the revival of the esteemed first Hokage into the realm of the living. Hashirama's expression stiffened. You can bring me back to the realm of the living? His face then brightened with joy. Is this truly possible? I can be revived? Hashirama leaned closer to Itachi, eagerly inquiring. Itachi looked at Hashirama and stated, however, I have one condition. Oh, what condition? I hope the esteemed first Hokage will support me in becoming the Hokage of Konoha. You wish to become the Hokage of Konoha? Tsunade interjected. Itachi is not only my husband, but also the leader of the Uchiha Clan. His ambition to become Hokage is solely to foster harmony and prosperity within Konoha. Hashirama rested his chin and thought, oh, the leader of the Uchiha Clan wishes to become Hokage? Who is the current Hokage of Konoha? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tsunade recounted the sordid events that had transpired in the village over the years. Itachi seeks to change all of this. After a moment of contemplation, Hashirama remarked, if what you say is true, upon my revival, I shall support your bid to become Hokage of Konoha. Seeing Hashirama's agreement, Itachi wasted no time. In the Pure Land, he formed hand seals and intoned eternal life technique. Hashirama felt his spiritual form connecting with the realm of the living. Whoosh! His soul transformed into a beam of light. Soaring into the distant sky, Itachi turned to Tsunade. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, has been revived. Now, we shall seek out the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Tsunade nodded earnestly. Itachi formed hand seals once more and invoked the eternal life technique again. The two of them transformed into two beams of light, racing towards the heavens. When Itachi and Tsunade opened their eyes once more, they found themselves in a new location within the Pure Land. Tsunade surveyed her surroundings. Could the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, be nearby? Indeed, Itachi replied with a slight nod. Suddenly, a voice echoed, Humph. Who are these two brats daring to disturb me? Following the direction of the voice, they beheld a figure with silver hair and red eyes, clad in a tight black battle suit adorned with blue layered armor, complemented by a white feathered collar connected to his back. It was none other than Tobirama Senju. Itachi looked calmly at Tobirama and declared, I am the leader of the Uchiha Clan. We have come to the Pure Land to revive you into the realm of the living. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Tobirama's expression shifted, a brat from the Uchiha Clan. You are Tsunade. Tobirama recognized her. You too have come to the Pure Land. Does that not mean you are already deceased? How can you possibly revive me? Tsunade stepped forward to clarify, Lord Tobirama. We traveled from the Shinobi world in spiritual form to arrive here in the Pure Land. Tobirama scrutinized their spiritual states, noting that there was indeed something unusual about them. At this moment, Tobirama was filled with questions. You, a brat from the Uchiha Clan, what is your purpose in reviving me? I hope, Lord Tobirama, that you will support me in becoming the Hokage of Konoha. Itachi stated with composure. Tobirama furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of irritation crossing his face. Humph. The young scion of the Uchiha Clan, are you attempting to coerce me? Uchiha Yehuo fixed his gaze upon Senju Tobirama. The Senju clan has nearly been eradicated within the village of Konoha. What did you say? Senju Tobirama's expression grew grave. During the founding of Konoha, the Senju and Uchiha clans were indeed the two most powerful factions. Senju Tobirama's heart weighed heavily. How could the Senju clan possibly have perished after my demise? He then turned his gaze towards Tsunade. Tsunade nodded gently in response to Tobirama. Yes. Uchiha Yehuo looked at Senju Tobarama. Do you not wish to return to Konoha and see what the village has become? Chapter 120. Support from Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobarama slightly turned his head, directing his gaze back to Tsunade. Do you endorse this young Uchiha? After all, Tsunade is also of the Senju lineage. Tobarama held a considerable degree of trust in Tsunade's judgment. Tsunade nodded affirmatively. Yehuo is my husband. I am entirely devoted to him. Furthermore, he is the leader of the Uchiha clan, not merely a child. Senju Tobarama crossed his arms over his chest, letting out a scoff. Humph. Judging by your ages, you appear to be merely around 18. Uchiha Yehuo retorted. Both Tsunade and I are already over 50. Senju Tobarama's brows furrowed in disbelief. What? How is that possible? In Tobarama's eyes, Yehuo and Tsunade did not seem to resemble individuals in their 50s at all. Tsunade smiled faintly. Yehuo has developed the technique of eternal life. He can freely control his age. Senju Tobarama's gaze sharpened as he stared intently at Uchiha Yehuo. How could this young Uchiha possibly? Uchiha Yehuo's cheeks broke into a smile as he countered. Lord Second Hokage, if you can create the Edo Tensei technique, why could I not develop a technique for eternal life? Uchiha Yehuo shifted the focus of the conversation, pressing on. Will you grant my request, Lord Second Hokage? Support me in becoming Hokage. Faced with the tantalizing prospect of being resurrected into the realm of the living, Senju Tobarama's resolve wavered. Though he maintained a facade of indifference. Humph. If what you say is true, I shall reluctantly agree. Uchiha Yehuo did not linger on the second Hokage's hesitance. He formed hand seals. The technique of resurrection. In an instant, Senju Tobarama transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the distant heavens, heading for the realm of the living. Uchiha Yehuo turned to Tsunade and declared, let us go. We shall meet Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Yehuo then produced the crystal necklace of the rope tree, transporting himself and Tsunade to Uchiha Madara's location. This marked the third occasion that Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade sought out Uchiha Madara. Thus the two appeared much more composed and at ease. After taking only a few steps, they encountered Uchiha Madara. A smile curled upon Uchiha Madara's lips. Humph. Here come you two youngsters again. What brings you to me this time? Uchiha Yehuo wasted no time, stating plainly, I wish to become the Hokage of Konoha and seek your support. Uchiha Madara's expression turned serious as he regarded Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade with keen interest. Oh? You wish to become Hokage of Konoha? Uchiha Yehuo continued. If you support me, I shall resurrect you into the realm of the living. Upon hearing Uchiha Yehuo's words, Uchiha Madara's expression lit up with excitement. I accept your proposal. Such a decision posed no obstacles for Uchiha Madara. After all, he yearned to be resurrected into the realm of the living. Moreover, the desire of the Uchiha clan's descendant to become Hokage was certainly something Madara welcomed. Suddenly, a hint of hesitation crossed Uchiha Madara's face. Yehuo, you aren't planning to place any curse seals on me again, are you? As he spoke, Uchiha Yehuo had already begun forming hand seals, the technique of resurrection. In an instant, Uchiha Madara, Yehuo, and Tsunade transformed into three streaks of light, soaring toward the distant heavens. In the realm of the living, within the south he shrines assembly hall. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, and Uchiha Madara appeared one after the other. The elderly elder stared fixedly at the three, his expression one of sheer shock. Who are you? Uchiha Shina fixed an intense gaze upon Uchiha Madara. Could it be that the clan leader has truly resurrected the legendary Madara? The assembly hall erupted into a flurry of murmurs among the Uchiha clan members. Who are the three of them? An elder among them exclaimed, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the former clan leader. How could clan leader Yehuo have resurrected these three? Does he intend to gain their support? If these three truly support Yehuo in becoming Hokage, Konoha will surely undergo a transformation. In the midst of the crowd's astonished stares, two streaks of light suddenly shot into the assembly hall, merging into the bodies of Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade. Uchiha Yehuo and Tsunade suddenly opened their eyes wide. Following suit, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara also abruptly opened their eyes. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama scratched the back of his head, surveying his surroundings. Oh, where's this? Uchiha Madara focused his gaze and realized he was in the familiar South He shrine. However, he quickly noted Senju Hashirama. Hashirama. Overcome with excitement, Uchiha Madara was about to make a move when he suddenly felt the curse seal on his heart. He stiffly turned his head. Clan leader Yehuo, you indeed placed a curse seal on me. How despicable. In the moment Uchiha Madara prepared to attack, He was acutely aware that defying clan leader Yehuo would result in his immediate demise. Senju Tobarama's gaze sharpened. Brother, Madara? Uchiha Yehuo has indeed resurrected all three of us. Senju Tobarama then turned to Uchiha Yehuo. Yet you mentioned that the Senju clan has nearly been extinguished. The Uchiha clan has been marginalized by the higher-ups of Konoha. The higher-ups have captured members of both the Senju and Uchiha clans for inhumane experimentation. These matters require thorough investigation. Uchiha Yehuo maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, "You have only one night to investigate. The Uchiha clan has already requested a village-wide meeting in Konoha for tomorrow. The daimyo of the Land of Fire will also be in attendance. At that time, a new Hokage will be elected. I resurrected all three of you. Do not forget your promises to me in the Pure Land." The second Hokage Senju Tobarama turned to his brother Hashirama. "Brother, let us go. We must ascertain the village's condition." Senju Hashirama, appearing pensive, nodded. Indeed. Could it be that the Senju clan has truly fallen in Konoha? Furthermore, have the higher-ups truly been capturing members of the Senju and Uchiha clans for inhumane experimentation? With these questions weighing on their minds, the first and second Hokages leapt from the South-He Shrine, disappearing into the night. Observing Senju Hashirama's departure, Uchiha Madara wore a look of disinterest. "Huh? Hashirama, wait for me." Uchiha Madara followed closely behind Hashirama, soaring away. Uchiha Mikoto stood beside Yehuo, timidly inquiring, could they truly be the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Yehuo nodded gently in affirmation. Uchiha Mikoto's expression was one of uncertainty and concern. Could it be that the three of them truly supported Uchiha Yagami in his quest to become Hokage? Chapter 121. Is war inevitable? The Uchiha clan convened a meeting at the South-He Shrine, closely monitored by the Umbu and root organizations of Konoha. That night, Umbu ninjas arrived at the Hokage's office to report, Hokage. Tonight, all members of the Uchiha clan held a secret meeting at the South-He Shrine. A rebellion could erupt at any moment. Upon hearing this report, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and two others' expressions stiffened immediately. Shimura Danzo's eyes bulged with fury. Filled with bloodshot veins, "Damn Uchiha clan. They are indeed a threat to Konoha. We should have acted sooner to eliminate them." Danzo's teeth ground together in regret for not having dealt with the Uchiha clan earlier. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned his Hokage hat and took a deep puff from his pipe, remaining silent. Tsunade's expression turned serious. "Hiruzen, I've heard that the Uchiha clan has requested to convene a village-wide meeting tomorrow, and you have already agreed. It is highly likely they will attempt a coup during this meeting." The third Hokage inhaled from his pipe. If we do not consent to tomorrow's meeting, the Uchiha clan will hold it anyway. At that point, Konoha and the Uchiha clan would face a division. This would be detrimental to the unity of Konoha. Thus, we have no choice but to comply with their request. However, I will ensure that the Umbu is fully prepared for tomorrow's meeting. The Umbu ninja continued reporting. Tonight, several streaks of yellow light flew into the South-He Shrine. Three figures emerged swiftly from the shrine. They moved so quickly that we lost track of them. These three figures were none other than the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara. Mito Gate, adjusting his glasses, spoke darkly. The yellow light, could it be? The third Hokage's expression hardened, his gaze sharpening. Those streaks of light may very well be Uchiha Yagami resurrecting someone. Uchiha Yagami, the clan leader, is a formidable individual. If he leads the Uchiha clan in a coup, the consequences would be dire. A large-scale conflict may very well erupt in Konoha. Relay my orders. The Umbu, root organization, and all Konoha Jonin and Chunin must enter a state of readiness. Danzo, with a vicious glare, cautioned, "Hiruzen, I believe we should strike preemptively before the Uchiha clan makes a move. This could minimize the losses for Konoha." The third Hokage, his expression grave, replied firmly, "This matter is of utmost importance. We in Konoha cannot be the aggressors against the Uchiha clan. Should we initiate an attack, Konoha will undoubtedly plunge into war." Danzo, feeling stifled, clenched his fingers, producing a cracking sound. "Hiruzen, if you disregard my advice, you will come to regret it." Frustrated, he silently lamented. "If only I had not hesitated during the second Hokage Tobarama's succession, I would be in the Hokage's position now." The third Hokage, with unwavering determination, stated, "Since the Uchiha clan has requested to convene a village-wide assembly tomorrow, then tonight, they will not launch a coup. We will address the coup's implications after the meeting tomorrow. This matter is settled." Subsequently, the third Hokage commanded the Umbu, continue to intensify surveillance on the Uchiha clan. "We must have a comprehensive grasp of their every move." At the South-He Shrine, The elderly elder expressed some trepidation. Clan leader, are we fully prepared for a coup? Together with Shana and the 8th elder, I sought the support of prominent clans like the Hyuga overnight. Uchiha Yagami gently shook his head. There is no need. Even if our Uchiha clan does not initiate a coup tomorrow, I will still become Hokage of Konoha. After discussing various matters, Uchiha Yagami and his clansmen dispersed the meeting. The following morning, in response to the Uchiha clan's request, Konoha convened its highest-level meeting. In addition to the upper echelons of Konoha, Jonin, clan leaders, and notable figures, many prominent ninjas from the Land of Fire and even the daimyo himself attended. This meeting attracted widespread attention, with the entire village aware of the potential for a coup by the Uchiha clan. Mike Guy, counting down with his thick eyebrows, asked, Kakashi, do you think Konoha will remain peaceful today? Kakashi, with a solemn expression in his sleepy eyes, replied, I have a lingering sense of unease today. Shikaku Nara and Mike Guy approached. We are Konoha ninjas and will follow Konoha's orders. Mike Guy inquired, Shikaku, if Yagami and the Hokage were to clash, which side would you stand on? Shikaku hesitated. In the distance, Inuzuka Kiba, with his characteristic bravado, chimed in, perhaps, deep down, I would prefer to stand with Yagami. During the Ninetales incident, he saved my life. Therefore, Kiba held great respect for Yagami. Nearby, Asuma, with a cigarette in his mouth, watched the Uchiha clan members with hostility. Damn Uchiha clan. How dare they attempt a rebellion? This meeting was held in the newly constructed conference room of the Hokage office. Soon, all attendees arrived one after another. As the participants took their seats, the 3rd Hokage, wearing his Hokage hat, surveyed the room, his expression grave. It was evident that Konoha might soon face a significant confrontation with the Uchiha clan. Outside the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage had already arranged for a large number of Umbu ninjas to be concealed and on standby, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The atmosphere in the conference room was notably tense. All eyes turned towards Uchiha Yagami, as the meeting was initiated by the Uchiha clan and Yagami was their leader. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, holding a folding fan, covered his mouth and chuckled awkwardly. Yagami, you have gathered so many of us here. I hear you have something significant to announce today. What could it be? Uchiha Yagami's lips curled into a slight smile as he scanned the audience. Today, I will become the Hokage of Konoha. From now on, the Uchiha clan shall govern the village. The crowd gasped in shock. This was a blatant confrontation with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and the other high-ranking officials of Konoha. The tension in the room escalated as everyone realized Uchiha Yagami had laid his cards on the table. It was certain that the 3rd Hokage would not acquiesce. Was a war between the Uchiha clan and Konoha truly unavoidable? Kakashi's expression tightened as he pondered gravely. Is a conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha truly inevitable? Chapter 122, Uchiha Madara vs. Shimura Danzo. After hearing Uchiha Yagami's declaration, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and the others' expressions froze in disbelief. The 4 of them stared intently at Uchiha Yagami. The 3rd Hokage's face was taut as he contemplated. I wonder how this matter will ultimately unfold. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, concealing his mouth with a fan, chuckled awkwardly. Oh, the head of the Uchiha clan wishes to become Hokage, does he? That presents quite a challenge. Currently, the Hokage of Konoha is Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was personally appointed by the 2nd Hokage. Uchiha Itachi, with a measured tone, began to speak. I request that the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, step down. At that moment, Shimura Danzo was engulfed by a surge of fury. The audacious Uchiha clan. What qualifications do you possess to demand the resignation of the 3rd Hokage? Then, the elder of the Uchiha clan stepped forward to retort. Konoha has become utterly corrupt. It requires a new leadership to restore order. We, the Uchiha clan, shall cultivate a harmonious village. Tsunade's expression darkened with anger. Are you Uchiha clan members plotting a rebellion? Uchiha Shursui, his demeanor menacing, scoffed. Humph. Konoha needs new leadership, and that leadership shall be the Uchiha clan. The atmosphere in the venue instantly grew tense. Shimura Danzo, his eyes wide and lifeless, clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air, as he longed to eliminate these Uchiha members. At this juncture, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, spoke with a heavy gaze. Itachi, if I refuse to abdicate the position of Hokage, what will you do? Uchiha Itachi, maintaining a serene countenance and piercing gaze, remained silent. The 3rd Hokage continued. To become the Hokage of Konoha, one must earn the villagers' recognition. Those who support Uchiha Itachi for the position of Hokage, please raise your hands. The entire assembly, with wide eyes, fixated on Uchiha Itachi, yet not a single hand was raised. No one wished to oppose Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and the other high-ranking officials of the village. At this moment, Danzo's gaze turned spiteful. Itachi, no one supports your claim to the Hokage position. What gives you the right to become the Hokage of Konoha? Faced with Danzo's inquiry and the questioning gazes of the crowd, Tsunade, along with the elder, felt a wave of anxiety. Was a coup truly on the horizon? Suddenly, three figures burst into the venue. The trio consisted of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara. Clad in ancient armor, Uchiha Madara, with his hair cascading down, spoke in a deep voice, "I support Uchiha Itachi as the Hokage of Konoha." This declaration immediately captured the attention of everyone present, causing a stir of astonishment throughout the hall. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood up in disbelief. First Hokage-sama. Second Hokage-sama. Uchiha Madara. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, surveyed the assembly with a broad smile. It has been a while since I returned to the village. I didn't expect such a lively gathering upon my return. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, regarded Hiruzen with a serious expression. Sarutobi. Long time no see. Danzo, his mouth agape in disbelief, muttered, "How can this be possible?" Suddenly, he recalled the streaks of yellow light from the previous night, jolting him. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi resurrected the first Hokage? Feeling the overwhelming presence of the first and second Hokage, no one doubted their identities. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara exuded an aura of dominance that filled the entire hall, causing everyone to tremble involuntarily. The third Hokage hurriedly approached. First Hokage-sama. Second Hokage-sama. You've returned. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, replied seriously. It was Uchiha Itachi who resurrected us. The third Hokage's expression faltered as he glanced at Uchiha Itachi. Tobirama then asked pointedly, "Sarutobi, what transpired on the night of the Uchiha Clan's massacre? Why was the Uchiha Clan exterminated?" The third Hokage found himself momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Why is it that the Senju clan now consists of only Tsunade, Nawaki, and a few others? The Senju clan was a prominent clan in Konoha. How did it fall to such depths? Furthermore, why did Konoha capture members of the Senju and Uchiha clans for human experimentation? Under the stern questioning of Tobirama, the third Hokage stood aghast, unable to articulate a reply. Meanwhile, Danzo and his allies felt a wave of unease wash over them. Last night, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Madara had uncovered the dark truths that had plagued Konoha. At this moment, Hashirama, with a grave expression, reflected on the village he had established, lamenting its current state. This meeting is to elect a new Hokage, correct? Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, asserting, I believe the Uchiha clan should govern Konoha. The position of Hokage should rightfully belong to the head of the Uchiha clan. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, nodded in agreement. Indeed, I concur. After all, I promised Uchiha Itachi in the Pure Land, and this investigation has unveiled the village's dark underbelly. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen thoughtfully before coldly stating, yes. The position of Hokage can be held by Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, Danzo, filled with indignation, could not restrain himself from exclaiming, preposterous. How can the Uchiha clan control Konoha? Absolutely not. Uchiha Shursui retorted, Danzo, do you dare defy the orders of the first and second Hokage? Uchiha Madara's gaze sharpened as he addressed Danzo. So, you are Shimura Danzo? I learned during last night's investigation that you persecuted numerous members of the Uchiha clan. In an instant, Uchiha Madara's eyes burned with fury as they fixed upon Danzo. The atmosphere in the meeting room became charged with his overwhelming presence, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 123. The Uchiha clan declares war on the ninja world. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Uchiha Madara lunged towards Danzo. With a swift motion, he appeared before Danzo and delivered a powerful blow, sending him crashing across the room. Danzo fell to the ground, coughing blood as he struggled to rise. He lifted his head slightly, glaring at Uchiha Madara with a fierce gaze. However, standing face to face with Madara, Danzo felt an unprecedented pressure. Hashirama and Tobirama did not intervene, leaving everyone in the hall shocked as they witnessed the confrontation between Uchiha Madara and Danzo. Uchiha Madara formed hand seals, wind release. A ferocious gust of wind surged towards Danzo, transforming into sharp blades that tore through Danzo's clothing. The bandage on Danzo's forehead and his right arm were instantly shredded, revealing a multitude of Sharingan on his exposed right arm. To everyone's astonishment, Danzo's right eye was also a Sharingan. The assembly was left in disbelief, questioning how Danzo could possess so many Sharingan. Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a chilling arc, a glimmer of brilliance radiating from his gaze. Is this the esteemed advisor of Konoha, the leader of the Akatsuki? How many of the Uchiha clan have perished at your hands? In the midst of the astonished stares of the crowd, Shimura Danzo's pupils constricted. In a flash, Uchiha Madara crushed Danzo's skull with unparalleled swiftness, causing blood to splatter throughout the venue. Immediately, Madara turned his attention to Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Gate and you too, with a pair of anguished cries. Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Gate and found their hearts pierced by Madara's lethal intent. His gaze, imbued with murderous intent, fixated coldly on the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage, with a grave expression and eyes ablaze with fury, exclaimed, "Uchiha Madara, how dare you?" An altercation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Madara seemed imminent. At that moment, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, materialized between them in an instant. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, you must step down. The position of Hokage shall be assumed by Uchiha Ibito." At this juncture, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, covering his mouth, spoke earnestly. "Well, since the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara all endorse Uchiha Ibito, then from this day forth, the Hokage of Konoha will be Uchiha Ibito." As the words echoed, the assembly erupted in commotion. All eyes turned toward Uchiha Ibito. Kakashi furrowed his brow. Ibito has actually forced the third Hokage to abdicate. The former crimson-haired figure's expression turned grave. The manner of the third Hokage's abdication is truly unexpected. Kakashi's narrowed gaze revealed a hint of concern. He has gained the support of the first, the second, and Uchiha Madara. Yuhi Karini, with slightly furrowed brows, murmured, "Is this truly the legendary leader of the Uchiha clan?" Standing beside Ibito, Tsunade wore a smile, contemplating. "My husband shall henceforth be the Hokage of Konoha." All eyes within the assembly were now fixed upon Uchiha Ibito. His gaze swept over the attendees. "From this day forward, Konoha shall enter a new era. I shall establish a village where all clans coexist without conflict, a truly harmonious Konoha. Subsequently, I will reorganize the upper echelons of the village. The esteemed advisor of Konoha will be the Uchiha clan's elder, Hoka, and in a flash, Kakashi will be appointed." Kakashi stared at Uchiha Ibito, his gaze unwavering. Uchiha Ibito, his expression resolute, continued, "I will lead the Uchiha clan to unify the entire Shinobi world. We shall put an end to the long-standing struggles between the villages." This declaration sent shockwaves throughout the assembly. Did Uchiha Ibito truly intend to wage war upon the Shinobi world? Uchiha Madara regarded Ibito with keen interest. "Oh? The new Hokage of Konoha seeks to unify the Shinobi world. How intriguing." The first Hokage, Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Tobirama, wore solemn expressions. Waging war? This could plunge the Shinobi world into chaos, jeopardizing the peace we seek. Uchiha Ibito's countenance remained serene, his gaze serious. Without unification, the conflicts between nations will never cease. True peace in the Shinobi world can only be achieved through dominion over the entire realm. Uchiha Madara stepped forth, laughing heartily. "Huh? I support your decision." The first and second Hokages fell into deep contemplation. Since Hashirama established Konoha, it seemed the Shinobi world had never known peace, having endured two great ninja wars. The first and second Hokages appeared to realize that perhaps Uchiha Ibito's assertion held merit. As long as nations existed, disputes among them would persist, and the wars of the Shinobi world would continue unabated. The first Hokage, Hashirama, scratched his head. "Oh, unifying the Shinobi world, huh? This is something I never attempted in my time. This time, I shall support you." The second Hokage, Tobirama, nodded in agreement, given our Uchiha clan's military prowess. Unifying the Shinobi world doesn't seem insurmountable. All present stared in disbelief at Uchiha Ibito, their faces a mixture of shock and astonishment. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, widened his eyes, gazing at Uchiha Ibito. Uchiha Ibito has actually convinced the first, the second, and Uchiha to assist him in dominating the Shinobi world. What a formidable individual. The daimyo of the Land of Fire also looked on in astonishment at Uchiha Ibito. Could it be that this young man truly intends to engulf all nations of the Shinobi world? Uchiha Ibito promptly declared, "I will transform the 5 great villages of the Shinobi world into subordinate villages of Konoha. Our first target will be Tsunade. All Jonin and Chunin of Konoha, prepare for battle." At that moment, all Jonin and Chunin in the assembly unconsciously regarded Uchiha Ibito as the Hokage of Konoha. acknowledging his orders. The shinobi world, with its various nations and villages, had deployed numerous spies within Konoha. The significant events unfolding in the village swiftly spread throughout the entire shinobi realm. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was compelled to abdicate, while the leader of the Uchiha clan ascended to the Hokage position, sending shockwaves throughout the shinobi world. The resurrection of the first Hokage, Hashirama, the second Hokage, Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara left the shinobi realm in disbelief. What weighed heavily on the minds of the nations and villages of the shinobi world was Uchiha Obito's decision to unify the shinobi world and declare war on all villages. Tensions surged among the nations and villages of the shinobi world. Chapter 124. The Uchiha Clan unifies the shinobi world. In the conference room, the third Hokage surveyed the lifeless bodies of Danzo, Tsurugi Kamachi, and Mito Gate-in, his aged face shadowed with gravitas. How could these three, his longtime colleagues and esteemed advisors of Konoha, have been so easily dispatched by Uchiha Madara, especially in the presence of the first and second Hokages? The third Hokage stood frozen. What a terrifying leader the Uchiha clan possesses. At that moment, all eyes in the assembly were riveted on Uchiha Obito. Kakashi furrowed his brow. Is it true that Konoha is about to declare war on the entire shinobi world? The daimyo, concealing his mouth with a fan, remarked, "Does this young man have such audacity to instigate a war?" Kakashi's expression was grim as he contemplated the impending turmoil in the world of man. Uchiha Obito was indeed a fearsome figure. Suddenly, a resonant voice broke the tense silence of the assembly. Uchiha Madara, gazing at Hashirama, laughed heartily. "I never imagined that one day we would fight side by side for Konoha." Uchiha Madara, the leader of the Uchiha clan, leading Konoha to unify the entire shinobi world, stirred a peculiar feeling within Senju Hashirama. Hashirama pondered, what would have transpired had I led Konoha to dominate the shinobi world back in my day? The young Uchiha, who dared to do what I once could not, stood before him. Uchiha Madara, turning his gaze to Uchiha Obito, chuckled, "Huh? Such an exceptional leader has emerged among the descendants of the Uchiha. As we prepare to set forth towards the shinobi world." The daimyo, seated at the central table, regarded Uchiha Obito with concern, speaking, "Does Obito truly intend to initiate a war in the shinobi world?" However, as the daimyo's gaze swept over the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara, a contemplative expression crossed his face. Konoha possesses formidable strength. Perhaps this young leader of the Uchiha clan can indeed lead Konoha to unify the shinobi world. Uchiha Yehuo, with a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, cast a sly glance at all present and proclaimed, "Since Tsunade dares to execute the Konoha collapse plan, our primary target shall be Tsunade." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was momentarily taken aback by the unfolding events within the conference room, his expression darkening as he silently observed the Uchiha clan leader issuing commands. The ninjas of Konoha began gathering to prepare for an assault on Tsunade. The news was swiftly relayed by spies from other villages embedded in Konoha. In the office of the Kazekage in Tsunade, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, had already fallen victim to Orochimaru's treachery. Chiyo, the elder, assumed control of the village's affairs. "Is what you speak of true? Konoha is declaring war upon our land of wind?" Chiyo's expression turned grave as she regarded the informant kneeling before her. "Damn it!" Kankuro gritted his teeth in anger. Temari furrowed her brows, her expression heavy as she addressed the informant. "The first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara have all been resurrected. How is this even possible?" Chiyo's countenance darkened as she muttered, "I never expected the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Yehuo, to possess such extraordinary abilities to resurrect the departed. Such a terrifying figure has never before graced the ninja world." Suddenly, a flicker of indignation crossed Chiyo's features. "Even if the first Hokage, Hashirama, the second Hokage, Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara have returned, we cannot allow Konoha to bully us. Inform the ninjas of Tsunade to prepare for battle." Upon hearing the news that Konoha sought to dominate the world, the Hidden Cloud Village, the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Stone Village, and other ninja villages were all astounded. The revelation of the resurrection of the first Hokage, Hashirama, the second Hokage, Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara left the entire ninja world in disbelief. Days later, in Tsunade, the station ninjas outside the village grew anxious, gazing into the distance. "What is that? Are those Konoha ninjas? Could it be that Konoha truly intends to attack us?" They rushed to report. Despite Tsunade's valiant efforts to resist, under the combined might of the first Hokage, Hashirama, the second Hokage, Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara, the ninjas of Mangekyou suffered countless casualties. The village crumbled like a house of cards, falling into utter defeat. Konoha's relentless assault led to the complete occupation of Mangekyou. Uchiha Yehuo, alongside Tsunade, observed the battle from a distance, refraining from intervening. The news of Mangekyou's fall to Konoha sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world. In the office of the third Hokage, Inoki, a frown creased his brow as he spoke gravely. Is the intelligence from our spy embedded in Konoha accurate? Has Mangekyou truly been entirely conquered by Konoha? Inoki's son, Akatsuki, nodded gently. Yes, father. Uchiha Yehuo, accompanied by the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara, attacked Mangekyou. Within just a few days, Mangekyou had been fully absorbed into Konoha's domain. Inoki's face darkened with fury, his brow furrowing. What is the Uchiha clan up to? Do they truly wish to stand against the entire ninja world? His disciple, Akatsuki, reported, according to our spies in Mangekyo, the Uchiha clan's next target is likely Mangekyo. Inoki sensed a profound crisis, his gaze sharpening. If Mangekyo falls to Konoha, then our Mangekyo will be in peril. In the office of the fifth Mizukage, Tsurumi, a tense atmosphere permeated the room. Upon hearing the report from the informant, she remarked without hesitation. Is it true that the Uchiha clan leader intends to swallow the entire ninja world? How terrifying. Ao, with a grave expression, inquired, should we prepare for battle? Chujiro, visibly anxious, voiced, we are facing the legendary first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the formidable Uchiha Madara. Can we truly withstand such force? Tsurumi sighed deeply, her expression heavy with concern. In the office of the fourth Hokage, veins bulged on his forehead as he seethed with anger. Damn Uchiha brat. I hadn't yet settled the score with him, and now he seeks to unify the ninja world. Darui interjected, Raikage-sama, based on the reports from Konoha's intelligence. Their next target appears to be Mangekyo. The third Hokage, erupted in fury, his gaze fierce as he slammed a fist onto the table. Let that Uchiha leader come. I shall avenge our Mangekyo ninjas. An anxious subordinate reported, Raikage-sama, it is said that the Uchiha clan leader has brought back the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara. If they assist in the assault on Mangekyo, can we withstand their might? Darui rubbed his forehead, sighing. The first Hokage was no match for Senju Hashirama. How can we hope to contend with both the second Hokage and Uchiha Madara now? Our Mangekyo's strength may be insufficient. The fourth Hokage slammed the table in frustration. This is outrageous. The entire ninja world was keenly observing Konoha's next moves. Ninjas from various villages understood that the Uchiha clan leader was a perilous individual. Following Konoha's conquest of Mangekyou, they suffered minimal losses and swiftly set their sights on Mangekyo. Days later, Mangekyo was engulfed in flames. Under the despairing gaze of the fourth Hokage, Mangekyo succumbed entirely to Konoha's dominion. Filled with resentment, capitulated to Konoha, and thus, Mangekyo was also absorbed into Konoha's territory. The sequential fall of Mangekyou and Mangekyo to Konoha sent ripples throughout the entire ninja world. After careful deliberation, Inoki of Awakens and Tsurumi of Kirigakure willingly surrendered to Konoha. Under the intimidation of the Uchiha clan leader, smaller ninja villages followed suit, submitting to Konoha as well. Uchiha Yehuo not only led the Uchiha clan but also governed Konoha, ultimately establishing Konoha's supremacy over the entire ninja world. Thus, the world was united as a singular nation under the aegis of Konoha's Uchiha clan, leading to an era devoid of disputes and warfare among nations and villages, achieving a genuine peace. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please subscribe and give a thumbs up to support. Until we meet again in the next tale.